Chapter 01: The System's Distant Nature. In the pitch-black wilderness, Lin Mu stumbled and fell to the ground. "Old Mo, you can go on without me," he said. "My life was saved by you. Master, if I am to die, let us die together," Old Mo replied. Lin Mu's expression was complex as he uttered, "How could I, Lin Mu, who built a commercial empire from scratch, have misjudged such a petty person?" After speaking, Lin Mu coughed dryly. "Master, you trusted Lu Ziming too much. What's the use of saying this now?" At that moment, a commotion arose from behind them. "They won't escape farther just ahead. We must see the living or the dead." Lin Mu turned to the men sent by Lu Ziming and shook his head. "If there is a next life, I shall never again trust anyone so easily." Old Mo, his face etched with urgency, urged, "Master, you should go first. I will hold them off." Lin Mu grasped Old Mo's hand and gasped, "We promised to die together. How could I leave you behind?" With that, Lin Mu and Old Mo supported each other as they approached a steep cliff. They exchanged a knowing smile and leapt into the abyss together. Suddenly, ding! Detection complete. The host has met the condition of dying 10 times. Lin Mu has experienced 10 lifetimes of virtuous individuals who met tragic ends. Now, activating the Heavenly Tao Longevity System. System? Am I not dead? Lin Mu found himself in a state of external consciousness. He could clearly see his body floating in an expanse of darkness. The mechanical voice resonated once more. "The host's physical form has perished. You are now a consciousness simulated by the system." Lin Mu attempted to communicate with the system using his consciousness. "So, I have truly died? What is the Heavenly Tao Longevity System?" The Heavenly Tao Longevity System selects hosts who meet specific criteria across the myriad realms, granting them the ability to attain immortality. Lin Mu, puzzled, inquired, "Why was I chosen?" The emotionless voice echoed in Lin Mu's ears again. "The host need not question further. You possess one extra opportunity to resurrect another. Do you wish to use it?" Lin Mu thought of Old Mo and quickly replied, "Use it immediately. Please recall the appearance and name of the individual to be resurrected." Lin Mu summoned an image of Old Mo in his mind. Resurrecting individual, Old Mo. Commencing resurrection. Resurrection successful. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Mu scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Old Mo. "System, where is Old Mo?" The individual resurrected by the host will also be granted certain special abilities by the system. The resurrected individual has been transported to a virtual space. Old Mo will awaken only once the host is transported to the virtual space. "Shall I proceed with the immediate transport?" Lin Mu did not hesitate, stating, "Transport. Please prepare. The host transport will commence in 1 minute." A moment later, the system's voice sounded again. "Transport countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Upon reopening his eyes, he was momentarily blinded by the brightness. He found himself in a vast, white, three-dimensional space, devoid of any color other than white. Looking around, he spotted Old Mo not far away. "Old Mo!" Lin Mu called out loudly to him. As if hearing Lin Mu's voice, Old Mo slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Upon seeing Lin Mu, he asked, "Master, where are we?" Lin Mu, excitement evident in his demeanor, replied, "When we jumped off the cliff, we activated the system. We are now transported to a mysterious space." "System?" Old Mo appeared incredulous. "I know you find it hard to believe, but it is indeed the system that resurrected us," Lin Mu reassured him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more, this time audible to both of them. "Host and Futi have been fully resurrected. Will the host initiate the second round of 10 lifetimes?" "Futi, second round of reincarnation? What does that mean?" "The individual resurrected by the host will become the host Futi, sharing the journey of reincarnation. Upon completion of the reincarnation, both the host and Futi shall receive rewards from the system." Important note: in this round, the host will retain memories of the 10 lifetimes and will die in the guise of a villain. Does the host confirm the commencement of the reincarnation? Lin Mu pondered silently. "Since being a good person is so difficult, I shall embrace the role of a complete villain from now on." System, initiate the reincarnation. The virtual grand world has been constructed. The reincarnation begins now. In the first lifetime, Lin Mu was a tyrant of a dynasty, with old Mo serving as the chief eunuch, perishing under the blades of the rebel army. In the second lifetime, Lin Mu was the leader of a demonic sect, with old Mo as his guardian, falling victim to the siege of the Righteous Alliance. In the third lifetime, both Lin Mu and old Mo were notorious bandits, slain by a young master on a journey. In the fourth lifetime, Lin Mu was a cunning merchant, while old Mo was a notorious corrupt official, both meeting their end at the hands of the 8 government inspectors. Thus, it continued until the 10th lifetime, where they found themselves in a high martial world, both serving as elders in the demonic sect, the 10,000 Demons sect. After a century of cultivation, they stood on the precipice of sanctification, yet were betrayed by fellow elders and ensnared in a soul-locking formation, forcibly refined. Their flesh and souls were transformed into a boundary-breaking elixir. Surprisingly, they did not perish at the hands of righteous individuals in their final life, but rather at the hands of their fellow villains. As Lin Mu and old Mo met their demise, the cycle of 10 lifetimes came to an end. They were once again returned to the white virtual space. The system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the 10 lifetimes of reincarnation. System rewards are now being distributed. Reward: Eternal Immortal Body. Eternal Immortal Body. Unharmed by water or fire. Impervious to all attacks and constraints of formations. Reward for Futi: Longevity and limitless spiritual energy, freely manipulable, with the weaponized form of a whip that can assume any shape. The rewards have been distributed. As the system's voice faded, Lin Mu and old Mo felt an inexhaustible stream of life essence coursing through their bodies. Their once ethereal forms coalesced into tangible bodies. Lin Mu's aged visage visibly transformed, reverting to the appearance of a man in his 20s. At that moment, he possessed a dignified nose, profound eyes, a complexion akin to jade, resembling the likes of Pan and Song Yu without exaggeration. Old Mo, though still appearing aged, radiated a renewed vitality, wielding a 3-foot-long black whip. After a moment of stunned silence, the system's voice broke the stillness. The final task of the system, the Heavenly Tao mission of the 9 Nether Continent. Locate the 9 Heavenly Tao stones to restore the fractured Heavenly Tao of the 9 Nether Continent. Upon completion, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao will be unlocked, granting the opportunity for ascension to divinity. The 9 Nether Continent? Ascension to divinity? Both men displayed astonishment. Lin Mu couldn't help but ponder, if I can truly become a deity, I must find a way to return to Blue Star and make those who wronged me pay dearly. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice resounded once more. There is currently no existence on the 9 Nether Continent that poses a threat to you. Please rest assured, host. Will you accept the task and be transported immediately to the 9 Nether Continent? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu declared, "Transport me immediately." The chance to ascend to divinity was an irresistible temptation. The system will transport the host to the 9 Nether Continent. Please prepare, host and Futi, for the transport to commence. I have one more question. Task has been issued. Please prepare for transport. Transport countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 02. So this is the Heavenly Tao Stone. Amidst the towering peaks of the mountains, 3 figures were fleeing in haste, their agile strides betraying their extraordinary nature. Hot on their heels was a burly man with a fierce beard, relentlessly pursuing them. Where do you think you're going? Stop and kneel before me, and perhaps I will leave you with intact corpses, he bellowed crazily, his pace quickening. It was evident that he would soon overtake the 3 ahead. Big brother, there's no way to escape. We might as well give him the item. The only woman among them spoke in a distressed tone. Indeed, big brother, let's just hand it over. Our lives are more important. Another man clad in blue echoed anxiously. The man they referred to as Big Brother, clad in white, had a face as solemn as water. Can't you see? He never intended to let us go. Even if we give it to him, it's still a dead end. We have no choice but to fight back. I will summon the talisman sword, and you two will channel your spiritual energy into me. A surprise attack might just give us a sliver of hope. The other 2 nodded in agreement. The white-clad man suddenly halted, turned, and shouted, "Talisman sword, rise." Seeing that the white-clad man had summoned the talisman sword, the other 2 gripped spiritual stones in one hand to channel their energy, while the other hand pressed against the back of the white-clad man, transferring their spiritual energy. The talisman sword transformed into a beam of white light, hurtling toward the burly, bearded man behind them. The burly man with a fierce beard observed as the three individuals ahead came to a halt, and he too became vigilant. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light surged towards him, prompting him to hurriedly produce a bronze mirror to shield himself. With a resounding clang, the white light collided forcefully against the mirror. The burly man was knocked onto his back, blood erupting violently from his mouth. Success! The three individuals displayed expressions of delight. The man in white took a few steps forward, bending down to retrieve the talisman sword. "Be careful!" Two urgent shouts pierced the air. The burly man, who had been lying on his back, abruptly sprang to his feet. In a single bound, he approached the man in white. With a clenched fist, he struck the man on the shoulder. At this moment, the man in white realized it was too late to evade the blow. He could only brace himself, attempting to dodge the fatal impact. Stumbling, he fell to the ground, his vital energy surging within him, desperately suppressing the urge to spit out blood. The other two, witnessing the ambush on the man in white, rushed forward to check on him. "Big brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but this man is quite treacherous." The two drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively before the man in white, ready to fight to the death. Seeing that his initial strike did not claim the life of the man in white, the burly man taunted, "I never expected this pretty boy to possess some skill. Hand over your belongings, and let that young lady stay. I may spare your lives." "You wish," the man in white shouted, his face pale as a ghost. The burly man's expression darkened. "Unappreciative wretch, since you seek death, I shall oblige." With a swift gesture, the bronze mirror flew back into his hands, spinning rapidly between them. The mirror's rotation accelerated. The burly man's aura surged with each passing moment. "Spirit-building realm!" the trio exclaimed in unison, astonished. "Ah, do you still have the courage to confront me?" The burly man laughed maniacally. A practitioner of the spirit-building realm had harnessed the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. Even the weakest among them could easily dispatch these three-body refinement warriors. The trio's faces turned ashen, their hands trembling involuntarily. They lacked even the courage to flee. Clearly, the burly man had been toying with them all along. Had he exerted his full strength from the outset, they would never have managed to escape this far. As the burly man prepared to strike with the mirror, a sudden cacophony echoed from the sky. Two figures descended from above, landing with a cry of ouch. Lin Mu dusted himself off and stood slowly. He couldn't help but mumble, "I truly appreciate your help." Before being transported, Lin Mu had intended to inquire with the system about where to find the Dao Stone and what it looked like. Yet his question was abruptly interrupted as the system unceremoniously ejected him. Indeed, he had been thrown out. Old Mo, having been thrown out as well, landed gracefully, not a speck of dust on him. "Sir, are you in skate?" Although the system had claimed Lin Mu possessed an immortal body, Old Mo still asked with concern. Lin Mu moved his body, finding no abnormalities. Just a false alarm and quite well. At this moment, Lin Mu found himself positioned precisely between the burly man and the man in white. He glanced left and right before instinctively taking a step back. "Do not mind me, please continue." The man in white would not let the opportunity for survival slip away. Though unaware of Lin Mu's specific cultivation level, the fact that he and Old Mo had fallen from such a height and emerged unscathed indicated they were no ordinary warriors. He took 2 steps forward, bowing deeply before Lin Mu. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elders. I am Tao Rong, of the Tao family from Handan, currently being pursued by villains. I humbly request your assistance, and the Tao family shall never forget your kindness." Lin Mu cast a dispassionate glance at the man in white. "I am no elder, nor do I have any interest in meddling in your affairs." The man in white, realizing the situation, quickly changed his approach, not willing to give up. "If you would only lend your hand, the Tao family will surely offer ample rewards. I have already stated my disinterest. You should contemplate how to escape instead." Having just arrived, Lin Mu was not inclined to provoke trouble before understanding the situation. Tao Rong was about to plead further when a nearby woman, displaying considerable spirit, interjected, "Brother, why beg so pitifully? It's just death after all." The burly man had already devised various strategies upon Lin Mu's appearance. Thus, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Upon hearing that Lin Mu had no intention of intervening, the burly man gazed ominously at the 3 helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. "Kid," Cease your futile efforts, just await your demise. The bronze mirror in his hand was now spinning so rapidly that its trajectory was nearly impossible to discern. Go! Suddenly, he uttered a sharp command. The whirling mirror was hurled forward with great force. Tao Rong understood all too well that he could not withstand this strike alone. Let's strike together. The trio synchronously drew their swords to attack the mirror. However, they evidently underestimated the disparity in their abilities. The mirror not only shattered their swords like brittle twigs but continued unabated, crashing into Tao Rong's chest. He coughed violently, blood spurting forth as he staggered back, collapsing to the ground. As Tao Rong fell, a black, oval stone tumbled from his chest. It was this very stone that had absorbed the brunt of the lethal blow. Tao Rong, glancing at the stone rolling nearby, struggled to reach for it. However, the burly man was quicker, snatching the stone before him. Indeed, a treasure my poisoned dragon mirror's full force struck it, yet it remains unscathed. His expression was one of exhilaration as he caressed the stone in his hand. Lin Mu, too, regarded the stone with curiosity. As his gaze fixated on the black stone, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host, you have discovered the Tao Stone. Please merge it into your consciousness to gain the power of the Tao. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The Tao Stone? Could this dark object truly be the Tao Stone? After admiring the Tao Stone for a moment, the burly man casually tucked it into his pocket. Feigning generosity, he addressed Tao Rong and the others. Since I have acquired this treasure and am in a good mood, I shall spare your lives today. This act was not born from sudden benevolence. Rather, having obtained the treasure, and with two unpredictable figures like Lin Mu and Old Mo nearby, he opted to withdraw while the going was good. Less complications arise. Just as he intended to turn and leave, Lin Mu suddenly stepped forward, blocking his path. What is your intention? The burly man inquired, his expression darkening. If you wish to depart, you must leave the treasure behind. Chapter 3. You seem to be of no use. The imposing figure of the burly man with a twisted beard did not exhibit any signs of fear in response to Lin Mu's aggressive stance. His voice, cold as ice, cut through the tension. What if I refuse? In that case, both you and your belongings shall remain. With a scornful curl of his brow, the burly man retorted, just based on you? A useless wretch devoid of spiritual power? Though he derided Lin Mu with his words, his hands moved swiftly. Without a trace of hesitation, he summoned a bronze mirror, launching a surprise attack towards Lin Mu, who stood merely a few paces away. The mirror collided with Lin Mu's body with an expected thud. However, rather than displaying delight at his successful strike, the burly man's countenance morphed into one of terror as he retreated cautiously, creating a safe distance between himself and Lin Mu. The attack from the bronze mirror not only failed to harm Lin Mu, but was instead shattered into fragments by his formidable physique. With a dark gaze fixed upon Lin Mu, the burly man's eyes betrayed his fear. Who exactly are you? Lin Mu, feeling only a slight tingling sensation from the impact of the mirror, couldn't help but chuckle that I have no obligation to introduce myself to a corpse. The burly man's heart jolted at Lin Mu's words. Do you dare to kill me? My master is a powerful figure in the Qingyang sect. If he learns of this, he will surely seek vengeance, and all of you present will perish. Lin Mu pondered momentarily upon hearing this. The burly man, seeing Lin Mu's silence, assumed he had been intimidated by his words. He erupted into a raucous laughter. Knowing the might of the Qingyang sect is wise. However, I shall take my leave now. In truth, the burly man was merely posturing. His master was merely an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect, having recently attained a realm of spiritual wandering. Even if Lin Mu were to slay him here, it was improbable that his master would come seeking revenge. Lin Mu's earlier silence was not born of fear of the Qingyang sect. He was simply weighing the potential need to eliminate all four individuals present to preclude any unforeseen complications. That as the burly man sprinted away, Lin Mu prepared to pursue him. Suddenly, the burly man's fleeing figure came to an abrupt halt. He clutched his chest forcefully before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Mu had observed everything clearly. The entity responsible for the burly man's demise was a palm-sized bronze mirror. Turning to Old Mo, Lin Mu noticed him holding the still-spinning mirror in one hand, his expression sour as he regarded the three members of the Tao family. Lin Mu was not particularly surprised by Old Mo's ease in dispatching the burly man. He leaped a few times, landing beside the corpse. The burly man's body lay in a pool of blood, a gaping hole the size of a fist punctured through his back. Blood oozed out incessantly. Lin Mu flipped the body over, revealing a visage filled with shock and regret, the man's eyes wide open in death, clearly unwilling to close. Lin Mu casually extracted the heavenly Dao stone from the burly man's possession. His gaze grew cold as he spoke mockingly. This is the fate of one who fails to recognize their place. Meanwhile, the three siblings from the Tao family found themselves ensnared under old Mo's piercing gaze. Rooted in place, paralyzed by fear, the burly man, who could have easily crushed them, had been effortlessly slain by the figure before them. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting profound despair. Holding the heavenly Dao stone, Lin Mu swiftly returned to his original position and handed it to old Mo. This is the heavenly Dao stone that the system mentioned, but I have yet to discern any particular uniqueness about it. Old Mo stowed away his transforming whip and accepted the heavenly Dao stone with one hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, he attempted to infuse it with spiritual power, but as energy flowed into the stone, its hard black exterior began to gradually shed away. Once the last vestige of black dissipated, a radiant beam of light shot into the heavens. The heavenly Dao stone now shimmered with a brilliant hue. Glowing with a yellow aura, as old Mo ceased channeling his spiritual energy, the magnificent beam of light slowly faded. When the last remnants of light vanished, old Mo returned the heavenly Dao stone to Lin Mu. Clutching the stone, Lin Mu struggled to contain his excitement that this is its true form. However, Lin Mu soon found himself in a quandary. The system had instructed him to integrate the heavenly Dao stone into his consciousness. Yet he currently lacked any spiritual energy, let alone a consciousness. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the three members of the Tao family. "You three, come here." Hesitantly, the Tao siblings approached. "What do you wish of us? Esteemed senior, I would like to inquire whether you three have cultivated spiritual consciousness." Upon hearing this, the Tao siblings exchanged incredulous expressions. They had yet to even reach the realm of spirit building. How could they possibly possess spiritual consciousness? "Reporting to you, esteemed senior, none of us have attained the realm of spiritual wandering. Thus we have not cultivated our consciousness," Tao Rong stated candidly. Lin Mu silently scoffed. Spiritual wandering? Was this the cultivation system of this world? He feigned profundity as he spoke. "I have spent many years in secluded meditation in the mountains, and am not well versed in the ways of your worldly warriors. Please enlighten me on the hierarchy of your martial practitioners." Tao Rong, puzzled as to why Lin Mu lacked knowledge of such common information, dared not question him further, but he organized his thoughts and began to explain. In the 9 nether continent, the cultivation realms are classified as body refinement warriors, spirit building warriors, spiritual wandering, and sky flying. We are merely body refinement warriors, while the one you just defeated was at the spirit building level. Only upon reaching the realm of spiritual wandering can one open their consciousness, and upon reaching sky flying, one can soar through the skies and achieve the impossible. Lin Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Is the realm of spiritual wandering particularly difficult to cultivate? Tao Rong offered an awkward smile that it can be both challenging and straightforward. Those with exceptional talent or abundant spiritual stones may take only a few years to reach spiritual wandering. Lin Mu, puzzled, retrieved several crystal stones that I just obtained these from the burly man. "Are these the same type of crystal stones?" He held up one stone, having just taken it from the corpse. Tao Rong glanced at the crystal stone in Lin Mu's hand and confirmed. "Indeed, that is the very type. How many of these spiritual stones would one require to reach the realm of spiritual wandering?" Lin Mu inquired, stowing away the stones again. Tao Rong hesitated. "It varies from person to person. Those with exceptional talent might need only a few thousand, while those less fortunate could require tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands." Lin Mu furrowed his brow. Exceptional talent. The eternal, undying divine body should certainly qualify as exceptional talent. But where could he possibly acquire tens of thousands of spiritual stones? As Lin Mu pondered, a sudden glimmer of inspiration struck him, and he fixed his gaze intently on Tao Rong. "Since I just saved your lives by slaying that man, wouldn't it be reasonable to expect a token of gratitude in the form of several thousand spiritual stones?" Tao Rong, already unnerved by Lin Mu's penetrating stare, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the demand for several thousand spiritual stones. He promptly collapsed to the ground in shock. Esteemed senior, even if you sold me, it wouldn't be worth several thousand spiritual stones. Lin Mu's voice turned cold in response. This, it appears you are of no further use. Chapter 4. Murder in broad daylight. Lin Mu extended his hand, grasping Tao Rong by the throat and lifting him effortlessly into the air. Tao Rong gasped and struggled, his legs flailing helplessly. Esteemed senior, please show mercy. We do have spiritual stones. The Tao family's female member fell to her knees, weeping as she pleaded for mercy. Upon hearing her, Lin Mu unceremoniously dropped Tao Rong to the ground. Bring them forth. Lin Mu reached out toward the kneeling woman, though we do not have the stones on us. Lin Mu's brows knitted together as he demanded, Are you mocking me? No. A few thousand spiritual stones is no small sum. How could we possibly carry that much? The woman stammered. However, our Tao family does possess several thousand spiritual stones. If you do not believe us, we can take you to retrieve them. Lin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent as he pondered the authenticity of her words. After a moment, he suddenly asked, How far is your Tao family from here? Tao Rong, scrambling to his feet, replied, It is less than 100 miles away. If we depart now, we should arrive before nightfall. Lin Mu did not immediately decide whether to follow them, that he turned to old Mo, whispering, What do you think? Old Mo replied quietly, I have no objections. The decision lies with you, my lord. When I struck down that man, I sensed his spiritual energy was far inferior, likely less than a fraction of mine. Lin Mu was taken aback that it appears the system's claims hold some merit after all. In that case, let us accompany them. That he then turned to the 3 members of the Tao family and commanded, You 3, lead the way. Tao Rong, upon hearing the words, nodded in agreement and took the lead along the rugged mountain path. The terrain was treacherous, yet the group, being martial artists, advanced at a commendable pace. Upon exiting the mountainous region, they were greeted by an expansive plain. Tao Rong pointed towards the horizon and declared, That is Han City. Lin Mu followed his gaze and indeed faintly discerned the silhouette of a city at the far end of the plain. They moved against the setting sun. They soon vanished from sight. As dusk approached, the entrance of Han City remained crowded with pedestrians awaiting entry. Lin Mu observed the lengthy queue, a frown etching his brow. Tao Rong seemed to sense Lin Mu's discontent and, with a respectful gesture, said, Senior, please wait a moment. He then strode directly towards the city gate, whispering something to the guards. The guards nodded repeatedly, occasionally casting glances at Lin Mu. Before long, Tao Rong returned, his face alight with pride. Senior, you may enter the city. Onlookers in line did not express displeasure at Lin Mu and his companions cutting ahead. Evidently, such occurrences were commonplace. Han City, a border town of the Yinshan Kingdom, bustled with travelers, yet did not feel overcrowded. The streets were tidy, and vendors thrived along the sidewalks. Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he had stepped into another realm. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the air. Unbefitting the situation, isn't this our Tao family's useless eldest son? A youth clad in green, his face adorned with a smirk, stood before Lin Mu and his companions, his gaze dripping with derision. It seems you've gained some skills in the days since we last met. Aren't you going to scurry away upon seeing me? Zhao Exin, do not overstep your bounds, that I have pressing matters today and cannot be bothered to argue with you. Tao Rong replied, irritation lacing his tone. Zhao Exin merely chuckled disdainfully. What a grand joke. What right do you have to challenge me? You're nothing but a talentless waste, riding on the coattails of the Yin family's eldest daughter. I advise you to recognize your place. You're no longer worthy of her. Zhao Exin, what do you have to be proud of? Tao Rong retorted angrily. If it weren't for your elder brother securing you a spirit-building pill, you would never break through to the spirit-building stage with your lack of aptitude. Zhao Exin, instead of becoming furious, laughed in response. What? Are you envious of my good fortune with an elder brother? Perhaps you should join the Zhao family as my pet, if I'm in a good mood one day. I might even procure a spirit-building pill for you. Though Han City was modest, it boasted 4 major families: the Tao, Zhao, Yin, and Jin families. Their strengths were relatively similar, with the Tao and Zhao families slightly above the other 2. Hence, conflicts often arose as both families vied for the title of the foremost family in Han City. Zhao Exin was the second son of the Zhao family head. His elder brother, Zhao Qingfeng, was exceptionally gifted, having joined the prestigious Qingyang sect at the age of 10 and become a true disciple. Leveraging his brother's status, Zhao Xian also received a spirit-building pill, allowing him to reach the spirit-building realm ahead of others. He frequently humiliated members of the Tao family, particularly Tao Rong, due to his infatuation with the Yin family's eldest daughter, at this moment. Tao Rong's face contorted with rage, veins bulging, as if he would lash out at any moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning icy as he said, "I will acquire a spirit-building pill through my own efforts, not through the charity of others." Though Tao Rong spoke eloquently, he understood that the hope of achieving this on his own was slim. Spirit-building pills were exceedingly precious. Even within the Qingyang sect, not all disciples could attain one. The Tao family, while one of the four major families in Han City, possessed only a few such pills. Tao Rong recognized that his talents were insufficient to warrant a pill from his family. Zhao Xian appeared to find this notion utterly absurd. Rely on yourself? Don't be foolish. Your entire Tao family doesn't even possess one. They certainly won't waste it on you. A mere waste. Although Zhao Xian continued to mock him, his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Mu and his companion. They exuded an unfamiliar aura. One was a graceful young man of extraordinary bearing, and the other, an elderly man with white hair and piercing eyes. Zhao Xian politely raised his hand in greeting. "This young master seems unfamiliar. How shall I address you?" Lin Mu, his expression devoid of emotion, replied coolly, "Lin Mu." "Lin Mu? There are no prominent Lin families in Han City. You must be an outsider. Could it be the Lin family from Yunzhou?" Zhao Xian's expression shifted to one of tension. "Is young Master Lin from Yunzhou?" Lin Mu, clearly impatient, retorted, "Where I come from is of no concern to you." His tone dripped with disdain. Zhao Xian felt a surge of anger, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Suddenly, a voice from behind Zhao Xian reprimanded him. "Zhao, your brother has shown you respect by addressing you as young master. Do not be ungrateful." The speaker, a direct descendant of a second-rate family in Han City, had recently established a connection with Zhao Xian. Seeing Zhao Xian falter, he thought it was a prime opportunity to showcase himself that in Han City, those who dared to disrespect young Master Zhao did not end well. As he prepared to continue his tirade, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A faint sound of air being sliced through reached him, and suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. His body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. This scene caused the onlookers to collectively gasp in shock that a dispute had escalated to murder in broad daylight. All eyes turned towards the individual who had just acted. Lao Mo's expression remained unchanged. As he continued to spin a small copper mirror in his hand, as if he had merely crushed an ant, Zhao Xian stumbled back, astonished that he hadn't even seen the black-clad elder move. Had it not been for the spinning copper mirror, he would have had no idea what weapon had been used to kill the man. Tao Rong was equally astounded. This elder not only possessed immense strength, but also acted with utter disregard for human life. He now realized he must treat this individual with utmost caution, that he no longer doubted that if his family failed to provide the necessary spirit stones, the fate of the three siblings would be no better than that of the man lying on the ground. Lin Mu was not surprised by Lao Mo's actions. Having undergone 10 lifetimes of trials, Lao Mo was no longer the simple and affable man he once was. Lin Mu's gaze was fixed coldly on Zhao Xian. "This serves as a lesson for you. Should you dare speak out again, your fate will be the same as his. You understand clearly." Chapter 05. Could they be from the Yunzhou Lin family? Zhao Xian felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern under Lin Mu's frigid gaze, that he trembled as he replied, "Yes, I understand." Lin Mu disdainfully turned away, leading Tao Rong as they departed. Zhao Xian, watching Lin Mu fade into the distance, felt as if he had been hollowed out, collapsing to the ground. The crowd that had gathered to watch had already dispersed when Lao Mo committed the act of murder. Now, witnessing Zhao Xian's discomfiture, they cast sidelong glances at him from afar, that in his lifetime, Zhao Xian had never felt so humiliated that he glared at Lin Mu's retreating figure, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. Within the Zhao family estate, Zhao Jioding, the family head, was in high spirits, humming a tune. Not long ago, he had successfully reached the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, a mere step away from the spirit realm. Just then, an urgent voice interrupted his reverie. "Father, father!" A figure rushed into the study. "Father, something terrible has happened." Zhao Xian's voice was laced with anxiety. Even as spirit-building warriors, Why are you still so reckless? Speak slowly, Zhao Jioding chided, observing his son's distress. Zhao Xian, realizing his father's reproachful tone, took a moment to compose himself before recounting the events of the day. You mean to say that these two may be from the Yunzhou Lin family? Zhao Jioding mused, his expression shifting from concern to contemplation. The Yunzhou Lin family was a super family, rumored to have more than one powerhouse at the Flying Sky Realm. Such a force would never associate with a mere Tao family. Zhao Xian, uncertain, replied, I can only speculate. The elder's aura was impenetrable that he might be a powerhouse at the spirit realm. Yet he treated Lin Mu with utmost respect. Only the Yunzhou Lin family possesses the power to have a spirit realm expert as a bodyguard. Zhao Jioding raised a hand to silence Zhao Xian. Rather than speculating, we should send someone to investigate further before making any plans. Should we inform my elder brother? I've heard that the talents of the Yunzhou Lin family are also training within the Qingyang sect. Zhao Xian asked tentatively. Not for now. The grand competition within the Fenger sect is approaching. We cannot disturb him at this time. For now, you should dispatch more personnel to gather information and report back to me immediately upon receiving any news. Zhao Xian nodded in agreement and turned to leave the front of the Tao family estate. Lin Mu gazed at the garden-like residence and couldn't help but marvel. Before my transmigration, I was considered quite wealthy. Yet I have never resided in such a grand manner. The steward of the Peach residence, upon seeing the figure of his young master, hurriedly trotted over. Young master, you have returned. The clan leader has been searching for you all day. A frown furrowed Tao Rong's brow, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. What could have transpired? Why the urgency? The steward, his expression tinged with anxiety, replied, I am unaware of the specifics that I implore you to approach the family head directly for clarification. At this moment, the family head is in the council hall discussing important matters with the elders of our clan. Tao Hong, please escort the elder to the guest room for some rest. Tao Rong instructed before turning to Lin Mu and clasping his hands in respect. The family head has summoned me. I must make my visit, and I will also report the matter of the spirit stones to the clan's elders. I kindly ask the elder to accompany my second brother for now. Lin Mu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, the hour is late. It would be no issue to discuss this matter tomorrow, that I trust that young Master Tao knows how to proceed. Sensing a subtle threat in Lin Mu's words, Tao Rong hastily nodded. Rest assured, elder, I will provide you with a prompt response. After watching Lin Mu depart, Tao Rong turned to stride toward the front courtyard. As he entered the courtyard, he was met by his father, Rong. Where have you been? You have been gone for several days. Tao Rong averted his gaze, unable to meet his father's eyes. Words fail me. Father, do you know why the family head and the elders are seeking me? Tao Rong's father, Tao Run, was the second elder of the Peach clan and a spirit-building warrior, holding a significant position within the family. Upon hearing his son's inquiry, a flicker of anger flashed in Tao Ren's eyes. Regardless, do not concern yourself. Go to the council hall first, and I shall seek you out later. Without waiting for Tao Rong's further questions, Tao Ren strode toward his own quarters. Tao Rong gazed thoughtfully at his father's retreating figure. What could have transpired to trouble him so? As he made his way, heavy thoughts weighed upon Tao Rong's mind. Perhaps it would be better to withdraw. This might not be an unfavorable outcome after all. Just before entering the council hall, he heard the voice of the second elder, that he collected his thoughts and strode inside. I pay my respects to the family head and esteemed elders. Tao Rong bowed courteously. Tao Ji, the clan leader of the Peach family, glanced at Tao Rong and said, You have arrived at an opportune moment. Several elders and I were just discussing your marriage. Since you are here, we would like to hear your thoughts at MY marriage. Tao Rong queried, bewildered. Indeed, there may be a change regarding your marriage, Tao Ji replied. 3 days prior, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yin Rushua, was taken as a disciple by the Grand Priest of the Wind and Snow Kingdom. This matter is known only to the higher-ups of our clan and the Yin family. Tao Rong seemed to grasp why his father had exhibited such a demeanor earlier. The Wind and Snow Kingdom is one of the most powerful forces in the 9 Nether Continent, possessing the unparalleled might of the Ice Emperor. For Yin Rushua to be accepted as a disciple by such a formidable figure, her future accomplishments would be immeasurable. Meanwhile, he was merely a scion of a minor family, not even having reached the spirit-building stage. Even if he were to miraculously break through, his future was likely to be limited. Observing Tao Rong's placid expression, Tao Ji continued, The Yin family's intention is to quietly annul the engagement without drawing attention, thus preserving face for both families. They not only return the betrothal gifts, but also offer an additional spirit-building pill. The betrothal gifts returned by the Yin family were those prepared by his grandfather when he was still alive, amounting to a substantial 8,000 spirit stones, a matter that should not be belittled by others. That it seemed that the second elder's earlier suggestion that this might not be an ill-fated turn of events was indeed referring to this. If this had occurred in the past, Tao Rong would have undoubtedly been infuriated, harboring resentment even if he knew it was futile to resist. Yet, having danced on the precipice of death, he felt strangely indifferent. Let it be annulled. I hold no objections as for the betrothal gifts and the spirit-building pill. I leave it entirely to the family head's discretion to this declaration. Everyone fell silent. Previously, their discussions had revolved around the distribution of the betrothal gifts and the spirit-building pill. Some elders proposed allocating a portion to Tao Rong, while others insisted that all should be retained as family assets, leading to a heated debate. They had expected Tao Rong to demand the spirit stones or the spirit-building pill, which were indeed urgent needs for him. Instead, he relinquished all authority to the family head, effectively forfeiting his claims. As the assembly pondered how to respond, Tao Rong continued, "Family head, I have another matter to report." Tao Ji's mood appeared to have lightened somewhat. "What is it? Speak freely." Tao Rong gathered his thoughts and recounted the events from the assassination attempts to the 2 murders committed by the old man in black. Concluding with a serious tone, "I suspect that the old man in black is a formidable being of the divine travel realm." Tao Ji's brow furrowed deeply at the mention of a divine travel realm expert. Could he be from the Lin family of Yunzhou? Chapter 6. The trial of the ancestor of the Peach clan. Upon hearing Tao Rong's account, the elders did not chastise him, as anyone in his situation would have prioritized survival. An elderly figure rose slowly. "As far as I know, there are such individuals in the Yin Mountain Kingdom. It must be the Lin family of Yunzhou. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We should await the ancestor's return to make a decision." Tao Ji spoke solemnly. "What do you elders propose?" Tao Rong, standing at the center, was the first to speak. "The one who acted with lethal intent is likely of the divine travel realm. Only our ancestor, who is also of the divine travel realm, can discern the truth of the matter." Tao Ji rose, saying, "I shall go to see the ancestor now. Tao Rong, accompany me. Also, inform everyone to treat our 2 esteemed guests with the utmost hospitality until the ancestor has made a decision." In the guest room of the Western Wing, Lin Mu was leisurely savoring tea, while Lao Mo stood quietly beside him. Suddenly, Lin Mu set down his teacup and produced the heavenly Dao stone from his pocket. Casually handing it to Lao Mo, "Try to see if you can integrate it into your sea of consciousness. I attempted this earlier, but it seems I have no connection with it. It appears I must obtain spirit stones to open all my spiritual meridians and establish my sea of consciousness." Lin Mu mused, somewhat exasperated. "Do you think the Peach family might?" Lao Mo ventured, considering that, according to Tao Rong, tens of thousands of spirit stones would not be a trifling sum for them. Lin Mu stretched lazily. Rising to approach the window, he gazed out at the scenery, remarking, "This moonlit night seems to be quite conducive for murder." Meanwhile, Tao Ji led Tao Rong into a secret chamber. After knocking a few times at the door, an elderly voice emanated from within. "What is it?" "I report to the ancestor that a significant matter requires your personal decision." He then turned to Tao Rong. "You shall relay the matter to the ancestor." Tao Rong complied, recounting all that had transpired since his encounter with Lin Mu. After approximately 15 minutes, the voice of the Peach clan's ancestor resonated again. "This matter cannot be taken lightly. You may proceed to the council hall, while I arrive shortly." Upon returning to the hall, about half an hour later, an elderly man with red hair and no beard entered. The assembly hastily rose to bow. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The Peach clan's ancestor waved his hand, directly taking his seat at the head of the table. "You all are surely aware of the circumstances. I shall not waste words. Whether that person is from the Lin family of Yunzhou can only be determined by seeing him in person. Tao Ji, make arrangements for a banquet to host our 2 guests tonight." Tao Ji acknowledged and departed. I am the guest room of the Western Wing. Lin Mu held a spirit stone, visibly absorbing its spiritual energy. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, "Elder, Tao Rong seeks an audience. Enter." Tao Rong pushed the door open with both hands. "The clan's ancestor has prepared a banquet in the hall to honor you and the other esteemed guest." May I invite you to join us? A banquet. It is likely a trap. Lauimo murmured, be vigilant. If the Peach family harbors ulterior motives, they may unleash a massacre tonight. Lin Mu, unfazed, stood and walked toward the door. Tao Rong bowed respectfully to Lin Mu, then stepped ahead of him, while Lauimo trailed half a step behind. Lin Mu admired the scenery of the courtyard along the way, remarking, this garden is exceptionally well arranged. It is indeed a pleasant place to reside temporarily. Tao Rong, keenly attentive, replied, if the elder finds this courtyard to his liking, you may stay for a while longer, allowing me to offer my hospitality. Whether to stay or leave depends on the banquet tonight, and whether it suits my taste, Lin Mu implied. Tao Rong, being a perceptive individual, understood the true meaning behind Lin Mu's words, but chose not to elaborate further. In the distance, the ancestor of the Peach family noticed the young man following Tao Rong. His demeanor clearly indicated he was a scion of a prominent clan. Before Lin Mu could reach the banquet hall, the ancestor rose to greet him. You must be young Master Lin. I extend my gratitude for your gallant intervention in saving our clan's younger generation. Gallant intervention? It seems this old man wishes to evade responsibility. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, there is no need for thanks. My rescue was driven by self-interest. Lin Mu's words were undeniably blunt, as the adage goes. One does not strike a smiling face. The Peach clan's ancestor, taken aback by Lin Mu's forthrightness, laughed heartily before saying, forgive my old foolishness. Let us sit and converse. Young Master Lin, as a guest from afar, please take a seat of honor. This was merely a customary remark from the patriarch of the Tao family. Given his esteemed status, the Tao patriarch was undoubtedly a formidable presence, a master of the transcendent realm and the current elder of the Tao lineage that it was expected that he would occupy the principal seat. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Mu brazenly strode towards the main seat and sat down without a shred of courtesy, inciting considerable ire among the members of the Tao family. His audacity was astonishing. The elder of the Lin family, too, felt a flicker of indignation, though he kept his emotions in check, allowing his gaze to linger briefly on the enigmatic elder Mo before withdrawing it. The Tao patriarch found himself perplexed by the shadowy figure who consistently trailed behind Lin Mu. At that moment, the aura of spiritual energy emanating from elder Mo was subtly discernible. Once all were seated, the Tao patriarch spoke in a tone of cordiality. Young Master Lin, on behalf of the Tao family, I would like to offer you a toast. Lin Mu raised his glass, lightly clinking it with the Tao patriarch's before downing the contents in one swift motion. The Tao patriarch, feeling somewhat awkward, followed suit and emptied his glass as well. Young Master Lin, you are a person of genuine character, unbound by trivial formalities that I, for one, have always preferred directness over the convoluted manners of others, despite recognizing the veiled mockery in Lin Mu's words. The Tao patriarch resolved to probe further before making any decisions that in my younger years, during my travels in pursuit of knowledge, I was fortunate enough to meet a friend named Lin Zhu. I wonder if you have heard of him, young friend. The Tao patriarch shifted his address to Lin Mu, ostensibly in an attempt to foster closeness, while in reality, it was a ploy to lower Lin Mu's guard. The Lin Zhu he mentioned was someone he barely knew, a member of the Lin family, a transcendent master he had encountered briefly in Yunzhou, that he only knew that Lin Zhu managed affairs for the Lin clan there. This was merely a test of Lin Mu's knowledge. The Lin family was a prominent lineage in Yunzhou, boasting numerous powerful members, with transcendent masters numbering in the dozens. Lin Zhu held a significant position, overseeing external business dealings for the family, that if Lin Mu were indeed a member of the Lin family, he would surely be acquainted with Lin Zhu. What is the meaning of your words? Tao patriarch. Lin Mu's tone was devoid of warmth. Please do not misunderstand, as the Tao family resides in a secluded corner and has not encountered many grand figures, naturally, when encountering someone of your stature. We seek to cultivate familiarity, that I apologize for my verbosity and shall drink to atone. The Tao patriarch lifted his glass and drank deeply. Returning to our prior discussion, it has been many years since I last saw Lin Zhu. I wonder how he fares now. Chapter 07. I surrender in response to the Tao patriarch's inquiry. Lin Mu had no desire to linger on the matter. He replied in a dispassionate tone. Tao patriarch. I have no knowledge of the individual you mentioned, nor am I interested in who he is. What I wish to know is whether the promised reward from Tao Rong still stands. At these words, The Tao Patriarch's expression froze in disbelief. Unfamiliar. Is it genuine ignorance or an ulterior motive? The Patriarch hesitated, unable to come to a swift conclusion, but he spoke ambiguously. Young friend Lin has shown kindness to my family's younger generation, and thus we must express our gratitude. The Tao family would never act ungratefully did they ask for the reward. You may be unaware that the Tao Patriarch's gaze inadvertently flicked toward the elder in black. The Tao family has numerous disciples and requires spirit stones in various aspects, but our internal reserves are, regrettably, insufficient that is not what Tao Rong indicated. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he directed a sharp look at Tao Rong, seated at a nearby table. Tao Rong hastily stood, stammering, Patriarch, Silence. What place do you, a mere junior, have to interject while elders are speaking? Withdraw at once. The Tao Patriarch interrupted, noticing that Tao Rong seemed poised to speak further. Tao Rong, recognizing his elder's fury, could only retreat to his seat with reluctance. That I care not for your family matters. The spirit stones promised by Tao Rong are non-negotiable. That I demand to see the 50,000 spirit stones immediately. Young Master Lin, you are being rather unreasonable, interjected Tao Ji, the patriarch of the Tao family, who had remained silent until now. Lin Mu regarded Tao Ji with disdain. Who truly holds authority in the Tao family? I shall only converse with those who wield genuine power. The elder of the Lin family could not disregard the patriarch's authority. What he stated is also my sentiment. Then it seems there is nothing left to discuss. Suddenly, Elder Mo extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, directing a surge of spiritual energy toward Tao Rong. His action was as swift as lightning, catching everyone off guard as Tao Rong was yanked before him. At that moment, Elder Mo's grip tightened around Tao Rong's throat, awaiting Lin Mu's next command. Release him. Both Tao Ji and the Tao Patriarch shouted in unison. The Tao Patriarch had not anticipated Lin Mu's abrupt shift in demeanor, leaving him momentarily stunned. Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this? Do you truly believe the Tao family to be so easily bullied? The Patriarch once more addressed Lin Mu respectfully, with the situation having escalated. There was no need for pretense any longer. Lin Mu stated coolly, the promises made must be honored, that I may forego what you owe me, but you cannot fail to deliver. Since you deem the lives of the three worth less than 50,000 spirit stones, I shall simply reclaim them. The elder of the Lin family interjected urgently. Wait, he did not believe that the lives of 3 disciples were worth 50,000 spirit stones. Rather, he was concerned with preserving the dignity of the entire Tao family. Upon witnessing Elder Mo's formidable display, he had already surmised that the figure in black was undoubtedly a master of the transcendent realm. The release of spiritual energy was a hallmark of such a level. Faced with the threat of a transcendent master, he could not afford to disregard it. Young Master Lin, please remain calm. The Tao family cannot possibly provide you with all 50,000 spirit stones. Even if we had them at this juncture, I have a proposal, if you would be so inclined to hear it. This piqued Lin Mu's interest. The Do elaborate. The Tao Patriarch suddenly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to topple, but he regarded Elder Mo with solemnity. I perceive your companion is also of the transcendent realm. How about we engage in a contest? Should I be fortunate enough to prevail in even a single exchange, I shall willingly offer 1,000 spirit stones as a reward, and this matter shall be settled. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy as he inquired, and if you lose? If I lose, the entire Tao family shall acknowledge you as our master, pledging eternal loyalty without betrayal. Patriarch, you must reconsider. The elders collectively protested, alarmed. The notion of the 4 great families bowing to a mere youth was unthinkable, as it would irreparably tarnish their standing in Han City. Only Tao Ji grasped the underlying implications. Even if the Patriarch lost only 1,000 spirit stones, he would have salvaged the dignity of a transcendent master that if he were to lose to a mere servant. It would imply that such a powerful figure was willing to submit to servitude. What, then, would it mean for the Tao family to yield to Lin Mu? Lin Mu appeared to understand the Patriarch's motivations. Yet he refrained from exposing them, that he required individuals to serve as his eyes and ears, and he genuinely appreciated the residents. Very well, it is settled. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo released his grip on Tao Rong, who stumbled and sank to the ground, coughing violently. The Tao Patriarch surveyed Tao Rong, noting that he was unharmed, before hastily making his way outside. With several leaps, he arrived at the training grounds. "Brother, I invite you," he called out loudly. Elder Mo, with a powerful push, propelled himself to the training grounds. The members of the Tao family followed in a throng behind him. Elder Mo understood Lin Mu's intentions at this moment. "I shall grant you the first strike, but you have but one opportunity," Elder Mo stated in a measured tone. The Tao Patriarch, undeterred, summoned a green longsword in his hand and channeled all his spiritual energy into it. The sword crackled with lightning, morphing into various ferocious beast forms. This was the Tao Patriarch's ultimate technique, known as the Formless Sword Technique, which had enabled him to surprise and defeat opponents on multiple occasions. As the Tao Patriarch finished gathering power for his sword strike, he noticed Elder Mo standing still, devoid of any defensive posture. Then a cold smile crept onto his face. "Arrogance shall be met with consequences. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Bending slightly, he swung the longsword forward with great force, shouting, "Go!" The lightning-formed beast erupted from the blade, hurtling toward Elder Mo with a ferocious momentum, as if to tear apart any obstacles in its path. The onlookers from the Tao family could hardly contain their excitement, with some of the younger members cheering fervently, "Our patriarch is magnificent." However, an astonishing turn of events transpired. The lightning-formed beast came to an abrupt halt. Barely a foot away from Elder Mo, despite its ferocious roars, it could advance no further. Before Elder Mo stood a shimmering oval shield created from spiritual energy. The beast's claws struck the shield with a resounding clang. Yet the shield showed no signs of yielding. "Now, it is my turn." As the words fell, Lao Mo similarly conjured a green long sword in his hand. With a mere casual swing, the ferocious beast before him abruptly vanished. Unceasing in his movements, Lao Mo infused spiritual power into the long sword. Instantly, lightning flickered upon the blade, visibly coalescing into an even more fearsome beast. The beast let out a thunderous roar, baring its fangs and claws as it charged towards the ancestor of the Tao family. The ancestor of the Tao family stood frozen in shock, bewildered by the situation. How could this cloaked elder wield a technique akin to his own? Moreover, the power exhibited seemed incomparably greater than his own. The ancestor was acutely aware of the devastating potential of this move. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the ferocious creature. I concede. Chapter 08. The entry of the heavenly Tao stone with the ancestor of the Tao family conceding. The contest drew to a close. The members of the Tao family exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react. The ancestor, with a dejected expression, approached Lin Mu. He knelt on one knee and suddenly proclaimed with conviction, "I, Tao Yuan, the ancestor of the Tao family, hereby declare today that all members of the Tao family recognize young Master Lin as our sovereign, that we swear before the heavens that the Tao family shall never betray him for all eternity. Should we violate this oath, we willingly accept divine retribution." Witnessing their ancestor kneeling, the members of the Tao family reluctantly followed suit. Lin Mu surveyed the group of kneeling Tao family members and said with indifference, "Since you acknowledge me as your master, you shall heed my command from this day forth that I cannot guarantee that I will lead you to great prosperity, but I assure you that your circumstances will improve considerably. However, should I discover any insincerity in your loyalty, I will not hesitate to act decisively." Tao Yuan was the first to express his commitment. "We shall wholeheartedly serve young master." Lin Mu was quite pleased with the ancestor's response. "There are 2 matters I require you to attend to." "Speak, young master, and we shall comply," Tao Yuan replied with a bow. "First, gather all the spiritual stones that the Tao family can mobilize and bring them to my chamber. Secondly, deploy all available members of the Tao family to procure a comprehensive map of the 9 nether continent. Now that we have established a foothold, we must thoroughly understand the layout of this world to prepare for the search for the heavenly Tao stone. Be by your command, young master." The Tao family currently possesses approximately 30,000 spiritual stones. I have instructed Tao Ji to expedite the tally and deliver them to your chamber. Additionally, there is a secluded chamber in the back courtyard suitable for your cultivation. Should the spiritual stones be sent there directly? Lin Mu contemplated briefly before responding. "That works, though we must also hasten the map procurement." Tao Yuan nodded eagerly. "Yes, young master, that I hope that tonight's events remain confidential. Any breach of this discretion will bear its consequences." Tao Yuan assured him, I will ensure that they remain tight-lipped. As Lin Mu turned to leave, he added, do not be overly cautious in your dealings outside. Although Tao Yuan did not comprehend Lin Mu's reasoning, he dared not question him and merely nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Mu lay on his bed, his mind racing with thoughts of future plans that on his first night in this realm. He found himself unable to sleep. The following morning, as Lin Mu prepared to rise, he suddenly heard Lao Mo conversing with someone. The master has yet to rise. Please wait here. The others remained silent. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Lin Mu stretched, got out of bed, and approached the table to pour himself a cup of tea. Let them in. Hearing Lin Mu's voice, Lao Mo stepped forward to open the door for the guests, who turned out to be Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan entered the room and bowed, saying, Young master, the spiritual stones have been delivered to the secluded chamber. Would you like to inspect them now? Lin Mu lifted his teacup and took a sip, remarking, You are quite prompt. Let us go take a look. The secluded chamber was situated within Tao Yuan's courtyard, at the far end of the estate, providing a tranquil environment. That in the center of the courtyard stood a rockery. Tao Yuan walked leisurely towards the rockery, extending his hand to feel around a protruding stone. Suddenly, a stone door on one side of the rockery opened slowly. Tao Yuan bowed before the door and gestured for Lin Mu to enter. Young master, please proceed. Lin Mu stepped through the stone door, with Lao Mo and Tao Yuan following closely behind, and as Lin Mu surveyed the interior of the chamber, he noted that it was spacious and well-equipped for living. The tables and chairs were impeccably clean, suggesting they were frequently used for cultivation. Then on the stone table in the center of the chamber lay 3 storage bags. Tao Yuan approached and picked one up, saying, Last night, I had someone compile the total number of mobilizable spiritual stones. There are over 30,000 in these 3 bags. Please leave me now. During my seclusion, I do not wish to be disturbed by anyone. Tao Yuan bowed and exited the chamber. Rest assured, young master, I will guard the entrance and prevent anyone from approaching. Lin Mu nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your efforts. Lao Mo remained silent as he quietly exited the chamber. Once the stone door closed, Lin Mu approached the table and picked up one of the storage bags. Gazing at the mountain of spiritual stones within, he momentarily fell into contemplation. What method should I employ to cultivate my spiritual power? I wonder if the demonic techniques from my previous life will be effective. With that thought, Lin Mu grasped the spiritual stones in both hands and began his cultivation. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. It seems usable, though the effect is considerably diminished. Perhaps I should try the righteous techniques I previously studied in his past life. Lin Mu had committed numerous acts of killing and treasure seizing, and he had comprehended several righteous methods. One technique he recalled was said to enhance the absorption of spiritual power. It was called the Great Yin True Method. Lin Mu endeavored to remember the contents of the Great Yin True Method. After another half an hour, he opened his eyes again. Indeed, the Great Yin True Method proved effective, as the speed of absorbing spiritual stones had more than doubled in the ensuing months. Under Lin Mu's relentless absorption, the 30,000 spiritual stones dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Lin Mu successfully opened all his spiritual meridians and established his sea of consciousness. Mission accomplished. It took nearly 30,000 spiritual stones for him to break through to the divine travel realm. Could it be that my aptitude is lacking? Lin Mu began to doubt his own capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, the eternal indestructible body was markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. The space he opened in his sea of consciousness was dozens of times larger than that of an average person. Lin Mu sensed the spiritual power within his body. Is this what the divine travel realm feels like? He attempted to envelop his entire being with his consciousness, feeling the subtle changes in every pore of his body. As his consciousness continued to roam, it returned to the sea of consciousness. Within the sea, a hazy expanse obscured his view. Lin Mu could only estimate its size. It should be over 100 square feet. Exiting the sea of consciousness, he retrieved the heavenly Tao stone from his pocket. With a mere thought, the heavenly Tao stone entered the sea of consciousness. As soon as the stone entered, a faint yellow spiritual power began to spread throughout the sea of consciousness. The originally murky expanse appeared somewhat clearer. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction, slowly rising to walk towards the exit of the chamber. In recent months, the Tao family had enjoyed a period of tranquility. Aside from a few minor skirmishes among the younger generation of various families, No significant conflicts had arisen that a few months prior. The family of the man whom Lao Mo had slain contemplated seeking revenge against Lin Mu. However, upon learning that Lin Mu had taken residence in the Tao family, they temporarily abandoned their vengeful intentions. As for the Zhao family, they had kept a vigilant watch on the Tao family for over a month. Yet, with no sight of Lin Mu or his companions, they reluctantly withdrew their surveillance. The main reason for their withdrawal was that the Zhao family was preparing for an exceedingly important event. The head of the Zhao family was on the verge of breaking through to the divine travel realm. Therefore, the Zhao family summoned all their members from outside, in Han City. Some began to notice that the Tao family appeared significantly more assertive than before, no longer acting with trepidation. Conversely, the previously arrogant Zhao family seemed to have quieted down. Speculation circulated amongst the people. Could it be that a shift in power was imminent, with the Tao family poised to become the foremost family? Many began to conjecture, and some smaller families even began to covertly align themselves with the Tao family. However, just then, an astonishing piece of news struck like a thunderclap, startling everyone. The current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jioding, successfully broke through to the divine travel realm. Chapter 09. The gathering at the Zhao family banquet with the spread of this news. Another announcement swept through Han City. The Zhao family was hosting a banquet to celebrate head Zhao Jioding's breakthrough to the divine travel realm. All the families, great and small, were invited to attend. This was an overt power play. With Zhao Jioding's ascension, the balance in Han City would be disrupted, and this banquet was nothing short of a trap. The day after the news broke, the Tao family received an invitation from the Zhao family. Upon receiving the invitation, Tao Yuan promptly made his way to Lin Mu's place of seclusion. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw Lin Mu emerging from the secluded chamber. Tao Yuan hurriedly approached. "Congratulations, young master, on your emergence from seclusion." Sensing Lin Mu's aura, Tao Yuan noted that he seemed somewhat different from before, though he could not quite pinpoint the change. Has there been any progress on the map? The disciples of the family have been traversing the grand halls, yet no news has emerged. Lin Mu pondered, recognizing that the Tao family is merely a small clan and unlikely to receive information so swiftly. Has any significant event transpired recently, esteemed young master? Tao Yuan replied, pausing momentarily. Indeed, a momentous occasion has arisen. During your seclusion, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jioding, has ascended to the realm of Divine Wanderer. Furthermore, he intends to host a grand banquet, inviting all the prominent families of Han City. The invitations have just been dispatched, and as Tao Yuan spoke, he presented the invitation to Lin Mu. Lin Mu accepted it, glancing at it briefly before remarking, "This is surely meant to intimidate the other three major families, is it not?" Tao Yuan, non-committal, replied, "What you say is indeed correct. The delicate balance maintained among the four major families has always relied on each having only one Divine Wanderer. Now that the Zhao family boasts an additional Divine Wanderer, this equilibrium is bound to be disrupted. Are you fearful?" Lin Mu scrutinized Tao Yuan. In the past, perhaps there would have been fear, but now that the young master stands with us, what is there to dread? Tao Yuan casually flattered that a mere Divine Wanderer is of little consequence. You need only attend to the matters I entrust to you. I shall handle the Zhao family's affairs. With another casual compliment, Tao Yuan inquired, will the young master be attending the banquet? Since the jester has taken the stage, it would be a pity for us not to witness the performance. Wouldn't it? At that moment, Lao Mo, stationed at the entrance, rose and approached. Lin Mu gestured to Tao Yuan. You may leave now and arrange for those attending the banquet tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tao Yuan cupped his hands in respect. This subordinate takes his leave. How did the young master fare during this period of seclusion? Lao Mo inquired with concern. Lin Mu smiled indifferently. I have successfully opened my sea of consciousness. Once I obtain the map of the 9 nether continent, I can commence the search for the heavenly Tao stone. Though the young master appears youthful, his temperament remains profoundly deep, Lao Mo mused. Lao Mo, in this life, we shall no longer concern ourselves with the perceptions of others. Let those vexing rules be damned. From now on, we shall act solely according to our hearts. If gods block our path, we shall slay them. If mortals obstruct us, we shall eradicate them. Those who dare hinder my journey will meet their end without a trace. Lin Mu's words resonated deeply with Lao Mo. Regardless of how the young master chooses to act, I shall cleave through thorns and remove obstacles for him. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family estate, Zhao Jiuding, the head of the Zhao family, was engaged in discussion with Zhao Xian. Father, should we not meet with Shun Gang's father, who is in the parlor? Shun Gang was the young man who had been slain by Lao Mo in public. Zhao Jiuding responded in a low voice. All necessary matters have been addressed. Inform him that from tomorrow onward, the Zhao family shall be his support. Zhao Xian stood up, saying, I shall go inform him at once. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused and asked, Will elder brother return tomorrow? Your elder brother sent word yesterday. He will be arriving with his master, Tian Yangzi. Zhao Xian was taken aback. The elder of Qingyang sect, Tian Yangzi, he is a formidable figure of the flying heaven realm. Zhao Jiuding, with a hint of pride, exclaimed, Ha ha! The talent of Yunzhou's prodigies will soon be on display at the upcoming Grand Assembly, and your brother will be participating. His return is merely coincidental. The Yunzhou Prodigy Assembly? Zhao Xian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Indeed, it is a grand event held once every decade for all prodigies of the Yin Mountain Kingdom. With your brother's talent, he will surely shine and claim the top prize, Zhao Xian said, filled with excitement. Naturally. Therefore, the banquet tomorrow must be splendidly arranged. This marks the Zhao family's first battle for resurgence. On the following day, the entrance of the Zhao family was adorned with lanterns and bustling with activity. The head of the Yin family has arrived. The head of the Jin family has arrived. The head of the Song family has arrived. The Zhang family. The announcements echoed throughout the venue. As Zhao Jiuding sat in the banquet hall, receiving praises from the guests. Another voice rang out. The city lord has arrived. At this announcement, everyone followed Zhao Jiuding towards the entrance that I never expected even the city lord would attend, remarked a young man of a minor family, with two divine wanderers from the Zhao family. The city lord naturally comes to pay his respects, another bystander commented. You seem rather uninformed, interjected someone standing behind them. According to rumors, the Zhao family's eldest son, Zhao Qingfeng, is returning for the banquet, accompanied by his master, Tian Yangzi. Tian Yangzi, a formidable figure of the flying heaven realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Outside the Zhao family gates, a group of individuals surrounded a middle-aged man clad in green. The man slightly bowed. Congratulations, Brother Zhao. Han City shall rely on the Zhao family to contribute greatly in the future. Ha ha. Zhao Jiuding, upon hearing this, quickly returned the gesture. Thank you, City Lord at It is our Zhao family's honor to offer our humble assistance to Han City. As compliments exchanged among the guests, another voice broke the atmosphere. The head of the Tao family has arrived. Everyone turned to see a dashing young man in white leading the way, accompanied by a black-clad elder whose imposing presence demanded attention. The head of the Tao family walked alongside the elder, followed closely by several younger members of the Tao family. Zhao Jiuding scrutinized the young man at the forefront, contemplating, this must be Lin Mu. The elder behind him is undoubtedly the one who killed Shun Gang. However, he was taken aback to see the head of the Tao family placing him at the forefront. Nevertheless, Zhao Jiuding dismissed the thought. He had already inquired beforehand and discovered that the Lin family of Yunzhou had no young talents named Lin Mu. Upon the approach of the Tao family, Zhao Jiuding feigned a cordial smile. The esteemed head of the Tao family graces us with his presence that he then pretended to be surprised. This young man appears somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask who he is? Taoji stepped forward to introduce. This is young Master Lin, a distinguished guest of our Tao family, but he has joined us for the banquet. The head of the Zhao family would not mind. Would he? Lin Mu offered a slight nod. Congratulations, head Zhao, but a fleeting expression of schadenfreude across Zhao Jiuding's eyes. That as a guest, one is always welcome. Please come inside. Chapter 10. A spectacle at the banquet as the guests entered and took their seats. Zhao Jiuding exchanged a few conventional pleasantries before the banquet officially commenced. The various family heads raised their cups in tribute, most paying respects to Zhao Jiuding, while a few sycophants toasted to the city lord. At the Tao family's table, only a handful of heads from minor families affiliated with the Tao family raised their cups in Zhao Jiuding's honor. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, "Return my son's life." A man drew a long sword, pointing it directly at Lao Mo, who sat beside Lin Mu. Zhao Jiuding, observing the unfolding drama with interest, feigned anger and stepped forward. Head Shin, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to disrupt my banquet? With tears streaming down his face, Head Shin lamented, Head Zhao, please render justice. My son was killed by these treacherous scoundrels. That he glared venomously at Lao Mo. Head Shun. All present today are my esteemed guests. Without evidence, do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Head Shun's eyes blazed with fury. That villain brazenly killed in broad daylight. Many witnessed it, including the Zhao family's second son. Is this true? Zhao Jioding turned to Zhao Exin. Zhao Exin hesitated. Father, this... Zhao Jioding, feigning anger, demanded, speak plainly. The city lord is present. Tell the truth. Do not lie. Zhao Exin rose and bowed to the assembled guests that day. I had a few words with Tao family member Tao Rong. Shen Gang could not bear to see it and spoke out in defense. Suddenly, the black-clad man beside young Master Lin erupted in violence. I wished to save him, but it was too late. Zhao Xian then pointed to several individuals in the corner. Those friends were also present and can testify. The individuals Zhao Xian indicated stood and echoed. Yes, we all witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Jioding feigned difficulty, turning to the city lord. City lord, how do you suggest we handle this matter? You've dragged me into this, Zhao Jioding, the city lord said. Somewhat irritated, he had intended to remain a spectator, but found himself embroiled in the situation. Frowning, he rose and addressed the assembly. Given so many witnesses, it seems unlikely this is a fabrication. Head Tao, what is your explanation? This must be a misunderstanding. I implore the city lord to see it clearly. Tao Ji could only respond feebly. A misunderstanding. My son merely spoke the truth in defense of Zhao Gongzi and was brutally slain in the streets. You call this a misunderstanding? Head Shin's voice was filled with anguish. City lord, please grant me justice. The city lord's gaze fell upon Lin Mu, young Master Lin. Do you have anything to say? Lao Mo immediately interjected. Those who show disrespect to my master deserve death. Upon hearing the elder's unusual address, the city lord did not ponder further. So you admit that you did indeed kill him. Since that is the case, killing must be avenged. It is only just. Now, self-destruct your cultivation. Before the city lord could finish, Lin Mu interrupted. What are you to issue commands here? The lord of Hanqing suddenly froze, for no one in Hanqing had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. As the lord of a city in the Yinshan kingdom, he had the backing of the imperial court. Even those of the Xinyu realm would show him utmost respect. Were it not for the presence of Zhao Qingfeng from the Zhao family, he might not have even attended today's banquet. To his astonishment, a mere young lad had the audacity to humiliate him in public. Very well, this was indeed the first time someone had dared to address him in such a manner in Hanqing. Lin Mu scoffed, deridingly remarking, just a little city lord, do you truly believe yourself to be a person of great significance? Impudent! How dare you show disrespect to the lord? Another voice interjected. Regardless of your background, Zhao shall teach you a lesson today for your insolence. Suddenly, Zhao Jioding launched himself forward, delivering a punch toward Lin Mu. Though the strike appeared unremarkable, it concealed lethal intent, for any who were struck by it below the Xinyu realm would undoubtedly perish. This was a direct attempt to kill. As Zhao Jioding's fist hurtled toward him, Lin Mu remained seated, choosing to meet the attack with a punch of his own. The onlookers were filled with scorn, their expressions incredulous. This young man truly did not know the meaning of danger, daring to take on the full might of a Xinyu master. Tao Ji gasped, Young master, be careful. But before her words could fully register, a sickening crack echoed through the AIR. The next moment, a figure flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the distant wall, creating a deep crater before finally coming to a halt. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. The one who had been sent flying was none other than Zhao Jioding. Meanwhile, Lin Mu remained seated, his posture unwavering, having effortlessly sent a Xinyu master reeling with a single punch. Zhao Xian rushed to his father's side, only to find Zhao Jioding embedded in the wall, eyes shut tight, his right hand utterly shattered. Father! Father! Zhao Xian called desperately, but was met only with silence. Unconsciously, he reached out, placing a finger before Zhao Jioding's nose, breath. The realization struck him, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in anguish. This turn of events had surpassed all expectations that a dignified master of the Xinyu realm had been killed by a mere junior with a single punch. After a moment of grief, Zhao Xian sprang to his feet, drawing his sword, intent on avenging his father. Just then, an elderly voice boomed, You shall pay for this. A streak of azure light shot toward Lin Mu, revealing it to be the Zhao family's elder, Zhao Jin. Believing he had dealt a fatal blow, Zhao Jin expected Lin Mu to be gravely wounded. Yet to his astonishment, Lin Mu stood unharmed, his demeanor unchanged. Could it be that he possessed a protective artifact? The elder pondered. You have the audacity to come to the Zhao family and commit murder, old man. Zhao Jin began, but Lin Mu coldly interrupted. Silence. With a powerful step, he closed the distance to Zhao Jin. His speed was astonishing. The elder had no time to react before Lin Mu's fist connected, sending him hurtling 3 paces back, staggering to the ground. Blood pouring from his mouth. The Xinyu realm was divided into 9 heavens, with every 3 marking a significant threshold. Zhao Jioding had just entered the first level, his foundation not yet solidified, and was thus swiftly dispatched by Lin Mu. In contrast, Zhao Jin had been in the Xinyu realm for many years, now at the 3rd level, and with the protection of his armor, had narrowly escaped death. Surprised that he had not killed Zhao Jin with a single blow, Lin Mu remarked, "To do good to the end, to send the Buddha to the west, I shall send you both on your way." With that, he prepared to deliver another punch to the elder. The Lord of Hanqing found himself in a dilemma, but, seeing Lin Mu's intent to kill, forced himself to speak. "Young Master Lin, why must you go to such extremes? The Zhao family's eldest son is a prodigy of the Qingyang sect, and his master is a formidable figure in the Feiqian realm. Are you not afraid of their wrath?" "The Qingyang sect?" Lin Mu inquired, puzzled. The Lord of Hanqing was taken aback. The Qingyang sect is the foremost sect in the Yinshan kingdom, filled with experts, and its leader's strength is unfathomable, that if you withdraw now, you might yet save your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu clenched his fists. What nonsense! If they dare come, they will only add to the souls I collect. Such arrogance! Just as his words fell, 2 figures descended from the sky. "Are you planning to let me go?" The speaker, clad in simple garb, exuded an ethereal aura. Beside him stood a young cultivator with striking features. None other than Zhao Qingfeng. Seeing his father slain and his elder severely injured, rage surged within him. Tian Yangzi, observing his disciple's fury, reassured him, "Do not worry, I shall seek justice for you." "Thank you, master." Zhao Qingfeng forcibly suppressed his rage and hurried to inspect the elder's wounds. "Was it you who spoke so brazenly?" Tian Yangzi glared at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, with a playful smirk, replied, "Whether my words are brazen can be determined through a test. Since you were so confident, I shall oblige, and we shall see just how capable you truly are." With a flick of his fingers, Tian Yangzi summoned his flying sword, which transformed into 7 blades that simultaneously attacked Lin Mu. Though the speed of the blades was remarkable, the speed of Lao Mo's intervention was even greater. He leaped before Lin Mu, wielding his sword to parry each attack. Remarkably, he blocked all 7 blades. Seeing his initial assault thwarted, Tian Yangzi commanded the swords to swirl in the air before merging back into one, which he caught in his hand, adopting a relaxed stance. "Not bad at all. No wonder you were so arrogant," Lao Mo remarked. He then tossed the sword skyward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to see your true abilities." The sword, spinning rapidly in the air, soon transformed into 7 identical blades. The moment they emerged, they shot toward Tian Yangzi with blinding speed. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Tian Yangzi could only hastily form a protective barrier. As the first blade struck, a sharp crack resonated, shattering his barrier. The remaining 6 blades plunged into his body. Tian Yangzi's eyes widened in horror, blood gushing from his wounds, as blades pierced his limbs, head, and heart. The sword he held slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a mournful clang. His broken form collapsed with a resounding thud that in his final moments he managed to utter. Such speed in a sword, from the moment Lao Mo acted to Tian Yangzi's demise. It transpired in the blink of an eye. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, unable to fathom that a lofty master of the Feiqian realm had been slain by this figure in black. Their gazes toward Lao Mo were filled with both fear and admiration. In the hushed hall, a heart-wrenching cry erupted, "Master!" Zhao Qingfeng fell to his knees beside Tian Yangzi's corpse, his wails echoing through the heavens. He abruptly raised his head, glaring furiously at Lao Mo. "You have committed an unforgivable crime. Prepare to face the wrath of the Qingyang sect. The entire Tao family will pay the price." Ignoring Zhao Qingfeng's impotent fury, Lao Mo sheathed his sword and retreated behind Lin Mu, standing with hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had transpired. Lin Mu slowly rose, stepping forward until he towered over Zhao Qingfeng. "If I were you, I would refrain from making threats in times of weakness. Since you wish for the Tao family to accompany you to the grave, I shall ensure the Zhao family pays for your words first." As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, Lao Mo's previously retracted sword flew back into the air, this time multiplying into dozens of blades. Zhao Qingfeng, terror-stricken, roared, "Do you dare?" Lin Mu responded by delivering a kick to Zhao Qingfeng's abdomen, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by a hammer. Crumpling to the ground, he writhed in agony. Lin Mu placed a foot on Zhao Qingfeng's head, his voice icy as he declared, "Do you see whether I dare or not? Make your move." The poised flying swords, upon receiving Lin Mu's command, soared towards the Zhao family present in the hall, that in an instant, the entire chamber was filled with wails of despair. Every member of the Zhao family struck by the flying swords fell lifeless to the ground. Even the patriarch of the Xin family and several witnesses for Zhao Xin were not spared. The guests attending the banquet, overwhelmed with terror, retreated to the corners of the hall, trembling as they beheld the hellish scene unfolding before them. After a brief moment, the cries gradually subsided, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses belonging to the Zhao family. Zhao Qingfeng gazed helplessly at the carnage, his teeth clenched so tightly that blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. "That I shall not let you go even in death," he seethed, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. Lin Mu withdrew his foot from Zhao Qingfeng's head, his emotionless words resonating in Zhao Qingfeng's ears. "I fear you are not yet in a position to haunt me. Your existence is far more valuable while you remain alive." With that, Lin Mu disregarded the still cursing Zhao Qingfeng and turned to gracefully take his seat. He lifted the teacup before him, took a sip, and declared, in the span of a single cup of tea, "Anyone remaining here shall perish." Though Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone, his words struck the listeners like thunder. Some faint-hearted individuals immediately scrambled out of the hall in panic, witnessing one person take the lead. Others followed suit in a chaotic retreat. The patriarchs of the Yin and Jin families exchanged glances, then withdrew with their kin, fully aware that a storm was brewing in Hanqing, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. All those who had come to the banquet had fled, leaving the hall devoid of life. The city lord of Hanqing, mingling among the crowd, was just about to exit when he suddenly heard Lin Mu call out, "City lord, why the haste to depart?" The city lord's scalp tingled as he froze in place. Slowly, he turned around, a bitter smile adorning his face as he addressed Lin Mu. "What commands do you have?" "Young Master Lin, as the lord of a city, do you not feel compelled to say something regarding the many lives lost here?" The city lord, feeling awkward, lowered his gaze, unable to confront the horrific scene within the hall. He responded, "Today's events are a private matter between the Zhao and Tao families. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene." "Ditto, a private matter, you say? Just moments ago, were you not determined to take charge?" The city lord wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his tone growing increasingly respectful. "I was misled by Zhao Jioding earlier, which caused me to mistakenly blame young Master Lin. That I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive such folly. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Naturally, Lin Mu had no intention of believing the words of such a seasoned bureaucrat. If it is a misunderstanding, then all of the Zhao family's assets shall henceforth belong to the Tao family. "What say you, city lord?" The city lord dared not voice dissent. Even if Lin Mu demanded the city lord's mansion be transferred to the Tao family, he would not dare utter a single objection. "I shall abide by young Master Lin's arrangements." Lin Mu smiled meaningfully. "Indeed, city lord, your wisdom is commendable. Tao Ji, you shall accompany the city lord to oversee the transfer of the Zhao family's affairs." Tao Ji stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Lin Mu before moving a few steps to stand before the city lord. "City lord, please." The city lord, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, nodded in agreement. Lin Mu observed that the hall was now devoid of onlookers. He approached Zhao Qingfeng once more. "Zhao Daping, what is your standing within the Qingyang sect?" At this moment, Zhao Qingfeng had regained his composure. The madness in his eyes having faded, he pondered the implications of Lin Mu's question. "I am one of the top 10 prodigies of the Qingyang sect, and my standing there is indeed significant." "Oh, is that so? Then let the Qingyang sect prepare spirit stones for your ransom." Zhao Qingfeng, filled with skepticism, inquired, "You intend to spare me?" Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "That shall depend on your worth." Zhao Qingfeng, visibly anxious, pressed, "Are you not afraid that I will seek retribution later?" Lin Mu smiled enigmatically, that if I can capture you once, I can do so again. However, whether I choose to spare you next time remains uncertain. Although Zhao Qingfeng did not understand why Lin Mu would allow him to leave, he had no intention of delving further. He retrieved a jade slip from his pocket and infused it with spiritual energy to send a message. Such jade slips were exclusive to the top 10 prodigies, enabling them to communicate with the on-duty elders in times of peril. Moments later, a voice responded from the other end. Which disciple is sending the message? Zhao Qingfeng quickly replied, This disciple is Zhao Qingfeng. Qingfeng, my disciple. Have you encountered some trouble? Just as Zhao Qingfeng was about to respond, Lin Mu stepped forward and snatched the jade slip, declaring, Zhao Qingfeng is in my custody. Bring spirit stones to the Zhao family for his ransom before nightfall, or his body shall be all that remains. With that, Lin Mu shattered the jade slip. The elder on the other end sensed the severance of their connection and realized that the speaker had destroyed the slip. He was astonished that anyone would dare to harm the Qingyang sex prodigy in Yinshan Kingdom, but he quickly contemplated. Qingfeng returned to the Zhao family alongside Senior Tianyang. Does this imply that Senior Tianyang has also met with misfortune? Tianyang was a highly esteemed elder within the sect, possessing strength at the 6th level of the Heavenly Ascension stage. Surpassing even the elder's own capabilities, that it was clear that he needed to promptly report this to the Grand Elder of the sect. The news of the Zhao family's annihilation spread like wildfire through the streets of Hansheng, sending shockwaves throughout the city. As the news broke, every clan head hastily summoned their kin from afar, confining them to their homes, fearful that any misstep might provoke Lin Mu's wrath. Inside the Zhao family hall, only Lin Mu, Old Mo, and Zhao Qingfeng remained. Zhao Qingfeng lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. With all members of the Zhao family slaughtered before him, he could neither afford to die nor desire it, that he must survive. He sought vengeance for the 100-odd lives of his K.I.N. As the sun sank lower. Darkness enveloped Hansheng. Lin Mu glanced at the bright moon above, rising to stand before Zhao Qingfeng. Zhao Dapeng, you seem to overestimate your position within the Qingyang sect. The night has fallen. Zhao Qingfeng anxiously raised his gaze to the darkening sky, his confidence wavering. Just wait a moment. The Qingyang sect will not abandon me. Then I shall grant you another half a stick of incense as time. As soon as Lin Mu's words fell, several sounds of slicing air filled the room. Moments later, 3 figures hastily entered the hall. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Zhao Qingfeng's face lit up with joy as he cried, Grand Elder, save me. The figure referred to as the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Where is your master, Tianyang? Lin Mu had instructed the Tao family to clear away all the corpses, which prompted the Grand Elder's inquiry. Upon hearing Tianyang's name, Zhao Qingfeng's eyes brimmed with tears once more. My master has been slain by this man. Every member of the Zhao family, save for me, has perished beneath his sword. Zhao Qingfeng glared furiously, trembling as he pointed at Old Mo. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Old Mo, his expression shifting rapidly. Despite being a master at the peak of the Heavenly Ascension stage, he could not discern the cultivation level of the elderly figure before him. What do you go by? The Grand Elder decided to probe further. Such a formidable opponent could not possibly be an inconspicuous figure. Old Mo's voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, just a nameless nobody. The Grand Elder recognized Old Mo's dismissive demeanor and shifted his gaze back to Lin Mu. The grievances between you and the Zhao family are of no concern to the Qingyang sect. However, you have slain our elder and taken our prodigy hostage, but if you do not provide an explanation today, I fear matters cannot be resolved amicably. With an air of arrogance, the Grand Elder asserted his stance. Lin Mu regarded the Grand Elder with disdain, speaking coolly. An explanation? My explanation is simple. Leave behind spirit stones, and I shall release Zhao Qingfeng. Then you may depart with your people back to the Qingyang sect. Would that suffice? Preposterous. At that moment, a figure standing beside the Grand Elder stepped forward, rebuking him. This individual was the 3rd Elder, second only to the Grand Elder in strength among the elders. The Qingyang sect is the foremost sect in Yinshan Kingdom. Even the royal family must show us deference. You, a mere nameless youth, dare to act with such arrogance. Let me test just what gives you the audacity to be so insolent. As his words fell, he swiftly appeared before Lin Mu, his hand transforming into a claw as he lunged towards Lin Mu's throat with lightning speed. Suddenly, a flash of sword light slashed towards him. The The speed of the blade was so swift that he hastily evaded, but even so, a deep gash marred his chest, revealing bone. The Grand Elder, observing the confrontation, stared in shock at old Mo, who had just drawn his sword. Had the third elder not dodged in time, he would have surely succumbed to a fatal blow that he had barely registered when old Mo had unsheathed his sword. However, at the moment old Mo struck, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupt, the pressure rivaling even that of the sect's supreme elders. Upon contemplating this matter, the Grand Elder felt cold sweat bead upon his forehead. He hastily admonished, "Third Elder, do not act recklessly. Withdraw at once." The third elder, slightly indignant, retorted, "Grand Elder, you." Fearing further dissent, the Grand Elder quickly interjected, "Withdraw." Although the third elder harbored reluctance, he dared not defy the Grand Elder's authority. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a medicinal pill, which he placed in his mouth. To everyone's astonishment, the horrifying wound on his chest visibly began to heal at a slow but steady pace. Observing this, the Grand Elder's gaze shifted to old Mo with renewed scrutiny, his heart growing increasingly apprehensive. The aura emanating from old Mo fluctuated, at times as calm as placid waters, and at others as tumultuous as a cataclysm. This was certainly not an entity they three could afford to provoke. With the respected elders of the sect in seclusion, he was reluctant to attract such a formidable adversary to the Qingyang sect. For now, he decided to let the matter pass. Here were 1,000,000 spirit stones, sufficient to secure Zhao Qingfeng. The Grand Elder tossed a bag through the air towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu caught the bag and casually opened it for inspection. A trace of icy demeanor on his face thawed into a hint of a smile. "Heh, all is settled. You may take the person." Zhao Qingfeng stumbled to the Grand Elder's side, about to speak, but was met with a piercing glare that silenced him. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder seized him and soared into the night sky, followed closely by the other two just shortly after their departure. A cacophony of footsteps erupted within the courtyard. Lin Mu peered outside to discover Tao Ji accompanied by members of the Tao clan arriving. "That we greet the young master," they all chorused. "How did the task fare?" Tao Ji clasped his hands and replied, "The Zhao family's various enterprises have now wholly transferred to the young master's name." This was indeed the manner of a sagacious individual to ask the clan leader. Tao Ji was well aware of how to articulate such matters. With the 1,000,000 spirit stones in hand, Lin Mu naturally found little value in the Zhao family's modest holdings, but he waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "The Zhao family's assets may be disposed of at your discretion, Tao clan." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tao clan beamed with delight. Tao Ji bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you for your generosity, young master." The other members of the Tao clan echoed their agreement. Chapter 13. You truly are a great benefactor. It has been a month since the annihilation of the Zhao family. After once again retreating for seclusion, Lin Mu expended half of the spirit stones acquired during this time and ultimately broke through to the Flying Heaven realm. At this moment, he was listening to Tao Yuan's report. "Recently, I have received a piece of intriguing information. It is said that a map of the 9 Nether Continent will soon appear in Yunzhou City." Lin Mu expressed his interest. "Please elaborate." "That in a month's time, Yunzhou will host the decennial Tianjiao Grand Meeting, during which the prize will include a panoramic map of the 9 Nether Continent." Lin Mu, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is this information credible?" It was no wonder Lin Mu posed such a question, as he had received several rumors about maps in the past month. Yet all had proven to be mere fabrications, most being incomplete. This particular news originated from the Wando Chamber of Commerce. Thus its credibility was rather high. Tao Yuan promptly replied, "What is this Yunzhou Tianjiao Grand Meeting?" Lin Mu asked, eager for more information. The Yunzhou Tianjiao Grand Meeting, also known as the National Tianjiao Competition, occurs once every decade and has been celebrated for over 3,000 years. Lin Mu, puzzled, queried, "Why is the National Tianjiao Competition referred to as the Yunzhou Tianjiao Grand Meeting?" "Because the emperor who established this event hails from Yunzhou, and it initially included only the Tianjiao of Yunzhou that I see." "What are the qualifications to participate in this gathering?" After a moment of contemplation, Tao Yuan responded, "There are no special requirements. Any martial artist under the age of 20 may participate." Lin Mu continued, "Has the Tao clan ever participated?" Tao Yuan, with a hint of awkwardness, replied, "While there are no restrictions on cultivation levels, most participants are above the divine travel realm." "Are there any prodigies in the clan under the age of 20? Lin Mu inquired tentatively. Tao Ji's young son, Tao Qian, has already broken through to the mid-stage of spirit building at not yet 17 years old. In 20 days, I shall set off for Yunzhou. During this time, utilize all available resources to assist in his cultivation. Even if he does not succeed, it will still serve as a valuable experience for him. Tao Yuan quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young master. He then pondered aloud. Should we arrange for a few more individuals to accompany you on this journey? Lin Mu considered. Besides Tao Qian, let Tao Rong accompany as well. Although his cultivation is modest, he possesses a keen mind, adept at navigating complex situations. Upon reaching Yunzhou, he will undoubtedly be useful for gathering intelligence. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, with the ample spirit stones, Tao Qian reached the pinnacle of spirit building. This talent would classify him as a genius even in Yunzhou. That on the eve of their departure, in Tao Yuan's study, he reclined in a pearwood chair, while Tao Rong and Tao Qian stood quietly before the table. Observing the two younger clan members, Tao Yuan spoke solemnly. Tomorrow we embark for Yuzhou. You must exercise caution and discretion while accompanying the young master. Especially you. Although your talent is considerable, your behavior can be quite unruly. This journey is unlike any other. Should you misbehave again, you will face familial punishment upon your return. Tao Qian clasped his hands, stating, I will heed the ancestors' teachings. Tao Yuan then turned his gaze to Tao Rong. You possess a calm disposition. Ensure you guide your junior diligently throughout the journey. Tao Rong also bowed in agreement. This is your opportunity. Seize it well, and you may soar to great heights. The two responded in unison. We shall remember your words. That on the following day, as dawn broke, the Tao family bustled with activity. Except for those attending to external affairs, all other clan members gathered at the gates of the Tao residence. With the ancestor and the clan leader present, silence reigned among them. Tao Rong, go check if the young master has risen. Tao Yuan commanded. Hearing the ancestor's order, Tao Rong hurriedly made his way to Lin Mu's courtyard. Just a few steps in, he encountered Lin Mu and old Mo approaching, one after the other. Lin Mu, puzzled, asked, What brings you here? Tao Yuan explained. The clan members, having heard of the young master's impending journey, have come to bid farewell. Please disperse. Lin Mu gestured lightly. Upon his words, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Tao Rong, Tao Qian, and Tao Yuan. That I may not return for some time from Yunzhou. That if you encounter any insurmountable issues, exercise patience and await my return to resolve them. Lin Mu declared as he strode out with old Mo. Tao Rong and Tao Qian jogged a few steps to catch up. Tao Yuan promptly bowed. I shall exercise utmost caution and ensure that the clan members do not attract unnecessary trouble. On the broad official road, the four of them walked together. Initially, old Mo suggested they fly with the two youths, but Lin Mu expressed his desire to experience the local culture, having been preoccupied with mundane matters since his arrival. Yunzhou lay 1,000 miles south of Han City. The group ambled along, sometimes flying 100 miles at a time. The two youths were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the approaching grand meeting. However, after inquiring, they learned they were still over 100 miles from Yunzhou. Just as Lin Mu was admiring the scenery along the roadside, a gaunt old man approached. As the old man neared Lin Mu, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh dear, I've collided with someone. The old man cried out from the ground. Seeing the old man sprawled on the ground, Tao Qian rushed over to assist him. The old man, sensing someone approaching, raised his voice even higher. Oh no, my leg is broken. I can't get up. Having never witnessed such an incident, Tao Qian glanced at Tao Rong for guidance. Lin Mu refrained from intervening, wanting to observe how the two youths would respond. Tao Rong, recognizing Tao Qian's uncertainty, stepped forward and inquired, Old man, which leg did you injure? The old man opened his eyes and surveyed Tao Rong, exclaiming, Oh, my left leg hurts terribly. I can't stand up. After saying this, he clutched his left leg and began to massage it, his performance remarkably convincing. Tao Rong, seeing this, offered old man, How about I carry you to see a doctor? The old man ceased his wailing at this suggestion. Their eyes at a single village within dozens of miles. Where would you carry me to see a doctor? What to do then? We must hurry to Yunzhou City. We cannot afford to delay. Tao Rong feigned panic. No worries. You may proceed with your affairs. Just leave me a bit of medical fee, the old man replied, feigning nonchalance, with a couple of exaggerated groans. He added, Perhaps a passing ox cart will take me to the nearest village. Although Tao Rong found the old man's act amusing, He maintained a serious demeanor. We are in a rush and do not carry much silver. How much do you need for your medical fee? The common people and low-tier martial artists primarily use silver as currency. The old man thought this was an opportunity. Thus he feigned reluctance. My leg is likely ruined. I want to deceive you. Just leave me 20 or 30 taels. Tao Rong nearly laughed aloud at this, dropping the pretense. How about I give you 60 taels? The old man hastily nodded. Good, good. You truly are a great benefactor. The old man was about to shower him with more compliments when, unexpectedly, the youth delivered a swift kick to his right leg. Chapter 14. A lesson to deter others. A cacophony of pig-like screams erupted from the old man's lips. Ah, you little rascal. The hands that were originally clasped around the left leg swiftly shifted to the right leg, he wailed, rolling on the ground with even greater fervor. Old man, next time you attempt to swindle someone, keep your eyes wide open, Tao Rong remarked with a smile. The elderly man, amidst his cries, intermittently retorted, You speak nonsense. How could I be swindling? You many are bullying an old man like me. Lin Mu shook his head, thinking that if it were him, he would have broken the other leg too. Let us go, Lin Mu said, turning to leave. Just a few steps in, a loud shout rang out behind him. Stop. You think you could just walk away after hitting someone? The group turned to see a young man in white, angrily pointing at them. Behind the young man followed a girl of around 18. At that moment, the girl was pulling on the young man's sword hand, trying to persuade him not to act impulsively. Xiao Qi, let go. It is our duty to help those in distress, the girl insisted, still holding onto his hand, making it difficult for him to advance forcefully. He could only stand there and continue. You martial artists, how can you shamelessly bully an ordinary person? The old man, rolling on the ground, seized the opportunity and cried louder. Help! Young hero, save me! His voice bore a hint of weeping, whether from genuine pain or skilled acting was uncertain. The young man, hearing the elder's cries, grew even angrier. If you don't give an explanation, you won't be leaving today. Lin Mu found the impetuous youth amusing. Oh, what kind of explanation do you want? The young man was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mu's question, having merely blurted it out. After pondering for a moment, he declared, Apologize to this old gentleman and compensate for his medical expenses, and ensure you won't commit any further wrongs. The young man puffed out his chest with a sense of pride. Lin Mu, intrigued, approached the old man. Which leg did you break just now? The old man was about to say the right leg, but reconsidered. Initially, I broke my left leg, and then this person kicked my right leg. Lin feigned surprise. So both legs are broken? How truly unfortunate that as he spoke, he imitated Tao Rong and kicked the old man's left leg. This action left the young man dumbfounded. Lin Mu teased, Now you've truly broken both legs. The young man snapped back to reality and, shaking off the girl's grasp, drew his sword, lunging at Lin Mu. Villain, face my sword. Tao Rong and Tao Qian, seeing the young man's attack, swiftly drew their swords to engage him. Unexpectedly, the young man's sword energy surged, knocking both swords from their hands. With momentum unbroken, he aimed his sword once more at Lin Mu. Young master, be careful. Both Tao Rong and Tao Qian shouted in unison. Lin Mu stood calmly, unflinching. He extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the young man's sword. The young man, astonished that Lin Mu could stop his sword with just 2 fingers, summoned all his spiritual energy to retract his sword. However, it remained utterly immobile. With such meager skills, you dare to act the hero? Lin Mu mockingly gazed at the youth. With a slight increase in pressure, the young man's sword snapped in 2. Gazing at the broken sword tip, the young man stepped back, momentarily at a loss for words, consumed by humiliation and rage. The girl behind him hurried forward, concerned. How go? Are you all right? The young man, dazed, replied, I'm fine. Seeing he was merely startled, the girl turned to Lin Mu and bowed. I am from the Chui family in Yunzhou, that I apologize on behalf of Hao Ge. The Chui family in Yunzhou? Lin Mu glanced at Tao Rong. Tao Rong promptly explained, the Chui family and the Lin family are the 2 premier families in Yunzhou. After hearing Tao Rong's words, Lin Mu began to formulate a plan that a young man who had already reached the realm of Xinyu and was attending the grand event could indeed be of use. I care not for your Chui family. Those who dare to lay hands on me typically do not meet a good end. Xiao Qi, feigning calm, responded, We sincerely apologize for the offense. Please, young master, show mercy. Let it be that the Chui family owes you a favor. She then produced a jade box, presenting it with both hands. This box contains a boundary-breaking pill, which can help a Zolingshu warrior break through to the Shinyu realm. I see this brother is already at the peak of Zolingshu. I believe it would be useful to you. The girl looked at Tao Qian. Xiaoqi, you mustn't. That is meant for your master's breakthrough. Cui Hao quickly interjected to its of no concern. How good I can always ask my master for another later. If it's that easy. Do you think the boundary-breaking pill grows on trees? Your master. Cui Hao was cut off before he could finish. Enough, Hao Go. I have my own plans. This boundary-breaking pill was indeed precious, yet she was reluctant to part with it. However, the person before her had easily shattered Hao Ji's Longyin sword with his bare hands. It was likely that only a master of the Flying Heaven realm could achieve such a feat. Lin Mu examined the box presented to him, opening it to reveal a reddish-brown pill. Its surface swirling with spiritual energy, clearly a treasure of no ordinary nature. It was indeed a good item, though not enough to barter for his life. The girl, observing Lin Mu's contemplation, inquired, "Is there anything else you desire, young master? Just say the word, and, as long as the Cui family can manage it, we will comply. It is not a difficult request. I want you to assist me in one matter, if accomplished. I shall spare his life." "What matter?" the girl asked. "It is quite simple. There is a prize at this Yunzhou Grand event that contains something I need, that as long as he can retrieve it for me. It will suffice." Lin Mu pointed at Cui Hao. "Might I inquire what this item is? Perhaps our family vault might possess it." Xiaoqi suggested that I seek a map of the Geo continent. "Does your Cui family have one?" Lin Mu inquired. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment before replying, "I cannot say for certain, but why don't you accompany me to the Cui family, and I shall ask the elders. That sounds agreeable." Lin Mu assented, unperturbed by any treachery from the Cui family. At this moment, Taorong stepped forward, asking, "What shall we do about the swindling old man?" Lin Mu nonchalantly replied, "Since he can no longer move, see him on his way." Taorong was taken aback, but upon meeting Lin Mu's icy gaze, he dared not speak further. He picked up the broken sword and approached the old man. The old man, having gleaned from the conversation that he had encountered a formidable opponent, was filled with dread as he saw Taorong advancing with the broken sword, his expression ominous. "Young hero, spare me. I was foolish and rash to offend you all." As Taorong drew nearer, the old man desperately looked to Cui Hao for help, but Cui Hao kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet the old man's eyes. Suddenly, the old man found the strength to rise. Limping as he attempted to flee, Taorong leaped forward, piercing the old man's chest with his sword. Lin Mu had always despised those who engaged in deceitful tactics. The old man's crimes were not worthy of death. Yet it was Cui Hao's fault for rushing in without discernment. Lin Mu's action served merely as a warning. Cui Hao gazed at the old man's corpse. Filled with profound regret, he turned his gaze toward Lin Mu's back, eyes reflecting deep apprehension. Chapter 15. Who dares to cause trouble in my Cui family? The next morning, the group stepped into Yunzhou City as the first light of dawn broke. Yunzhou City is the foremost metropolis of the Yinshan Kingdom, housing over 1 million inhabitants. Within the city, there are dozens of families, both large and small. Among them, the Cui and Lin families stand as the two most powerful, controlling half of the city's enterprises. The Cui estate lies at the very center of Yunzhou City, resembling a colossal edifice. The group strolled leisurely for nearly an hour before arriving at a sprawling estate, its scale far surpassing that of the Tao family. Upon entering the Cui residence, guided by Xiaoqi, they walked for some time until they finally reached a courtyard. "Young Master Lin, please rest here for a moment while I and Hao go pay our respects to the clan elders," Xiaoqi said, bowing politely. Lin Mu surveyed the courtyard's layout, noting that it appeared to be designed for women. "Miss Cui, do not keep me waiting too long. I am not a patient man," he remarked. Xiaoqi smiled gently. "Rest assured, young Master Lin, we will return shortly." With that, she bowed once more and turned to leave. Shortly after Xiaoqi departed, 2 maidservants entered the courtyard, carrying pastries and tea. They spoke not a word, quietly placing the items down before turning to leave. Lin Mu leisurely took a seat, glancing around. Taorong, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Young master, would you like me to inquire outside?" Lin Mu replied solemnly, "No need for that at the moment." In another part of the Cui estate, Xiaoqi was conversing with an elder. Cui Hao sat beside them, his head bowed, lost in thought. "Xiaoqi, do you believe this person is likely a master of the Flying Heaven realm?" the elder inquired. Shao Qi replied earnestly, I believe so. He easily shattered the Longyin sword with his bare hands, and Hao Ge had no means to counter him. The elder, upon hearing this, spoke gravely, to my knowledge. Our clan does not possess a map of the Jiuyou continent. The territories of other races in the Jiuyou continent are exceedingly perilous. Only a great emperor can create a complete map. Shao Qi remarked, according to that young gentleman Lin, the rewards for this Yunzhou Grand Assembly will include a map of the 9 netherworlds. Its authenticity, however, remains uncertain. Historically, the Grand Assemblies have been overseen by the City Lord's Mansion, with the Chui and Lin families providing assistance. This time, there is indeed a map among the prizes. The elder asserted with certainty. This map was personally drawn by the esteemed Wanderer Emperor, the founder of the assembly. Of course, the original still resides in the City Lord's Mansion. What will be presented this time is merely a replica. Shao Qi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why would the City Lord's Mansion release such a valuable reward? The elder chuckled softly, because the third prince will also be attending this assembly, that I in an instant. Shao Qi grasped the implication of the elder's words. She couldn't help but voice her concern. Does that mean Brother Hao will have no chance? Do not panic. I will handle this matter, the elder said, observing Shao Qi's hesitant expression before continuing. I know what you wish to convey. I have my own measures that I shall host a banquet for them tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I have already arrived. With that voice, Lin Mu, clad in white, appeared before Shao Qi and the others. Shao Qi, taken aback, asked, How did you find your way here, young Master Lin? Were the servants lacking in hospitality? I mentioned that I am not a patient man and do not enjoy beating around the bush. Lin Mu replied that I sincerely apologize for my neglect towards young Master Lin. Shao Qi said, somewhat regretfully, Let us dispense with the formalities. I am here to inquire about the map. How did your discussions fare? The elder, displeased by Lin Mu's uninvited presence and his aggressive tone, retorted, Young Master Lin, is it not somewhat presumptuous of you to storm into another's residence in such a manner? Lin Mu laughed heartily. Presumptuous? If you cannot provide me with a clear answer, I assure you I shall become even more audacious. Very well. Let me see what you have to offer, the elder said. Visibly infuriated, he summoned a ball of purple light in his palm, which shot towards Lin Mu like a blazing flame. As the purple light surged toward him, Lin Mu remained still and simply swung his fist, dissipating the purple energy effortlessly, he then lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the elder. Lin Mu's strike was imbued with an overwhelming force. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate him. He met Lin Mu's punch with his own while conjuring a defensive shield with his spiritual energy. Upon collision, the elder felt as though his entire arm had shattered. The shield he had hastily conjured barely held for an instant before crumbling to dust. The elder was forced back into a corner, barely regaining his footing, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Shao Qi rushed forward to intercede. Young Master Lin, please show mercy. That is not that we wish to renege. We are simply powerless. Shao Qi quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment to Lin Mu, omitting, of course, the fact that the original map remained in the City Lord's Mansion. This was because the Wanderer Emperor was the founder of Yunzhou, and Shao Qi did not want his sole, authentic relic to fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Mu frowned slightly. So you are saying that this map is essentially earmarked for the third prince of Yanshan Kingdom? Shao Qi, anxious, confirmed, Indeed, while my Chui family holds some sway in Yunzhou, we find ourselves powerless against the royal family. Although we cannot secure the map, we can offer compensation to young Master Lin from other sources. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. In that case, let the map be temporarily stored with him. Shao Qi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this person intended to seize it from the third prince? Lin Mu, oblivious to Shao Qi's unease, stepped closer, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon her. Since he cannot obtain the map, it serves no purpose for him to keep it. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, a figure emerged at the doorway. Old Mo, who swiftly advanced and placed his sword at Chui Hao's throat. Hold on, young master, we are willing to compensate you with spirit stones. We hope you will show mercy. Lin Mu had intended to extort a sum of spirit stones from the Chui family. Seeing Shao Qi's willingness, he slowly extended a finger. Very well. I will accept this amount. Shao Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Matters that could be resolved with spirit stones were not beyond the means of the Chui family. She tentatively suggested 100,000 spirit stones. The illustrious young master of the Chui family is only worth 100,000 spirit stones. Lin Mu mocked. Chui Hao, irritated at having a sword pressed against his neck, retorted, "Do you expect 1 million spirit stones instead? How is it that the life of a talented young master from the Chui family is not worth 1 million spirit stones?" Young Master Lin. The Chui family can indeed provide 1 million spirit stones, but I must consult the clan leader first. Xiao Qi quickly interjected. Miss Chui, my patience is exceedingly limited that I shall give you half an hour. You must choose between 1 million spirit stones and Chui Gongzi's life. Lin Mu's tone was domineering, filled with an air of undeniable authority. At that moment, a voice equally commanding echoed from outside. Who dares to be reckless in my Chui family's abode? As the words fell, a man in his 40s, exuding an air of authority, stepped into the room. The Chui siblings and others promptly bowed. We greet the clan leader. Chui Yin, the head of the Chui family, grunted in acknowledgement and fixed his gaze upon Lin Mu. I care not for your reasons for being here. Now you shall sever one of your arms and depart from the Chui family on your knees. And I shall spare your life. Chapter 16. I believe you are mistaken. It is 3 million spirit stones. Chui Yin, the head of the Chui family, is one of the 4 great masters of Yunzhou. A formidable figure at the 9th level of the sky-soaring realm, in Yinshan Kingdom. He fears no one save for those ancient beings of the revered realm who seldom make an appearance. Thus, he possesses the authority to utter such words. The Tao brothers, who accompanied him, stood frozen in place. Chui Yin's name was legendary in Yinshan Kingdom. There had been a time when a gang ambushed a Chui family convoy, slaughtering over a dozen of their members. Chui Yin single-handedly stormed their stronghold, wielding a flaming spear, and left the gang in a pool of blood. The higher echelons of the gang were nearly wiped out, including 3 masters of the sky-soaring realm. Since then, no petty criminals dared to covet the Chui family. Now, this legendary figure stood before them, and they felt both anxious and exhilarated. That I extend the same offer to you. Sever your arm. And I will also spare your life for the price of 2 million spirit stones, Lin Mu declared fearlessly. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. If you seek death, I shall gladly accommodate you. A fiery red spear materialized in Chui Yin's hand, transforming him into a god of slaughter. Prepare to meet your demise. Chui Yin thrust the spear forward. In dealing with a junior, he felt no need for any elaborate tactics. Just as the spear was a mere meter from Lin Mu, an astonishing event occurred. With a sharp clang, the spear fell to the ground, along with an arm, Chui Yin's arm. Chui Yin was momentarily stunned, forgetting the pain of his severed limb. Just moments ago, he had only perceived a fleeting shadow before his arm had been severed. Was it him? Chui Yin gazed at old Mo, whose sword remained poised at Chui Hao's neck. In an instant, the series of actions had been executed flawlessly. A master of the revered realm. The thought sent a chill down Chui Yin's spine. Had the one who severed his arm aimed for his head instead, he would now be a corpse. The head of the family. Chui Yin's ability to adapt was unquestionable. He pressed his hand against the stump of his severed arm, staunching the blood flow. Then, without hesitation, he knelt before old Mo on one knee. Thank you for your mercy, senior. Old Mo replied indifferently. My master only demanded your arm, not your life. My master. Chui Yin pondered. Could it be that this young man was his master? As a sky-soaring realm expert, it was effortless for him to alter his appearance, and he himself had lived for over a century. Realizing this, he turned to Lin Mu and bowed. Thank you, young master, for your grace in sparing my life. Lin Mu replied coolly, as I mentioned earlier, your life is worth 2 million spirit stones, and his is worth 1 million. He gestured toward Chui Hao. Yes. Fetch 3 million spirit stones immediately. Be swift, Chui Yin commanded loudly. See, if we had done this from the start, we could have avoided all this bloodshed. Lin Mu lamented with a feigned sense of regret that I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize a great mountain. And I sincerely apologize to the young master once more, Chui Yin said, ready to bow again. Lin Mu waved his hand, rise. Chui Yin slowly stood up. It must be said that Chui Yin's words held weight. In a mere moment, members of the Chui family rushed in, carrying an ancient ring. Chui Yin accepted the ring and opened his hand, presenting it to Lin Mu. The spirit stones are all contained within. This ring is a small space created by an ancient being, and I present it to you as well. Lin Mu examined the ring with a spiritual sense and found that it contained several hundred square meters of space, nearly half of which was filled with shimmering spirit stones that he casually slipped the ring onto his finger and declared with satisfaction, "Now we are square." Upon hearing these words, Lao Mo withdrew the long sword he had positioned against Cui Hao's neck. Cui Hao, alarmed, hastily distanced himself from the fearsome individual. The arrival of young Master Lin at the humble abode of the Cui family was indeed a tremendous honor. I shall host a banquet this evening to express my apologies to young Master Lin. Lin Mu, discerning the ulterior motives of Cui Yin, recognized that he merely sought to ingratiate himself in hopes of undermining the Lin family, that he had no intention of being manipulated as a pawn by others. "No need," he replied. "Once the Yunzhou grand event concludes, I shall take my leave from Yunzhou City." Taking a step forward, Lin Mu retreated again, leaning closer to Cui Yin and whispering in his ear, "Have your people keep an eye out for this." With a flicker of spiritual energy, Lin Mu conjured an illusion resembling the heavenly Dao stone. "Take a good look. Inform me if you uncover any leads. If you can help me find one, you may present a single request, any request you desire." Cui Yin desperately imprinted the image of the heavenly Dao stone into his memory. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The promise of one accompanied by a being of the revered realm was invaluable. Cui Yin feigned a humble smile, saying, "As soon as I have news, I shall inform you immediately." He refrained from inquiring where Lin Mu intended to go. As long as he remained in Yunzhou City, the Cui family could monitor his movements at any time. Amidst the bustling streets, Lin Mu strolled leisurely with a few companions. Suddenly, Tao Rong approached from an unknown direction. "Young master, I have gathered information. The largest inn in Yunzhou is the Yunlai Inn, just ahead." The Yunlai Inn, situated in the eastern part of the city, catered to individuals of status and standing. Upon entering, the attendant promptly greeted them. "Will you be dining or seeking accommodations?" Tao Rong stepped forward, stating, "First, we shall dine, and then we require 4 of the finest guest rooms." The attendant, looking troubled, replied, "I apologize, esteemed guests, but recently many outsiders have come to Yunzhou, and we are short on rooms." "How many rooms do you have left?" Tao Rong inquired. "Only 2 rooms of the earth category, esteemed guest. What do you think?" The attendant glanced at the 4 individuals. Lin Mu suddenly asked, "Which are the best rooms?" The attendant, puzzled by Lin Mu's question, responded, "The best are naturally the heavenly category rooms, but they are fully booked." Just as the attendant finished speaking, Tao Qian interjected, "Even if they are fully booked, it matters not. Clear 4 rooms for us, and we shall pay double the price." Tao Qian's bold demeanor had always been apparent. Previously, he had restrained himself due to Lin Mu's presence. But after the incident with the Cui family, he had grasped Lin Mu's approach, to provoke trouble without fear. Thus, he felt liberated to express his true nature, seeing the attendant frozen in place. He shouted again, "What? Are you afraid that I cannot pay in spirit stones?" The attendant inwardly thought, where did this bumpkin come from? The heavenly rooms are occupied by high-ranking martial artists and dignitaries. Forcing them to vacate would be akin to courting death. However, he dared not voice this sentiment, only offering a forced smile. "I would not dare, but the guests in the heavenly rooms are not ones I can offend." As the attendant grappled with the situation, a graceful young man approached, inquiring, "What commotion is this?" Recognizing the newcomer as the innkeeper's son, the attendant replied, "These guests insist on the heavenly rooms, but they are fully booked." The newcomer observed Lin Mu's imposing demeanor and the old man behind him, whose profound spiritual energy hinted at unascertainable prowess, and thus did not dare to be dismissive. "That I am Lin Chun, the steward of this inn. May I inquire your name?" Upon hearing the surname Lin, Lin Mu understood to whom this establishment belonged, the Lin family of Yunzhou. Chapter 17. Why not promptly apologize to this young master? Lin Mu noted that the steward's manner was quite courteous and introduced himself. "I am Lin Mu." Lin Chun responded in surprise, "Ah, it is young Master Lin Mu. May I ask from which branch of the Lin family you hail?" Lin Mu replied, "I am not a native of Yunzhou. I have come merely to join the festivities." Realizing that Lin Mu was not a scion of the family, Lin Chen's tone cooled slightly. "The heavenly rooms are indeed fully booked. The earth rooms are quite satisfactory. Would you care to take a look?" "What nonsense! Are we expected to wait for our esteemed master to be accommodated? Your establishment seems to have no desire to remain open," Tao Qian exclaimed loudly, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Lin Chen felt a twinge of anger at this outburst, just as he contemplated instructing the attendant to evict the intruders. A commotion erupted at the entrance to the heavenly room. Who dares disturb my serene cultivation? I shall flay your skin. With that, a young man, whose expression was full of disdain, descended from the heavenly room. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Chun hastily approached. Ah, esteemed senior brother Du from Qingyang sect. These outsiders have caused a ruckus. I shall have them removed immediately. Senior brother Du cast a dismissive glance at Lin Mu and his companions, stating, what unworthy individuals dare to set foot in Yunlai? Hurry and expel them. Lin Chun, eager to appease, nodded vigorously. Although the Lin family was not inferior to the Qingyang sect, they would not grovel unnecessarily. For the Lin family's eldest son was currently training within the sect. The guests in the heavenly rooms had been invited by the Lin family's heir. Offending them could jeopardize not only Lin Chen's position, but also his father's stewardship. Lin Chun, wearing a fawning smile towards senior brother Du, turned to Lin Mu and his companions with a drastically altered demeanor. Have them thrown out. The guard stationed at the inn, upon hearing the steward's command, rushed in to evict the intruders. Tao Qian, seething with anger, drew his long sword, declaring, I shall see who dares. Tao Rong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately unsheathed his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Mu. Seeing that Lin Mu and his companions not only refused to leave, but also brazenly brandished their weapons, senior brother Du remarked sarcastically, it appears the Lin family reigns supreme in Yunzhou. The rumors seem exaggerated. Lin Chen's expression darkened. You wish to wreak havoc in my Lin family's territory. You have surely mistaken your location. Lin Mu, uninterested in the antics of these fools, coldly commanded, silence at his command. A series of resounding slaps echoed through the air, and a shadow darted back behind Lin Mu. None could discern when this figure had made their move. The once arrogant senior brother, Du, now stood bloodied, several of his teeth knocked out. Lin Chen also found himself seated on the ground, his face swollen. Covering his mouth, senior brother Du emitted muffled sounds directed at Lin Mu's position. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. What audacity! To strike someone from Qingyang sect, they must be courting death. That old man in black is certainly not ordinary. Senior brother Du, already at the 6th level of the ethereal realm, had been so thoroughly beaten that he stood dazed. Yet, what did it matter? The heavenly category still housed several prodigies. Indeed, it was said that among the prodigies of Qingyang sect, some had recently made breakthroughs into the flying realm. Hush, speak softly. The people from Qingyang sect are emerging. As the door to the Qingyang sect room opened, the surrounding chatter ceased. An elder clad in green surveyed the area with an imposing presence. When his gaze fell upon Lin Mu, he nearly stumbled to the ground. How could it be him? This elder was none other than the one who had accompanied the Grand Elder of Qingyang sect to Zhao family to negotiate for the release of captives. Upon returning to the sect after leaving Zhao family, the Grand Elder had relayed his suspicions about Lao Mo when he learned that Lao Mo might be a formidable being of the revered realm. He could not help but break into a cold sweat. Since then, he had been restless, not daring to leave the gates of Qingyang sect, this time with the sect's prodigies attending the Yunzhou Grand Event. He had no choice but to come along as a protector. Little did he expect that on the very first day, he would encounter the one person he wished to avoid the most. The elder's mind raced. Upon observing the bloodied face of senior brother Du, he grasped the situation with clarity, in a flurry. He approached senior brother Du without asking for explanations and delivered several resounding slaps to his face. Only when Du's front teeth flew out did he cease his assault. I have repeatedly warned you to avoid trouble, yet you have acted so arrogantly, bringing shame upon Qingyang sect. Quickly apologize to this young master. His gaze shifted towards Lin Mu in the distance. What is happening? The onlookers were filled with confusion. When did Qingyang sect become so accommodating? Senior brother Du, equally perplexed, stammered, Elder, silence. You show no signs of repentance. You are hereby sentenced to return to the sect for 100 years of reflection, and you shall not descend the mountain without my permission. Senior brother Du was nearly in tears. He could not fathom what had possessed his elder today. As he remained frozen in place, the elder feigned another strike, causing Du to flee in panic. This spectacle drew laughter from the crowd. When his gaze landed on Lin Mu once more, he unexpectedly found Lin Mu scrutinizing him intently. The elder, under Lin Mu's penetrating gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. he approached with a forced smile, slightly bowing as he said, "It is entirely my fault for not disciplining my disciples properly, allowing them to offend the young master, that I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Lin Mu, recognizing the individual, maintained his composure and replied, "Clear out 4 guest rooms for me, and then vanish." The elder on duty nodded hastily in affirmation. Even if Lin Mu did not voice it, he had no desire to remain in this place any longer. He swiftly lifted the still prostrate Lin Shun from the ground and urged loudly, "Room Tian 1235, check out." He then turned to Lin Mu and said, "Young Master Lin, I shall tidy up the room immediately. Please wait a moment." The onlookers gazed at the elder in astonishment once more. They simply could not comprehend why the elder from Qingyang would treat Lin Mu with such deference. Curiosity compelled them to scrutinize Lin Mu closely. Lin Shun, initially taken aback, gradually regained his composure. Rubbing his slightly swollen cheek, a sense of trepidation welled up within him. What kind of existence could command such extraordinary respect from the elder of Qingyang? Surely, even the princes and princesses of the royal family could not achieve such standing. His eyes darted nervously across Lin Mu and his companions. With a humble demeanor, he approached Lin Mu, saying, "Young Master Lin, please follow me. I will assist you with the registration." Tao Qian, standing nearby, couldn't help but mock. "Who was it just now that claimed they would expel us?" Lin Shun feigned anger, exclaiming, "Who has the audacity to do so? I shall break their legs." His expression turned fierce as he chastised several guards. "Have your eyes gone blind? You dare offend young Master Lin? Withdraw at once." The crowd collectively looked down upon him, their disdain palpable. What a thick skin he had. Lin Mu, however, did not wish to waste further energy on such a minor character. Lin Shun completed the registration in haste and respectfully handed Lin Mu 4 identity tokens, inscribed with Tian E, Tian Air, Tian San, and Tian Wu. Just as the registration concluded, the elder on duty, accompanied by several reluctant disciples from Qingyang, descended from the upper floor as they passed by Lin Mu. The elder clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Lin, I shall take my leave now." The elder's demeanor incited a flurry of glances from the Qingyang elites. The elder, noticing their reaction, sternly admonished, "Hurry along. Anyone who dares speak out will have their qualifications to participate revoked." The elite disciples begrudgingly averted their gazes and exited the inn amidst the laughter of onlookers. Chapter 18. No, I shall go in person. The next day, in room Tian E, Tao Qian held a jade box, attentively listening to Lin Mu's instructions. "You shall consume this breaking boundary pill today to break through to the divine travel realm. Tomorrow marks the deadline for registration for the Yunzhou Grand Assembly." Although he had long known about the pill, Tao Qian could not suppress his excitement. "Thank you, young master, I will do my utmost at this assembly. As for the panoramic map of the 9 provinces, I have my own means of acquiring it." Tao Qian responded before taking his leave. After Tao Qian departed, Lin Mu reclined on the bed, contemplating the matters ahead. The 3rd prince, the Chui family. Things are becoming intriguing. In the city, at the Chui family estate, Chui Yin sat in his study, engrossed in the blueprints on his desk. His previously severed arm, unbeknownst to him, had miraculously regrown through some secret method. "The Lin family has suppressed my Chui family for over a century. Do they truly believe I am unaware? It is the city lord's manor that has been providing support from behind the scenes." Chui Yin murmured to himself, "Perhaps this is the opportunity for my Chui family to rise and dominate Yunzhou." The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning the Lin family and the city lord's manor groveling at his feet. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his reverie. "Patriarch, a clan member has reported that they have found what you were looking for." "What?" Chui Yin sprang to his feet with enthusiasm. "Come in." An elder entered, who was the external affairs elder of the Chui family. "Where is it? Who discovered it?" Chui Yin inquired eagerly. "It was discovered by the steward responsible for collaborating with the Tianmen auction house." "Chui Bin," the elder replied. "Chui Bin. The Tianmen auction house? Does this mean the item is at the Tianmen auction house?" Chui Yin questioned tentatively. Chui Bin reported that he had found a lead through the auction house's informant, which closely resembled the item depicted on the blueprints. The elder pointed at the blueprints in front of Chui Yin. Chui Yin contemplated for a moment. "Where's Chui Bin now?" "He is waiting in the front hall." "Bring him to me." He then added, "No, I shall go myself. I am in the front hall of the Chui family." Chui Bin sat anxiously. Due to his nerves, he could only perch on the edge of the chair. Having lived in the outer door since birth, he was merely an inconspicuous branch family member among the thousands descended from the Chui lineage. Over the years, through his adept handling of affairs and relentless effort, he had finally managed to become a steward. He had thought he would reach the pinnacle of his life with this position, which, while not high, was certainly better than that of many other branch family members. Little did he expect that a casually placed informant would yield such unexpected results. Suddenly, a booming laugh interrupted his thoughts. "Ha! You are Chui Bin." Chui Yin strode into the hall, laughing heartily. Chui Bin, startled by the voice, quickly stood and clasped his hands, declaring, "Outer door steward Chui Bin, greetings patriarch." As a steward, he had encountered Chui Yin once at the Tianmen auction house. Chui Yin produced the blueprint depicting the Tian Dao stone and asked, "Have you seen the item clearly? Is it indeed this?" Chui Bin raised his head, scrutinizing it for a moment. "That I have brought the blueprint drawn by the informant. Please take a look, patriarch." He produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Chui Yin. Chui Yin placed the two blueprints side by side for comparison. The more he compared, the more exhilarated he became. Despite minor inaccuracies in the drawing, he could still discern that both illustrations depicted the same item. "Excellent, excellent. Chui Bin, you have done a tremendous service this time," Chui Yin exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Chui Bin hurriedly replied, "It is the duty of every member of the Chui family to contribute to the clan." Chui Yin suddenly asked, "Does your informant know who owns this item?" Chui Bin replied, "The informant status is insufficient to contact the person behind it. However, this item will be auctioned in 3 days." "Very well, that if this succeeds, the family will certainly reward you greatly. Continue monitoring the Tianmen auction house and report any developments immediately." Chui Bin affirmed with an understood and bowed respectfully before departing. "Come in." Chui Yin called into the void, that I in the emptiness. A figure materialized. "Where is young Master Lin now?" "The young master checked into the Lin family's Yun Lion yesterday," the figure replied. "The Lin family? Could the intelligence be incorrect? Is young Master Lin a member of the Yunzhou Lin family?" Chui Yin murmured to himself, his brow furrowing. The figure added, "It seems not. Yesterday, young Master Lin had a conflict with Lin Qin of the Lin family and even clashed with the Qingyang sect." "Oh, ha! The Lin family believes that by allying with the Qingyang sect, they can wield absolute power," Chui Yin declared. "Keep a close watch on young Master Lin's movements, but do not draw too near or take any unnecessary actions." The figure responded with an understood, then vanished into thin air. Chui Yin tapped his fingers on the table a few times and said, "Just to be safe, it would be prudent to relay this information to the Lin family. If we act ourselves and something goes awry, it would be a loss that I shall go in person." The accompanying elder from the outer door interjected, "That may not be wise." Chui Yin paused, considering. "You are right. If I go myself, I might attract too much attention and alert the Lin family. Young Master Lin was brought here by Shao Qi. Perhaps she would be more suitable," Chui Yin decisively stated. "Go and summon Shao Qi to my study, that I in room Tianyi." Lin Mu retracted his spiritual sense and slowly opened his eyes. The absorption rate of the spiritual stones had increased significantly. Indeed, the Tian Dao stone enhanced the absorption speed of spiritual stones. Lin Mu had just had a sudden inspiration that by channeling some of the heavenly powers from the Tian Dao stone to absorb the spiritual stones. The process was indeed much faster than before. "If I could gather 9 Tian Dao stones, I wonder what effect that would yield," Lin Mu pondered. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted him. "Master, the young girl from the Chui family is here to see you. She says there is news regarding your instructions. Let her in and ensure no one else comes near." Yes, shortly after, another knock sounded. "Young Master Lin, Shao Qi requests an audience. Come in." Shao Qi entered and promptly closed the door behind her. She walked slowly to Lin Mu's side and presented 2 maps on the table. That a disciple from the Chui family discovered this item at the Tianmen auction house. This is the blueprint drawn by that disciple. Lin Mu glanced at it and immediately recognized that the illustration depicted the Tian Dao stone before it was unsealed. "The Tianmen auction house. Do you know who it belongs to?" Lin Mu inquired. "That is unclear. However, it will be auctioned at the Tianmen auction house in 3 days. Our Chui family cannot intervene directly for fear that the Lin family will cause trouble and disrupt your grand plans." Lin Mu thought for a moment and, with a cold tone, declared, "The Yunzhou Lin family. If they dare to thwart my endeavors, they are merely seeking their own demise. That I in 3 days. You shall accompany me to the Tianmen auction." Xiao Qi's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. Yes, I take my leave. Lin Mu set down the two blueprints, a glint of interest in his eyes, and remarked, the Chui family. If this truly is the Tian Dao stone, what harm is there in lending you a hand? Chapter 19. The things I desire. Yet I reluctantly part with my spirit stones amidst the bustling streets. The figures of Lin Mu and his companions wove through the throng. Xiao Qi walked alongside Lin Mu, taking on the role of a guide. She intermittently introduced the various edifices lining the roadside. Behind them, Lao Mo and Tao Rong followed in silence. Ever since Tao Qian signed up for the grand event, he had confined himself to his quarters, striving to solidify his cultivation before the competition. Young master, we've arrived, Xiao Qi announced, pointing ahead. That three-story building is the Tianmen auction house. Lin Mu glanced forward and indeed beheld a three-story structure. Its entrance adorned with a sign bearing the words Tianmen in dark golden letters. The Tianmen auction house had branches throughout the 9 nether continent, and it was rumored even the Shura and giant races possessed their own Tianmen establishments. The auction house had always maintained an excellent reputation, with no one daring to cause a ruckus within its walls. That it was said that this time, 3 treasured items would be auctioned, hence the unusually high turnout of participants. Even the entrance fee, which had skyrocketed from 10,000 spirit stones to 100,000, could not dampen the enthusiasm of various factions. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Look, a golden carriage. Could it be someone from the royal family? Only royalty favors golden adornments at someone's disembarking. Quick look, how beautiful! Which family does this fairy belong to? She has completely captivated my soul. Don't be reckless, you fool. That is the most favored third princess of the Yinshan royal family, Princess Tianning. As the crowd murmured, a young woman in her 20s emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Her graceful figure and poised demeanor elicited gasps of admiration. Her stunning beauty could easily be described as enchanting, unperturbed by the gazes and whispers. She seemed entirely accustomed to the adoration of the masses. Lin Mu couldn't help but steal a few glances. That a charming lady is indeed a gentleman's delight, and Lin Mu was no exception to this sentiment. Lao Mo, observing Lin Mu's expression, remarked, it appears the master is in need of a foot warmer for the night. Xiao Qi, upon hearing Lao Mo's comment, broke into a cold sweat. Only this bold fellow would dare utter such words. Lin Mu remained noncommittal, merely responding with 2 words. Let's go. Xiao Qi proved quite capable, securing a well-placed private box on the 2nd floor of the venue. Opening the window, they could clearly see all the items being auctioned on the stage. The box was marked with the character Jia. Once Lin Mu and his companions settled in, they waited for a mere quarter of an hour before hearing the auctioneer's opening remarks. Thank you, esteemed guests, for attending this auction. I will briefly explain the rules, particularly for those attending for the first time. Firstly, the principle of the auction is fair competition. Highest bid wins. During bidding, no threats or obstructions to other bidders are allowed. Inside the auction house, we guarantee the safety of every guest. Please bid with confidence. Secondly, bidders should bid according to their capabilities. Only spirit stones will be accepted. Those who maliciously bid and fail to pay will bear the consequences. Now let me outline a few more details. After another quarter of an hour, the auctioneer finally concluded his opening speech. The first item for auction today is the first of our 3 treasured items. The auctioneer deliberately paused for effect. Upon hearing the introduction of a treasured item, the crowd's breath quickened. The auctioneer surveyed the audience, sensing their rising excitement. Calmly, he presented the first item. That it was a plain jade slip. Holding the slip aloft, the auctioneer announced, this is a technique jade slip containing all the cultivation insights of the legendary Yunyan Emperor, along with his understanding of spiritual energy utilization. The Lingjin method. As you all know, Tianmen's credibility is unmatched. A counterfeit will result in severe penalties. The value of this jade slip hardly needs further elaboration. The starting bid is 1 million spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 100,000. Let the bidding commence. The auctioneer hardly needed to stir the crowd's emotions. Bidding commenced immediately. I bid 110,000. I bid 150,000. 200,000. Within a mere 10 minutes. The bid surged to 500,000, called out by the first box on the 2nd floor. 500,000 represented the total annual income of the Chui family. Lin Mu, who had last received spirit stones from the Chui family, found himself without the means to bid. That he merely cast a casual glance at the item the auctioneer held and remarked, this item is quite useful. I could use it for the time being. He and Lao Mo had not practiced any techniques for controlling spiritual energy, resulting in a rather rudimentary understanding of its application. Although Lao Mo's spiritual energy was limitless, his offensive capabilities were singular. If they encountered someone with special abilities, they could find themselves in a precarious position, especially if the opponent chose to flee. Therefore, Lin Mu was determined to acquire this jade slip that I in a moment of distraction. Xiao Qi misinterpreted Lin Mu's comment as a signal to raise the bid. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, 600,000 spirit stones. A woman's voice from the first box interjected, 1,000,000 spirit stones. The atmosphere shifted. It was clear this bidder was resolute. All other bidders hesitated, as 1,000,000 exceeded their expectations. Judging by the confidence of the bidder, it seemed 1,000,000 was not their cap. Just as Xiao Qi contemplated continuing her bid, Lin Mu interrupted, no need to rush. Xiao Qi quickly replied, young master, the Cui family can certainly afford this amount. Lin Mu cryptically suggested, I desire the item, yet I am reluctant to part with my spirit stones. What do you propose we do? Young master, feel free to bid on what you wish. The spirit stones will be provided by the Cui family. The clan leader instructed us before his departure that we need not worry about the stones. Xiao Qi assured. Not wishing to miss such a splendid opportunity, Lin Mu smiled enigmatically. Just observe. No need to bid further. Tao Rong, pondering Lin Mu's words, stepped out of the box, returning shortly thereafter. Young master, the first box appears to belong to the royal family of the Yin Kingdom, the third princess. Lin Mu cast a knowing glance at Tao Rong. Those who are too clever often meet an early demise. Startled, Tao Rong quickly knelt. This humble servant acknowledges his error. Lin Mu chuckled, rise. I was merely jesting. No need to be so tense. Tao Rong clearly grasped Lin Mu's intent, but since that Lin Mu preferred not to have others overstep their bounds, that he silently committed this to memory. For the remainder of the auction, whenever Lin Mu expressed interest in an item, Tao Rong discreetly noted who the successful bidder was. Xiao Qi remained curious about Lin Mu's motives. That it was not until she observed Tao Rong's actions that she experienced a moment of clarity. Understanding the true meaning behind Lin Mu's words. I desire the item, yet I am reluctant to part with my spirit stones. That as her thoughts raced, the second treasured item was auctioned off to the second box, a Dragon Sun pill. Produced by the Dragon Emperor city of the Yin Kingdom, which granted the consumer the power of the Dragon God. Lin Mu found little interest in it. The subsequent items failed to capture his attention, leaving him somewhat disinterested. Suddenly, the auctioneer raised his voice. Esteemed guests, the final treasured item of today is about to be unveiled. Chapter 20. My good sir, are you in such a hurry to depart? With the auctioneer's announcement, a jet-black stone, the size of an egg, appeared before the crowd. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he instinctively straightened in his seat. The auctioneer, as per custom, invigorated the atmosphere before continuing. This divine stone was discovered on the Tian Shan Mountain. It not only emanates spiritual energy, but also possesses a hint of rule power. More remarkably, this divine stone is incredibly hard. Even a powerful being at the level of a respected one cannot budge it. The audience was left in awe, their excitement palpable, that if even the legendary respected ones could not move it, some among them began to feel a fervor rising within. Others breathlessly called out, stop teasing us. What is the starting bid? This treasure is mine for the taking. The auctioneer smiled with composure. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. This divine stone is owned entirely by Tianmin. The individual who wins the bid will need to agree to a promise to Tianmin. At this point, the auctioneer paused, surveying the crowd's reactions. That we at Tianmin have invited numerous experts to study this stone, yet its purpose and usage remain a mystery. Thus, the winning bidder must agree to inform Tianmin if they uncover its purpose. Of course, as a token of gratitude, Tianmin will refund all the spirit stones used in the bidding. Instantly, a voice from the crowd questioned, refunding the bidding spirit stones? What then becomes of the divine stone? Will it be returned to Tian? The auctioneer patiently clarified, not at all. The divine stone will undoubtedly belong to the winning bidder. Furthermore, should anyone discern its purpose, they will be granted the opportunity to train at Tianmin. As the auctioneer's words settled, the crowd erupted into a frenzied opportunity to gain admission to the Tianmin Academy for further study. The reason why the Tianmin auction house is not to be trifled with is not only due to their formidable strength, but also because several of the remaining great emperors of the human race have studied at the Tianmin Academy. Admission to the Tianmen Academy is granted only once every 100 years, and this coveted spot is open to all beings across the Juyou continent, regardless of their background, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. The current availability of such a prestigious position is indicative of the fervor it incites. With a face full of excitement, Xiao Qi eagerly explained the significance of this opportunity to Lin Mu. After listening to Xiao Qi's explanation, Lin Mu fell into contemplation. Yunzhou City is rather inconspicuous on the Juyou continent, lacking any superlative powerhouses. Why, then, would such an important opportunity be situated in Yunzhou City? Could it be that Tianmen has procured more than one heavenly Dao stone? As this thought crossed Lin Mu's mind, his eyes sparkled with insight. It seems a visit to the Tianmen Academy is in order. In stark contrast to Lin Mu's calm analysis, the others had already descended into madness, with even Xiao Qi unable to restrain herself from bidding 80 million spiritual stones. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged from Box 7. 80 million. Even Lin Mu was taken aback. Wouldn't that require a mountain of stones? However, he had underestimated the fervor of the crowd. 85 million spiritual stones. Box 1 submitted another bid. 100 million spiritual stones. Without a hint of hesitation, Box 7 proclaimed an astronomical figure. Xiao Qi clenched her fists in frustration. The Cui family could indeed produce this 100 million spiritual stones, but she lacked the authority to make such a decision. And even if the clan leader were present, it was uncertain whether he would bid over 100 million. That her gaze involuntarily turned to Lin Mu. It was evident that Lin Mu was aware of the stone's significance. If she could secure it, she might just obtain that coveted spot. That if someone from the Cui family were to enter the Tianmen Academy, they would surely soar to great heights. In that case, not just Yunzhou City, but the entire eastern region would recognize the Cui family's standing. Just as Xiao Qi wrestled with her thoughts, Box 1 boldly declared, 100 million spiritual stones plus 2 divine crystals. What? Divine crystals? An exclamation erupted from the crowd. Xiao Qi composed herself and once again explained the significance of divine crystals to Lin Mu. Divine crystals are extraordinarily rich in spiritual energy and contain the power of rules. With their assistance, one could easily break through from the flying sky realm to the venerable realm. Even formidable beings at the venerable level covet them. Although the market prices a single divine crystal at 100 million spiritual stones. That is merely a nominal value. Their true worth far exceeds 100 million, the Xiao Qi sighed. In terms of value alone, these 2 divine crystals surpass that heavenly Dao stone. This royal princess truly possesses boundless wealth. Lin Mu remarked knowingly. After Box 1's bid, the auctioneer called out, "Is there a higher bid? 100 million spiritual stones plus 2 divine crystals. Going once. 100 million spiritual stones plus 2 divine crystals. Going twice." Just as the auctioneer was about to call the final time, Box 7 raised the stakes again. 10 divine crystals. Hiss! Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Their shock was understandable. The bid was simply too outrageous. Even the seasoned auctioneer was uncertain as he inquired, "Did you just say 10 divine crystals, dear guest?" The person from Box 7 impatiently replied, "Is my expression unclear?" The auctioneer, taken aback by the retort, did not take offense. With a smile, he said, "Please do not misunderstand. The amount is simply staggering, and I merely wish to confirm. This guest offers 10 divine crystals. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" This question was almost rhetorical. Even formidable, venerable beings would hesitate to part with 10 divine crystals. The auctioneer asked 3 times, yet no one dared to raise their bid. Thus, the gavel fell, sealing the deal. Congratulations to the guest in Box 7 for acquiring the final treasure. The auction event has now concluded. Guests who have won items may proceed to the back to settle payment and collect their belongings. Meanwhile, within Box 1, Princess Taning's countenance was as cold as ice, causing her attendants to lower their heads in trepidation. Commandant a guard stepped forward that go find out who dares to snatch what this princess has set her sights on, and bring them to justice. The guard accepted the command and left in Box 3. Lin Mu and his companions also prepared to depart. In truth, Lin Mu was primarily interested in the Jade Slip and the Heavenly Dao Stone. As for the Peach and Willow records, they were merely casual praises. Xiao Qi glanced at Lin Mu anxiously, asking, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Lin Mu pondered for a moment before replying, "Tao Rong. You escort Miss Cui back to the Cui family. Then return to the inn on your own." I and Lao Mo shall seek a good show that I in the pitch-black wilderness. A cloaked figure hurriedly advanced, making every effort to conceal his aura. His black cloak obscured his entire face. That it was none other than the individual from Box 7 who had just secured the heavenly Dao Stone. The dark-clad man, named Su Mo, was a rogue cultivator. Initially, he had only intended to bid on a few materials essential for refining his weapon. However, when the final auction item was revealed, the remnant soul residing within his consciousness stirred with excitement, compelling him to secure it at all costs. This remnant soul was none other than the long-deceased Emperor Yu. Su Mo held great trust in the words of Emperor Yunyu. He had originally been an outer disciple of a small sect in a remote mountainous region. But through an unexpected turn of events, he acquired the legacy of Emperor Yunyu and fused with his remnant soul, thus embarking on a path of extraordinary fortune that he had gained possession of Emperor Yunyu's storage bag and, within a mere century, transformed from a mere body-refining practitioner into a formidable being at the 9th level of the Flying Sky realm, that as long as he could break through to the Venerable realm. He would assist Emperor Yunyu in reopening his consciousness and reviving his physical form. Emperor Yunyu had assured him that this black heavenly Dao Stone would aid in his breakthrough to the Venerable realm. Thus, he was willing to pay any price to acquire it. Although he considered himself invincible below the Venerable realm, he remained cautious and chose to leave discreetly, utilizing his skill and concealing his presence. He successfully evaded all pursuers. Yet, trouble was inevitable that a voice suddenly rang out ahead. Might I inquire where you are in such a hurry to go? Chapter 21. The mantid catches the cicada. While the eagle awaits, that Sumo abruptly halted, deliberately lowering his voice. Who are you? What is your purpose in blocking my path? Princess Tunning scoffed at the sight of the cloaked figure. You truly possess remarkable skills. To evade the pursuit of hundreds, you have managed to escape. Fortunately, with the spirit-attracting insect bestowed by my master, I was able to pinpoint your location. That Sumo furrowed his brows, perplexed as to when he had been ensnared. Observing his confusion, Princess Tianing continued. I had long instructed my people to sprinkle spirit-attracting insects in Box 7. As long as even a single speck touches you, you cannot escape my grasp. Enough prattle. Hand over the heavenly Dao Stone and the storage bag, and kneel to swear fealty to me, and I may spare your life. That Sumo threw his head back and laughed heartily. You? Or those cowards hiding in the shadows? His gaze turned icy as it fixed upon the distant woods. Seeing that Su Mo had discerned her ambush, Princess Tawning reluctantly called out to the trees. Come out. No sooner had she spoken than a dozen figures clad in brocade materialized out of thin air. These individuals were all powerful beings at the Flying Sky realm. Among them, the leader exuded a palpable aura of danger that sent chills through Su Mo. As Princess Tianing observed Su Mo's sudden loss of bravado, she proudly declared, I shall give you one last chance. Surrender your possessions and submit to me, or face death. Su Mo, having navigated a life filled with peril and enmity, was accustomed to the dance of life and death. At this moment, his eyes narrowed, and a plan began to form in his mind. To capture the leader first. Without hesitation, Su Mo drew his sword and, in a flash, lunged toward Princess Tianing. Seeing Su Mo's attack, she did not flinch. Instead, a mocking smile graced her lips. Just as Su Mo reached her, a blade of light suddenly slashed toward his face. Remaining calm, Su Mo deftly parried with his sword, but the blade's force sent him staggering back 3 paces before he regained his footing. Half a step to the Venerable realm, Su Mo exclaimed involuntarily. This blade bore the faint aura of a domain, indicating that its wielder had touched upon the threshold of the Venerable realm. Su Mo quickly calculated his options, that he could not afford to conceal his strength any longer. He needed to take down this opponent in one decisive strike, for the remaining ones would be no match for him. Upon contemplating this, Su Mo no longer hesitated. He fervently summoned all his spiritual energy, and in an instant his figure flickered, appearing mid-air. Grasping his long sword with both hands, he swiftly unleashed 3 crescent-shaped sword lights into the air. This was a technique he had devised by amalgamating the essence of battle gleaned from the Cloud Wanderer Emperor's millennia of experience. Known as the Divine Crescent Slash, the crescent lights, devoid of any discernible trajectory, sliced towards the leader among the adversaries. The leader, observing the peculiar sword lights, did not dare to underestimate them. The first sword light was blocked by a nascent domain formed through his condensed spiritual force. The second was momentarily impeded by a shield conjured from his long knife, though the residual force of the sword light still forced him back several steps before he could regain his footing. The impending third sword light pierced through his chest without obstruction. This strike not only shattered his sea of consciousness, but also severed his head from his body. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock at Sumo's terrifying assault. At this moment, Sumo was not faring much better himself, having expended nearly 90% of his spiritual energy in delivering those 3 strikes. He had reached his limit. Had he failed to eliminate that individual, his fate today would have surely been dire. Princess Chongning, witnessing her greatest reliance being eliminated in a single blow, was also gripped by panic. She shouted in disarray, "All together now!" The remaining 10 aerial warriors, though astonished by Sumo's might, had no choice but to fight to the death as the personal guards of Princess Chongning. They recklessly launched a frenzied assault on Sumo, and in an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and flashes of light. At this juncture, Princess Tianning felt a tumult of emotions within her. She sensed that her 10 subordinates were seemingly incapable of contending with Sumo. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, relinquishing the fight was beyond her resolve, that as she saw her subordinates suffering heavy casualties. She displayed a reluctant determination to abandon the struggle. Channeling her spiritual energy, she ascended into the air, swiftly fleeing in a particular direction. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that a streak of sword light, moving at an astonishing speed, cleaved into Princess Tianning. The protective jade pendant on her chest shattered instantly. She coughed up blood and plummeted to the ground. Both parties engaged in battle, noticing the emergence of a hidden third force, tacitly ceased their hostilities. The remaining 4 guards quickly rushed to Princess Tianning's side, encircling her protectively, that a series of crisp applause echoed from the shadowy woods. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in white, accompanied by an elderly figure in black, emerged slowly. "What a splendid performance," Lin Mu remarked, applauding. Furious, Princess Tianning demanded, "Who are you, and why did you ambush me?" Lin Mu regarded the once enchanting princess, now in disarray, and replied, "I haven't finished enjoying this performance. No one is permitted to leave." With an air of arrogance, he continued, "Why not continue the fight? Whoever prevails shall be allowed to depart." As Lin Mu and his companion appeared, the Cloud Wanderer Emperor quietly warned Sumo to remain vigilant, as even he could not detect the presence of Lin Mu and his companion. Sumo scrutinized Lin Mu with caution, his tone laced with sarcasm as he retorted, "Your words may sound appealing, yet they merely serve to pit us against each other while you reap the benefits." Princess Tianning furrowed her brow slightly, agreeing, "Indeed, why not join forces to eliminate this individual?" Sumo replied solemnly, "Very well, let us strike together." And no sooner had the words left his lips than all 6 individuals summoned their spiritual energy, launching an assault on Lin Mu and his companion. Lin Mu stood his ground, offering no resistance, but instead regarded the advancing attackers with a mocking expression. The old man beside him, merely with a casual swing of his sword, cleaved the 4 foremost assailants in 2. This spectacle left the remaining 2 in utter shock. Princess Tianning, terrified, turned to flee at that very moment. A fierce gust of wind struck her shoulder, delivering a powerful blow that sent her hurtling towards Lin Mu. "You despicable fiend!" Princess Tianning shouted in rage at Sumo, seizing the opportunity. Sumo did not linger. He harnessed the remaining essence of the Cloud Wanderer Emperor, vanishing several hundred meters in an instant. He then invoked a secret technique to continue his flight. Suddenly, the Cloud Wanderer Emperor cautioned, "Be careful." Reacting swiftly, Sumo surrounded himself with a shield of purple energy. However, the crescent sword light that followed not only shattered his protective barrier, but also pierced through his body with relentless force. Sumo spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, his body crashing to the ground like a candle flickering in the wind. At this moment, his heart was tumultuous with dread. He was astounded to discover that the attack that had wounded him was none other than his own ultimate technique, the Divine Crescent Slash. Lin Mu, clutching the gravely injured Princess Tianning, swiftly appeared before Sumo in just a few flashes. Nonchalantly, he tossed the princess onto the ground. "You 2 have truly surprised me." "This has exceeded my expectations," Lin Mu remarked, his tone dripping with malice. cunning, and ruthless. You will stop at nothing to achieve your goals that I will make an exception this time and spare your lives. However, before that, you must return what belongs to me. Chapter 22. If this young master doesn't pay, then it isn't considered sold. That I in response to Lin Mu's words, both spoke in unison. Your belongings? Indeed, my belongings, Lin Mu affirmed. Princess Tian Ning, bewildered, inquired, when did I take your belongings? Su Mo echoed her sentiment. I too am curious as to what I have taken from you. Feigning surprise, Lin Mu replied, oh, I forgot to mention. Anything I desire becomes mine. Princess Tian Ning had encountered all manner of individuals in the royal court, but this was the first time she had encountered someone so shameless. She brushed off the dirt from her attire. Trembling as she stood up, striving to regain her composure and appear as dignified as possible, do you know who I am? She asked, her confidence wavering. Lin Mu responded, who you are is of no significance to me. At this, Princess Tian Ning's heart sank. It appeared he was aware of her identity and yet dared to act with such impunity. Resolving not to hesitate further, she produced her storage ring and tossed it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu accepted the ring and briefly scanned its contents with his consciousness. Within the spatial confines of the ring, he discovered a jade slip, along with 2 divine crystals and various other items, which he did not examine in detail. Withdrawing his consciousness, Lin Mu's icy gaze shifted to Su Mo. It is your turn now. That I end the past century. Su Mo had never felt as beleaguered as he did today. Just moments ago, the Cloud Wanderer Emperor had salvaged his life with the last remnants of his energy, only to fall into a deep slumber. He feigned calmness. If I give you my belongings, will you truly let me go? Lin Mu replied with a hint of mockery. You seem to lack the standing to negotiate with me. Su Mo's eyes darted, and in resignation, he surrendered his storage bag. Compared to the Cloud Wanderer Emperor, the other items were inconsequential. With this thought, he cautiously inquired, can I leave now? Lin Mu smiled nonchalantly. Of course, I am a man of my word. I will not kill you. Su Mo's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu. Realizing that the latter was not jesting, that he gathered his resolve, carefully turned, and swiftly took flight into the distance. Just then, Princess Tian Ning was astounded to see the black-clad old man raising his hand to unleash a streak of sword light towards Su Mo's fleeing form. That sword light was exquisite, resembling a bright crescent moon. Precisely the technique Su Mo had just employed, the divine crescent slash at Su Mo's fleeing silhouette crashed heavily to the ground, his head soaring into the air. His face frozen in disbelief, to he, who aspired to be the man of a great emperor, had perished here silently. The sword light severed Su Mo's head, then returned to shatter his sea of consciousness. The Cloud Wanderer Emperor, nestled within that realm, perished entirely in his slumber, and if Princess Tian Ning had harbored any vestige of hope, it was now utterly extinguished. She was a princess of exalted status, the most cherished daughter of the Yinshan Emperor, and a celebrated darling of many. She did not wish to die. Tears blurred her exquisitely delicate features as she crumpled to the ground, utterly powerless. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, to live or to die. Lin Mu's voice suddenly resonated. Princess Tian Ning, incredulous, raised her gaze to Lin Mu. Of course I wish to live. Will you let me? Lin Mu lifted her chin with a finger, his tone devoid of emotion. To live, it depends on your value to me. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Princess Tian Ning hastily pleaded, I can offer my soul's blood and swear a blood oath. Serving you henceforth, there's no need for that I can spare your life just as easily as I can take it. Lin Mu asserted confidently. Subsequently, Lin Mu retrieved the heavenly Dao stone from Su Mo's storage bag and addressed Princess Tian Ning. Utilize all your connections to seek out this divine stone, and inform me immediately upon any leads. With that, he tossed a jade slip to Princess Tian Ning, instructing, this is my consciousness jade slip. Contact me through it. Princess Tian Ning cautiously accepted the jade slip, affirming, Tian Ning shall exert every effort to serve you. Rest assured, when I require your assistance, I will reach out to you. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he turned and vanished into the jungle with Lao Mo, leaving Princess Tian Ning standing there, lost in thought that a tempest had temporarily drawn its curtain. Did I end the days that followed? Lin Mu diligently enhanced his spiritual power, using spirit stones while delving into the insights of the Cloud Wanderer Emperor on spiritual energy. The spirit stones obtained from Tian Ning and Su Mo would sustain him for quite some time. Since viewing the jade slip of the Cloud Wanderer Emperor, Lao Mo had also secluded himself in his room, engrossed in his cultivation. During this period, Tao Qian participated in the Yunzhou Grand Assembly that in the very first round. He encountered a formidable opponent from the sixth heaven of divine travel and was promptly defeated and eliminated. Yet, Tao Qian remained undeterred, fully aware of the gap between himself and true prodigies. Meanwhile, Tao Rong busily gathered various news from within the city and watched the splendid duels of the talents at the Yunzhou Grand Assembly. Not only did this broaden his horizons, but he also inadvertently broke through to the spirit-building realm, making the journey worthwhile. In room number 1, Lin Mu, who had been cultivating for over 10 consecutive days, finally stepped out today. Noticing that Lao Mo's door remained firmly shut, the Tao brothers understood that Lin Mu was in seclusion and had refrained from disturbing him in recent days, now unsure of his whereabouts. Lin Zhu suddenly felt like a solitary figure. Ever since his arrival in this world, Lao Mo had been by his side, and now, being alone felt quite unfamiliar. Strolling down the stairs and exiting the inn, Lin Mu gazed at the brightly lit streets and decided to wander aimlessly for a while. The streets were bustling with men and women, a continuous flow of people. As he walked, a charming voice floated into Lin Mu's ear. "Young master, please come inside." Accompanying the voice was a heavily made-up woman who reached out and took hold of Lin Mu's arm, leading him towards a pavilion. Lin Mu glanced up and noticed the pavilion was named Autumn Water Abode, which struck him as somewhat elegant. The alluring woman, while walking, inquired, "Is this your first visit, young master?" Lin Mu, intrigued, asked, "How can you tell?" The enchanting woman remained silent, smiling sweetly, and called out, "Xia Hong and Lu Lu are here to serve." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 captivating women ensnared Lin Mu's arms, one on each side. Both Xia Hong and Lu Lu were in their 20s, their makeup exquisitely done, appearing alluring yet devoid of vulgarity. Lin Mu, feeling unreserved, embraced both of their delicate forms and ascended the stairs. Such scenes were commonplace for him before his transmigration. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a flurry of beautiful figures. A young maid led the trio into a uniquely decorated guest room, where a sumptuous feast had already been prepared. Just as Lin Mu sat down, the 2 women began to pour wine and serve dishes, and he welcomed everything with open arms. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Xia Hong nestled in Lin Mu's embrace, her head gently resting against his chest as she softly asked, "Young master, would you like to listen to a little tune to lighten the mood?" Lin Mu, somewhat incoherently, replied, "That sounds delightful, indeed." Hearing this, Lu Lu stood up to make arrangements, and shortly after, a graceful figure entered the room. Upon seeing someone enter, Xia Hong gracefully extracted herself from Lin Mu's embrace. With a seductive tone, she said, "I shall go freshen up and change. Wait for me, young master." Before leaving, she bestowed a fragrant kiss upon Lin Mu. As he watched Xia Hong depart, he reluctantly shifted his gaze to the woman playing the guqin. After tuning the strings, the guqin player, in a gentle voice, asked, "What piece would you like to hear, young master?" Lin Mu, indifferent, replied, "Anything will do. Just play your best piece." The woman, upon hearing this, ceased her words and began to play. After a piece concluded, Lin Mu was entranced, as if he had been transported to another realm. This melody was a celestial delight, a rarity to be heard on earth. Swaying slightly, Lin Mu approached the guqin player and teasingly said, "Lift your head." The guqin player slowly raised her head, revealing skin as fair as jade and as delicate as cream. Her lips appeared tender and inviting, and her eyebrows slightly arched, resembling not a mere mortal woman, but rather a fairy who had descended to the earthly realm. Lin Mu, captivated, pulled the guqin player closer and praised, "Your music is as beautiful as you are. That if you serve me well tonight, there will be ample rewards." That he then attempted to embrace her. The guqin player quickly evaded, saying, "Young master, please exercise restraint. I am here to perform, not to sell myself." Lin Mu chuckled and replied, "As long as I do not pay, it does not count as selling." Chapter 23. Are you referring to them? Upon hearing Lin Mu's shameless words, a flicker of disdain crossed the guqin player's eyes. However, she quickly masked it and adopted a delicate, pitiful demeanor. "Young master, why must you bully a weak woman like me? Perhaps I could play another piece for you." At this, Lin Mu suddenly produced a pearl the size of a goose egg. The pearl shone with a dazzling brilliance, clearly of great value. Lin Mu placed the pearl in front of the Guqin player, a mischievous glimmer fleeting across his face. This is a dust-clearing pearl reserved for the royal family, worth a fortune, that if you accompany me for a night, it shall be yours. This pearl, having been kept by Princess Tian Ning in her storage ring, was surely not an ordinary item. The woman gazed expressionlessly at the dust-clearing pearl in Lin Mu's hand and calmly replied, "If the young master requires it, I can summon Xia Hong and Lu Lu to attend to you." She hurriedly extricated herself from Lin Mu's grasp and headed for the door. "How dull. I was hoping to entertain you a bit longer. At this moment." Lin Mu stood calmly in place, his demeanor no longer that of a carefree libertine. The Guqin player, upon hearing his words, turned back in confusion, feigning ignorance, and asked, "What do you mean by that, young master?" Lin Mu slowly sat down, his expression revealing a blatant mockery. "Let me guess, are you from the Lin family of Yunzhou? The Yin Mountain royal family? Or perhaps the Tianmin auction house?" The Guqin player, initially composed, displayed signs of panic upon hearing the mention of the Tianmin auction house. Standing at the door, her expression shifted repeatedly. After a moment, as if having made a decision, she closed the door once more and returned to stand before Lin Mu. "This humble girl, Lu Qiner, is in charge of the Tianmin branch in the Yin Mountain Kingdom. It is an honor to meet you, young master. When did you detect the clues?" After finishing the wine in his glass, Lin Mu casually remarked, "From the very beginning, the madam was not normal. The determined madam, the well-prepared Xia Hong and Lu Lu, and the feast that was clearly laid out beforehand. And you, a worldly woman, remain unfazed in the face of a pearl worth a fortune." Lu Qiner smiled self-deprecatingly. "I did not expect that my carefully arranged setup would have so many flaws in the eyes of the young master, that I in truth. You are the biggest flaw?" Lu Qiner appeared puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Mu stood up, leaning closer to Lu Qiner, and whispered in her ear, "Such an enchanting beauty, maintaining her virtue in a place like this, is indeed suspicious. Now, tell me your purpose for seeking me." Seeing that Lin Mu was getting straight to the point, Lu Qiner activated a soundproof array in the room. "Since young master does not appreciate beating around the bush, I shall speak plainly. That divine stone must be in your possession now, correct?" "How can you tell?" Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. "The influence of Tianmin spans every corner of the 9 nether continent that as long as we wish to investigate. There is nothing we cannot uncover. Besides, you, young master, have never made any effort to conceal it." Lin Mu scoffed. "If your Tianmin can uncover anything, why bother letting that divine stone slip into circulation? Releasing the divine stone is naturally to discover its purpose. I believe young master will enlighten us." Lu Qiner spoke confidently that I am well aware of its purpose. However, why should I disclose it to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qiner's tone grew urgent. "As long as young master is willing to share, Tianmin will fulfill any request you have. Any request. Indeed, any request, that I want all the remaining divine stones you possess to achieve this." Lu Qiner finally lost her composure, feeling as if she had transformed from hunter to prey. Lin Mu observed the changes in her expression, and he vaguely sensed that his earlier conjectures had been correct. The Tianmin Academy indeed possessed more than one divine stone. That he rose again, closing in on Lu Qiner's side. "To keep the divine stone at the Tianmin Academy is a waste. Only I know its true purpose across the continent, that if you are willing to hand over all the divine stones, not only will I reveal their purpose, but I will also refrain from pursuing your earlier transgressions." Lu Qiner took a step back, gazing at Lin Mu with disbelief. What does it mean to refrain from pursuing Tianmin's offenses? Tianmin has stood for thousands of years on the 9 nether continent, with countless powerful figures beneath its banner. The Tianmin Academy is a sacred place in the hearts of all martial artists. Even the lofty emperors would not dare to utter such words. Lu Qiner was now somewhat furious. Her tone grew cold as she said, "Young Master Lin, I know you are exceptionally gifted and have a powerful figure backing you. However, you know nothing of Tianmin. Our strength is not something a mere revered figure can compare to as long as you cooperate with us. The treasures, pills, and techniques of Tianmin are yours to request. Such an opportunity is rare and precious." Lin Mu laughed heartily. "How do you know that what you see of me is merely the tip of the iceberg? Young Master Lin, I am aware that you have your backing, which emboldens you to utter such words. However, the individuals you rely upon must surely be restrained by our people, and I fear they may be unable to extricate themselves for the time being. A confident smile graced Lin Chiner's face, yet it faded swiftly. The door, once firmly shut, was suddenly kicked open from the outside, that a figure clad in black entered, carrying two bloodied severed heads. "Are these the ones you speak of?" The elder tossed the heads at Lu Chiner's feet. Lu Chiner was horrified by the elder's actions, retreating 2 steps in alarm. Steadying herself, she cast a hurried glance at the gruesome sight before her. Her heart sank as she recognized the heads. They belonged to the 2 esteemed individuals they had dispatched, esteemed practitioners, whose lifespans could extend for millennia, had been so easily dispatched by this elder in black. Lu Chiner's earlier composure shattered. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she pondered her next course of action. Old Amo strode into the room, casually approaching Lin Mu. These 2 indeed possessed some skill. They managed to draw 2 of my swords. At that moment, Lu Chiner's mind went blank that Tio have slain 2 esteemed practitioners with merely 2 strokes. What manner of terror is this? Lu Chiner dared not think further. She finally grasped that Lin Mu's previous declarations were not mere bluster. Lin Mu regarded the panicked Lu Chiner and reiterated, "So, Lu Miss, can you now seriously contemplate my proposition?" Lu Chiner steeled herself, forcibly inhaling deeply. "Young Master Lin, this matter is of great significance and beyond my authority. I must report it to the Academy for a decision." Lin Mu's expression turned icy. "That I grant you 3 months, that if within that time Tianmin does not provide me with a satisfactory response, I shall personally visit the Tianmen Academy. At that point, our discourse will not be as amicable." Chapter 24. Accusations and Retribution. Lin Mu's reason for granting Tianmin 3 months was that he had an important matter to resolve first. His cultivation of spiritual energy required a substantial amount of spirit stones. That Tio acquire these quickly, Qingyang sect was the optimal choice. Lin Mu and his companions returned to the Yunlai and just as the first watch of the night began. The Tao brothers awaited at the inn's entrance, casting glances around. Lin Mu led the 2 into a room, instructing, "Tomorrow, you 2 shall return to Handan City. Take these spirit stones back with you." Tao Rong interjected. "Young master, no need for further words." Lin Mu was aware of Tao Rong's intentions, yet he did not wish to carry a burden to Qingyang sect, as the foremost sect in Yinshan Kingdom. Qingyang sect was located in the eastern part of the kingdom, atop Qingyang Mountain, boasting a large number of disciples. That in the city below, the families of Qingyang sect disciples comprised more than half of the populace. On this day, a cart slowly approached the city gate of Qingyang City. The driver was an elder in black, who engaged in conversation with someone inside the cart. "Sir, the day is growing late. Shall we enter the city and rest for a night before heading to Qingyang sect tomorrow?" The speaker was none other than old Mo. Lin Mu lifted the cart curtain and replied, "After days of hardship, a day of rest would be welcome." Upon hearing his lord's consent, old Mo steered the cart towards the city. Suddenly, a guard in green stepped forward, blocking their path. "Where do you hail from? Do you possess a letter of introduction?" Old Mo responded, "We come from Yunzhou. What need is there for such a letter?" "Yunzhou?" The guard eyed him skeptically. "That you've traveled such a long way to Qingyang City and have no letter of introduction?" He then glanced at the cart and added, "Who is inside? Have them disembark for questioning." Recently, there had been a string of mysterious disappearances of young women in the city, and all incoming and outgoing carts were required to undergo inspection. As the guard moved to pull aside the cart curtain, old Mo's eyes flashed with intensity. "That if you wish to live, step away." The guard's hand retracted. As a seasoned gatekeeper, he sensed that this elder was not jesting. Nevertheless, he refused to relent. He turned to his fellow guards and shouted, "I suspect this man is a villain who abducts virtuous women. Brothers, let us apprehend them." Over a dozen guards, armed and fierce, advanced toward them. Most were mere body refinement practitioners, while only the leader, who had been observing from a distance, had just entered the spirit-building realm. Faced with such lowly adversaries, old Mo did not even draw his sword. With a mere surge of spiritual force, he sent those guards who had yet to approach flying back a dozen meters. The leader, who had been watching, widened his eyes in shock, witnessing his men sprawled on the ground. Clearly beyond saving in a panic, he turned and fled toward the city. Old Mo paid no heed to the fallen guards as he drove the cart slowly into the city. The guard leader, glancing back repeatedly, saw no one pursuing him, which only quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived, breathless and drenched in sweat, at the law enforcement hall of Qingyang sect. "Someone, a grave matter has arisen. A murder has occurred." Hearing the commotion, several disciples from the law enforcement hall emerged. Point 1 reprimanded. What ruckus is this inside the law enforcement hall? The guard leader, realizing that the speaker was the deputy hall master, hastily approached and bowed. I report to you, Deputy Hall Master. Someone at the city gate not only refused to be questioned, but also killed all the guards. Deputy Hall Master He Ming, a formidable figure of the Flying Sky realm, was regarded as a significant authority in Xingyang City. After listening to the guard's account, his eyes widened in disbelief. Can you recall the assailant's appearance? The guard pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Their face was unfamiliar. They are likely not from this area. That He Ming's expression darkened momentarily before a thought seemed to spark within him, allowing his demeanor to relax. Recently, there had been frequent cases of young, unmarried women vanishing without a trace, many of whom were from the sex families. The elders had repeatedly ordered him to find the culprit, causing him considerable distress. Why not? With this thought, He Ming addressed several law enforcement disciples. Gather all available disciples. We shall pursue the perpetrator. Meanwhile, old Mo arrived at an inn and brought the cart to a gradual stop. Young master, we have arrived at the inn. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu disembarked and was about to head inside when a loud voice rang out from nearby. Thief, halt! With that exclamation, a group of armored warriors rushed forward, surrounding Lin Mu and his companion. That He Ming emerged from the crowd, casting a menacing glare at the duo. You two have the audacity to commit murder in Xingyang City. Not only have you abducted virtuous women, but you also killed the guards of the city. Surrender now, or you will be taken to the law enforcement hall for trial. A crowd of onlookers quickly gathered outside the inn, stepping back upon hearing of the notorious flower thief that had been causing a stir recently. Lin Mu, witnessing the blatant framing, could not be bothered to defend himself. With a scoff, he remarked, by the looks of it, you've engaged in framing the innocent quite frequently. Haven to you. Presumptuous. Whether or not you are innocent will be revealed in the law enforcement hall. That He Ming understood the dangers of speaking too much and ceased his banter. Seize them. Any who dare resist shall be killed without mercy. That he intended to solidify the charges against Lin Mu and his companion to appease the elders. After all, the dead cannot defend themselves. Instantly, some disciples of the law enforcement hall formed a formation around Lin Mu and his companion. Others readied their flying swords, standing guard. Seeing his side prepared, He Ming feigned generosity, continuing, I shall give you one last chance. Surrender now, or face death. Old Mo's cold gaze swept over the disciples of the law enforcement hall, resembling a celestial being looking down upon mere insects. That He Ming felt a chill run down his spine under Old Mo's icy stare. Yet, with the situation at hand, he could not hold back. Drawing his sword, he bellowed, attack, spare no effort. As soon as he finished speaking, the attacks from the law enforcement hall surged forth toward Lin Mu and his companion. However, all the assaults rebounded harmlessly before them. Old Mo disdainfully remarked, with such meager skills, you are not even worthy of forcing me to draw my sword. As he spread his palm, spiritual energy swirled rapidly within it. Forming a vortex, without hesitation, he forcefully cast the vortex of spiritual energy into the as it ascended. It expanded in the blink of an eye, reaching a height of 3 zhang and a width of 4 to 5 zhang. Instantly, a formidable suction emanated from the vortex. In that brief moment, it drew in all the surrounding onlookers clad in fine garments. Yet the vortex did not cease its motion. Instead, it spun even faster, observing the trajectory of the swirling vortex. The old Mo suddenly transformed his palm into a fist. That instant, the rapidly rotating vortex came to an abrupt halt. The crowd, witnessing this bizarre scene, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in astonishment. Then, an even more shocking event transpired. The old Mo, with a firm grip, clenched his fist. The vortex, suspended in mid-air, suddenly erupted. Those trapped within were violently torn apart, scattering their remains across the ground. This gruesome spectacle rendered the faces of all present ashen. Some, unable to withstand the horror, collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. The old Mo, realizing the brutality of his technique, swiftly conjured a ball of blue flame, using his spiritual energy, and hurled it to the ground. Instantly, the ground erupted in flames. The charred remnants of limbs and severed arms were reduced to ashes in an instant. When the flames subsided, all that remained was a layer of ash covering the ground. Those who had not yet departed were so horrified by the scene of obliteration that they fainted in terror. The once vibrant crowd from the law enforcement hall now left only a carpet of ash. This sight sent the distant guards, who dared not approach, into a frenzy, causing them to flee in terror toward the Tianyang sect. Chapter 25. The true flower thief turns out to be him, having dealt with the law enforcement hall. Lin Mu and the old Emo calmly entered the inn. The innkeeper, trembling, attended to the two with deference. Fortunately, once Lin Mu and the old Emo entered their guest room, they did not emerge again, which relieved the innkeeper of some tension. The patrons of the inn, in unspoken agreement, refrained from uttering a sound. This tranquility persisted until deep into the night. However, this calm was shattered by the arrival of a shadowy figure. The presence exuded an incredibly faint aura, and the sound of its footsteps was nearly inaudible. That it entered the inn, and after a few leaps, arrived at a door. That in an instant, the figure flashed and passed through the wall into the room. The interior of the room was quite simple. Aside from the tables, chairs, and windows, there was a bamboo bed draped with curtains. The cloaked figure slowly approached the bed and gently drew back the curtain. Before him lay a beautiful young woman in a deep slumber. Despite the dimness, the figure could discern the exquisite features of the woman. Just as the figure was lost in thought, the woman seemed to sense something and open her eyes. Startled, the cloaked figure swiftly performed a series of gestures, causing the young woman to faint once more. Although the figure's movements were stealthy, they could not escape Lin Mu's keen perception. The moment the cloaked figure entered the inn, Lin Mu sensed it. Lin Mu was not one to meddle unnecessarily. He had no intention of intervening until the cloaked figure rendered the woman unconscious. That it was only then that Lin Mu realized something amiss. He stood and, in a flash, appeared at the door of the young woman's room. The cloaked figure prepared to escape with the unconscious woman. He was taken aback to find a handsome man in white standing at the threshold. Observing him, this striking figure was someone he recognized, one of the two who had slaughtered the law enforcement hall earlier that day. The cloaked figure, aware of Lin Mu's prowess, understood the danger he faced. However, he was compelled by desperation. Relying on his concealment skills, he had successfully abducted several young women right under the noses of the Sky Yang sect's aerial cultivators without ever failing. Yet, with the increasing number of Sky Yang sect members in Qingyang City, the city was now on high alert. That as he neared the completion of his nefarious technique, he was forced to exercise caution that if his actions were discovered, not only would he face execution, but his entire family could be implicated. Even facing annihilation, in his state of anxiety, he fortuitously witnessed the conflict between the law enforcement hall and Lin Mu, which sparked a brilliant scheme in his mind. He devised a plan to divert suspicion. During the day, members of the law enforcement hall publicly accused Lin Mu and his companion of being the perpetrators behind the missing young women. When Lin Mu resisted arrest and retaliated, if another young woman were to vanish from the inn where Lin Mu was staying that very night, it would undoubtedly solidify the notion that Lin Mu was indeed the flower thief. When the Sky Yang sect arrived, there would inevitably be another fierce battle, and amidst the chaos, he could take advantage. Regardless of who emerged victorious, he alone would be the true victor. His plan was nothing short of perfect. Yet he underestimated Lin Mu's perceptive abilities. Confronted by Lin Mu, the cloaked figure made a decisive move. He swiftly shook his arms, launching the unconscious woman toward Lin Mu, and without looking back, leapt toward the window. Escaping into the night, Lin Mu, seeing the figure's intent to flee, did not pursue. Instead, he effortlessly caught the woman who was thrown at him, cradling her in one arm, observing the exquisite beauty in his embrace. Lin Mu harbored no malicious thoughts. That he quietly returned to the room, gently placing her back onto the bed. Just as Lin Mu completed this action, another figure flew in through the window. Upon closer inspection, it was the very cloaked figure who had attempted to escape. Now, he lay on the floor, utterly devoid of strength, his eyes filled with terror. As soon as the figure landed, the old Mo followed suit, entering through the window. Upon landing, he approached and tore the mask from the cloaked figure's face. Revealed was a look of panic. He realized that he could not escape his fate tonight, and his only hope was to protect his family from the impending repercussions. Lin Mu, recognizing the face beneath the mask, was slightly taken aback. This person was Lin Shi, a prodigy from the Lin family in Yunzhou, whom Lin Mu had encountered before. However, Lin Mu was left wondering about the true motives behind his actions. Slowly rising, Lin Mu approached Lin Shi and spoke in a calm tone. "Young Master Lin, are you acting under someone else's orders, or do you have ulterior motives?" Lin Shi blurted out, "You recognize me?" Realizing his slip, he quickly caught himself that of course I recognize you. Speak your intentions, and I may spare your life. Lin Mu's words carried an air of authority that Lin Shi took lightly, as he turned his head defiantly away. Clearly unwilling to engage further, embodying a spirit of resignation to his fate. Standing nearby, the old Mo interjected, "If he refuses to speak, I have my methods to make him comply." Ever since studying the jade slip of the Wandering Emperor, the old Mo had mastered the control of spiritual energy and the application of divine consciousness that he advanced, placing one hand on Lin Shi's head, directly probing into his mind with formidable spiritual power. Rummaging through his memories, with the other hand, he summoned the transforming whip, which, under the impetus of spiritual energy, transformed into a 3-foot mirror. Through this mirror, he projected Lin Shi's memories for Lin Mu to see. As Lin Mu observed the memories displayed in the mirror, he realized he had been mistaken. Previously, he believed Lin Shi had aligned himself with the Cui family in Yunzhou to undermine them and frame Lin Mu. However, it turned out that Lin Shi had not even noticed Lin Mu during his time in Yunzhou. His true purpose for coming was merely to find a scapegoat for himself, to Tio Lin Mu's surprise. The notorious flower thief causing a stir in Qingyang City was none other than him, that a smirk of derision crept across Lin Mu's face as he mused, "What noble sects and illustrious families. They are but a collection of lowly scoundrels. Lock him in your room for now. It will make for an interesting spectacle later." The following morning, Su Liying rubbed her slightly aching forehead and slowly sat up. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily pulled back the covers to check herself. Finding her clothes in order and her body free from discomfort, she wondered, could it have all been a dream? Shaking her head, still feeling a bit dazed, she steadied herself against the bed's edge and took a few steps around the room. Suddenly, she felt a dull pain in her chest, reminding her of the events from the previous night. However, she could not recall what had transpired after she had fainted. Why was she lying unscathed in her own bed? Just as she struggled to make sense of it all, a shout rang out from outside. "Thieves in the inn, come out and surrender. Today, you cannot escape." Chapter 26. A surprising gift. Su Liying, upon hearing the shouts, approached the window and opened it slightly to gaze outside. There, she beheld a group of elegantly attired martial artists standing before the inn. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in gray, flanked on either side by a companion. The one who had shouted moments ago appeared to be the individual on the left of the gray-clad elder. He continued to bellow, "Those who dare to slay members of my Qingyang sect are courting death." This man was the head of the guards who had rushed to inform the Qingyang sect the previous night. Bolstered by the support of a senior elder from the sect, he had intended to boast further, but to his astonishment, he soon spotted the elderly man who had been responsible for the killings. Emerging behind the young man in white, instinctively, he recoiled behind the gray-clad elder, his demeanor becoming increasingly awkward. After all, the sight of the old man's ruthless actions from the day prior was still vivid in his mind. Equally unnerved was the elder in green standing to the right of the gray-clad elder. This was Luo Sang, the elder who had encountered Lin Mu on 2 prior occasions. Upon seeing Lin Mu and his companion, Luo Sang involuntarily exclaimed, "It is you two." The gray-clad elder, surprised, inquired, "Luo Sang, do you know them?" Not daring to be negligent, Luo Sang promptly replied, "Respected elder, these two are the ones who exterminated the Zhao family in Han City a few months ago." The gray-clad elder's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this revelation. He was one of the last 3 senior elders of the Qingyang sect, a formidable figure at the second stage of the respectable realm. After several years of seclusion, he had just broken through and emerged today. Little did he expect to hear of Tai Yangzi's assassination upon his return. The 3 senior elders of the Qingyang sect, along with the sect leader, had long been in seclusion, leaving all matters, big and small, in the hands of the elders. This was why, despite Tai Yangzi's death, the Qingyang sect had not immediately sought vengeance against Lin Mu. The gray-clad elder had initially planned to resolve the issue of the flower thief troubling Qingyang City before heading to Yunzhou to seek retribution against Lin Mu. However, it seemed he would not need to make an additional journey. The elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Lin Mu. "It is you two who have slaughtered my Qingyang sect's disciples." Lin Mu scanned the crowd, his eyes landing on the speaking gray-clad elder. "Your Qingyang sect prides itself on being a righteous sect, yet your disciples frame the innocent and wrongfully accuse the good to be why killing them. I have liberated your sect from a malignant tumor." The gray-clad elder's eyes grew colder upon hearing Lin Mu's defiant words. What a clever-tongued rogue you are, wreaking havoc in my Qingyang city. Your methods of murder are exceedingly cruel, akin to the ways of the demonic path. Today, I shall act in the name of justice. As soon as the words left his lips, the gray-clad elder's garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, that a mass of dark thunderclouds coalesced 100 meters above his head. He raised his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture with his fingers, and bellowed, "Thunder, come!" With a swift movement of his hand, the clouds rumbled with thunder, that a bolt of lightning descended, transforming into a sword of lightning at his fingertips. This was his ultimate technique, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. The power of this ability was immense. Any cultivator beneath the respectable realm would surely perish upon contact, and even those at the respectable realm would suffer grievous injuries if struck. As the lightning sword took form, the gray-clad elder made a downward slicing motion. The lightning sword suddenly elongated into a massive blade, cleaving down towards Lin Mu and his companion. Just as the colossal sword was about to strike, it halted a mere foot above their heads, unable to descend further. Old Amo flicked his finger against the giant sword, softly uttering, "Dissipate." What unfolded next left everyone in stunned silence. The lightning sword shattered into countless fragments, and even the thunderclouds above vanished without a trace. The gray-clad elder was equally taken aback, and just as he prepared to unleash another spell, a gigantic hand, conjured from spiritual energy, reached out towards him. The hand appeared in the blink of an eye. The gray-clad elder had no time to evade and was caught squarely within its grasp as the hand clutched the gray-clad elder. Old Mo's voice resounded once more. Diedat the utterance of this single word, the fingers of the gigantic hand closed together, enveloping the elder in its palm. Moments later, the enormous hand slowly dissipated, taking the gray-clad elder's form with it. The esteemed senior elder of the Qingyang sect, a powerful figure at the second stage of the respectable realm, had been silently obliterated without a trace. From the moment the gray-clad elder had struck to the instant he was annihilated. Only a few breaths had transpired. The members of the Qingyang sect stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shock. Lin Mu suddenly darted to Luosang's side, startled by Lin Mu's abrupt appearance. Luosang collapsed to the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Esteemed elder, it seems we are quite fated, having encountered each other thrice in a matter of months, Lin Mu remarked with a gentle smile. Luosang, terrified to his core, stammered after a long pause, "Why, yes, indeed, it is quite a fate." His voice trembled as he spoke. "Since we are so fated, how about I present you with a grand gift?" Lin Mu casually suggested. Luosang, his nerves taut, lowered his head. Too frightened to meet Lin Mu's gaze, he could only anxiously inquire, "What gift?" Lin Mu responded with a mysterious smile, "A surprising gift," as soon as Lin Mu's words fell. A figure clad in black was conjured out of thin air by old Amo and thrown before Luosang. Luosang looked down at the person in black, and upon recognizing his face, gasped, "It is the eldest son of the Lin family from Yunzhou? What is he doing dressed like this here?" He quickly raised his head and asked, "Young Master Lin, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Mu did not answer, but instead posed a question in return. "Do you recognize this individual?" Luosang nodded. "Of course, he is from the Lin family of Yunzhou and has been cultivating in our Qingyang sect recently." "That is good to hear, since he has been cultivating within your Qingyang sect. He is considered one of your OWN. Do you know why I have captured him?" Luosang shook his head, indicating he did not know. "That is of no concern. You shall find out shortly," old Amo, understanding the cue, stepped forward. His palm once again rested on the unconscious Lin Shi's head. That a mirror, conjured from the divine whip, materialized before the onlookers to ensure all could witness the scene within the mirror. Old Amo hurled it into the air, causing it to enlarge significantly. Within the mirror, the viewers saw Lin Shi as he abducted young women from the city, how he utilized their blood to cultivate demonic arts, and how he framed Lin Mu for his misdeeds, all vividly displayed for all to see. The expression of fury spread across the faces of all who beheld this scene. Those whose families had missing daughters wept bitterly, crying out for vengeance against him, to avenge the fallen innocents. The clamor rose to a deafening crescendo. Luosang felt a sense of despair wash over him, thinking the reputation of the Qingyang sect is surely ruined beyond repair. Lin Mu, observing the unfolding drama, understood that his objective had been achieved. This was the effect he had sought, for the more leverage he possessed, the greater the benefits he could extract from the Qingyang sect. Chapter 27. What a small world on the second floor of the inn. Su Liying stood at the window, gazing blankly at Lin Mu. Oh, it was he who saved me, that a shiver of fear coursed through her. Had it not been for Lin Mu's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. With this thought in mind, she approached the copper mirror to tidy her appearance before descending the stairs. Outside the inn, Lin Mu looked upon the enraged crowd with a hint of derision directed at Luo Sang. Are you not pleased with this gift? Luo Sang hung his head, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he finally replied, the actions of such scoundrels will not go unaddressed by the Qingyang sect. This was precisely what Lin Mu desired, an acknowledgement. Rest assured, even if you remain silent, I will demand an explanation. He kicked Lin Shi towards the members of the Qingyang sect. Luo Sang glared at the crumpled figure of Lin Shi, his hatred boiling within him that if he could, he would have crushed him on the spot. However, given the magnitude of the events that had transpired, including the death of a senior elder, he knew he must return to consult with the Grand Elder before taking any further action. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. He turned to his companions and commanded, "Take him away. We are leaving." Just as Luo Sang reached out to seize Lin Shi, Lin Mu's voice rang out once more. "Stop! You wish to leave just like that?" Luo Sang turned in confusion, his face a mask of disbelief. "Young Master Lin, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? After attempting to take my life on multiple occasions, you think you can simply depart without any reckoning?" "Reckoning?" Luo Sang thought bitterly. The Qingyang sect's reputation has been tarnished, and we have lost numerous disciples from the law enforcement hall. Even a senior elder has perished here. What more do you want? Though Luosang's heart was filled with wrath, he maintained a facade of politeness, forcing a smile as he replied, "Oh well, what does young Master Lin wish for? My request is quite simple. I offer you two choices. First, I could annihilate every one of you and then proceed to Qingyang sect to demand an explanation. Second, you may kill this man, and I will allow you to leave. I will come to Qingyang sect tomorrow to demand an explanation." The head of the guards, upon catching Lin Mu's gaze directed towards him, was instantly seized by an overwhelming sense of terror. He hastily knelt before Luo Sang, crying out, "Elder, spare me. In light of my unwavering dedication to the sect, though I lack merit, I have endured hardships. Please grant me a chance to live." Luo Sang stepped forward, kindly assisting the head of the guards to his feet. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "What is your name?" The head of the guards was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Disciple Lu Cheng." "Rest assured, Lu Cheng, the sect will not overlook your contributions." Upon hearing Luosang's words, Lu Cheng's heart surged with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly felt a violent surge of spiritual energy racing through his arm and swiftly enveloping his entire body. His narrow meridians were instantly overwhelmed and burst apart. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he met his untimely demise. Luo Sang cast a sorrowful glance at Lu Cheng, his expression melancholic, and addressed the disciples behind him. "Ensure he is given a proper burial, and treat his descendants with kindness." The disciples, upon hearing this, promptly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Lin Mu observed the unfolding scene with serene composure and could not help but scoff. Self-preservation is the essence of human nature. There is no need for the elder to feel guilty. Luo Sang, unfazed by Lin Mu's somewhat sardonic remarks, dismissed them with indifference. After all, Lu Cheng was merely an outer sect disciple. His sacrifice had preserved the lives of numerous Skyward Realm cultivators, including Luo Sang himself. Watching the expression of remorse on Luosang's face, Lin Mu felt a twinge of disinterest. "You may leave now. Inform your Grand Elder that I shall personally pay a visit tomorrow. Let him contemplate how he is to compensate for my losses." Luo Sang, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, hurriedly gathered his companions and swiftly vanished from Qingyang City at that moment. Zhao Liying had approached the entrance of the inn. Upon seeing that the Qingyang sect members had departed, she stepped forward toward Lin Mu. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life last night," Zhao Liying said, bowing before him. Lin Mu, gazing at the delicate beauty before him, felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but tease, "Are you implying that I should be repaid with your hand in marriage for saving your life?" Zhao Liying, taken aback by Lin Mu's words, blushed deeply, momentarily at a loss for a response. "Haha, it was merely a jest. There is no need to take it seriously, my lady, that a trifling act is hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Liying's cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly observed Lin M. In a barely audible voice. She remarked, "To you, it may be a trivial matter, but to me, it is a life-altering debt that if the opportunity arises, I shall surely repay you." Normally, she was a person unconcerned with trivialities, yet she found herself inexplicably shy today. Lin Mu regarded the young girl before him, finding her quite endearing that to ease the awkwardness. He inquired, "May I ask how to address you, my lady?" Zhao Liying lifted her head once more, blinking her large eyes as she replied, "I am called Zhao Liying. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" "My lord," Lin Mu responded candidly, "I am Lin Mu, of the Lin family." Zhao Liying couldn't help but chuckle. "Lord Lin, you are indeed quite amusing." She hadn't anticipated that the person who had just displayed such decisive ruthlessness would possess such a playful demeanor. Equally taken aback was the seemingly flustered Lao Mo, who pondered when his master had acquired such a manner of speaking. Could it be? As Lao Mo entertained these thoughts, he cast a dubious glance at Zhao Liying. Though she was indeed charming, she paled in comparison to the princess of Tianing. Could it be that his master's taste had faltered? Lin Mu remained oblivious to Lao Mo's musings that he continued in a congenial tone. "What brings you to Qingyang City, Miss Zhao? And what are your plans moving forward?" Zhao Liying replied nonchalantly, "This tale is rather lengthy. Perhaps Lord Lin would accompany me on a stroll through Qingyang City, so we may converse while walking." With nothing pressing at hand, Lin Mu found no objection to wandering through the city. Since a charming lady had extended the invitation, he felt compelled to oblige. Lao Mo, unable to endure the syrupy exchange any longer, chose to discreetly withdraw, using his spiritual energy to vanish from sight. Lin Mu, observing Lao Mo's departure, understood that his companion likely misconstrued the nature of his feelings toward Zhao Liying. His sentiments were purely platonic. He simply found her likable, nothing more. Evidently, Zhao Liying was quite the talkative individual. Apart from a brief moment of shyness at the beginning, she chattered incessantly throughout their walk. From her words, Lin Mu gleaned that she had escaped because she was dissatisfied with her brother's arrangement for her marriage. She incessantly praised her brother's virtues and the affection he showed her, asserting that she would only consider marriage to someone of his caliber. Lin Mu, puzzled, asked, "If your brother is so exceptional, why not marry him?" Zhao Liying quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. My brother raised me since childhood. He regards me as a sister, and I view him as an elder brother, but I ran away only because I am unhappy that he made this decision without consulting me. Moreover, I truly dislike that third prince. Though he appears amiable, he is but a hypocrite who puts on a facade of kindness in front of my brother while harboring ulterior motives." "The third prince?" Lin Mu inquired, intrigued. "Are you referring to the third prince of Yinshan Kingdom?" Zhao Liying scoffed. "Who else could it be?" Lin Mu, upon receiving her confirmation, felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Chapter 28. Engaging in exciting affairs. Zhao Liying, now curious, asked Lord Lin, "Have you heard of the third prince?" "Oh, I have heard a bit. Previously in Yunzhou City, the third prince unintentionally took something of mine that I would like to know what kind of person he is." Zhao Liying regarded Lin Mu's words with a hint of skepticism. What kind of treasure could the third prince, who had seen countless riches, possibly take from Lord Lin? She assumed he was merely jesting again. Zhao Liying recounted her impressions of the third prince, embellishing her tales with personal sentiments. Lin Mu listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding. Though the third prince was a product of a concubine, he possessed remarkable abilities. Bolstered by the support of Zhao Liying's brother, a formidable figure in the revered realm, it seemed he was subtly poised to rival the crown prince. However, the current emperor of Yinshan Kingdom was obsessively pursuing a breakthrough to the emperor realm, delegating many national matters to the crown prince and the third prince, intensifying the rivalry between the two factions. This was one of Zhao Liying's reasons for rejecting a marriage to the third prince. Lin Mu also learned that the princess of Tianing was, in fact, the third prince's biological sister. It appeared that all of the princess's schemes had been orchestrated for the benefit of the third prince. It seemed a visit to the imperial court was inevitable. Lin Mu contemplated. "Brother Lin, how should I decide?" After a day spent together, Zhao Liying had transitioned from calling him Lord Lin to Brother Lin. With a troubled expression, she confessed, "Since childhood, I have always obeyed my brother. Whatever he says goes, for he is my only family. Yet I truly do not wish to marry the third prince. Even if I cannot wed someone like my brother, I would at least like to marry someone like Brother Lin. Realizing she had misspoken, Zhao Liying quickly amended, Brother Lin, I apologize. I did not mean to imply that you are inferior to my brother. He will always hold the top place in my heart. Lin Mu reassured her, it is quite all right. I understand your sentiments. Zhao Liying chuckled awkwardly, as long as you understand, that is sufficient. He did in truth, one ought to live life according to their own desires. To pursue one's wishes while constantly second-guessing oneself is a burdensome existence. Lin Mu seemed to be imparting wisdom to Zhao Liying while simultaneously reflecting upon his own journey. To follow one's true desires? Zhao Liying's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, I could share my thoughts with my brother. Perhaps if he understands my feelings, he will not insist on my marriage to the third prince. She had always been obedient to her brother's wishes. And even this time, despite secretly running away, she lacked the courage to voice her true feelings. Thank you, Brother Lin, that I now know what I must do. Zhao Liying's smile returned, radiating warmth toward Lin Mu. Since arriving in the Juyou continent, Lin Mu had never felt as relaxed as he did today. This young girl, with her innocent heart and lack of ulterior motives, drew him in with an instinctive sense of familiarity. Lin Mu was aware of the inherent danger in such feelings. Those who are guileless often become the most potent tools for others' manipulation. Yet, what did it matter? Although he did not entirely trust the system's proclamations. Believing himself invincible, he perceived no threat from the revered realm at present, especially as he continually strengthened his own abilities. The 2 heavenly Dao stones he had acquired had allowed him to grasp a fragment of the power of the heavenly Dao. Once he collected all 9 heavenly Dao stones and fully mastered that power, he would not fear even the beings of the Juyou continent, let alone any ulterior motives the system might harbor. With this thought in mind, he gazed at Zhao Liying with newfound gentleness. Since opening her heart, Zhao Liying had resumed her animated chatter, while Lin Mu intermittently shared tales from his past life. Brother Lin, your stories are truly captivating, though they do carry a touch of melancholy. The celestial being Zixia awaited her beloved, yet fate prevented their everlasting union. Su Liying expressed her melancholy, and upon noticing her sudden despondency, Lin Mu suggested, shall I take you on an exhilarating adventure? Su Liying, intrigued, inquired, an exhilarating adventure. What do you mean? Lin Mu extended his arm, encircling Su Liying's waist, and ascended into the sky. Hold on tight. I shall take you up to eliminate someone. Take me to eliminate someone? Su Liying shut her eyes, leaning against Lin Mu's chest, as the howling wind rushed past her ears. Whether it was the anxiety from his words or the subtle masculinity that lingered about him, her heart raced wildly. Just as she began to calm her tumultuous emotions, Lin Mu's voice pierced her thoughts. We've arrived. Open your eyes. Slowly, Su Liying opened her eyes to discover Lin Mu cradling her in one arm. Suspended above a magnificent cluster of buildings to her surprise, an elderly figure clad in black stood beside them, a companion of Lin Mu. Below them, the architectural grandeur was awe-inspiring, sprawling over a vast expanse. Rivaling even that of a royal palace that moment, a figure shot up from below, a white-faced elder with no beard. He approached swiftly, declaring, in the airspace surrounding Qingyang sect, flight is prohibited. Are you not aware? Lin Mu regarded the elder, merely a cultivator of the sixth heaven, and with a frigid expression, he delivered a punch without hesitation, sending the elder crashing back to the ground amidst a cloud of smoke and a cacophony of voices. Who dares to act recklessly within my Qingyang sect? A new figure soared into view, and upon recognizing Lin Mu, it was the Grand Elder, who upon closer inspection transformed his expression to one of warmth. Ah, it is young Master Lin. What brings you here? I have come to seek an explanation. Your disciple Zhao Qingfeng, driven by personal vendetta, incited his juniors to frame me in Qingyang City, the elders of your sect. Failing to discern right from wrong, called for my demise. Were it not for my modest self-defense skills, I would have fallen victim to their scheme. Tell me, does Qingyang's sect not owe me an explanation? The Grand Elder, aware of the previous events in Qingyang City, furrowed his brow at Lin Mu's words. Could it be that the duty elder concealed some truths? He replied earnestly, Young Master Lin, please be magnanimous. Our disciples are known for their integrity and would never engage in such despicable acts. It is likely that someone has maliciously framed you. Allow me to investigate the matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory response. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Liying, noting her as merely a cultivator of the divine travel realm, that he kindly suggested, "Given the winds here, might we discuss this within the hall?" Lin Mu glanced down at Su Liying's pale visage. Recognizing her struggle against the oppressive aura of the heights, without further ado, he descended with her in his arms. His speed was remarkable, and in mere moments, they touched the ground. Once Su Liying regained her footing, Lin Mu released her. The Grand Elder landed beside him, respectfully gesturing for Lin Mu to enter. "Young Master Lin, please take a seat inside while I summon Zhao Qingfeng for questioning." Lin Mu's cold gaze fixed on a distant figure. "No need. He has already arrived, that I in an instant." Lin Mu extended his hand, drawing a man from afar to stand before him, gripping tightly around the man's neck. The man was none other than Zhao Qingfeng, whose face turned crimson as he grasped at Lin Mu's hand, futilely attempting to break free to in that moment. Lin Mu had sealed Zhao Qingfeng's spiritual meridians, rendering him powerless, akin to an ordinary person. He sought help, yet only muffled sounds escaped his lips. Since the Zhao family was annihilated and Zhao Qingfeng was rescued, he had been searching for revenge. However, the Grand Elder had delivered a devastating revelation. His family's destroyer was a powerful elder. In the entire Yinshan Kingdom, there were fewer than 20 such elders, and Qingyang sect, as the foremost sect, possessed only 4 that upon learning this, Zhao Qingfeng was engulfed in despair, even avoiding the Yunzhou Grand Assembly for fear of retribution, believing that remaining within Qingyang sect would afford him safety. The events in Qingyang City had reached his ears, but he paid them little mind, as troublemakers were often dealt with by the sect's experts. Yet upon the return of Luo Sang and others, they brought news that sent shockwaves through the sect. The Supreme Elder had been slain, utterly destroyed, with even his spirit unable to escape. When Luo Sang revealed that the slayer was the old man beside Lin Mu, Zhao Qingfeng felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Terror consumed him, extinguishing any desire for vengeance. He merely wished to survive within Qingyang sect. Little did he know that the harbinger of his family's demise had come to the sect and, amidst the crowd, had spotted him, leaving no time for escape. Zhao Qingfeng, fearing for his life, valued his own existence far more than avenging his family. Desperately, he turned to the Grand Elder, like a drowning man grasping at a final straw. His mouth unable to form words, yet conveying his plight through muffled whimpers. The Grand Elder, though seething with fury, maintained his composure. "Young Master Lin, the matter remains unresolved. We lack evidence to prove Zhao Qingfeng's culpability. Release him, and we shall proceed once the facts are established." Lin Mu regarded the Grand Elder, whose expression betrayed a mix of anger and helplessness. "Evidence. That is merely a game played among the weak. The strong need not concern themselves with such trivialities. Indeed, a strong man needs no evidence." A voice resonated with an air of dominance and confidence. As the words fell, 2 figures materialized before the gathered crowd. The disciples of Qingyang sect knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Supreme Elders." The Grand Elder bowed as well. "Greetings to the 2 esteemed masters." These 2 figures were the remaining Supreme Elders of Qingyang sect. Upon learning of the Supreme Elder's demise, the Grand Elder had promptly alerted the sect leader and the other 2 Supreme Elders. These 2 were twin brothers who had entered Qingyang sect together, both achieving the esteemed realm of the Elder after centuries of cultivation. Given their talents, it was not inconceivable for them to reach the realm of the Emperor. The Elder who had spoken was Feng Jianan, while the other was Feng Jianbei. Both were cultivators of the 4th heaven. Feng Jianan nodded to the Grand Elder and then turned his gaze to Lin M. To achieve such prowess at a young age is commendable. Yet such arrogance could lead to early demise. Youth often lacks wisdom. Lin Mu let out a boisterous laugh. "Arrogance. My rules are my OWN that I end this world. Those with might may not always be right, but they are certainly effective. Just as now. What can you do to me?" Without hesitation, he snapped Zhao Qingfeng's neck. Feng Jianan, witnessing Lin Mu's blatant disregard, bellowed in rage. "You seek death." He extended his hand, claw-like, toward Lin Mu. Unfazed, Lin Mu stood his ground. As Feng Jianan's claw neared his throat, Lin Mu unleashed a punch to Feng Jianan's chest, launching him hundreds of meters away, crashing through several walls before coming to a halt. The strike was so sudden that Feng Jianan had no time to react. Seeing his brother struck, Feng Jianbei's expression darkened, but he channeled his spiritual energy and struck toward Lin Mu, his punch imbued with Earth's principles. Resembling an oncoming mountain, Lin Mu roared with laughter. "Come at me." He stood firm, throwing a punch of his own. Their fists collided, and it seemed as if Lin Mu were rooted to the ground, merely swaying slightly, while Feng Jianbei, like his brother, was sent flying over 100 meters before regaining his stance. As Feng Jianan rose from the rubble, witnessing his brother's fate, he quickly moved to Feng Jianbei's side. Whispering in a tone only they could hear, "This man is formidable. His strength is beyond measure, that we cannot confront him head-on. We must combine our powers to eliminate him." Feng Jianbei nodded in agreement upon hearing the words, then conjured a small mountain, uttering an incantation. The mountain soared rapidly into the sky. Feng Jianan swiftly formed hand seals, directing a spell at the mountain, which suddenly vanished midair, just as Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The previously vanished mountain reappeared above him, transforming into a colossal mountain that plummeted towards him. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Those nearest to Lin Mu scrambled backward in panic, fearing that being struck would mean certain death. However, Lin Mu, positioned at the center of the mountain's attack range, gazed at the descending mass with a fierce resolve. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, launching a punch at the mountain that a thunderous boom resounded. The descending mountain was shattered into countless fragments by Lin Mu's punch. The debris hurtled in all directions, causing buildings to collapse and people to be thrown into disarray. Countless disciples of the Qingyang sect were either killed or injured, unable to evade the onslaught. After sending the mountain flying, Lin Mu swiftly moved to Su Liying's side, conjuring a protective barrier with his spiritual energy that deflected the incoming boulders that in the distance. Feng Jianan and his brother gazed at the scene in shock. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously summoned several flying swords to assault Lin Mu. As the swords flew, they merged, and by the time they reached Lin Mu, they had coalesced into a massive golden sword. The enormous sword tip lunged toward Lin Mu's body, that Su Liying, standing behind Lin Mu, cried out, "Young Master Lin, quickly dodge." Yet Lin Mu remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of immense spiritual energy. He stood his ground, bracing himself against the flying sword with his chest, that a series of loud thuds echoed as the giant sword struck Lin Mu, only to shatter under the pressure. Feng Jianan and his brother, witnessing their life-bound swords being destroyed, simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to the ground, clearly gravely injured. Lin Mu assessed his condition. Astonishingly, the massive sword had not even pierced his skin. He murmured to himself, "The eternal unyielding body is indeed formidable. The experimental game has concluded. Now it is my turn." Chapter 30. You are the first to dare knock on my door. Seeing Lin Mu shatter their combined divine sword, Feng Jianan quickly sat cross-legged, chanting incantations. Feng Jianbei, sensing the urgency, channeled all his spiritual energy to Feng Jianan. Moments later, Feng Jianan bellowed. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. At his command, all the swords in the vicinity flew from their sheaths, hovering above him and humming ominously. Feng Jianan then flicked his fingers, drawing a circle in the air, and declared, "Cage of the gods, manifest." The thousands of buzzing swords encircled the brothers, forming a vast circular sword array around them. This array, named the 10,000 Swords Returned to the Sect, was a recently perfected formation, renowned for its dual offensive and defensive capabilities, and its unpredictable nature. Its current form was the Cage of the Gods, designed not only to repel incoming attacks, but also to reflect them back with multiplied force, potentially ensnaring enemies within the array to meet their demise by 1,000 piercing blades. Through the recent skirmish, Feng Jianan had discerned Lin Mu's combat style. Lin Mu's astonishing defense and immense strength were well noted. The Cage of the Gods was perfectly suited to counter Lin Mu's approach. The more powerful his attacks, the greater the retaliatory damage he would incur. Feng Jianan laughed heartily as he beheld Lin Mu charging toward him. "Boy, prepare to be undone by your own strength." "Ha!" However, his smile swiftly morphed into one of terror. Lin Mu's seemingly casual punch struck the array, creating a fissure. The moment the crack appeared, it rapidly expanded, and within a breath, the entire sword array crumbled. As the array shattered, Feng Jianbei was caught in the backlash of the sword energy, collapsing to the ground, spitting blood profusely. Feng Jiannan, the array's orchestrator, fared no better. Not only did he bleed uncontrollably, but his spirit also bore a severe blow. He slumped to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Without pausing, Lin Mu unleashed another punch at Feng Jiannan. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, he was obliterated into fragments, with Feng Jiannan's spirit critically injured. He could not escape, meeting a complete and final demise. Feng Jianbei, witnessing the utter annihilation of his brother, wore a frenzied expression. "Boy, I will have you pay for our demise." With that, his aura surged, and spiritual energy erupted from him like a torrent. A thunderous roar erupted as a force comparable to a nuclear explosion radiated outward, obliterating everything within hundreds of meters. In the wake of the explosion, a massive crater formed, spanning dozens of meters. Feng Jianbei's self-detonation not only claimed the lives of several hundred Qingyang sect disciples, but merely left Lin Mu's garments in tatters. At that moment, Lin Mu stood bare and vulnerable at the bottom of the pit, arms raised to shield his face. Lao Mo had instinctively protected Su Liying during the explosion and was now flying toward Lin Mu. Before they arrived, Su Liying's anxious voice rang out, "Brother Lin, are you all right?" Although Lin Mu was unscathed, the deafening blast left him slightly dazed. Responding instinctively to Su Liying's call, he replied, "I'm fine." Just as Lin Mu finished speaking, he noticed Lao Mo landing a few meters in front of him with Su Liying. Lao Mo's expression was peculiar, and Su Liying gasped, covering her face and turning away. Lin Mu, sensing the awkwardness, shook his head to clear his thoughts, only to realize the draft below, glancing down to find his face a deep crimson. "I can't believe I greeted a girl while completely naked." For the first time, Lin Mu felt an urge for self-annihilation. Despite his usual lack of modesty, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In a flurry, Lin Mu retrieved a spare set of clothing from his storage ring and hastily dressed. "I put on my clothes," he said, feeling embarrassed. Hearing Lin Mu's voice, Su Liying slowly turned around, her skepticism evident. Upon seeing that he had indeed dressed, she rushed over, asking, "Brother Lin, are you really okay?" Glancing at the massive crater surrounding them, her concern was palpable. Lin Mu, without thinking, replied, "Did you not see it all?" "I'm perfectly fine." Su Liying's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Don't say such nonsense. I didn't see anything." Lao Mo, observing the exchange, suddenly recalled a song. "Should I quietly walk away?" Lin Mu awkwardly raised his gaze, scanning the surroundings before changing the subject. "Fortunately, there is no one else around. Otherwise, I might have had to annihilate the Qingyang sect today." No sooner had Lin Mu spoken than a series of rhythmic thuds echoed, resembling the sound of distant drums. With each beat, the space trembled in response. As the three ascended from the crater, they beheld a figure striding through the air, approaching them step by step. With each footfall, the drumbeat resonated. His gait appeared leisurely, yet each step spanned dozens of meters, and in mere moments, he stood before Lin Mu and the others. The disciples of the Qingyang sect, already terrified, knelt before the newcomer, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." The sect master had emerged from seclusion. Surely he would vanquish the intruder. Indeed, the sect master had been a revered figure over a century ago. And now that he had returned from his retreat, could it be that he had attained a new breakthrough? Amidst the murmurs of the disciples, only the Grand Elder was aware that the sect master had been compelled to emerge due to significant events within the sect. Attaining the status of a great emperor was no simple feat. The sect master of Qingyang gazed at the ravaged remnants of his sect and spoke in a detached tone. "I have founded the Qingyang sect for over a millennium. You are the first to dare intrude upon my domain." His voice bore no hint of anger or joy, as if recounting a tale unrelated to himself. Lin Mu regarded the imposing middle-aged man and replied, "As the sect master, you have neglected your duties toward your disciples. Today, I merely sought to instill some discipline to ensure they adhere to the rules." The Qingyang sect master, unperturbed by Lin Mu's words, responded coolly, "I have traversed the 9 nether continent for over a millennium, and I have always judged by results, not by reasons. You have not only ravaged the gates of the Qingyang sect, but also slaughtered many of my disciples. Today, regardless of your intentions in coming here, I shall ensure you remain here." As he spoke, he always slightly tilted his forehead upwards, as if looking down upon everything. "I must say, This fellow has truly mastered the art of pretentiousness to an extraordinary degree. Lin Mu couldn't help but roll his eyes that Su Liying had heard the legend surrounding this sect leader. The leader of the Qingyang sect, Yun Feiyang, had emerged 1,000 years ago, challenging dozens of sects within the Yinshan kingdom, never once facing defeat. Ultimately, he set up a 100-day life-and-death arena on Qingyang Mountain, where all challengers met their demise. Even the experts from other empires who came to hear of it perished far from home. During those 100 days, he had slain over 300 individuals, with no fewer than 10 being at the revered level. Since then, he established his sect, and the Qingyang sect rose to prominence, becoming the foremost sect in the Yinshan kingdom. Su Liying, fearing that Lin Mu might not be a match for Yun Feiyang, stepped forward and bowed to him, saying, "I am Su Liying, and my senior brother is Wang Changhe of Luoqing Mountain. I come here on behalf of my senior brother to pay my respects to the esteemed elder." Upon hearing Wang Changhe's name, Yun Feiyang ceased his condescending demeanor, squinting as he replied, "The Shadowless Sword God." Wang Changhe, Chapter 31. The fine tradition of flexibility and resilience. The Shadowless Sword God, Wang Changhe, wielded a blade that left no trace. Undefeated amongst peers that a century ago, Yun Feiyang had battled Wang Changhe in the capital of Yinshan Kingdom for 3 days and nights without a victor emerging. Wang Changhe was one of the few individuals he respected that asked the junior sister of the Shadowless Sword God, "I shall grant him face." "You may step aside," Wang Changhe said courteously to Su Liying. Hearing that Wang Changhe had no intention of sparing Lin Mu, Su Liying spoke again. "This Lindigo is my savior. That my senior brother will undoubtedly repay his life-saving grace. That it would be better if—" Before Su Liying could finish her thought, Yun Feiyang erupted into laughter. "Little girl, it seems you are mistaken about something. That my deference to Wang Changhe is simply a matter of heroes recognizing heroes. It does not imply that I fear him." That he then turned to point at Lin Mu, declaring, "This brat is destined to die today, and even Wang Changhe's arrival will not save him." As Lin Mu listened to this exceedingly arrogant proclamation, he calmly replied, "Old fool, it seems your confidence has surpassed its limits. That I shall return the same words to you. You will die today, and even the emperor's arrival will not save you." Lao Mo, seeing that his master was about to engage personally, swiftly grabbed the still-speaking Su Liying and leaped into the air, soaring 100 meters high. Lao Mo's departure seemed to signal the commencement of battle, and the two simultaneously launched their attacks at one another. Lin Mu recognized that this opponent was extraordinary. Ordinary tactics would likely not suffice for a decisive victory. Thus, he summoned the power of the Heavenly Tao, condensed from the Heavenly Tao stone within his sea of consciousness. The power of the Heavenly Tao enveloped Lin Mu's fists as he struck Yun Feiyang's incoming sword with a forceful punch. Yun Feiyang's sword strike was a mere casual gesture. Yet even such an action carried the force of rules, capable of obliterating the souls of ordinary, revered-level beings. However, to his astonishment, in that brief moment of contact, Yun Feiyang's divine sword shattered into pieces, and Lin Mu's fist continued unabated, crashing into Yun Feiyang's chest. The instant the sword broke, Yun Feiyang felt a force that transcended the rules surging towards him. Reacting instantly, he employed a defensive divine ability to absorb Lin Mu's blow. Yet he had clearly underestimated the magnitude of this force. The defensive technique disintegrated before it, akin to paper, and the violent energy surged within him, causing his blood to churn as he was forced to retreat, spewing blood intermittently. After retreating several dozen meters, Yun Feiyang barely managed to halt his momentum, kneeling on one knee with one hand on the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth. What a terrifying force! A single strike has severely injured my body, and my soul feels unstable. This is certainly not a power that belongs to this realm. Should another punch land, I fear I shall meet my end today. Yun Feiyang's thoughts raced as he weighed the pros and cons when Lin Mu advanced once more. He suddenly pressed both hands to the ground, dropping to one knee with his forehead touching the earth, and shouted, "I concede." This scene unfolded too abruptly. The onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Their sect leader, how could he kneel and concede after just one move? This was utterly humiliating. Lin Mu, witnessing this turn of events, felt equally bewildered. Was this truly the same Qingyang ancestor who had exuded such arrogance moments ago? What trickery was this? Yun Feiyang maintained his position on the ground, his forehead still pressed to the ground as he addressed Lin Mu. "Young Master Lin, Your skills are unparalleled, truly unmatched in the world. I am but an old fool, my vision clouded, and I have offended you. If you could spare my life, I am willing to serve you as a loyal subject, to toil and sacrifice for you. That as he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, knocking his head against the ground. Lin Mu regarded this once mighty leader of the Qingyang sect and couldn't help but think of Luo Sang. The Qingyang sect certainly had a commendable tradition of both flexibility and resilience. You don't seek revenge for the deaths of your esteemed elders? Lin Mu inquired. Yin Feiyong did not rise but lifted his head. Speaking earnestly, the two individuals you dispatched earlier had long harbored intentions of betraying the Qingyang sect, but we owe you a debt of gratitude for eliminating these two malignant tumors. This was utterly shameless. The members of the Qingyang sect echoed this sentiment in their hearts. Ditto. If I were to reduce your sect to ruins, would you not hold it against me? Hearing Lin Mu's words, Yin Feiyong glanced at the surrounding ruins and replied, I have long wished to renovate the sect. I simply lack the time due to my seclusion, and I am grateful to you for assisting in the demolition of these dilapidated structures. Upon hearing this, several young disciples covered their faces with their hands. Elder, can you be any more shameless? Naturally, Lin Mu did not believe Yin Feiyong's words. However, his purpose in coming to the Qingyang sect was to utilize its resources for closed-door cultivation while also consolidating a faction to serve him. Yin Feiyong, in this moment, seemed like a useful pawn. Lin Mu required obedient subordinates, not those who were rebellious. I am a man of my word, and I declared you would die today. If I were to spare you, would that not be a breach of promise? Lin Mu gazed at Yin Feiyong with a mocking expression. Yin Feiyong smiled obsequiously. The former leader of the Qingyang sect has perished. I am now merely your humble servant. Lin Mu was quite pleased with this response, and then issued his first command to Yin Feiyong. Find me a place for seclusion, that he then pointed at the just-arrived Lao Mo. During my retreat, any matters must be reported to him first. And let me remind you, his strength surpasses mine. Yin Feiyong discerned the warning in Lin Mu's words and quickly nodded, bowing deeply. Yes, 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 I shall be utterly loyal and serve the young master. As he spoke, he glanced at the elderly black man. Thus, the fierce battle came to an end, and Lin Mu leaped into the role of the true authority of the Qingyang sect. This news spread throughout every corner of the Yinshan kingdom the following day, eliciting both joy and concern. Upon learning this news, the head of the Cui family, Cui Yin, promptly led the family's higher-ups to pay their respects to Lin Mu, pledging their allegiance to the Qingyang sect henceforth, promising to follow its lead. Meanwhile, the Qingyang sect, hindered by the third prince, opted not to directly annihilate the Lin family, but instead forced them to compensate with a significant number of spirit stones and some assets allocated to the Cui family. This rendered the Lin family temporarily incapable of contending with the Cui family. This time, Lin Mu was engrossed in his seclusion, deepening his understanding of spiritual power through the analysis of the jade slips from the Wandering Emperor. Moving beyond mere brute force, of course, he did not neglect his research on the Heavenly Tao stone. Having witnessed the might of the Heavenly Tao, his desire to obtain the remaining stones intensified. Thus, immersed in his closed-door cultivation, a month swiftly passed. Throughout this month, Su Liying remained melancholic. Although the Qingyang sect treated her with utmost respect, fulfilling her every request, she felt a profound emptiness without Lin Mu's company. Each time she inquired with Lao Mo, she was told that Lin Mu had yet to emerge from seclusion. One day, as was her routine, Su Liying returned to the place where Lin Mu was cultivating. Lao Mo sat beneath a tree, seemingly rooted in place. Mo Lao, has Lindiga not yet emerged from seclusion? Su Liying asked, trying to lower her voice. Without opening his eyes, Lao Mo casually replied. Look behind you. His words. Su Liying turned and saw Lin Mu standing not far behind him. Chapter 32, A Letter from the Heavenly Gate. Lin Mu establishes authority. A gentle breeze stirred the willow branches, fluttering the skirt of the lady beneath the tree. That Su Liying tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and revealed a faint smile. Her light yellow outer garment gleamed brilliantly under the sun. She took delicate steps toward Lin Mu, feeling somewhat shy after not seeing him for over a month. Lindigo, you have finally emerged from seclusion, Su Liying said softly. Indeed, how did you know I would emerge today? Lin Mu inquired to Su Liying, her expression somewhat awkward, replied, I merely happened to wander this way. Lin Mu, not noticing her change in demeanor, asked with apparent concern, "Are you still accustomed to staying here?" "It's all right, though it's a bit dull without anyone to talk to. But now that Lin De has emerged, I finally have someone to converse with." As Su Lying, her face aglow with mirth, resumed her incessant chatter, Lin Mu chose not to interrupt her, instead walking alongside her in companionable silence. As they passed by Lao Mo, who was seated with closed eyes in meditation, it remained unclear whether he was genuinely in a state of deep contemplation or deliberately disengaging from their intimate exchange. "Brother Lin, this Qingyang sect is so vast, yet it appears devoid of even a single peach blossom. Brother Lin, when will you take me to see the snow? We in Luoqing have never witnessed snowfall. Brother Lin, do you think I look better in yellow or green attire? Brother Lin, why do you always remain silent? It feels as though I am the only one speaking." Lin Mu thought with a hint of exasperation. "I would express myself, but you never afford me the opportunity to interject." Suddenly, the loquacious Su Lying halted, grasping the hem of her skirt with both hands and slightly bowing her head as she inquired, "Brother Lin, do I talk too much and annoy you?" She resembled a child awaiting reprimand for a misdeed. Lin Mu, gazing at the somewhat dazed Su Lying, revealed a long-lost tenderness in his eyes. "Silly girl. How could I possibly dislike you? Brother Lin enjoys listening to your words." To ease Su Lying's discomfort, he gently ruffled her hair. She did not shy away, but rather reveled in the warmth of the moment. At that moment, an inopportune voice broke the tranquility. "Congratulations on your emergence. Master, did I happen to have urgent matters to report?" Lin Mu withdrew his hand and turned to face the speaker. Yun Feiyang approached, holding a sealed letter, extending it toward Lin Mu. "This is a confidential correspondence from the Heavenly Gate, just delivered this morning." Lin Mu accepted the envelope, tearing it open to extract a piece of leather parchment inscribed solely with the words Heavenly Gate Academy. The ease with which the Heavenly Gate acquiesced suggested an ulterior motive. Lin Mu pondered with a furrowed brow. Noticing Lin Mu's silence after perusing the letter, Su Lying tentatively asked, "Brother Lin, have you encountered a troublesome matter?" Lin Mu casually tucked the letter away and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, merely a trifling issue." Sensing Lin Mu's reluctance to elaborate, Su Lying changed the subject. "Brother Lin, what plans do you have now that you have emerged?" Plans, indeed. It was time to formulate some. The quest for the Dao Stone would require considerable manpower. Lin Mu mused. Having witnessed the initial power of the Dao Stone, his resolve to gather all Dao Stones only intensified. "I still have some matters to attend to after my emergence. You may return first, and I shall seek you out once I have concluded my tasks," Lin Mu informed Su Lying, upon hearing Lin Mu's firm tone. Su Lying, though reluctant, replied, "Oh, I understand, but do remember to come find me." With that, she turned and departed, somewhat disgruntled. In the resplendent hall of the Qingyang sect, all elders and peak masters had assembled. Lin Mu sat at the principal seat on the dais. Flanked by Yun Feiyang and the Grand Elder, the noise of animated discussions filled the air. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Silence, all. Young Master Lin has important matters to announce, so pay close attention." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the assembly fell silent. In the stillness of the hall, Lin Mu's voice resonated. "You are all high-ranking members of the Qingyang sect, that I hope what I say today will not only be etched in your hearts, but also conveyed to every disciple within the sect upon your return. First, the Qingyang sect shall henceforth be renamed the Tiandao sect. An auspicious day will be chosen to announce this to the world. From this moment forward, we will open our doors wide and recruit the world's talents. Secondly, the Elder Council is to compile a list of major factions within the Yinshan Kingdom for the purpose of assimilating them within 1 year. To this proclamation, the hall erupted once more into a cacophony of protests. "This is utterly unacceptable. The Yinshan Kingdom is rife with factions. Deeply entwined and numerous are those with revered status. Many of these factions maintain ties with the imperial family as a prestigious sect. How can we justify the unwarranted assimilation of others? This places the Qingyang sect in direct opposition to all factions, including the imperial family, which will surely intervene. Although the Qingyang sect stood as the foremost sect of the Yinshan Kingdom, its foundational strength paled in comparison to that of the imperial family, let alone the prospect of enmity with factions across the nation. Such a course of action would be tantamount to courting disaster." The most vociferous dissenting voice belonged to Li Shaoting, the master of the Sixth Peak, who hailed from the imperial family of the Yinshan Kingdom. Having grown weary of the court's intrigues, he sought refuge within the Qingyang sect. His exceptional prowess and humble demeanor earned him the love and respect of the Sixth Peak's disciples, and he had held the position of Peak Master for a century. The Qingyang sect has coexisted harmoniously with the myriad sects for over a millennium. Should we suddenly resort to aggression, not only would our disciples face casualties, but innocent civilians would also suffer the consequences. How many families would be torn apart? Let us not forget the predatory wolves surrounding the Yinshan kingdom. If turmoil were to arise, how would we fend off external threats? Li Xiaoting's glare bore into Lin Mu, his expression resolute and unyielding. Others nodded in agreement with Li Xiaoting's astute analysis. Yun Feiyang, too, was not in favor of Lin Mu's decision, yet he dared not voice his dissent that as he observed Lin Mu's darkened countenance. Unease crept into his heart. Lin Mu lightly tapped his fingers on the wooden chair, then addressed Yun Feiyang. This task may be undertaken by the Qingyang sect or by another sect. It is up to you to decide whether you shall be the sovereign of the Tiandao sect or its prey. Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang's eyes flickered with determination. Within mere seconds, he made his choice. With a cold glare directed at Li Xiaoting, he suddenly drew his sword and struck at Li Xiaoting. The sword's energy did not directly strike him, but instead tore open a rift beside him, which swiftly expanded to the height of a person, drawing Li Xiaoting into it. The assembly, taken aback by the sudden display of force from their leader, collectively stepped back. That it was only after Li Xiaoting had been consumed by the rift that they collectively gasped in shock. Though they could not ascertain where Li Xiaoting had been taken, they were certain that he would no longer exist in this world. Anyone who dares to speak further shall be branded a traitor. Meeting the same fate as him, Yun Feiyang declared, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Chapter 33. Journey to the Heavenly Gate Academy. Yun Feiyang's decisive action served as a stark warning, effectively silencing the once-spirited crowd, who now dared not utter a word for fear of following in Li Xiaoting's footsteps. Observing the hall's atmosphere, Lin Mu recognized that it was time for him to assume the role of the villain. Mere displays of power would not suffice to compel them to exert their utmost effort. Rising slowly, he addressed them with a measured tone. The detailed execution of the plan shall be drafted by the newly appointed master of the Tiandao sect, Yun Feiyang, in conjunction with the Elder Council. Any faction that willingly submits and adheres to the commands of the Tiandao sect, while regularly contributing spiritual stones, shall receive our protection. As for those obstinate and resistant, we shall eradicate their lineage and extinguish their legacy. All spoils acquired during our campaigns shall belong to the individual, with no need for submission to the sect. Initially, the assembly listened with grave expressions. But upon hearing that all spoils would belong to the individual, their eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Lin Mu as though he had conjured a miracle. Lin Mu was pleased with their response. He continued, I am aware of your concerns regarding the powerful beings among those factions. Rest assured, there will be individuals to address those matters. Your mission is to subjugate and assimilate their factions and, additionally, assist me in locating a specific item. With a sweeping gesture, a phantom materialized before them, resembling the Black Dao Stone. Those who provide leads on this divine stone shall be generously rewarded. Whoever successfully presents the Dao Stone will receive a divine crystal as a reward. And ordinary disciples will be directly promoted to personal disciples of the Master, receiving guidance from the sect leader himself. The sects of the Flying Sky realm will fully support their breakthrough to the revered realm. At this proclamation, the assembly's breaths quickened, their gazes fixated on the Dao Stone as though they wished to etch its image into their minds. Lin Mu's words were undeniably tempting. Present were many powerful beings of the Flying Sky realm. The opportunity to transcend to the revered realm, with its promise of longevity extending into the thousands of years, was irresistible. Even the elderly elders, though past their prime, felt a stir of intrigue. While they might not possess the potential to break through themselves, they had descendants and kin who could benefit. To be taken under the wing of Yun Feiyang, a superlative master at the 9th level of the revered realm, would elevate their entire lineage. Lin Mu concluded, now that I have spoken, do any of you have objections? The assembled members exchanged glances before responding in unison. We have no objections. Well, since there are no objections, this matter is considered passed. The specific details will be overseen by Lord Yun, and until the implementation plan is finalized, no one is permitted to disclose this matter. Otherwise, the consequences will be borne by themselves. The crowd hastily responded. We shall certainly keep our lips sealed. Lin Mu, seeing that the major decision had been made, turned to Yin Fiyang and said, in a few days, I will be heading to Tianmin Academy. That IT is uncertain how long I will be gone. So to be safe, old Mo will remain in the sect to guard it. Should you encounter anyone you cannot handle, he will step in. After I depart, you should begin to gather the talents of the world. These individuals will be immensely useful in the future when we seek to assimilate other factions. Yin Fiyang, having lived for over 1,000 years, understood the rationale with a moment's contemplation. The new disciples are all descendants of various prominent families. Having them as a buffer will save us from much unnecessary trouble. With this thought, Yin Fiyang bowed and said, Your foresight is commendable, young master. Under your leadership, the Tiandao sect shall surely unify the Yinshan kingdom. Upon hearing this somewhat tepid flattery, Lin Mu did not respond and simply vanished from his spot with a flash that I in the garden of Su Liying's residence. A figure held a fresh flower in her hand. As she plucked a petal, she muttered to herself, Lin Gu will come to find me today. Lin Gu will not come today. Lin Gu will come. As she neared the last petal, she realized it indicated that Lin Gu would not come. Growing increasingly agitated, Su Liying tossed the now nearly bare flower into the trash bin. Sigh, will Lin Gu truly come or not? Lin Mu arrived at the gate of Su Liying's courtyard, just in time to overhear her murmurs. He suddenly spoke up, Your Lin Gu will not be coming. Su Liying, startled by the unexpected voice, asked, Who is speaking? Come out. Lin Mu laughed heartily and stepped forward. Have you forgotten my voice after just a day apart? Lin Gu, I thought you were not coming, she exclaimed. Have you finished your matters? Lin Mu nodded. I have resolved the affairs within the sect, but I must embark on another journey in a few days. Su Liying blinked her eyes. A journey? Where to? Will you take me along? Seeing her eager expression, Lin Mu decided not to tease her further. I came to inform you to pack your belongings. We shall depart for Tianmin Academy in 3 days. Tianmin Academy? The one at the foot of Tianxing Mountain? Oh my, is it true? I have always wanted to go, Su Liying exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement, only for her expression to dim slightly as a thought crossed her mind. However, even if we go, we can only play at the foot of Tianxing Mountain. Only those within the academy and those invited by the headmaster may ascend the mountain, Su Liying remarked, her enthusiasm waning. I have received an invitation to attend, which not only allows us to ascend Tianxing Mountain, but perhaps we may also meet the headmaster of Tianmin Academy to Su Liying, who had initially seemed disheartened. Now beamed at the prospect of meeting the legendary powerful figure of the great emperor realm. She suddenly embraced Lin Mu, exclaiming, Wow, this is amazing. I will finally meet a legendary great emperor, Lin Mu. Taken aback by her sudden action, stood frozen in place, that it appeared that Su Liying too realized her conduct was somewhat inappropriate and quickly released him. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly asked, Lin Gu, will it just be the two of us going? Lin Mu's expression turned serious as he replied, Old Mo has important matters to attend to and must remain in the sect. This time, I shall only bring you along that if you feel uncomfortable with this arrangement, I will go alone. That's Su Liying, noticing Lin Mu's earnestness, quickly shook her head. No, I wish to go. I will pack my things right away. With that, she dashed off, as if fearing Lin Mu might change his mind. Then on the morning of the 3rd day, after bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Mu and Su Liying took to the skies. The verdant mountains receded, and the white clouds drifted lazily. Towns and mountains came into view, drawing closer then fading away. Having traversed for over half a day, they would reach Tianxing Mountain by evening at this pace. Suddenly, Su Liying spoke to Lin Mu with a tone of suggestion. Lin Gu, after we pass this mountain, we will arrive at Luocheng. Shall we rest there for a while? Lin Mu recalled Su Liying mentioning that she hailed from Luocheng. So it seemed this was indeed the place. Before a small city, Su Liying gazed at the city gate adorned with the characters of inside. It has been nearly 10 years since I last departed. Lin Mu examined the small city, which hardly deserved to be called a city. Town would be a more fitting description. The city wall was not much taller than the fence of Lin Mu's residence. Is this your hometown? Su Liying nodded slightly. I have been taken to the imperial capital by my senior brother since childhood. Counting this visit, I have only returned 3 times. That Su Liying savored the air of her homeland, reluctant to part. But we should not enter the city. We must keep moving. Since we are here, I would like to see your hometown. Let us go into the city. With that, she stepped forward into the town. Su Liying, watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, smiled brightly and skipped after him. Luocheng, once merely a supply point for the Luocheng mountain sect, had a population exceeding 10,000 at its peak. However, as the Luocheng sect fell into decline, many had perished or departed. Now, only a portion remained. Those accustomed to life in Luocheng and reluctant to leave, along with those with nowhere else to go, Su Liying's usual carefree demeanor faded, replaced by a look of sorrow and nostalgia as she entered the city. Having been away for nearly a decade, some places seemed altered while others felt unchanged. The faces were unfamiliar, yet the desolation and poverty remained constant. "Sister, I am hungry. Please give me something to eat." Suddenly, a dirty little girl reached out with her grimy hand, timidly clutching Su Liying's skirt. Su Liying did not show any disdain towards the girl. Instead, she smiled, crouched down, and gently patted the little girl's forehead, asking softly, "What is your name? Where are your family?" The little girl, with a vacant expression, replied, "My mother is dead, and I am all alone that I have no name. They all call me Xiaohua." As if reminded of a sorrowful memory, Xiaohua's eyes reddened slightly. "Do not cry, Xiaohua. Sister will take you to something delicious," Su Liying assured, picking up the little girl and heading towards a nearby eatery. Luocheng lacked grand taverns, featuring only a few ordinary small inns. Xiaohua's eyes fixated on the dishes on the table, swallowing nervously, but daring not to reach for the food. She cautiously nibbled on corn rice. Su Liying lovingly filled a bowl for her, and only then did Xiaohua thank her before devouring the meal ravenously. Watching Xiaohua, Su Liying was reminded of her own past, when she too had nearly starved on the streets, only to be rescued by her senior brother, who brought her back to Luocheng Mountain. He not only provided for her, but also taught her the ways of cultivation. With this in mind, she cautiously inquired, "Xiaohua, do you have other relatives? Sister can take you to them." Xiaohua paused her eating, shaking her head. "My mother died, and my father went off to war. Before my mother died, she said my father would come back to take me, and I should wait for him here. Do you know your father's name? Sister can help you find him." Su Liying probed further. Xiaohua remained silent for a moment before shaking her head again. "I was too young to remember when my father left." Su Liying wished to say more, but Xiaohua suddenly finished her meal in a hurry, standing up to face Su Liying, saying, "You are all good people. My mother said good people help us, and we must know our bounds. Thank you, sister, for the meal. Good people will be rewarded. I wish you both a long and happy life." With that, she knelt before Su Liying, bowed 3 times, and then turned to leave without looking back. Lin Mu, who had remained silent throughout, found himself admiring the little girl named Xiaohua. Clearly uneducated, she nonetheless understood the ways of the world and how to navigate social interactions, a wisdom that many beings who had lived for centuries lacked. As for her parting words, Lin Mu did not take them to heart. In the eyes of ordinary people, a century was considered a long life. In contrast to Lin Mu's calm demeanor, Su Liying felt her face flush upon hearing the words "long and happy life," and she became flustered, pretending to chase after Xiaohua. Lin Mu suddenly reached out to stop her. "Lin Go, why are you stopping me?" Su Liying clearly did not understand his intention. Lin Mu gestured for her to sit down, and then said, "That little girl, though small, has her own principles. That is her choice, and she has her own path. You also have your path, do you not?" Su Liying pondered Lin Mu's words, murmuring, "Yes, I too have my path. The path arranged for me by my senior brother is not to my liking. The path I choose may not be what Xiaohua desires either." With clarity dawning upon her, the gloom on Su Liying's face seemed to lift significantly. "Thank you, Lin Go. Let us continue our journey." Lin Mu nodded, standing to approach the counter. He placed a silver ingot on the counter and told the innkeeper, "Keep the money. If that little girl goes hungry again, provide her with a meal on my account that I will return, and if I find her in trouble, you shall share her fate." With a casual wave of his hand, all the tables in the tavern shattered into pieces. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu produced an ingot of silver and tossed it to the innkeeper, stating, "This is to compensate for your broken tables and chairs." The innkeeper hurriedly shook his head in refusal, insisting, "No need, no need." Lin Mu paid no mind to the innkeeper's feigned politeness. He turned and strode towards the door, one hand holding back Su Liying, before leaping into the air and vanishing from the innkeeper's sight. The innkeeper, watching Lin Mu's sudden departure, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He rushed outside and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Tianxing Mountain stands as the most majestic and towering peak to this moment. A group of martial artists from various factions gathered at the foot of Tianxing Mountain. Although numerous, they did not appear chaotic or noisy. The various factions clustered in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions. Who do you think will ring the Heaven S bell? One queried. In my view, the ninth prince of Yin Kingdom has a greater chance. After all, he is the foremost genius of Yin Kingdom, personally tutored by the emperor, with talents and strength that overshadow his peers. Another replied, I have heard that the newly appointed princess of Feng Shui Kingdom, while slightly lacking in strength, possesses exceptional talent, being a rare ice phoenix body. However, Feng Shui Kingdom also has formidable experts among its ranks. A few disciples from a sect observed the two figures on the trial platform, quietly conversing amongst themselves. The trial platform was designed for all those wishing to enter Tianxing Mountain. Only those who can ring the Heaven S bell standing on the platform would qualify for admission to Tianmen Academy. Over the course of thousands of years, only 3 individuals have succeeded in ringing the Heaven S bell, all of whom are now powerful figures of great repute. It is said that even the Yin Emperor could not ring the Heaven S bell and ultimately entered Tianmen Academy with the Heaven S order. A treasure that appears once every 100 years at this moment. The two figures approached the Heaven S bell and came to a halt. Are you Shui? Shall I go first, or shall you? A melodious male voice rang out, belonging to none other than the ninth prince of Yin Kingdom. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an otherworldly aura. Clad in fiery red armor that adorned his nearly 6-foot frame, he appeared imposing. The woman addressed as Ru Shui furrowed her brow at the ninth princess' words and replied, Ninth prince, we are not well acquainted. Please address me as Princess Han Yu. Han Yu was the name bestowed upon her by the Ice Emperor upon her elevation to princess. She was the very Ru Shui who had annulled her engagement with the Yin family in Han City. Chapter 35. If I can ring it, what will you do? Ru Shui had originally been chosen by the high priest of Feng Shui Kingdom to be his disciple. However, upon her arrival in Feng Shui Kingdom, she unexpectedly awakened her ice wind body. Upon learning this, the Ice Emperor took her as his disciple and conferred upon her the title of princess. Her status had transformed dramatically. Nonetheless, she was not the only princess conferred in Feng Shui Kingdom. Thus, she had come to attempt ringing the Heaven S bell. If she could enter Tianmen Academy, she would finally secure her footing in Feng Shui Kingdom. Hearing Ru Shui's blunt rejection of his pretentiousness, the ninth prince bore no resentment. Instead, he smiled and said, It matters not that we are unfamiliar now. Once I ring the Heaven S bell, I shall come to Feng Shui Kingdom to propose, and then we shall become acquainted at leisure. That remains to be seen, depending on your capabilities, Ru Shui retorted with a hint of sarcasm. You shall soon discover whether I possess such capabilities. The ninth prince confidently approached the Heaven S bell, channeling his spiritual energy into it. As his energy entered the bell, it began to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of being rung. From the crowd below, someone could not help but exclaim, The Heaven S bell is moving. Is it about to be rung? It shouldn't be that simple. The tremors are far from sufficient, another man, evidently knowledgeable, remarked. Indeed, the Heaven S bell merely quivered momentarily before returning to stillness. The ninth prince's face fell in disappointment as he attempted several more times, each yielding the same outcome, leaving him with no choice but to concede defeat. Observing the ninth prince's failure, Ru Shui refrained from mocking him. It was to be expected. She had little confidence herself and could only give it her best shot. She extended her delicate hand to the Heaven S bell, channeling her icy spiritual energy into it. That a beam of white light shot forth from the bell, but after a few moments of intense shaking, it ceased. What is happening? It is said that when the Heaven S bell emits a beam of light, it signifies that the bell is about to be rung. Why is there no further movement? Ru Shui pondered, somewhat bewildered. Initially, upon witnessing the bell's vigorous trembling and the white light shooting upwards, she had felt a surge of excitement, believing it was about to sound, only to be met with this outcome. It must have been her momentary distraction that caused this result. Resolving to try again, she repeated the same actions, yet the result remained unchanged. Ultimately, she shook her head in defeat and descended from the trial platform. Seeing that 2 illustrious talents had failed to ring the Heaven S bell, the other young prodigies from various factions could not resist the urge to try their hand. The outcome was predictable. Aside from a true disciple from Tai Su's sect, who managed to make the Heaven S bell tremble a few times, the others found it utterly unresponsive. Just as the crowd began to feel disheartened and prepared to leave, two figures suddenly landed on the trial platform. That it was none other than the swiftly approaching Lin Mu and Su Liying. As Su Liying landed, she found herself standing on a high platform with Lin Mu. The crowd below turned their gazes towards them, momentarily unsure of how to react. So this must be the Heaven S bell. While Su Liying felt a sense of unease, Lin Mu suddenly spoke up. He had heard of the Heaven S bell before. Hearing his words, Su Liying turned to look as well, and indeed, behind them stood a bronze bell. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch it, only to hear someone from below advise, "Little sister, to ring the Heaven S bell, you must channel your spiritual energy with both hands." The speaker seemed to harbor no ill intentions. He merely offered a kind reminder, perceiving that Su Liying appeared somewhat oblivious, perhaps with the ulterior motive of winning her favor. Upon hearing the explanation from the crowd, Su Liying quickly withdrew her hand, well aware of her own limitations. After over 20 years of cultivation, she had barely reached the third level of Xinyu, rendering her talents unremarkable in Yin Shan Kingdom. "Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try? With your talents, you might just ring the Heaven S bell," she suggested. Lin Mu possessed an invitation to Tianmen Academy, allowing him direct entry to Tianxing Mountain. However, since Su Liying had suggested it, he was indeed curious to test his own capabilities. To even think of attempting to ring the Heaven S bell without knowing what it is? A mocking voice interjected that as soon as this person spoke, laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Mu turned to regard the speaker, his gaze icy as he retorted, "If I can ring the Heaven S bell, what will you do?" The man, bolstered by Lin Mu's words, responded confidently, "If you can ring it, I shall submit to your will. If you cannot, you must give up the beauty beside you to be my concubine." With that, he and his companions erupted in laughter. Lin Mu regarded the group before him, his eyes glinting coldly. Regardless of whether he could ring the Heaven S bell, these individuals were doomed, but he chose not to engage further, turning instead to channel his spiritual energy, placing both palms against the Heaven S bell, his power swirling violently. Under the force of his spiritual energy, the Heaven S bell began to sway intensely, accompanied by a brilliant golden beam of light. The laughter from those mocking him abruptly ceased as they were struck dumb by the sight. The man who had wagered with Lin Mu fell back in shock, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible!" Ru Shui and the ninth prince of Yin Kingdom clenched their fists, their expressions tense as they fixated on the Heaven S bell. Just as everyone believed the bell was about to be rung, it trembled a few times before its radiance faded, returning to tranquility. "That I told you it was impossible. How could a nameless youth ring the Heaven S bell?" The man who had previously been startled into incoherence now resumed his taunts. Lin Mu paid him no heed, his thoughts racing. The Heavenly Stone, the Heaven S bell, perhaps there is a connection between them. I shall try once more using the power of the Heavenly Tao. With this thought, Lin Mu placed his hands on the Heaven S bell again, silently channeling the power of the Heavenly Tao. Observing Lin Mu preparing for another attempt, the crowd collectively shook their heads in disapproval. Those who had taken the stage before him, like Lin Mu, had ultimately met with the same fate, no matter how many times they tried. Yet, the fact that he could make the Heaven S stone tremble indicated he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps he was a disciple of some ancient powerhouse who had recently emerged at Su Liying. Watching Lin Mu felt a twinge of guilt. Had she not suggested that he attempt to ring the Heaven S bell, this trouble would not have arisen, just as she was about to speak up, urging him to refrain from continuing and instead present his invitation to enter Tianxing Mountain. The Heaven S bell trembled once more. This time, the vibration seemed different from before, the bell trembling at an extraordinary frequency. As Lin Mu continued to channel the power of the Heavenly Tao into the bell, it began to rotate in place, emitting a resounding clang, accompanied by the resounding chimes of the bell. A magnificent burst of seven-colored divine light soared into the heavens. This resplendent light lingered for a quarter of an hour before fading away, and only when it vanished did the crowd below regain their composure from their astonishment. He truly struck the Heavenly Tao bell? All eyes ablaze with fervor turned towards Lin Mu. Chapter 36. Is your reputation worth so much at this moment? Lin Mu's countenance bore little trace of joy. The resonance between the Heavenly Tao stone and the Heavenly Tao bell had produced the sound. implying that those who had previously struck the bell must possess a heavenly Tao stone. Contemplating this, Lin Mu's gaze sharpened. "Brother Lin, congratulations." Su Liying forced a smile in Lin Mu's direction. Lin Mu, taken aback, looked at Su Liying. Given her usual demeanor, she would have been exuberantly cheering by now. Her response today seemed rather peculiar. "But what's the matter? Brother Lin has made such a grand spectacle, yet you seem unenthusiastic. How could that be? I am certainly happy for you, Brother Lin." Su Liying feigned delight. Initially, she held onto a flicker of hope regarding Lin Mu, but now the chasm between them felt insurmountable. Each individual who could strike the heavenly Tao bell was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature. While she, merely a pitiful creature relying on her senior for protection, Su Liying wished to say no more, and Lin Mu did not pursue the matter further. Abruptly, he turned his attention to a specific spot in the crowd. The individual who had wagered against Lin Mu, upon meeting his gaze filled with lethal intent, did not hesitate to flee. However, he evidently overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated Lin Mu, that a hand pierced through from behind him. Swiftly withdrawing, and before he could utter a single cry, he met his demise. Lin Mu casually flicked his hand, cleansing the bloodstains away, then cast his gaze towards the companions of the fallen gambler. Seeing their comrade perish before their eyes, they dared not voice any objections. As Lin Mu's countenance darkened in their direction, one individual stepped forward, speaking with resolute conviction. "My senior brother lost the bet. It was his fate, and we accept the outcome without seeking revenge or troubling you." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flickered, and his throat was seized with an iron grip that he gazed in terror into Lin Mu's eyes, akin to those of the Grim Reaper, desperate to plead for mercy. Yet he could not articulate a sound. With the sickening crunch of bones fracturing, his previous words became his last testament. The onlookers, who had been merely spectators until now, held varying thoughts. Initially astonished by Lin Mu's talent, some had desired to approach and befriend him. Yet now, uncertainty clouded their minds. Though he possessed extraordinary gifts, his actions were devoid of restraint, revealing a ruthless streak. He did not resemble a person of noble virtue. As Lin Mu appeared poised to further enact violence upon others, the ninth prince, who had been observing intently, suddenly interjected. "Esteemed sir, while grievances may have their origins, is it not excessive to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter? Might you consider sparing them for my sake, and let today's events cease here?" The ninth prince was profoundly astonished that Lin Mu could resonate with the heavenly Tao bell. In the entirety of the Yin Kingdom, no one had ever struck it before. He had always been self-assured, believing himself to be the destined child of the Yin Kingdom, capable of ringing the bell with ease. Yet he had found himself utterly incapable. Moreover, witnessing the cold moon of the Wind and Snow Kingdom also fail to ring the bell had provided him with a slight sense of balance. But now, this unknown youth had managed to accomplish what he could not. After his initial shock, jealousy surged within him. Thus, upon seeing Lin Mu inflict harm, he sought to suppress Lin Mu's rising prominence. Meanwhile, Yin Rushua had not anticipated that this ninth prince would be a gentleman willing to speak out for justice. Her gaze towards him became less disdainful. "Your reputation? Is it truly so valuable?" Lin Mu scoffed. The ninth prince assumed Lin Mu was unfamiliar with him. Thus he approached leisurely, offering a slight nod as he introduced himself. "I am the ninth prince of the Yin Kingdom, Xiao Yuran." While these individuals may have acted frivolously, their crime does not warrant death. Must you pursue total annihilation? Though the ninth prince appeared courteous, his tone bore an undertone of condescension and command. Lin Mu detested such self-righteous hypocrites. Such individuals could be far more terrifying than true villains when they committed wrongdoing. "The ninth prince of the Yin Kingdom, I have not heard of you." Wise individuals would do well to distance themselves. Should you find yourself inadvertently harmed, it would not bode well. "Impudent, ignorant wretch, do you truly believe that striking the heavenly Tao bell grants you immunity from consequence? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." An elder standing behind the ninth prince, casting aside his hood, raised his hand to strike at Lin Mu. The crowd regarded the speaker with expressions of reverence. Realizing he was none other than Xiao Zhantian, one of the 10 protectors of the Yin Kingdom, that it was no surprise that the Yin Kingdom would dispatch formidable guardians to protect their future heir. Xiao Zhantian was renowned for his unparalleled strength. Rarely encountering rivals among his peers, to engage with a mere junior seemed beneath his dignity. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Zhantian furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially dismissed the notion of engaging with a junior, yet he could not abide Lin Mu's indiscriminate slaughter and his blatant defiance towards the ninth prince. Thus, he resolved to intervene, though he had no intention of taking Lin Mu's life. Therefore, he tempered his strength when he struck. He launched a fist towards Lin Mu's chest to everyone's astonishment. Lin Mu stood frozen, making no attempt to evade. It was too late to withdraw now. The punch connected with Lin Mu's body, yet contrary to the spectators' expectations of him being sent flying and spitting blood, it was Xiao Zhantian who was propelled backward, retreating several dozen steps. Xiao Zhantian struggled to suppress the surge of blood within him, desperately preventing himself from spitting it out. Otherwise, he would suffer great humiliation today. He stared in disbelief at Lin Mu, who remained unmoving, then glanced at his own slightly reddened knuckles. That a sense of doubt crept into his mind. What sort of cultivation technique is this? His body is as unyielding as steel. Had I not restrained my strength, he would surely have been gravely injured by the backlash. The ninth prince's astonishment was unparalleled. He possessed a profound understanding of Xiao Zhantian's capabilities, that the pinnacle of the ninth heaven. He ranked among the top 3 of the 10 protectors of the Yin Kingdom, in the entirety of the human race. Aside from the emperor, fewer than 10 individuals could defeat him. Today, he had been pushed back several dozen steps by an unknown youth. All the more absurdly, without Lin Mu even lifting a finger. Indeed, those who could strike the heavenly Dao bell were truly monstrous anomalies. The ninth prince mused inwardly that he was a person of considerable depth. Realizing that he could no longer obscure Lin Mu's brilliance today, approaching with a friendly demeanor, he humbly remarked, "I must apologize for my earlier remarks, since this matter is a personal grievance of yours. We cannot interfere." Lin Mu had no desire to escalate the situation. His purpose for attending was the heavenly Dao stone. Having not obtained it, he sought to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The killing of these few had merely been a matter of convenience. Observing that the ninth prince was somewhat reasonable, he chose not to persist in the confrontation. However, given the significant spectacle he had made today, he could not dismiss the possibility of others harboring ulterior motives. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, instilling fear in potential adversaries. Lin Mu disregarded the retreating ninth prince, his cold gaze sweeping over the reactions of the crowd. He then conjured a sphere of yellow flame in his palm. The flame emitted a dim glow, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, as Lin Mu cast it upon the corpses of the fallen, within moments, they were reduced to ash. This act left the onlookers astounded, simultaneously extinguishing their desires to approach and befriend him. Even those who considered themselves champions of justice displayed expressions of disdain. Even Yin Rushua, who had initially intended to cultivate a rapport with Lin Mu, furrowed her brow. Such a person could serve as a formidable ally if wielded wisely, yet could easily ignite a conflagration, becoming the target of collective ire if mishandled. Regardless of the crowd's thoughts, Lin Mu's deeds would soon echo across the 4 corners of the continent. This moment. Within a courtyard of the Tianmen Academy, an elder exuding an ethereal aura slowly opened his eyes. His murky gaze seemed capable of penetrating all. He regarded the direction where Lin Mu and the others were located and murmured softly, "At last they have arrived." Chapter 37. The mysterious Wu Dao run the silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting its glow upon Lin Mu's face. His expression remained largely impassive, glancing at the still-dazed Su Liying. He spoke to rouse her from her stupor. "Do not daydream. Let us go. Our escort has arrived." Su Liying was momentarily taken aback. Then she heard a sound slicing through the air that a youthful boy stood at the mountain gate, bowing respectfully to the crowd. "The one who just struck the heavenly Dao bell, please follow me. The ancestral master requests your presence." The young acolyte, having finished speaking, did not wait for the crowd's reaction and turned away to ascend the mountain. Lin Mu, accompanied by the young girl, gradually vanished into the night amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers. The Tiandao Academy is situated atop the peak of Tianqing Mountain. The path to the summit comprises 6,000 steps, and the mountain is ensconced in a formation that forbids aerial traversal. Although Lin Mu was unaffected, he chose not to fly forcefully. The guide, who had initially led the way, had also disappeared from sight. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu and his companion, they walked for an indeterminate period until Su Liying was on the verge of exhaustion. Suddenly, a prominent gate appeared before them. Lin Mu took a few steps ahead of Su Liying towards the entrance, intending to knock when the gate slowly opened on its own. The young guide emerged from within and bowed to Lin Mu, saying, "The ancestral master summons only you, young sir. Please allow this young lady to accompany me to the side hall for a rest while you proceed inside." "Brother Lin, I am quite tired as well. I will follow this young master to rest for a while." "You go ahead," Su Liying, fearing to put Lin Mu in a difficult position, spoke first. Lin Mu did not voice any objections. The matter of the Tiandao stone was of great significance, and the Tiandao Academy should possess knowledge of its secrets. It was best that Su Liying remained unaware. "Very well. I shall return shortly," Lin Mu said, parting ways with Su Liying and stepping into a separate courtyard. Inside, he beheld a figure seated cross-legged upon the bluestone slab. The figure sensed Lin Mu's presence and slowly spoke. "You have arrived." The voice was soft and lingering, as if it were right beside him, yet also emanating from a distant realm, creating an oddly enchanting atmosphere. "Did you know I was coming?" Lin Mu inquired. The figure did not respond directly. After a moment of silence, the figure stood and said while walking, "Follow me." The figure's pace was unhurried, rhythmically measured in all directions. They arrived at the entrance of a pavilion, where the figure pushed the door open and stepped inside, Lin Mu following closely behind. Upon entering, it felt as though he had stepped into an alternate world. The sky here was shrouded in a gray haze, with various weapons protruding from the ground. There was not a trace of spiritual energy in the air. Lin Mu, intrigued, asked, "Where is this? And who are you?" The figure chuckled softly and turned slowly, saying, "This is not the Nine Nether Continent. It is the Chaos Sword Domain, that I am its master and the head of the Tiandao Academy." The figure appeared ethereal, with a youthful visage juxtaposed against his white hair, reminiscent of the legendary figures portrayed in cinematic tales. Lin Mu set aside his thoughts and inquired, "What is the relationship between the Chaos Sword Domain and the Tiandao Stone?" "Haha, indeed, you know of the Tiandao Stone," the figure exclaimed with excitement, "that it seems you are the one chosen by the heavens. This Chaos Sword Domain is indeed profoundly connected to the Tiandao Stone, but for now, you need not know its origins, that I lack the patience for riddles," Lin Mu said impatiently. "Young man, there is no need to rush. It is not yet time to reveal everything. When the moment is right, I shall enlighten you." Without waiting for Lin Mu's response, the figure continued, "My name is Wu Dao Run, that I have been waiting here at the Tiandao Academy for several millennia. I possess 2 more Tiandao stones. You may take them both." Lin Mu was somewhat taken aback. "You would give them to me so readily. Is there something you require in return?" Wu Dao Run shook his head, saying, "You need not do anything for me. Simply pursue what you must." "What I must pursue? I wish to gather the Tiandao stones and gain greater power, that I seek to open the gate of Tiandao and behold the world beyond, and perhaps return to gaze upon that azure planet." Lin Mu could not help but muse. "Is that all?" he asked, skeptical. "That is all. Additionally, you may select a weapon from here. All the weapons are divine artifacts." Wu Dao Ren gestured towards the myriad of weapons embedded in the ground. Although Lin Mu was unsure of the exact caliber of divine artifacts, the reverence with which this mysterious elder spoke suggested they were extraordinary. The weapons ranged from swords to spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, encompassing a vast array. Lin Mu appeared troubled, as this transcended his area of knowledge. Sensing Lin Mu's confusion, Wu Dao Ren advised, "Why not use the Tiandao stone to sense them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mu attempted to use the Tiandao stone to perceive the divine artifacts. Suddenly, a long sword emanating a yellow light began to hum and lifted from the ground, soaring toward Lin Mu. He reached out to grasp it, and the sword's humming gradually subsided as its brilliance dimmed in his hands. Lin Mu swung the sword a few times, and the air sliced open several fissures in the ground. "What is this?" Lin Mu inquired, astonished. "Try to channel the power of Tiandao through it, and see what happens," Wu Dao Ren suggested with a knowing smile. Lin Mu summoned the power of Tiandao and aimed the sword at a small mountain a few dozen meters away. Effortlessly cleaving through the air, the yellow sword light shot forth at an imperceptible speed, and upon contact with the mountain, it began to crumble into dust in an instant. Lin Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. The sword, in conjunction with the power of Tiandao, was utterly fearsome. With a suitable weapon in hand, Lin Mu no longer needed to resort to brute force. Wu Dao Ren stroked his beard and remarked, This sword is a manifestation of the essence of Tiandao, perfectly complementing the Tiandao stone. Take it and explore its depths at your leisure. Lin Mu felt a stirring within his consciousness, and the Tiandao sword seamlessly integrated into his sea of consciousness. Orbiting the Tiandao stone in a slow, graceful dance that he practiced repeatedly, discovering that with a mere thought, the Tiandao sword would obey his commands with ease. Observing Lin Mu's delight, Wu Dao Run interrupted. The Tiandao sword is immensely powerful. Be cautious. He then produced a jade box, stating, "Here are the remaining 2 Tiandao stones. Take them with you." Lin Mu accepted the box, glancing inside before sealing it away, and he felt it prudent to refrain from placing it into a sea of consciousness immediately. Opting instead to study it further upon his return to ensure there were no dangers before doing so, did I in the side hall of the Tiandao Academy. Su Liying pondered the events of recent days. Alternating between silly smiles and furrowed brows, she thought of her senior brother, of Xiaohua, and of the third prince, her heart a tangled mess. It might be time to depart. The pain of separation, the longing, the agony of prolonged sorrow. Perhaps it was better to endure a short pain than a long one. That suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. "What are you thinking? You didn't even notice when I entered." Lin Mu stood beside Su Liying, gazing at her. Su Liying did not respond directly. She rose, her face tinged with reluctance, and said, "Brother Lin, I must return to the imperial capital. Having been away for so long, my senior brother must be quite worried." "You were right. I must face what lies ahead." Chapter 38. The sword god Wang Chang'e before the bustling gates of the Tiandao sect. Young martial artists from across the Yinshan kingdom gathered. They had all received credible news that the Qingyang sect had transformed into the Tiandao sect, widely recruiting heroes from around the world. Anyone who had reached the realm of Xinyu could come to register. In an inconspicuous corner, Tao Qian stood tall, straining to scan the crowd in hopes of spotting the person he longed to meet. Ever since parting ways with Lin Mu and Yunzhou, Tao Qian had returned to his family and received focused training. Thanks to the spiritual stones gifted by Lin Mu, he had astonishingly broken through to the 5th level of Xinyu, showcasing remarkable talent. Upon learning that the foremost sect of the Yinshan kingdom had renamed itself the Tiandao sect and was openly accepting disciples, he hurried to this location. After searching for some time, Tao Qian was disheartened to find no sign of Lin Mu. Just as he contemplated sitting down to meditate, he suddenly overheard someone nearby mentioning Lin Mu's name. "Xiao Qi, do you think young Master Lin has truly become the head of the Tiandao sect? It should not be a false rumor." This news came directly from Yun Feiyang, the former leader of the Qingyang sect. The man who had initially posed the question spoke with admiration. "I had no idea young Master Lin was such an extraordinary figure." The speaker was none other than Cui Hao, who had once drawn his sword in defense of Lin Mu. "This is indeed good news for our Cui family. Our standing in Yunzhou City is entirely thanks to young Master Lin." Xiao Qi echoed, his face filled with respect. "From now on, while at the Tiandao sect, we must tread carefully, especially when discussing matters pertaining to young Master Lin. We must keep our mouths sealed." Xiao Qi cautioned Cui Hao, his concern evident. Tao Qian, overhearing this exchange, felt a profound sense of agreement. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Indeed, with my current abilities, what could I possibly do to assist young Master Lin? I must become sufficiently powerful before reappearing before him, rather than groveling like a sycophant." As Tao Qian prepared to meditate once more, the crowd suddenly stirred. Everyone began to converge towards the gates that on the high platform. Someone was addressing the assembly that "I am grateful to all of you for recognizing the Tiandao sect and traveling from afar to be here. I shall not speak at length. All those who have reached the realm of Xinyu will be directly accepted into the inner sect. Those who have yet to attain Xinyu will undergo a trial to assess their innate talents before being selectively admitted into the outer sect." As the Grand Elder concluded his statement, disciples of the Tiandao sect stepped forward to register those who had reached the realm of Xinyu. At this moment, Lin Mu and Su Liying had arrived at the sect's entrance, where he did not fly into the sect but remained at a distance, observing. The allure of the Qingyang sect's esteemed reputation was indeed irresistible. The youth, endowed with extraordinary talent, who had ventured into the realm of the divine, numbered no less than 100. Su Liying remarked with a hint of surprise that "It's quite impressive, yet I cannot fathom what Yun Feiyang is scheming, to have thrust me into the position of sect master." Lin Mu said, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Liying cast a determined glance at Lin Mu and slowly spoke. Brother Lin, I shall bid you farewell here. Should you find the time in the future, do remember to visit me. Since you intend to depart, I shall not insist on your stay. It was I who brought you to Qingyang sect, and today, as you leave, I shall certainly escort you back. Lin Mu asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Although Su Liying initially contemplated refusing, she ultimately swallowed her words. Spending a little more time with Lin Mu was indeed a blessing. Then I shall burden you. Brother Lin, she replied. Lin Mu glanced once more at the fervent initiation ceremony before wrapping an arm around Su Liying and soaring towards the capital. Shortly after they had traversed 10 miles from the sect, Lin Mu spotted a figure approaching them at an impressive speed. Before the figure could close the distance, Su Liying exclaimed, Senior brother. The figure halted upon hearing her call. Xiaoying, what brings you here? Who is this person? Initially startled, the newcomer scrutinized Lin Mu warily while addressing Su Liying. Senior brother, I acknowledge my mistake in sneaking out. This is Brother Lin, who saved me from peril. As Su Liying introduced Lin Mu. He too regarded her senior brother. The figure was none other than Wang Changhe, the legendary sword god of Yinshan Kingdom, whose appearance bore no resemblance to that of a swordsman, but rather an impoverished scholar, exuding an air of elegance in his coarse linen robes. Were it not for the long sword strapped to his back, one might hardly associate him with a formidable sword saint renowned across the realm. Upon hearing Su Liying's somewhat ambiguous address of Lin Mu as Brother Lin, Wang Changhe's eyes gleamed coldly, and with a swift motion, his long sword materialized in his hand with a resonant clang. Brother Lin? Lin Mu of the Tiandao sect? Wang Changhe inquired, testing the waters. To my surprise, I have gained such notoriety that even a distinguished sword master like you recognizes my name. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. Wang Changhe, upon hearing Lin Mu's affirmative response, took a swig from his wine gourd. How fortuitous. This saves me a trip to the Tiandao sect to seek you out. Lin Mu was taken aback. He had presumed Wang Changhe sought Su Liying. However, the implication of his words suggested otherwise. What do you want from me? He asked. That I seek a particular item, Wang Changhe stated, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It is either something you seize from another or the bounty on your head. Upon realizing that her senior brother was here to confront Lin Mu, Su Liying's anxiety surged. Senior brother, what are you doing? Brother Lin is my savior, and I will not allow you to harm him. Wang Changhe regarded the pampered girl with a hint of exasperation, his tone softening that if he surrenders what he took from Princess Tianing, I shall promise not to take his life. Noticing Su Liying's intent to plead further, he continued, once this matter is settled, I will owe no debts to anyone, and we can return to Luoqing Mountain. Su Liying paused, momentarily taken aback. Although she was unaware of why her senior brother had consistently aided the third prince, she sensed his disdain for him. However, with an opportunity to extricate herself from the third prince's grasp and return to a life of freedom, she wished to support her senior brother. Turning to Lin Mu, she hesitated, then summoned her courage. Brother Lin, if that item is not of utmost importance to you, could you relinquish it to my senior brother? I am willing to trade anything for it, even my life. Had it been anything else, I might have considered it for your sake, but that item is of paramount importance to me. Anyone who dares covet it shall meet their demise. Lin Mu replied unreservedly. In that moment, Su Liying found herself in a quandary. She could not bear the thought of the two most crucial figures in her life turning against each other. Xiaoying, Lin Mu called her for the first time in such a manner. You need not feel troubled. I once told you that everyone has their own path, and some matters are beyond your control. Wang Changhe had discerned the special bond Su Liying shared with Lin Mu and attempted to offer Lin Mu another choice. Some things are not yours to protect. You cannot shield what isn't yours. I bear no grudge against you, but since you saved Xiaoying, I will grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the item and leave Yinshan Kingdom. I shall spare your life. Otherwise what? Lin Mu retorted defiantly. Wang Changhe's imposing aura surged, and he enunciated each word with chilling clarity, otherwise death. Lin Mu's presence similarly intensified, and the bamboo grove beneath them succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, bowing to the ground. With an icy tone, Lin Mu warned, I advise you, whoever dares to touch that item shall perish. For Su Liying's sake, I offer you one chance. Depart now, and you may preserve your life. As their auras clashed, The sheer force rendered Su Liying pale. Observing her distress, Lin Mu suddenly tempered his energy and pulled her toward the ground. Wang Changhe too retracted his overwhelming presence that as soon as they landed, Lin Mu earnestly addressed Su Liying. Some matters are unavoidable. Tears streamed down Su Liying's face, yet she felt powerless. She longed to grasp Lin Mu's hand and implore him not to leave, but ultimately, she could not find the strength to do so. Just as Lin Mu prepared to take flight, another figure rushed towards them. Sect Master, why have you lingered here? The elders and peak masters are awaiting your return to preside over the matters at hand. Lin Mu, taken aback by Yun Feiyang's address of him as Sect Master, responded with displeasure. When did I ever declare my intention to become Sect Master? Yun Feiyang, having sensed a formidable sword energy emanating from the Tiandao sect, ventured forth alone to investigate. Upon seeing Lin Mu grounded, he spoke, since the disciples have witnessed your prowess, they have unanimously endorsed you as Sect Master, that I dare not go against their wishes. However, rest assured, the mundane affairs of the sect shall not trouble you. Lin Mu, a figure of great stature, had encountered his fair share of sycophants in his previous life. Given the circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it any longer. After all, it was merely a title. You handle the sect's affairs. I will return once I have dealt with this matter. Yun Feiyang followed Lin Mu's gaze upward, astonished. Wang Changhe, could it be that the sword energy we sensed earlier was his? There is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to confront him. With that, he leaped forward, landing a mere 10 feet from Wang Changhe. Wang Changhe, it has been a century. Your cultivation seems to have advanced somewhat. Yun Feiyang remarked. Although Wang Changhe appeared humble, he was in fact exceedingly proud, considering that few could earn his respect. Yun Feiyang was one of those rare exceptions. Though Wang Changhe had not exerted his full strength during their last encounter 100 years ago, he sensed that Yun Feiyang had also held back. Even if he were confident of victory, it would not come easily, and they ultimately reached a stalemate. You have indeed made significant progress over the past century. Wang Changhe replied candidly, I have come for an urgent matter. We can reminisce later, or are you here to defend that young man? Yun Feiyang, hearing Wang Changhe refer to Lin Mu as that young man, felt a chill run down his spine. Ha! Young Master Lin is the newly appointed sect master of Tiandao sect. His affairs are mine. Wang Changhe looked at Lin Mu in astonishment. How had this young man garnered such reverence from the once mighty Yun Feiyang? Years ago, it was Yun Feiyang's indiscreet remarks about the emperor of Yinshan Kingdom that had prompted the third prince to command Wang Changhe to duel him. Could there be more to this story? Since you wish to defend him, then act. Let me witness the fruits of your century of cultivation. With that, Wang Changhe made his move without hesitation. Yun Feiyang chuckled as he drew his sword. Engaging Wang Changhe in combat, given their mutual caution, neither employed their most powerful techniques, instead testing each other with their blades in a series of exchanges that as Wang Changhe's sword struck Yun Feiyang's. Their blades locked together, neither yielding. That I never imagined the once mighty sect master of Qingyang would serve as another's vanguard one day. Wang Changhe taunted, channeling his spirit energy. Yun Feiyang remained unfazed, lowering his voice. You are but a solitary figure. You cannot comprehend my aspirations. One day, when you see me standing at a height you cannot fathom. He then added with a mysterious smile, oh, perhaps you will never witness that day. Lin Mu observed the two trading blows for nearly an hour without a decisive victor emerging, that he then soared between them, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sent them both stumbling back. You shall withdraw for now. Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance at Yun Feiyang, who, aware that his mission was accomplished, chose to remain silent. He swiftly retreated to Su Liying's side, shielding her from harm. The ensuing battle was far from a mere child's play. Wang Changhe was sent flying by Lin Mu's strike, leaving him profoundly astonished. To his surprise, this individual possessed considerable skill, rivaling that of Yun Feiyang. He retracted his previous contempt for Lin Mu in an effort to avoid prolonged complications. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, aiming to eliminate Lin Mu before Su Liying could react. With a deliberate motion, he traced a circle in the air with his sword. The instant the circle was completed, his long sword inexplicably vanished, along with his very presence. Lin Mu had been closely observing Wang Changhe's movements. The moment Wang Changhe's figure disappeared, Lin Mu quickly extended his consciousness to search for him, yet he could not detect any trace of Wang Changhe. just as Lin Mu was momentarily lost in thought. A flash of sword light unexpectedly sliced through his throat, the razor-sharp blade leaving no mark whatsoever. Had it been an ordinary warrior, this strike would have decapitated him. Wang Changhe, seeing his initial strike fail, unleashed a flurry of attacks. Instantly, Lin Mu's attire was slashed with over a dozen cuts. Although his skin remained unscathed, his clothing lay in tatters. From a distance, Yin Feiyang was equally astonished by the scene. The sword technique displayed was one that Wang Changhe had not used during their duel. He believed he could not evade such a strike. Yet, what shocked him more was that this remarkably sharp swordplay could not breach Lin Mu's physical defense. Indeed, this individual was truly a monster, and Yin Feiyang felt assured that his earlier decision had been correct. Wang Changhe, too, was taken aback that he had not anticipated that his ultimate technique, the true shadow sword art, would be unable to penetrate Lin Mu's defenses. There was no choice but to gamble everything now. Suddenly, Wang Changhe's figure reappeared, and without waiting for Lin Mu to react, his long sword vanished once more before Lin Mu's eyes. Lin Mu suddenly sensed a surge of sword energy attacking his consciousness. Instinctively, he channeled the heavenly Dao sword to counter it. A resounding shatter echoed as the long sword broke, followed by a figure cascading through the air. Blood raining down as it fell to the ground. Su Liying, witnessing her senior brother plummet from the sky, cried out in alarm and rushed forward, catching Wang Changhe in her arms. This moment, Wang Changhe's long sword had been reduced to a mere hilt, his body marred with countless sword wounds, and his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Su Liying could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" Wang Changhe mustered all his strength to open his eyes, weakly assuring her, shouting, "Do not cry. I am fine." With great effort, he lifted his bloodied hand, attempting to wipe away Su Liying's tears. However, he could only raise it halfway, before it fell limply at his side. Diana's eyes resided no fear, only a sense of relief and an unwavering attachment to Su Liying. Su Liying frantically grasped Wang Changhe's hand, placing it against her cheek, repeatedly calling out his name. Senior brother, please wake up." Observing the tear-streaked face of Su Liying, Wang Changhe summoned his last ounce of strength to speak. "Take me back to Luoqing Mountain. Bury me in that peach blossom grove." Chapter 40. A Farewell. Cherishing each other, Lin Mu watched this scene with a sense of helplessness that he had not anticipated that a mere casual strike invoking the heavenly Dao sword would claim Wang Changhe's life. The power of the heavenly Dao sword was indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Su Liying knelt upon the ground, cradling Wang Changhe's lifeless body, her cries rendering her voice hoarse. She tightly held his still warm hands, as if her grip could breathe life back into him. Suddenly, a memory that did not belong to her surged into her mind, that on a vast expanse of white snow, a small boy shivering from the cold lay curled up by the roadside. His lips were turning blue, his complexion pale, on the verge of freezing to death in the merciless winter. Perhaps fate had intervened. A woman clad in a pale purple gown rescued him and brought him into her carriage. Pulling him back from the brink of death, he opened his eyes to see her gentle smile. "Since you have survived, live well from now on. What is your name?" "I have no name." "Then you shall take my surname. Wang. Let us call you Changhe, living like the unending flow of a river." He nodded. The woman taught him to read and write, guiding him to become a warrior. Wang Changhe, displaying remarkable talent, was soon introduced to the Luoqing sect. Before long, the woman married into the imperial palace, becoming one of many consorts. One day, Wang Changhe's master returned gravely injured. Leaving behind only a few words before passing away, he buried his master in the peach blossom grove behind the sect, remembering his master's fondness for the blossoms. With his master's death, the sect gradually declined. Despite his extraordinary gifts, he could not save it from its desolation. A century passed swiftly, and news arrived from the palace. The woman wished to see Wang Changhe. Their final meeting occurred on a snowy winter's day. The woman lay in bed, her forehead now etched with wrinkles. Grasping Wang Changhe's hand, she earnestly requested him to take care of her son. Wang Changhe promised. Thus began a commitment that lasted 3 centuries. Time flew by. The once youthful boy had now become a pivotal figure in the Yinshan kingdom. The third prince declared. Upon completing this task, Wang Changhe shall be free of any debts. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. Wang Changhe looked at a little girl by the roadside and asked, "What is your name, little sister?" "I am Su Liying." Shall I take you to get something to eat? The little girl nodded. Wang Chang'e lifted her into his arms, framed by the setting sun, as the image gradually faded away. After a long while, Su Liying regained her senses. This was the life of her senior brother. Perhaps having glimpsed his memories, she found her sorrow less overwhelming. This was likely the path her senior brother had chosen. Lin Mu noticed that Su Liying had ceased her sobbing and approached her slowly. Regarding your senior brother, Su Liying interrupted him. I do not blame you. This is the path my senior brother chose. It is just, the words she could not voice were, I can no longer call you Lin Ge. Seeing her hesitance, Lin Mu refrained from pressing further and gently inquired, what do you plan to do next? Su Liying glanced at her senior brother, her voice tinged with sadness, that I want to take my senior brother home, to keep vigil by the peach blossom grove. The journey is long. Do you require my assistance to escort you back? Su Liying gently shook her head. When we arrived, my senior brother held me. I shall carry him home in return. Though she was but a woman, she was also a warrior of the divine realm. With a slight exertion of her hands, she bore Wang Chang'e against her chest. Feeling his weight, she furrowed her brow slightly, that I never expected that my senior brother, who supported me through everything, would possess such a frail body. Su Liying cast one last glance at Lin Mu before turning away. The lingering gaze was filled with a melancholy that tugged at the heartstrings that in that moment of turning, she softly spoke. As we part ways, may the mountains be high and the waters deep. Let us cherish one another. Lin Mu understood this was her way of signaling that they would not meet again. Watching Su Liying fade into the distance, lost in her sorrow, Lin Mu found himself similarly entranced. Had he not brought her to Qingyang sect, she would not have faced such turmoil, at the very least. She would have had someone to direct her anger towards. Yun Feiyang, who had remained silent, hesitated before asking, should we send someone to protect her? Wang Chang'e had many enemies. Lin Mu nodded slightly. You should personally see to it. But do not stray too far. 3 days later, Lin Mu paced restlessly within his chamber, holding a letter that he had yet to open. The letter had been given to him by Yun Feiyang upon his return. After much contemplation, Lin Mu finally tore open the envelope, extracting a sheet of paper imbued with a faint scent of peach blossoms. The letter contained but a single line. How can a mere 3 inches of snow upon the eaves retain a fleeting guest in this world? Upon reading these words, Lin Mu engraved them deeply into his mind. The once chattering girl who had been by his side would no longer be seen again, that he cautiously placed the letter into his bosom and called out towards the door. Convey my orders. All warriors of the Skyward Realm are to assemble in the council hall. The expansive council hall soon filled with numerous powerful figures of the Skyward Realm after Lin Mu's command. All gathered within half an hour. Lin Mu sat at the head of the hall, his gaze unwavering upon the newly arrived assembly, and declared with resounding authority, from this day forth, we shall implement the annexation plan. Relay this message to all forces harboring warriors of the Skyward Realm. They are to submit to the Heavenly Dao sect within a month, or face total annihilation without mercy. Originally a plan set for a year. He could no longer afford to wait. Firstly, he needed to hasten to the imperial capital. Those who dared covet the Heavenly Dao stone must perish. Secondly, he could not bear to leave Su Liying unprotected. All of Wang Chang'e's enemies must be eradicated or made to submit. Yun Feiyang, taken aback by Lin Mu's proclamation, ventured to ask, what shall become of the families of those disciples within the sect? Lin Mu pondered briefly before responding. Any family of sect disciples that submit shall enjoy the same privileges as the sect, and no tribute shall be required. They need only heed our commands. The audience beneath breathed a sigh of relief. Most of them were entangled with the intricate power of their families that in this way. Without any loss of interest, merely nominally obeying commands, they found it acceptable in order to alleviate everyone's concerns. Lin Mu continued, in 1 month's time, during the annexation plan, any venerable who refuses to submit will face assassination. Everyone believed Lin Mu's words without a doubt. They couldn't help but think of the old Mo, who had once obliterated the Supreme Elder with a single palm strike. This upcoming plan would be commanded entirely by the Deputy Sect Master, Yun Feiyang. After Lin Mu finished his last sentence, he vanished from the Grand Hall in a flash. Old Mo had been idling about lately, often meditating beneath a willow tree. Sensing Lin Mu's arrival, he slowly opened his eyes and stood, saying, My lord, I have also heard of that little girl's matter. Alas, what a pity. Lin Mu was unsure what old Imo meant by a pity, yet he paid it no mind that I am heading to the imperial capital to deal with some insignificant clowns. Yun Fiyang will handle matters within the sect, and you shall assist him. Old Imo, feeling somewhat uneasy, suggested, perhaps I should accompany you. There is no need for that I now possess 4 heavenly Dao stones and hold the heavenly Dao sword. Such trifling characters are hardly worthy of concern. Chapter 41. The Windward Tower, the imperial capital of the Yinshan Kingdom, is a grand city with a population in the millions. The situation within the city is complex, with various powerful factions establishing strongholds. The Luan family is one of the 7 prominent families native to the imperial capital. Their enterprises span numerous fields, with restaurants, inns, and brothels being particularly renowned. The Windward Tower, located in a bustling area not far from the royal palace, is the largest establishment in the capital and serves as one of the core enterprises of the Luan family. Those who frequent this place are either immensely wealthy or possess extraordinary power. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, several young scions were toasting to a man seated among them. This man, with his chiseled brow and starry eyes, exuded an air of elegance, and his Taoist robe further accentuated his ethereal presence. Brother Chun, allow me to raise a glass to you once more. It is truly a stroke of fortune to have you as our guest today. The man referred to as Brother Chun was named Qin Yuan. Upon seeing yet another toast directed at him, he raised his cup slightly and then downed its contents in one gulp. It was not pride that drove him to such behavior, but rather his years of cultivation within the sect, which had left him somewhat oblivious to the nuances of social customs. Brother Chen truly has a remarkable capacity for liquor. One of the toasting young men complimented, refilling Qin Yuan's cup. It was said that during the royal banquet, there would be a competition among the nation's young talents, with the victor receiving a mysterious grand prize. Brother Chun, I presume your visit to the imperial capital is to attend the emperor's birthday banquet. Chun Yuan replied, that is not my primary purpose. I have come out mainly for experience and practice. A few days ago, I fortuitously encountered the 3rd prince, who invited me here. The man who had just toasted was none other than the owner of the Windward Tower, Luan Yuqing, the current head of the Luan family and a follower of the 3rd prince. His invitation to Qin Yuan was a strategic move to win the young man's favor for the prince. Upon hearing Qin Yuan mention the 3rd prince, Luan Yuqing quickly interjected, the 3rd prince welcomes talents from all over the world. He is both cultured and modest, treating friends with utmost respect and humility. The other young men, also followers of the 3rd prince, joined in extolling his virtues upon seeing Luan Yuqing take the lead. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced through the AI. Tio flatters so shamelessly, one must be truly unprecedented. Everyone halted their actions, exchanging glances, puzzled as to who possessed such audacity. Qin Yuan stood up and pointed toward the adjacent room, saying, that voice came from over there. Upon hearing this, disbelief was etched on everyone's faces. The private room had been specially treated for soundproofing, making it exceedingly difficult for external noises to penetrate. Yet that voice had resonated as if it were directly in their ears. Luan Yuqing rolled his eyes and strode toward the door. Someone, go investigate who was in the next room in the imperial capital. Where fish and dragons mingle, one must not act rashly without understanding the other's identity. Moments later, a young attendant rushed over. He respectfully bowed to Luan Yuqing and whispered, reporting to young master. The manager said the person looks unfamiliar and has not been seen in the capital. The manager noticed his extravagant demeanor and extraordinary bearing, hence he arranged for him to be in the VIP room. The manager of the Windward Tower was well acquainted with the influential figures in the capital, yet he had never seen this individual before. Luan Yuqing frowned, muttering to himself, it appears to be an outsider. Truly unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, that go bring a few people and drag him out from me. I would like to see where he finds the audacity to speak against the 3rd prince. The young attendant was accustomed to such tasks and expertly led 3 others toward the private room. Upon reaching the door, the attendant kicked it open, and as soon as he entered, he heard a voice command, get out. The moment the voice fell, the attendant was sent flying out, crashing into the 3 others at the entrance, all of whom fell to the ground, howling in pain, unable to rise. Luan Yuqing, standing not far away, furrowed his brow deeper. What a tough opponent. Just as he hesitated, Qin Yuan and the others heard the commotion and stepped out together. Brother Luan, what just happened? Qin Yuan inquired, glancing at the group sprawled on the ground. I apologize for alarming you. It is nothing serious that I sent a few attendants to check who dared speak so brazenly, but they were unceremoniously thrown out by the person inside. Luan Yuqing embellished the tale. In the Emperor's realm, under the vast heavens, such treachery exists. Please wait, I shall seek justice on your behalf, Qin Yuan declared, filled with righteous indignation. Luan Yuqing feigned frustration. How can this be? Brother Chun is my esteemed guest. This matter should be addressed by me. You honor me as an esteemed guest, but if Brother Chun is in distress, how can I stand idly by? I shall return shortly. Qin Yuan resolutely strode toward the private room, with Luan Yuqing and the others hurriedly following behind. Qin Yuan had already prepared his words, but upon entering the room, he was momentarily stunned. He exclaimed, "It's you? You recognize me?" The occupant of the room replied without emotion. Qin Yuan steadied himself, saying, "I was present at Tian Xing Mountain that day." The person in the room was none other than Lin Mu, who had just arrived in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu merely resumed drinking, ignoring him. Qin Yuan felt trapped, unable to advance or retreat, that on that day at Tian Xing Mountain, Qin Yuan had been the third individual to cause the heavenly Dao bell to resonate. Though he had not succeeded in ringing the bell, among the younger generation, he was comparable to the 9th prince of the Yin Kingdom and the princess of the Snow Wind Kingdom. However, Lin Mu's appearance shattered his sense of pride. Despite being exceptionally talented and ranking among the top 3 prodigies within the Taisu sect, he was still merely at the 9th layer of the Flying Sky Realm. Lin Mu, on the other hand, had not only rung the heavenly Dao bell, but had also repelled the formidable venerable Xiao Zhantian with sheer physical strength. Xiao Zhantian was a figure of immense renown, a super strong venerable at the 9th layer. The Taisu sect to which Qin Yuan belonged, though affiliated with the Taisu sect, had its strongest leader at merely the 8th layer of the venerable realm. After Lin Mu entered the Tianmen Academy, news of his feats had spread back to their respective factions, and people were stationed at the foot of the mountain waiting for his emergence. To their astonishment, he had appeared here instead. When Lin Mu left the Tianmen Academy, he had concealed his spiritual energy and returned directly to the sect from high above. Those stationed at Tian Xing Mountain believed it to be a forbidden area and were oblivious to the happenings in the skies. Realizing this, Qin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. He had inadvertently sought trouble with such a person. Luan Yuqing, who had entered a few steps behind, observed the scene and, after a moment of thought, addressed Lin Mu. "May I inquire who you are? Why do you mock us without cause and injure my servant?" Just as Qin Yuan was about to interject, Lin Mu set down his cup and disdainfully replied, "Filthy wretches, I will say what I wish and strike as I please. What need is there for reason?" Luan Yuqing was taken aback by Lin Mu's arrogance, completely disregarding their presence, that he asked the eldest son of the Luan family, one of the 7 great families and a favored guest of the 3rd prince. He had never been spoken to in such a manner. Very well, an outsider accustomed to tyranny in his own small territory dares to run rampant in the imperial capital. Today, this young master shall make you pay for your ignorance. Chapter 42. Kneeling to live or standing to die at this moment. Lu Yuan had already formulated a plan to bury Luan Yuqing. Yet he could not merely watch his friend meet his demise. "Brother Luan, cease your reckless words. This esteemed elder is a formidable presence. You should quickly apologize to him." After speaking, he hurriedly gestured for Luan Yuqing to bow. Though Luan Yuqing was arrogant, he was not foolish to be addressed as an elder by Lu Yuan, who was at the 9th layer of the Flying Sky Realm, meant that this person was at least a venerable. "Forgive me, esteemed elder. I truly did not recognize your greatness and sincerely apologize for my offense." Luan Yuqing's expression on his face abruptly transformed into one of sycophancy, resembling a replica of Yun Feiyang. However, in the face of such a swift change in demeanor, Lin Mu did not even raise an eyelid. He casually fiddled with the wine glass in his hand and coolly uttered, "Kneel and speak." Upon hearing this, Luan Yuqing was momentarily at a loss. After all, today he was in front of so many people that if he truly complied and knelt down, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to ever hold his head high again. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, "Senior, you must be jesting with your junior, right? I am the heir of the Luan family, one of the 7 great clans of the imperial capital. I do acknowledge that I have been somewhat rude today. However, I assure you in the future, I will host a banquet at home to welcome you, and I will sincerely apologize to you. This Ingfeng Tower is actually part of my family's holdings, from today onwards. This private room will be reserved exclusively for you, and I shall await your esteemed presence at any time." Luan Yuqing's words, which began with a threat and transitioned into flattery, might have elicited a favorable response from an ordinary respected figure. Unfortunately, Lin Mu had ulterior motives, and thus, he could not be swayed by such trifles. Without warning, Lin Mu's tone turned icy as he stated, "I offer you two choices. Either kneel or die." Luan Yuqing's complexion shifted, and he pondered in silence. Did he truly have to kneel before this person in public today? Gritting his teeth, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he resolved to take a gamble. Perhaps Lin Mu was merely bluffing, and Lu Yuan, being inexperienced, could be deceived. After all, he had not sensed any fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Lin M. Luan Yuqing contemplated this. He surreptitiously channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to employ his family's secret techniques in a bid to seize the opportunity. However, Lin Mu had already seen through his little maneuver. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an invisible force surged forth like a tidal wave. Luan Yuqing felt as though a great mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. His complexion turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down his brow. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Luan Yuqing's knees buckled, and he involuntarily knelt down. Lin Mu looked down upon the kneeling Luan Yuqing as one would regard an insignificant insect. "Now, you may tell me how you wish to die." Luan Yuqing gazed at Lin Mu in terror, trembling uncontrollably that he had never felt the breath of death so closely, and despair flooded his heart. "Senior, spare my life. It is the folly of a lowly person not to recognize a mountain of greatness. You are magnanimous. Please grant me this one reprieve. I am willing to pay any price." A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Mu's lips. "Any price? What do you believe you possess that I would find desirable?" Luan Yuqing racked his brain desperately and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I am willing to offer all the properties under my name, to give them all to you, Senior. I only beseech you to spare my life." Lin Mu snorted disdainfully, a sneer playing at his lips. "Keep those spirit stones for yourself to buy a coffin." His voice was frigid and laced with sarcasm. Then Lin Mu extended a finger and pointed at Lu Yuan, his gaze exuding authority and determination. "You shall notify the third prince. Within the hour, I wish to see him standing before me. Otherwise, they shall all meet their demise." All present were rendered speechless, fear paralyzing them into silence. Their eyes collectively turned toward Lu Yuan, filled with anticipation and concern. Lu Yuan felt the weight of their gazes, and the pressure on his heart multiplied in an instant. He understood that if the third prince did not appear on time, he would be indirectly responsible for the deaths of these people. Meanwhile, within the third prince's residence, an undercover guard was respectfully reporting the recent developments to the third prince. Upon hearing the shocking news that the Wuying Sword King, Wang Changhe, had perished, the third prince leapt from his seat, exclaiming, "What? Wang Changhe is dead?" His face was a canvas of disbelief, and an overwhelming wave of shock surged within him. Wang Changhe was his greatest reliance. Over the past century, regardless of the daunting tasks and challenges faced, Wang Changhe had always successfully completed them. Originally, the third prince had been eagerly anticipating Wang Changhe's success in obtaining a crucial item. With that, he would have sufficient confidence to defeat the crown prince. Once his father ascended to the imperial realm and abdicated, he would seamlessly ascend to the throne, fulfilling his ambitions and aspirations. However, with Wang Changhe's death, his plans were thrown into disarray. Without this formidable ally, he had to reassess the situation and seek alternative means to navigate the impending crisis. The third prince gathered his thoughts and inquired of the guard. Who was responsible for Wang Changhe's death? Could it be the intervention of a great emperor? The guard, feeling the pressure of the third prince's imposing aura, stammered. By the time the scouts arrived, the battle had concluded. They merely followed the trail and discovered Wang Changhe's tombstone in Luoqing Mountain. Therefore, it is uncertain who exactly killed Wang Changhe. The third prince's expression fluctuated as he contemplated for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave for now." Just as the guard's figure vanished, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Before the person even arrived, the anxious and urgent voice of Chen Yuan rang out. "Third prince, a grave matter has arisen. Luan Yuqing and the others have been taken hostage. The captors insist on seeing you, and they threaten that if you do not appear within the hour, Their lives will be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, the third prince's brows furrowed deeply, a sense of agitation rising within him. Having just lost a powerful military backing, now his financial resources were also under threat. Compared to the deceased Wang Changhe, he was far more concerned about Luan Yuqing's safety. After all, to maneuver within the court, one could not do without the support of spirit stones. That was precisely because he had the backing of 3 of the 7 great clans that he felt confident enough to contend with the crown prince. If Luan Yuqing were to suffer misfortune due to him, not to mention how the Luan family would respond, the other 2 families would undoubtedly feel a sense of sorrow for the fallen fox. Although he was unaware of why the captors wished to see him, he firmly believed that no one in this imperial capital would dare to act against him lightly. Even a great emperor would need to weigh their options carefully. This prince wishes to see just who dares to challenge me. Chapter 43. It's quite alright to be a fool. The Yingfeng Tower, usually bustling with activity, was today closed to visitors. The third prince ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace, while Lu Yuan appeared somewhat anxious. Time was swiftly running out, yet he could not urge the third prince excessively. The third prince's actions were deliberate. As a royal, he understood that every word and deed he exhibited represented the image and dignity of the royal family. Even in the depths of his own anxiety, he had to maintain composure and could not allow anyone to sense his unease. At last, they arrived at the door of the private room. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan stepped forward and gently pushed open the tightly shut door. Inside, the group that had been standing was now, like Luan Yuqing, kneeling on the ground. Their faces were etched with despair and fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Sensing someone entering, they collectively turned their heads. Upon realizing that it was the third prince, each heart felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Your Highness, we pay our respects," they chorused in unison. The third prince strode confidently into the room, casting only a cursory glance at the kneeling individuals before directing his gaze towards Lin Mu. However, that fleeting glance caused him to freeze in place. How could it be him? The third prince's face was a mask of shock as he pondered silently. Gone was the composure he had maintained earlier. Panic flickered in his eyes that he had seen Lin Mu's likeness in a portrait before. Although there were slight differences, he instinctively recognized that the person before him was indeed Lin Mu. After a moment of effort, the third prince managed to steady his emotions and feign calmness, asking, "What brings you to seek me, sir?" From the moment the third prince stepped into the room, Lin Mu had been observing him quietly. Despite the third prince's attempts at concealment, Lin Mu could perceive the unease and insecurity lurking within him. Lin Mu spoke calmly. "You were late." The third prince, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed directly at Lin Mu and replied, "I believe the timing is just right. That seems you have failed to grasp one crucial matter. I do not need your opinion. What I deem sufficient is all that matters." Lin Mu retorted in a tone laced with mockery, "Ditto. And what if you believe I am late?" At this, Lin Mu shifted his gaze to the anxious Lu Yuan. "That I believe I mentioned that if the third prince does not appear before me within the hour, they shall all meet their end." Lin Mu's actions were not merely an inquiry directed at Lu Yuan. Rather, they serve as a means of exerting pressure upon the third prince as anticipated upon hearing Lin Mu's words. The third prince was immediately engulfed by a sense of panic. Although he was convinced that within the imperial capital, Lin Mu posed no true threat to him, he harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to protect Luan Yuqing and the others. When Lu Yuan heard Lin Mu's question, he cast a glance at the third prince, responding with evident trepidation. Lu Yuan naturally dared not speak further. However, Lin Mu did not wait for him to finish. Suddenly, he seized a chopstick from the table and with a swift motion, unleashed a fierce blade of energy that shot toward the kneeling individuals in the blink of an eye. One of them fell lifelessly to the ground. Within mere breaths, all those who had knelt before him had perished. Luan Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that this individual dared to kill before the third prince. The third prince was taken aback by Lin Mu's sudden attack. Gazing upon Luan Yuqing's lifeless form, he could no longer contain the rage that surged within him. "You seek death." With Wang Changhe's demise, he had not only lost a crucial ally but had also failed to fulfill his father's wishes. Now, with Luan Yuqing's death before his very eyes, he foresaw the end of his aspirations to ascend the throne, that he realized he had no choice but to gamble everything. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, the third prince produced a jade pendant speckled with crimson, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood onto it. The red stain swiftly enveloped the pendant, transforming it into a blood-red talisman. Subsequently, the third prince channeled his spiritual energy into the pendant, and to his astonishment, the blood-red artifact radiated with a brilliant golden light that in an instant. This golden brilliance coalesced into a five-clawed golden dragon that circled around the third prince. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming aura of dominance, as if he could look down upon the world. Though he possessed only the power of the flying realm, with the protection of the heavenly Tao Dragon Chi, even those of the supreme realm seemed like mere ants in his eyes. This feeling is exquisite. The third prince clenched his fists, reveling in this newfound power. That I know you, Lin Mu. Surely, Wang Chang'e met his end at your hands? You are indeed remarkable, having even brought down a legendary sword god, yet you should not have come to this imperial capital. The dragon energy emanating from the third prince evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin Mu, reminiscent of the aura of the heavenly Tao. Observing the golden dragon soaring above, Lin Mu spoke with a menacing tone. It seems you possess considerable confidence in your current self. You believe that the reason my Li family lacks an emperor to safeguard us, yet still maintains control over the Yin Mountain Kingdom, is not due to its existence. The golden dragon, under his command, glided toward his hand. There is no need for further inquiries. Playing the fool could be quite advantageous. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, the golden dragon shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Lin Mu's forehead. Gazing at the dragon's approach, the third prince's expression turned pained. This pendant could only be utilized once in his lifetime. He would not invoke its power unless absolutely necessary. It was a unique protective talisman of his Li family, typically infused with dragon energy, as long as he remained within the imperial capital. He could activate it with his blood, summoning the heavenly Tao Dragon Chi to vanquish foes. The moment was fleeting. The golden dragon reached Lin Mu, penetrating his forehead without any hindrance, aiming to invade his sea of consciousness. Clearly, its intention was to obliterate Lin Mu's mind. For a formidable being of the supreme realm, destruction of the physical body would not result in immediate death. To truly kill, one must annihilate the sea of consciousness, preventing the soul from escaping. Lin Mu attempted to summon his spiritual energy, but he was utterly unable to impede the dragon's advance. And oh wonder, the third prince was so certain he could eliminate Lin Mu. As the dragon neared the sea of consciousness, it plunged deep within. Just as it was about to annihilate Lin Mu's mind, suddenly, a blade of energy, like a flash of lightning, cleaved it into fragments. The remnants of its body transformed into streams of heavenly Tao power, merging into Lin Mu's sea of consciousness. In that instant, as the golden dragon was shattered by the sword energy, the dragon aura surrounding the third prince dissipated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression one of despair as he beheld the unharmed Lin Mu. Involuntarily, he screamed, "Impossible! Why are you not dead?" Lin Mu could distinctly feel the influx of additional heavenly Tao power within his sea of consciousness. A mocking smile gracing his features. I extend the same sentiment to you. Being a fool can indeed be quite beneficial. Chapter 44. The Arrow God Ding Jiu the third prince sensed the murderous intent behind Lin Mu's words. Experiencing fear for the first time in his life, the Yin Mountain Kingdom had stood for nearly 10 millennia, its heavenly Tao Dragon Chi having repelled numerous formidable foes from the imperial capital. It was said that even powerful emperors had been driven back by their ancestors. To his astonishment, this Lin Mu had withstood the assault of the heavenly Tao Dragon Chi. He needed to ascertain how he had accomplished this, as it posed a significant threat to the Li family. At this moment, his life was secondary. The millennia-old foundation of the Li family could not be allowed to perish at the hands of this individual. With this thought, the third prince's mind raced, devising a plan to stabilize Lin Mu. Hold on. You have gone to such lengths to draw me here. Surely it is not merely to take my life? Speak your terms. Perhaps I can accommodate you. Lin Mu regarded the third prince with keen interest, asserting without room for dispute, I am not accustomed to having my enemies converse with me while standing. The third prince clenched his fists, hesitating for but a moment before kneeling before Lin Mu. It would have been better had you done this earlier. Now, tell me, where is Princess Tianning? Upon hearing Lin Mu inquire about Princess Tianning, the third prince appeared somewhat taken aback. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Lin Mu was unaware of who truly sought his life. Since that was the case, he might as well proceed with the ruse. Having formulated his response, the third prince bowed his head and slowly spoke. Princess Tenning has been residing in the palace of late, but if you wish to find her, I can escort you. After a moment of silence, he noticed that Lin Mu had not responded. The third prince nervously raised his head, only to meet Lin Mu's gaze, prompting him to hastily lower his head once more. His scheme was far from clever. Any discerning individual could see through it. Going to the palace was akin to venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. Yet, he felt an inexplicable certainty that this individual would indeed accompany him into the palace. His intuition proved correct. Lin Mu was entirely indifferent to his machinations. Lin Mu firmly believed that in the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes were but mere illusions within the towering palace. The emperor of the Yin Mountain Kingdom was diligently reviewing official documents. Suddenly, a young eunuch approached with hurried steps. Despite his swift pace, he made not a sound. Your Majesty, the Longyear guards have reported that the third prince is bringing someone to the palace. The current emperor of the Yin Mountain Kingdom, Li Daoran, had reigned for nearly a millennium. Upon hearing the eunuch's report, he lifted his head slightly and, in a tone only they could comprehend, said, I am already aware. Convey my decree. Summon Ding Jiao to await the third prince's orders. After the young eunuch departed, Li Daoran set down his brush and began to pace slowly within the hall. Despite having lived for over 1,000 years, he appeared to be in his 50s with a head of black hair and a stern countenance that he repeatedly rubbed his half-foot-long beard with his hand. Interesting. Could it truly be the heavenly Dao Stone? Li Daoran's profound gaze turned toward the direction of the palace's entrance. Outside the palace, on the guarded road, a golden-decorated carriage moved slowly forward. Inside the carriage, Lin Mu sat with his eyes closed, meditating, while the third prince occupied the opposite seat, casting furtive glances at Lin Mu, his expression a mixture of complexity. Suddenly, the coachman spoke in a deep voice. Your Highness, someone is obstructing the way. As the carriage came to a halt, a voice called from outside. This is Ding Jiao, here on orders to protect His Highness the Third Prince. Upon hearing Ding Jiao's words, Lin Mu opened his eyes and shot a menacing glare at the third prince. The third prince forced an awkward smile and replied, Perhaps it is a spy from the royal city reporting to the emperor. Allow me to handle this. He rose to exit the carriage. But Lin Mu interjected, Since he has arrived, there is no need for him to leave. The third prince's body stood up, suddenly trembling. Before he could react, Lin Mu had already leapt out of the carriage. Ding Jiao, as a master archer, possessed keen eyesight and acute hearing. He listened intently to the conversation within the carriage and understood that Lin Mu was not an ally. Without further ado, he knocked an arrow and loosed it in one fluid motion. Before Lin Mu even touched the ground, he felt a surge of energy approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly pinched the arrow shot by Ding Jiao between his fingers. Realizing his first arrow had failed, Ding Jiao swiftly rolled backward, and as soon as his feet hit the ground, he drew and released 3 arrows in quick succession. These arrows flew simultaneously, attacking Lin Mu from 3 different trajectories. Without pausing, he drew back his bow once more and shot an arrow into the sky. The first 3 arrows were merely a distraction. The final arrow was his true lethal strike. Observing that the power of these arrows was no different from the first, Lin Mu simply expanded his spiritual shield and effortlessly blocked them. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, followed by a massive crimson arrow descending from above. The moment the arrow impacted Lin Mu's spiritual shield, it shattered into pieces. The tremendous force of the arrow struck Lin Mu directly, pulverizing the blue stone floor beneath him into dust. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Lin Mu, obscuring the view of all onlookers. Ding Jiao stared intently at the smoke, his hands poised on his bow, ready to fire again at a moment's notice. The third prince, standing atop the carriage, anxiously watched Lin Mu's direction, hoping that Ding Jiao's arrow would indeed inflict grave injury upon him. Ding Jiao, a close guardian of Li Daoran, had entered the realm of the revered several centuries AG, and one knew the extent of his power, for those who had witnessed his prowess had perished long ago. He had always lurked in the shadows, protecting the imperial city, and this was his first appearance in public. However, disappointment awaited him. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Lin Mu stood upright, a golden aura surrounding his form. He was not only unscathed, but even his white robe remained entirely free of dust. This scene astonished not only the third prince, but also left the bewildered passers-by agape. Such a formidable arrow had failed to even graze his garment. Compared to the others, Ding Zhio's shock was even more profound. This arrow, the culmination of a century of dedicated training, was named Setting Sun, Nine Heavens, that he was confident that even a formidable opponent at the ninth level of the revered realm would sustain injuries from it. The fact that Lin Mu remained unharmed compelled him to scrutinize Lin Mu more closely at that moment. A smirk of disdain played at the corners of Lin Mu's lips as he raised his hand and made a grasping motion towards Ding Zhio. Instantly, Ding Zhio felt a powerful force drawing him in, his body involuntarily flying toward Lin Mu. Just as he was about to reach Lin Mu, he let out a fierce shout, attempting to muster all his strength to break free. However, the force was overwhelming, rendering his resistance futile. Ultimately, Lin Mu captured him effortlessly in midair. With a soft snap, Ding Zhio's meridians and bones shattered, and his body crashed heavily to the ground as Ding Zhio's lifeless form hit the ground. A burst of green light erupted from it, attempting to flee. Lin Mu again reached out, capturing the green light in his palm. Looking down, he saw that the green light was indeed Ding Zhio's soul. Ding Zhio could hardly believe that Lin Mu possessed the ability to imprison souls. Despair was etched across the small green face. Lin Mu offered no chance for pleas for mercy. Under his command, the power of the heavenly way transformed into a blade of spiritual energy, cleaving Ding Zhio's soul into fragments. Chapter 45. The Emperor of Yinshan's temptation. The destruction of Ding Zhio's physical form and the annihilation of his soul transpired in mere moments. Lin Mu glanced at the stunned ninth prince and said, "Continue to lead the way, third prince." The third prince's face turned ashen. He forced a smile at Lin Mu. The palace was drawing near. But the carriage could not enter, and they would have to walk. Lin Mu cast his gaze upon the imposing palace complex not far away and remarked nonchalantly, "There's no need for such trouble. We can fly there." Without waiting for the third prince's response, he grasped the third prince with one hand, exerted a slight force with his feet, and soared into the air toward the imperial city. The imperial guard, witnessing someone daring to fly within the royal city, bellowed at Lin Mu, "Who dares to be so audacious as to fly in the imperial city? Withdraw at once, or face execution without mercy." This shout drew the attention of those entering and exiting the palace gates, all gazing skyward. At that moment, a white figure could be seen soaring through the air, clutching another person, that a sharp-eyed observer exclaimed. The person being held looks remarkably like the third prince. The third prince? It truly is the third prince. Lin Mu paid no heed to the guard's shouts and transformed into a streak of light. Shooting toward the depths of the palace, the guards, wishing to intervene, found Lin Mu's speed too swift. They could not act in time and could only report to their superiors, guided by the third prince. Lin Mu halted before a remote pavilion within the palace. "Is Princess Tianing truly here?" Lin Mu surveyed the pavilion, which seemed uninhabited. "Indeed, this is a secluded retreat built by my father specifically for Tianing." The third prince replied earnestly. "Whether she is or not can be determined with a single test," Lin Mu said, and without further ado, he struck the pavilion with a palm from a distance. The fierce energy, before even reaching the pavilion, was repelled by a wave of array fluctuations. Although it was merely a casual strike from Lin Mu, destroying a pavilion was still an effortless task. Yet, the pavilion remained unharmed, indicating that the array was no trivial matter. Princess Tianing had only attained the first level of the Flying Heaven realm. It was impossible for her to have achieved the conditions to break through to the revered realm in just a few months. Why, then, would such a powerful array be necessary to guard against an ordinary retreat within the depths of the palace? The third prince, sensing Lin Mu's skeptical gaze, was momentarily at a loss for words. He too felt perplexed. The array that had just obstructed Lin Mu was the Heavenly Gang Dragon Protecting Array, activated only in the face of a strong enemy assault on the Imperial City. Each activation required a substantial expenditure of Heavenly Dao Dragon Qi, and the spirit stones consumed to maintain the array were astronomical. That he also realized that perhaps Princess Tianing was not present. Why then, had his father lied to him? Contemplating this, the third prince looked directly at Lin Mu and stated, "Whether you believe it or not, I truly do not know why this is the case. I have been consistently informed that Tianing was in seclusion here." Lin Mu smiled lightly. The intrigue within the royal family is equally melodramatic, no matter the location. Step aside. It seems the main character has arrived. Lin Mu's abrupt remark left the third prince somewhat bewildered, just as he was about to inquire further when a figure suddenly materialized before them. Upon seeing the appearance of the newcomer, the third prince hastily bowed. Your son pays respects to father. No need for formalities. You did well, old three. This is no longer your concern. Withdraw, came the voice of Li Daoran, the emperor of Yinshan. Father, where is Tuning now? The third prince did not comply with the order to withdraw, but instead nervously posed the question that weighed on his mind. Li Daoran, displeased by the third prince's defiance, replied curtly, withdraw first. Other matters can be discussed later. The third prince, still bowing, implored, Father, even if Tianning is willful and headstrong, she is still my full-blooded sister. It has been many days since we last saw each other. Please, Father, reveal her true whereabouts. Li Daoran was taken aback by the audacity of his usually respectful son to confront him so boldly. Lin Mu, observing the unfolding drama, interjected, instead of questioning him, why not simply split open this pavilion and see for yourself? As Lin Mu spoke, he produced the heavenly Dao sword and with a casual swing, unleashed a golden yellow blade of energy toward the pavilion. This time, the blade met no resistance. The heavenly gang dragon protecting array crumbled as if made of paper, shattering upon contact. The blade pierced through the array without pause, cleaving the pavilion cleanly in two. The third prince, though not surprised by Lin Mu's ability to breach the heavenly gang dragon protecting array, anxiously gazed at the now split pavilion. As the pavilion fell apart, a central array was revealed, within which lay a blood-red jade coffin. Princess Tuning lay within, her eyes tightly shut. Upon witnessing this scene, the third prince's expression darkened. He spoke each word with gravity. Father, I require an explanation. Li Daoran, seeing that matters had come to this point, ceased to conceal the truth, laughing heartily as he declared, I act according to my own will and owe no explanations to anyone. Tianning, as a member of the royal family, naturally must be prepared to make sacrifices for the glory of the dynasty. The third prince stared in disbelief at Li Daoran. It is said that even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Could a ruler truly be so callous? For the first time, he felt uncertain about his aspirations for the throne. Li Daoran, having made his declaration, disregarded the third prince and turned to Lin Mu, saying, You must be Lin Mu. Although I have not met you, I am somewhat acquainted with your deeds. He deliberately paused, observing Lin Mu's lack of surprise, before breaking into a mysterious smile and declaring, From the moment you rescued those from the Tao family to all matters concerning the Tiandao Academy, I have been well informed that I am equally aware that you struck the Tiandao bell and acquired the Tiandao stone. Upon hearing Li Daoran's recognition of the Tiandao stone, Lin Mu felt a flicker of astonishment that I never expected you to recognize the Tiandao stone. It seems Wang Changhe was indeed acting under your orders. Li Daoran burst into laughter at Lin Mu's words, exclaiming, Not only do I know of the Tiandao stone, but its significance is of utmost importance to me. It is indeed because of you that Tianning has transformed in such a manner. Because of me? Lin Mu queried. Indeed, because of you. To be precise, it is your emergence that has precipitated these changes. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, saying, Is it because she disclosed the existence of the Tiandao stone to me that your particular plan was hastened? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is refreshing. Were it not for the emergence of the Tiandao stone, my plans would have been delayed for centuries. I owe you my gratitude, Li Daoran continued. If I am not mistaken, you must possess at least 2 Tiandao stones. Lin Mu remained non-committal. You are correct. I indeed possess more than 1 Tiandao stone. Li Daoran's eyes sparkled with intensity, his breath quickening as he said, I am not devoid of reason. If you were to surrender 1 Tiandao stone, not only would I spare your life, but I would also bestow upon you the title of National Protector, second only to myself. Furthermore, I am aware that the Tiandao sect seeks to unify all sects across the nation, and I can offer my full support. Li Daoran spoke, his pace quickened, until his final words. He suddenly slowed. I have finished speaking. What are your thoughts? Chapter 46. A sword shatters the Emperor's dream. Li Daoran's generous offer to Lin Mu was not without its own calculations. His grand ambitions required a capable assistant, one endowed not only with strength but also exceptional talent. Initially, he had set his sights on Yun Feiyang. However, through various tests, he discovered that while Yun Feiyang appeared arrogant and overbearing, he was, in fact, a deeply contemplative and capricious individual, difficult to control. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the shadowless Sword King, Wang Changhe. Although somewhat rigid, Wang Changhe was remarkably trustworthy and could be managed through the third prince. However, he was taken aback to learn that Wang Changhe had perished at Lin Mu's hands. Today, upon realizing that Lin Mu could wield the power of Tiandao and had effortlessly slain Ding Jiao, whom he had sent to test Lin Mu, he decided to recruit Lin Mu for his own purposes. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Mu regarded the fervently Daoran with a contemptuous smile, saying, "What I desire, I shall acquire on my own. That which I possess, unless I choose to give, none shall dare to covet." The youthful pride is commendable, yet one must also understand the tides of circumstance, that I shall grant you one more opportunity. Li Daoran's expression darkened as he menacingly intoned, "Surrender the Tiandao stone to me in exchange for wealth and power, or I shall personally come to collect, leaving you in ashes." That I in the face of Li Daoran's threats. Lin Mu remained unfazed. Some individuals mistakenly believe themselves to be sovereign deities, yet they are not but mudfish lurking in the shadows. How can the glow of fireflies contend with the brilliance of the full moon? Li Daoran's expression grew grim. "Since you seek your own demise, I shall grant your wish." With that, Li Daoran's figure vanished, only to reappear beside the blood coffin containing Princess, and he gazed at her with a complex expression, murmuring, "On Ning, do not blame your father. This is for the everlasting foundation of the Yinshan kingdom." At this moment, Li Daoran was consumed by madness, the dignified countenance he once bore engulfed by shadows. He extended his hands, manipulating Princess Tianing from afar. Her body began to levitate, pausing only after emerging from the coffin. "Formation, arise!" Li Daoran bellowed, and in an instant, hundreds of crimson rays erupted from the ground. Surrounding the light, 3 elder figures in black robes appeared, channeling their spiritual energy into the formation. "Father, what are you doing? Quickly release Tianing." The third prince screamed hoarsely. "Release? For this moment, I have planned for over a century. From the moment Tianing was born, I recognized her divine dragon bloodline. That my affection for her over the past century has been a form of atonement. That at this juncture, the essence of Tianing's blood coalesced into strands, surging into Li Daoran's body like a breached dam. Feeling the increasingly pure divine dragon essence within, Li Daoran couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "This reverse yin-yang locking dragon formation is indeed wondrous. Once I obtain the complete divine dragon essence and, with the aid of the Tiandao stone, activate the faith of the entire populace, I shall ascend to the throne as the rightful emperor." Lin Mu gazed upon the now irrational Li Daoran with a hint of pity. What value is an imperial realm gained at the cost of one's own blood? "Foolish child, how could you possibly comprehend my grand vision? Once I become the great emperor, I shall rule for eternity and expand my dominion." Li Daoran's fervor intensified. "I aim not only to unify the realms of humanity, but also to invade the demon clans to the north, the Asuras to the east, and the giants to the south. I shall conquer vast, unbounded territories. One day, I will compel the celestial deities to bow before me." Lin Mu chuckled softly, replying, "Even if you achieve this, what then?" Li Daoran's expression briefly regained composure as he murmured, "Power is an addictive substance. Once possessed, it is not easily relinquished. Your desires will only multiply, endlessly." With that, he again succumbed to madness, laughing uncontrollably. The third prince, witnessing Li Daoran's escalating insanity, turned to the pale-faced Tianing. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before Lin Mu, pleading, "Young Master Lin, I implore you, save Tianing. From this moment forth, I, Liu, shall serve you loyally. Whatever your commands, I shall obey without question." Lin Mu regarded the third Prince Liu coldly before slowly responding, "I may save her. I could even aid you in ascending to the throne. The price is to acknowledge me as your master and henceforth follow my directives." Lin Mu's proposal caused Liu to hesitate. He wished to save Tianing, yet it meant becoming a puppet emperor, reducing the Li family's legacy to that of a vassal. "Your time appears limited. Even if you are reluctant, I suspect one of your other brothers will acquiesce." Casting a final glance at the critically endangered Tianing, Liu gritted his teeth, declaring, "I, Liu, Swear by the Tiandao, from this day forth, I recognize young Master Lin as my master. Should I harbor any treachery, may heaven and earth conspire against me. A gesture of sincerity. He prostrated himself 3 times upon the ground. With Lin Mu's goal achieved, he drew the Tiandao sword. Subsequently, he confidently proclaimed, after witnessing this sword, "You shall be grateful for your choice today." The Liu raised his head to gaze at Lin Mu, who paused momentarily, the sword emanating a golden glow, before he swung it outward with force. A beam of sword light, as swift as lightning, cleaved towards the formation. Where the sword light traversed, the formation shattered, and the 3 black-robed elders were sliced into pieces as if they were mere tofu. Li Daoran, standing at the center of the formation, barely managed to defend himself before the sword light pierced through him. His body cracked like porcelain, splintering under the assault, in a fit of rage. Li Daoran shouted, "Why? Just 1 step away, and I could have realized my long-held aspirations." At this moment, his expression returned to its original state. Dragging his broken form, he approached Princess Tunning, casting a final, reluctant glance at her before his body shattered into fragments, even his soul fracturing into pieces. Despite having attained half-step imperial strength through the formation's enhancement, Li Daoran could not escape the fate of obliteration under Lin Mu's sword. After slaying Li Daoran with a single strike, Lin Mu soared into the ruins of the formation. Observing the faintly breathing Princess Tianning, he placed his hand upon her forehead, allowing the yellowish aura to flow gently into her body. The nearly shattered essence of Tianning's soul was stabilized, and a hint of color returned to her cheeks. The 3rd Prince Liu soon followed, and upon witnessing Lin Mu's intervention to save Tianning, he expressed his gratitude profusely. Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone. "I will ensure the Crown Prince of Yinshan Nation disappears without a trace. As for what follows, I trust you can resolve it. Do not let me down." With that, Lin Mu's figure vanished in an instant. The following day, earth-shattering news spread throughout the imperial capital. The Emperor of Yinshan Nation had been assassinated, and the Crown Prince had been tragically slain while attempting to rescue him. The 3rd Prince Liu valiantly fought and killed the assassin. The ministers unanimously recommended the 3rd Prince to assume the duties of the Crown Prince and temporarily govern the nation. The announcement sent shockwaves across the realm. Chapter 47. The Secrets of the Royal Tomb in the Imperial Study. Lin Mu sat upon the dragon throne, while Li Yu stood beside him, trembling with trepidation. Lin Mu casually set aside the scroll in his hand, his voice low and grave. "This document states that the Tiandao dragon chi of your Li family has an unclear origin, said to have been acquired by your ancestors from overseas and sealed within the royal tomb. Where is this royal tomb? I wish to investigate. Perhaps it holds what I seek." Liu, with a pallid complexion, spoke hesitantly. "The royal cemetery is the final resting place of the ancestors of the Li family. To approach it recklessly may disturb the spirits of our forebears and adversely affect the fate of the nation. The ministers are currently selecting an auspicious day for my ascension to the throne. After I ascend, I shall visit the ancestral temple to pay my respects to our forefathers. Perhaps it would be better to proceed at that time." Upon finishing, Liu cautiously observed Lin Mu. Lin Mu, upon hearing Li Yu's words, curled his lips into a sardonic smile, immediately unleashing an overwhelming aura. Liu was suddenly beset by an immense pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, causing his knees to buckle uncontrollably to the ground. In an instant, cold sweat streamed down Li Yu's brow as the memory of Lin Mu slaying Li Daoran vividly replayed in his mind. "I do not appreciate others questioning my decisions. This is a command, not a discussion," Lin Mu stated, gazing at the kneeling Li Yu. "I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me, my lord. I shall escort you immediately." Li Yu stammered, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Mu rose, his tone stern as he remarked, "I retained you for your intelligence. Do not act foolishly. Rise, for time is of the essence." With that, Lin Mu opened the door and proceeded outside. Just as he stepped out of the hall, a familiar figure approached. Upon closer inspection, it was Princess Tianning, who had regained the ability to walk. Princess Tianning also noticed Lin Mu, and she approached him with small steps, performing a deep bow. "Thank you for your timely rescue, my lord. Tianning owes you 2 lives." Liu, following closely behind Lin Mu, was taken aback upon seeing Tianning. "You are not fully recovered. How dare you walk unaided?" Tianning replied languidly, I am quite well that I am aware of the circumstances that I have come both to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention and to see if I can assist my elder brother. Lin Mu regarded the still somewhat frail Tian Ning and said, "You need not thank me. I saved you solely because you are of use to me." He then turned to Li Yu and added, "I shall await you in the Imperial Garden. Do not keep me waiting too long." Liu watched Lin Mu until his figure vanished, and then he spoke tenderly to Tian Ning, "Do not overthink things. Focus on recuperating to as for the matters ahead. My elder brother will handle them." "Elder brother?" Liu interrupted. "Listen to me. The power of Lin Gongzi far exceeds your imagination. He is perilous, and I do not wish for you to have any further contact with him." At this point, he affectionately patted Tian Ning's head and continued, "When our mother passed, you were still very young. Perhaps you do not even remember her visage. However, she cared for us deeply and had arranged a path for us before her departure. Now, even though Wang Changhe is dead, my elder brother will protect you. That if you truly wish well for him, you must be obedient and refrain from involving yourself in my affairs. All right?" Li Yu exhaled, finally expressing all that weighed on his heart. Tian Ning gazed at Li Yu, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that his ambition to become emperor was not driven by a love for power, but rather a desire for both of them to survive amidst the treacherous currents of royalty. With a heavy nod, Tian Ning replied, "I will no longer be willful. I shall heed my elder brother's wishes." Upon hearing this, Li Yu felt a sense of relief and nodded in agreement. "You should return to rest. My elder brother has matters to attend to and cannot keep Lin Gongzi waiting for long." In the Imperial Garden, Lin Mu did not wait long before Li Yu hurriedly arrived. Lin Mu summoned his spiritual power, manifesting a cloud of mist that carried Li Yu towards the royal cemetery. The cemetery lay 30 miles outside the capital, and upon Li Yu's guidance, they alighted on a clearing. Before them stood a towering monument, inscribed with the names and achievements of the emperors of the Li family. Lin Mu glanced upward, and at the pinnacle, he read, "Li Changgong, the founding ancestor of the Li family, great emperor, reigned for 736 years." Below, Lin Mu noted several other names, each emperor having reigned for decades to centuries. Yet only Li Changgong had reached the status of great emperor. Though the Li family had not produced a great emperor for over 10,000 years, they had nonetheless stood toe-to-toe with the Yin and Fengshui nations. Likely owing much to the influence of the heavenly Dao dragon Qi, Lin Mu mused that Liu performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the steel, then approached and activated a hidden mechanism. To his astonishment, the massive stone monument began to shift aside, revealing a descending staircase. Liu stepped forward, placing one foot on the stairs, and addressed Lin Mu, "My lord, this is the secret passage to the heart of the cemetery. Please follow me." Lin Mu, without suspicion, followed, knowing that without the protection of the heavenly Dao dragon Qi, Liu needed to rely on him to secure his throne. The two traversed the dim passage for several thousand meters before the space ahead abruptly opened up. Lin Mu used his spiritual energy to conjure a light source, illuminating the vast natural cavern that lay before him. This cavern was enormous, spanning several thousand meters, and within its center, neatly arranged, were dozens of sealed tomb chambers. Li Yu again bowed several times towards the tombs, which housed the deceased emperors of the Li family, and he too would be interred here upon his demise. Lin Mu, intrigued, entered the largest of the tombs. Surely, this was the resting place of the great emperor, Li Changgong. The lifespan of a great emperor extends for tens of thousands of years, yet he finds eternal rest here, Lin Mu remarked with a sense of wonder. This tomb chamber was evidently larger than the others, with the front wall intricately carved with the life achievements of its occupant. Lin Mu's eyes darted through the inscriptions, absorbing the information with remarkable speed. Li Changgong exhibited extraordinary talent and strength from a young age, vanquishing all peers. Later, he ventured alone to foreign lands, where by chance he obtained the heavenly Dao dragon Qi. Subsequently, he devoted himself to cultivation for a century, ultimately achieving the emperor realm that he then established the Yinshan kingdom through his formidable prowess. However, the origins of the heavenly Dao dragon Qi remained shrouded in mystery, lacking detailed elucidation in the records. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the wall, that a strand of pale, yellow, spiritual energy flowed from his palm, gradually permeating the wall. Then, Lin Mu closed his eyes and summoned the power of the heavenly Tao, meticulously perceiving everything within the tomb chamber at that moment. An unexpected phenomenon occurred. A piece of jade slip within the tomb radiated an astonishing yellow light, as if resonating with Lin Mu's heavenly Tao power. Startled, Lin Mu opened his eyes in astonishment. Could this be the secret of the heavenly Tao Dragon Qi? Chapter 48. Submission from all sides. Li Yu watched Lin Mu anxiously, fearing that this living embodiment of death might disturb the resting place of his ancestors. Lin Mu, sensing Li Yu's gaze, did not turn to look at him. Speaking as if to himself, he remarked, "There seems to be something within calling out to me. I must open it." Liu was at a loss for words, truly fearing that his worst fears were coming to fruition. However, having learned from past experiences, he dared not defy Lin Mu's orders again. That he approached the front wall, feeling around until he pressed a mechanism, causing the dark door of the tomb to burst open with a resounding crash. The moment the dark door swung wide, Lin Mu sensed the location of the jade slip. He reached out, grasping it securely in his hand. The slip was entirely milky white, resembling sheep fat jade, and felt somewhat cool to the touch. Lin Mu probed it with his divine sense, examining its contents. After about half an hour, he withdrew his divine sense, realizing that the jade slip contained the methods by which Li Chonggong achieved his breakthrough to the Emperor realm, along with a record of a technique that allowed for instantaneous movement. It was through this very technique that Li Chonggong traversed the boundless seas. That Liu, who had been waiting patiently, saw Lin Mu retract his divine sense and quickly inquired, "My lord, have you discovered something?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu replied, "The heavenly Tao Dragon Qi of the Li family must originate from this jade slip, but it is nearly depleted now." Li Yu, upon hearing this, cast a disappointed glance at the jade slip. "However, this slip contains methods for becoming an emperor. Your father, Li Daoran, must have seen this slip. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient heavenly Tao Dragon Qi to support his breakthrough, which led him to seek alternative paths. Had it not been for my intervention, he might have succeeded." As Lin Mu spoke, he turned his gaze towards Li Yu, who maintained a calm demeanor. Lin Mu continued, "Would you like to learn the technique for breaking through to the Emperor realm?" Li Yu was taken aback by Lin Mu's inquiry, his heart racing. For millennia, which martial artist did not aspire to ascend to the Emperor realm through legitimate means? He struggled to contain his excitement and somewhat reluctantly replied, "I will follow your arrangements. My lord, it is your rightful possession. Giving it to you is no issue," Lin Mu said, pretending to hand the jade slip to Li Yu. However, Li Yu did not reach out to take it. Instead, with sincere expression, he replied, "All that belongs to me is bestowed by you, my lord, and thus it is entirely up to your discretion that I end that case. Let it remain with me for now. When you require it, I shall present it to you," Lin Mu said, casually storing the jade slip away. At the Yunzhou Grand Gathering, "Did you bring along the map of the geocontinent that you obtained?" Lin Mu inquired directly. "My lord, please see. Is this the map you refer to?" Li Yu produced a parchment made of sheepskin and handed it to Lin Mu with both hands. Lin Mu unfolded the map, glanced at it briefly, nodded in acknowledgement, and then tucked it away. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring and sealed a strand of sword energy from the Tiandao sword within it. "Keep this jade pendant safe. Should you encounter a formidable foe, invoking it will allow you to slay them directly. When the pendant shatters, I shall undoubtedly sense it," he instructed. Liu trembled as he accepted the pendant, carefully placing it within his bosom. Lin Mu then continued, "I must now return to the Tiandao sect. Once you have firmly secured your throne, I will begin to investigate the whereabouts of the Tiandao stone. If there are matters of urgency, use the jade pendant to communicate with me. Moreover, you need not involve yourself with the affairs of the Tiandao sect." Liu clasped his hands in salute and replied respectfully, "I shall remember your words, young master." With that, Lin Mu vanished in a flash, leaving Li Yu in a state of bewilderment. Had he truly been abandoned? During Lin Mu's absence from Tiandao, the plans for the sect's expansion were in full swing. In the southern region of Yinshan Kingdom, Guihai City served as the headquarters for the Divine Spear sect. At this moment, a multitude of high-ranking warriors gathered within the hall of the sect, convening to strategize against the Tiandao sect. The forefront sat Shin Kuai, the sect master and the foremost expert of the Divine Spear sect, a formidable presence at the 6th level of the revered realm. Observing the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, he spoke up, "Esteemed colleagues, please lend me your ears." The assembly turned their gaze toward Shen Kuai in unison. The Tiandao sect has openly defied the Tiangang, declaring enmity with the entire Yinshan kingdom, and the current situation is rather grim. Over half of the kingdom's forces have already succumbed to their onslaught. We must unite and resist to the end. Suddenly, one individual rose and spoke. Sect Master Shun, I have heard rumors that the Tiandao sect has mysterious strong allies. Several revered experts have already fallen to them. Is this true? Shen Kuai stood, laughing heartily before responding. Fear not, my friends, that I have dispatched someone to summon the master of the Tai Su sect, that if my calculations are correct, he should be en route. The one who had previously spoken joined in the laughter. With the Tai Su sect's involvement, we can rest easy. Indeed, the master of the Tai Su sect has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the revered realm. Even if Yun Feiyong were to come personally, we need not fear him in the slightest, another chimed in. Haha, are you referring to him? A voice filled with overwhelming dominance suddenly resonated from outside. The crowd quickly moved outside, gazing skyward. There amidst the air stood a figure clad in azure, exuding an air of arrogance, holding a bloodied head in his hand. As the onlookers gathered, he tossed the severed head into the crowd. It landed on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a halt. The sharp-eyed individual recognized the identity of the head and gasped in terror. This is the master of the Tai Su sect. What? The crowd leaned in closer to inspect the head. As they did, a collective gasp echoed through the air. The figure in azure was none other than the arriving Yun Feiyong. He had intercepted the master of the Tai Su sect on his way, engaging in a fierce battle and claiming his head. Observing the panic-stricken expressions of the crowd, Yun Feiyong chuckled with satisfaction. I offer you one final chance. Submit to the Tiandao sect, and I shall not treat you unjustly. Should you continue to resist, your fate will mirror his. Shen Kuai fixed his gaze on the severed head, caught in deep contemplation. Just as he hesitated, more powerful figures from the Tiandao sect began to arrive from the horizon. Glancing up, Shen Kuai noted that there were no fewer than 5 revered experts among them, 3 of whom had been coerced into joining the Tiandao sect. Faced with such overwhelming force, he realized he had no other choice. The Divine Spear sect was willing to submit to the Tiandao sect and henceforth follow its lead. Shen Kuai made his declaration. Others soon voiced their allegiance as well. Thus, the Tiandao sect truly unified the major forces of the Yinshan kingdom. The first family to publicly declare their submission was the Chui family from Yunzhou, which had initially allied with Lin Mu. The head of the Chui family even broke through to the revered realm during the conflict, elevating the family to one of the largest forces in the nation. By the time Lin Mu returned to the Tiandao sect, night had already fallen. As he landed, Lao Mo appeared in a flash. Master, you have returned. Indeed, the matters in the imperial capital have been resolved. I unexpectedly made some gains there. I have decided to enter seclusion to unravel the secrets of the Tiandao stone. Lin Mu replied. Observing Lao Mo's hesitance, he inquired, What is it? Speak your mind. This is unlike your usual conduct. After a moment's hesitation, Lao Mo chuckled lightly. Of late, I have felt my spiritual power becoming increasingly uncontrollable. I wish to enter seclusion for a time. Lin Mu, concerned, asked, Is your body feeling unwell? Not exactly. It is merely a vague sense of something being amiss that I intend to meditate deeply for a while. Go ahead. There are others to oversee the sect's affairs, so you need not worry. Lin Mu then produced a jade slip and handed it to Lao Mo, saying, Within this slip lies a method of instantaneous movement. You may find it useful during your seclusion. Lao Mo accepted the slip without a glance and tucked it away. The next day in the council hall, Yun Feiyong passionately reported to Lin Mu the recent achievements within the sect. Lin Mu interrupted him, stating, You need not report every trivial matter regarding the sect. Make your own decisions. Yun Feiyong nodded in agreement. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Mu concluded, Both Lao Mo and I shall enter seclusion tomorrow. During my time in seclusion, unless there are developments concerning the Divine Stone, do not disturb me with any other matters. Yun Feiyong promptly stood, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Chapter 49. Unusual events in the Chilean mountains at the seclusion site behind the Tiandao sect. Lin Mu and Lao Mo stood facing each other. The fierce winds of the mountain gorge howled like a ferocious beast, whipping around them and causing their garments to flutter. Lin Mu gently brushed back his windblown hair and said to Lao Mo, My seclusion may last quite some time. If you finish yours early, do not feel compelled to guard this place. Lao Mo chuckled. Rest assured, master, I shall not trouble myself with your seclusion. Understanding Lao Mo's character, Lin Mu said no more and turned to enter the secret chamber, beginning his retreat. Once Lin Mu's figure vanished, Lao Mo produced the transformation whip, transforming it into a long sword and lightly sliced through the air. The once maddening winds suddenly stilled as if frozen in time. Where the sword had passed, a rift appeared, as though the very fabric of space had been torn apart. This technique had been refined by Lao Mo using Yun Feiyang's methods, allowing him to cleave a path to a chaotic microcosm through the void. Should the outside world become aware of this, even an emperor would be left agape. Lao Mo sheathed the long sword and stepped into the rift, which gradually closed behind him as if it had never existed. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. 2 decades slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the door to Lin Mu's seclusion remained firmly shut. One day, Yun Feiyang's figure appeared at the entrance of the secret chamber like a specter. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his spiritual energy and called out loudly to the door. Reporting to the sect master, an outer disciple has news. A treasure suspected to be the divine stone is about to emerge. Yun Feiyang's voice echoed within the chamber, seemingly striving to break through the tightly closed door. However, after a long pause, there was still no response from Lin Mu. As he prepared to speak again, the door to the secret chamber suddenly erupted with a resounding crack and swung open, revealing Lin Mu stepping out. After 20 years of seclusion, time seemed to have left no mark on his visage. Through these years of intense cultivation, Lin Mu had mastered the use of the Tiandao power and had even learned to sense the presence of other Tiandao stones. However, he estimated that his current sensing range did not exceed several kilometers. Recently, he had just acquired the ability of instantaneous movement and was eager to test it when he heard Yun Feiyang's voice. "Did you just say you've discovered the whereabouts of the divine stone?" Lin Mu asked as he walked towards Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang collected his thoughts and respectfully replied, reporting to the sect master. "The information comes from a disciple who was training in the Chilean mountains that I am the heart of the Chilean mountains. A rainbow of 7 colors illuminated the sky, resembling the scene you described. However, the disciple's cultivation was limited, and he did not dare to venture further, so he returned to send word." Lin Mu pondered for a moment and asked, "Where exactly is this Chilean mountains?" He then retrieved a map from his storage ring. The Chilean mountains lay within the vast mountains of the northwest of Yinshan Kingdom, where demonic creatures often roamed, posing extreme danger to ordinary warriors. Yun Feiyang stepped forward, gesturing towards a map while explaining. "The demonic creatures?" Lin Mu inquired with keen interest. "What exactly are these demonic creatures?" Yun Feiyang, pondering inwardly, thought, could it be that the sect master has lost his wits during his seclusion, failing to grasp what most martial artists know? Nevertheless, he did not dare to voice such thoughts. Forcing a smile, he explained, "In the 9 nether continent, apart from our human race, there are the demonic creatures to the north, the Azura race to the east, and the giant race to the south. There are even legends suggesting that traces of the dragon race can be found in the boundless sea to the southwest, though no one has been able to substantiate these claims. As for the demon race, they are beings that have unexpectedly awakened their intelligence and undergone mutations. Whether they are snakes, insects, rodents, or plants, any of these can potentially transform into demons." Lin Mu, filled with curiosity, scrutinized the map with great care. Indeed, the map marked the locations of various races and indicated the perilous areas that humans should avoid. The more Lin Mu examined it, the more exhilarated he became, his smile causing Yun Feiyang to feel an involuntary shiver. How could Lin Mu not be excited? These peculiar creatures, which he had only ever seen in books, now presented him the chance to witness them in person. Lin Mu roughly noted the location of the Chilean mountains and casually folded the map away. "Has Old Mo emerged from his seclusion?" Lin Mu inquired. "Old Mo has not shown himself for the past 20 years. Perhaps he has come out without notifying anyone, or perhaps he is still in seclusion," Yun Feiyang replied, somewhat uncertain. Lin Mu used his spiritual power to sense the surroundings, and surprisingly, he could not detect Old Mo's aura within the realm of the Tiandao sect. Perhaps Old Mo had indeed emerged and gone on a journey. Yun Feiyang seized the opportunity to flatter, hastily adding, "Old Mo's strength is unparalleled. He is invincible, and no one can harm him." The sect master has no need for concern. Invincible? Lin Mu thought of Wu Daoren. Although he seemed harmless towards Lin Mu, who could guarantee his intentions in the future, upon entering this world, Lin Mu found Wu Daoren to be the one person he could not see through. Even though the system had once claimed that in the Juyo continent, no one could harm him or old Mo, he remained skeptical. On the other hand, upon hearing Lin Mu's retort, Yin Feiyang felt a pang of dread. Oh no. IV treaded on a sensitive topic, that he quickly continued his flattery. Of course, the sect master is undoubtedly the number one in the world. However, the sect master and old Mo would never be adversaries. Besides the sect master, old Mo is indeed invincible. Lin Mu was aware that this fellow had misinterpreted his words. He was not so petty as to vie with old Mo for the title of number one. As the esteemed sect master, do you not fear ridicule for uttering such flattery? Lin Mu said helplessly. Yun Feiyang, undeterred by Lin Mu's words, responded with pride, "It is my honor to serve the sect master. My admiration for the sect master flows like the endless river, unfaltering and everlasting. Like the yellow river in flood, once started, it cannot be contained." Lin Mu interjected casually, feeling an odd familiarity with the phrase. Yun Feiyang was taken aback that Lin Mu had preempted him, but quickly regained his obsequious smile, saying, "My loyalty to the sect master is as evident as the sun and moon." Suddenly, Lin Mu recalled where he had heard such phrases before. It seemed he would need to be cautious of this old rascal in the future. Noticing that Yin Feiyang was about to continue his incessant flattery, Lin Mu had no choice but to interrupt. "All right, you go arrange the sect's affairs. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Chilean mountains." Upon receiving Lin Mu's command, Yin Feiyang promptly ceased his flattering and solemnly took his leave. Once Yin Feiyang had departed, Lin Mu silently summoned the power of the heavenly Tao. And with a mere thought, his body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself within his own room in the sect. Chapter 80. Unfortunately, it is not watched journey to the west. The shrimp soldier swam frantically towards the seabed. Lin Mu and his companion followed at a distance. The icy seawater was kept at bay by their spiritual power. The shrimp soldier occasionally glanced back, realizing that the two humans were persistently tailing it. Unable to shake them off, in desperation, it produced a conch and blew into it with all its might. The conch emitted no sound, but transmitted a peculiar wave of sound through the surrounding waters. After blowing the conch, the shrimp soldier's fear subsided slightly. IT had now reached the core area of the dragon race. As long as a powerful figure from the Dragon Palace heard the signal, they would surely arrive in time. IT thought with a cold gaze. Damned humans. Soon you will find no place to be buried. After fleeing several hundred meters, a colossal figure suddenly blocked its path. Was that a distress signal you emitted? The massive being inquired. The shrimp soldier quickly bowed and responded, "I have seen the esteemed Minister Turtle. Indeed, it was I who sent the signal." The Minister Turtle size was comparable to that of a football field. It was a sea turtle demon beast that had lived for thousands of years, possessing peak 8th level strength. With its indestructible shell, it could even contend with 9th level demon beasts. IT held a high status within the Dragon Palace. Revered even by the dragon princes. Despite its immense size, the Minister Turtle was remarkably swift. Having rushed over at the first sign of the signal, IT was now listening to the shrimp soldier recount the events. The shrimp soldier's words ignited a fury within the Minister Turtle. IT had always held a disdain for humans. In its youth, the Minister Turtle had lived on the fringes of the boundless sea. Having witnessed too many sea creatures cruelly slaughtered by humans, IT had also suffered at their hands. But fortunately, it was saved by a passing Dragon King. Now, the audacity of humans to trespass in its territory warranted death. At that moment, its piercing gaze fell upon Lin Mu, who was trailing behind. In a chilling tone, it declared, "You too, did you slaughter my Dragon Palace's subjects?" Facing this colossal being, Lin Mu remained unfazed and replied, "We merely seek an audience with your Dragon King. It was they who sought death. Do not blame you." As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, Yin Feiyang, with an even more arrogant tone, added, "Old Turtle, cease your prattle. Hurry and announce our presence to the Dragon King." Hearing Yun Feiyang's disrespect towards the Dragon King, the Minister Turtle was instantly consumed by murderous intent. Its massive form lunged towards Yun Feiyang, opening its gaping maw to swallow him whole. This action prompted an excited cheer from the shrimp soldier. exclaiming, "The minister is mighty. These insignificant humans are ignorant of their own demise." After consuming Yun Feiyong, the minister turtle's gaze shifted back to Lin Mu. With an air of superiority, it proclaimed, "This is the price of arrogance. Now it is your turn that I grant you a chance. Kneel and repent, swearing never to set foot in the boundless sea again. And I may allow you to depart. What say you?" Its enormous head loomed over Lin Mu, eyes filled with mockery, in response to the minister turtle's words. Lin Mu appeared indifferent. He stood still, counting down numbers aloud. 10, 9, 8, 7. The shrimp soldier mocked. "This human must be frightened out of his wits. Minister, to send him on his way." The minister turtle observed Lin Mu muttering numbers and began to ponder the significance of his words. Just as Lin Mu reached 0, he suddenly smiled and said, "You will find that you may not even have the chance to kneel and repent." And no sooner had Lin Mu spoken than the minister turtle's expression changed dramatically. Its face contorted with agony. Its massive body began to thrash in the water, and it cried out in pain, "Stop it! If you dare harm me, the Dragon King will not spare you." Its words were directed at Yun Feiyong, who was currently inside the minister turtle's belly, that he was commanding his spirit sword to soar within, wreaking havoc. The internal organs of the minister turtle were reduced to shreds by Yun Feiyong's sword. The minister turtle, which had been thrashing about, now lay still, weakly drifting in the water, blood gushing from its mouth. The pitiful sight terrified the shrimp soldier, whose heart raced in fear. It could not comprehend how the minister turtle had suddenly become this way. Seeing the minister turtle's frail state, it dared not believe that it would not survive. In a wavering voice, it threatened, "Release the minister turtle at once, or the Dragon King." However, before the shrimp soldier could finish, Lin Mu formed a sword with his fingers and waved casually. A scarcely visible blade of energy instantly sliced the shrimp soldier into pieces. Lin Mu disdainfully uttered 2 words, "Noisy," with a single stroke. Lin Mu struck terror into the already half-dead minister turtle. It looked at Lin Mu in disbelief. This young man possessed the means of attack comparable to an emperor's level. It had clearly observed the faint force of the heavenly Tao when Lin Mu struck. Only a powerful being of the emperor's realm could wield such spiritual power. Realizing this, it resignedly lowered its head, awaiting the approach of death. Just then, Yun Feiyong emerged, having pierced through the minister turtle's shell with his sword. Landing on its back, the minister turtle's dimming eyes revealed a flicker of pain once more. Standing atop the turtle's back, Yun Feiyong laughed mockingly. "Old turtle, did your master not inform you not to eat indiscriminately while outside?" Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Unfortunately, it has not watched Journey to the West. Yun Feiyong's words caused the minister turtle to spit out another mouthful of blood, observing that the old turtle was on the verge of death. Lin Mu quickly used the power of the heavenly Tao to safeguard its heart's pulse. He still had questions to pose to the old turtle and could not allow it to perish just yet. The minister turtle looked up at Lin Mu, bewildered by his intentions. Lin Mu then spoke, "Take me to see the Dragon King, and I can restore your body. Otherwise, you shall remain here to await your demise." Upon hearing these words, the tortoise chancellor exclaimed in a voice filled with anguish, "You expect me to betray the Dragon King? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. I would rather face death than be crushed to smithereens for such treachery." Lin Mu, with an air of calm, replied, "I assure you, my intentions are not malicious. I merely seek to borrow an item from the Dragon King. There is no need for alarm." The tortoise chancellor's anger only intensified at this. Every individual who comes seeking to borrow has never returned what they took. Not a single one of your kind can be trusted. Lin Mu, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Am I the only one who has sought to borrow from the Dragon King?" The tortoise chancellor lamented, "Over these thousands of years, countless individuals have coveted the treasures of the Dragon Clan. Yet, only a handful have managed to locate the Dragon Palace, and it is precisely these few who have caused endless troubles for the palace. Therefore, for the peace of the Dragon Palace, I shall not disclose the whereabouts of the Dragon King. Abandon this fruitless pursuit." Having spoken extensively, the old tortoise lowered his head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu recalled that the founding emperor of the Yinshan Kingdom, Li Chonggong, must have visited this place. The jade tablet he had obtained from the Li family tomb should have originated from the Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, he had given the tablet to Lao Mo, making it impossible to verify. However, Lin Mu subsequently produced the jade tablet bestowed upon him by the Ice Emperor and displayed it to the old tortoise, stating, "This jade tablet contains the location of the Dragon Palace. Even if you refuse to tell me, I shall find it on my own." The tortoise chancellor, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the jade tablet, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible! How could you possibly know that the Dragon Palace is located?" The tortoise chancellor nearly let slip the secret. Lin Mu interjected, "Are you implying that I know the Dragon Palace is situated in the heavens?" Chapter 50. The tragedy of beautiful women throughout history beneath the azure sky. Two figures soared through the air. Suddenly, one of them came to a halt, prompting the other to swiftly follow suit. "Master, it is still early. It would not hurt to take a look." The individual trailing behind cast a glance at the Mount Luoqing below and tenderly suggested. Lin Mu, observing the Mount Luoqing that Su Liying had previously mentioned, nodded in agreement. "It has been 20 years since I last laid eyes upon it. It is indeed time for a visit." Mount Luoqing lies at the very edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Though it is referred to as a mountain, it is merely a hill a few hundred meters high. The two descended to the foot of the hill and began their ascent on foot. The journey revealed no particularly striking scenery, save for the occasional peach blossoms that brightened the view. The hill, not particularly tall to begin with, felt even less so to the two extraordinary individuals. And in no time, they reached the halfway point. Suddenly, Lin Mu caught sight of a vast grove of peach blossoms nestled deep within the hillside, that he involuntarily halted, gazing at the blossoms, lost in memories of the innocent little girl who had repeatedly invited him to witness the blossoms. Just as he was entranced by the sight, a woman's voice interrupted him. "May I ask who you are?" Lin Mu turned to see a young woman dressed modestly, her hair neatly tied in a bun, cradling an infant who could not yet walk. Lin Mu regarded the woman, who was also assessing him. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she hesitantly spoke. "Are you Lin Dage?" Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. "You recognize me?" The woman smiled sweetly. "Lin Dage, you still appear as youthful as you did 20 years ago." Lin Mu scrutinized her closely. She had seen him 20 years prior and still referred to him as Lin Dage. Could she be that little girl? "Are you Xiaohua?" Lin Mu ventured. "Oh, Lin Dage still remembers me." Xiaohua responded, clearly taken aback that of course I remember. Lin Mu paused before continuing. "How is she?" Upon hearing Lin Mu mention her, Xiaohua's expression dimmed. She was well aware of whom Lin Mu referred to. "Lin Dage, please follow me. I will take you to see her." With that, Xiaohua turned toward the peach grove. Noticing the hesitation in her demeanor, Lin Mu felt an ominous premonition. After walking for a while, they arrived at the peach grove. The fragrance of the blossoms wafted through the air. Xiaohua stopped in a clearing where two mounds of earth stood, each marked by a tombstone. Lin Mu glanced over and saw one inscribed with the grave of my brother, Wang Changhe. The other tombstone, however, left him stunned as he read the first few characters. "The grave of my sister." Su Liying at that moment, Lin Mu's heart involuntarily convulsed with pain. Since arriving in this world and acquiring the indestructible divine body, he had believed himself to be unwavering, impervious to any emotional upheaval. Yet upon seeing Su Liying's tombstone, he realized he had been mistaken. Subconsciously, Su Liying had occupied a special place in his heart. Throughout both his past and present lives, Lin Mu had been ensnared in a web of intrigue and conflict. Only in the presence of Su Liying did he experience a fleeting sensation of purity, freedom, and carefree joy. He could hardly fathom that the little girl who had once clung to him so affectionately had been separated from him so swiftly by the chasm of life and death. Lin Mu raised his reddened eyes to the peach grove and sorrowfully inquired, "How did she die?" Xiaohua, seemingly affected by Lin Mu's grief, responded with a slight sob. 20 years ago, Sister Su brought me here. She would speak of you every day. Sometimes she would laugh while reminiscing, and at other times she would weep. I was so young then, understanding little, but as I grew older, I began to comprehend some of it. However, Sister Su stopped speaking of you." Xiaohua took a moment to compose herself before continuing. Later, she became increasingly taciturn, often sitting for an entire day without uttering a word or eating that I could see that the light had faded from her eyes. This state persisted for 3 years, until eventually, she fell ill that I sought out every doctor in Luocheng, but they all said her condition was beyond cured. As she recounted this sorrowful tale, Xiaohua could no longer hold back her tears. Once she fell ill, she never rose again. During her worst moments, she would go days without a word, only mumbling your name in a half-conscious state. Hearing this, Lin Mu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Su Liying's frail form. Despairing as she lay in bed, he could not help but ask, "Did she never think of coming to find me?" Xiaohua shook her head. "I urged her many times to seek you, but she would always refuse, saying, 'What is lost is lost.' At the time, I did not understand the meaning of her words. 10 years ago, she finally reached her limit that on a rainy day, with thunder rumbling outside. I cried and asked her, 'Is it worth it?' She smiled at me with great determination and said that although her life had its regrets and sorrows, she had never regretted meeting you. The days spent together with you were as fleeting as shooting stars, yet they shone so brilliantly that as Xiaohua spoke, she lovingly caressed the child in her arms and added, 'Only after meeting the father of this child did I begin to understand Sister Su's feelings.' Those 10 years were spent in a torment of guilt toward her senior brother and longing for you. Upon learning of Su Liying's tragic fate, Lin Mu could not suppress a sigh. She was never in the wrong. Yet she bore the weight of consequences that should not have been hers. Perhaps I should not have taken her to Qingyang sect back then. She would not have met such a tragic end." Xiaohua said nothing further. She walked to a nearby thatched cottage, retrieved a basket of offerings, and handed Lin Mu 3 incense sticks. "Light these for Sister Su. Let the past be laid to rest." Taking the incense from Xiaohua, Lin Mu silently lit it for Su, lying at that moment. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering a few peach blossoms upon him. He picked up one of the blossoms and murmured, "The face of that person is lost to time, yet the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze." After expressing his sentiment, Lin Mu used his spiritual energy to cast the blossom back into the sky. Watching it drift away into the distance, along with the drifting blossom went Lin Mu's final trace of tenderness. Though the departed are gone, the living must still carry on with their duties. Lin Mu turned to Xiaohua, gazing at the peacefully sleeping infant in her arms, and asked, "What is his name?" Xiaohua lovingly glanced at the child and replied, "My husband has passed. I have given him the surname Su." Naming him Su Nianzu is a fine name. Lin Mu remarked as he took out a jade pendant that he inscribed the name Su Nianzu upon the pendant using the power of the Tao of Heaven and placed it in the child's embrace. "This pendant bears my mark. Wearing it will protect him from ailments. Should he wish to pursue martial arts in the future, he may seek me out at the Tao of Heaven sect." Xiaohua gazed at the jade pendant, promptly bowing to Lin Mu. Lin Mu acknowledged Xiaohua's gesture with a nod before swiftly turning and soaring away. Before Yun Feiyang departed, he hurriedly offered a stick of incense to Wang Changhe, shaking his head with a sigh, then leapt into the air to catch up with Lin Mu's figure. That it was only when the silhouettes of Lin Mu and the others vanished that Xiaohua withdrew her gaze, contemplating the infant in her arms. Chapter 51. The Cerberus. After departing from the mountains of Luocheng, Lin Mu remained silent throughout the journey. As they flew for several hundred miles, they suddenly heard the sounds of combat emanating from the forest below. Such occurrences of murder and treasure-seeking vendettas were commonplace in the vast mountains. Lin Mu had no intention of intervening. He merely cast a fleeting glance before preparing to leave that moment. However, Yun Feiyang exclaimed in surprise, "Cerberus?" Lin Mu paused, turning his attention back to the direction of the skirmish that a group of black-clad warriors was besieging a beast with 3 heads. These warriors were evidently from the same sect. Moving in a coordinated fashion, the 2 elder leaders were restraining the beast's attacks while their companions grouped together to strike. Although they could not slay the beast instantly, it was howling in distress. And defeat was merely a matter of time. "Do you recognize this beast?" Lin Mu inquired of Yun Feiyang. "That I've seen this ferocious creature in ancient texts. It is known as the Cerberus. Its body is entirely black, and it boasts 3 heads, each capable of unleashing a unique divine ability. That is a growth-type beast. It does not require cultivation. It merely needs to mature, and its strength will increase accordingly. That an adult Cerberus is comparable to a powerful being of the Emperor realm." Lin Mu regarded the Cerberus with keen interest, remarking, "It would make for an excellent steed to go and tell them to leave. I shall claim this 3-headed beast for myself." Yun Feiyang's eyes sparkled with determination as he leapt into the air above the gathering. The 2 elder leaders, noticing his arrival, one of them shouted, "Who goes there? The Divine Sword sect of Yin country is here to capture this beast. Depart at once to avoid any harm to yourself." The Divine Sword Sect is one of the top 10 sects in Yin country, boasting greater overall strength than the previous Qingyang sect. Yin Feiyang ignored the elder's warning and boldly declared, "What nonsense is this Divine Sword Sect? This beast is my master's steed. Those who do not wish to die should leave immediately." The elder, taken aback by Yin Feiyang's audacity, found himself speechless. They had pursued this beast for 7 days and nights, finally cornering it today with a grand formation. How could this person brazenly claim it as his master's steed? "You all continue to hold it down. I shall deal with this individual." One of the leading members of the Divine Sword Sect leapt toward Yin Feiyang. "Do you dare to touch something belonging to the Divine Sword Sect?" Today, before he could finish, Yin Feiyang swiftly severed the elder's head with a single sword strike. The elder's spirit, filled with terror, glanced at Yin Feiyang before attempting to flee. However, Yin Feiyang unleashed another strike, creating a small cage of sword energy that ensnared the elder's spirit. He had no time to plead for mercy before being torn to shreds by the sword energy. From the moment Yin Feiyang took action to the instant he dispatched the elder, only 2 strikes were required. The onlookers below did not even have time to intervene. Another elder from the Divine Sword Sect. His expression drastically altered, felt immense shock. The elder who had just been slain was of the same cultivation level as him, the second layer of the esteemed realm. Was it not possible that the newcomer could similarly eliminate him in an instant? In a panic, he exclaimed, "You dare to kill an elder of the Divine Sword Sect? Are you not afraid of incurring our wrath? To be frank, our sect leader is a super strong individual of the 9th layer of the esteemed realm." "Ha, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Is it not Lu Wuhan, the sword that floats like snow?" Yin Feiyang retorted mockingly, "Since you know my sect leader, why not surrender? Perhaps you might still have a chance to live." The elder, his complexion pale, spoke with trepidation. "With your abilities, how could you force me into submission? Over 100 years ago, Lu Wuhan could not withstand even a single strike from me. I spared him only for the sake of his father." The elder's heart trembled at the mention. More than a century ago, the then young sect leader Lu Wuhan had been heavily injured by the sect leader of the Qingyang sect in Yinshan country. It was only thanks to the intervention of the old sect master that Lu Wuhan's life was spared. Could it be that this individual was Yin Feiyang, the sect leader of Qingyang sect? The elder pondered. It was rumored that Yin Feiyang had reached the 9th layer of the esteemed realm over a century ago and had never suffered defeat in Yinshan country. How would this situation conclude? To abandon the Cerberus would leave him deeply unsatisfied. Seeing the elder lost in thought, Yin Feiyang urged, "Since you have guessed who I am, swiftly take your people and leave. Return to inform Lu Wuhan that I, Yin Feiyang, await his revenge at any time." Upon hearing Yin Feiyang's self-identification, the elder no longer hesitated, calling to his companions as they prepared to depart. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up in terror, the elder was alarmed to see an enormous hand descending from the heavens. The hand dropped rapidly, flattening all those attacking the Cerberus below into a bloody pulp. Seeing this, the elder attempted to flee, but the massive hand suddenly snatched him back. The elder was clutched tightly in its palm as several beams of sword energy shot forth, reducing him to ashes. His spirit obliterated. After slaying the elder, the massive hand vanished. Lin Mu, dissatisfied, addressed Yin Feiyang, "If you continue to act so sluggishly, I won't hesitate to squash you as well." Understanding Lin Mu's foul mood, Yin Feiyang dared not speak further and quickly nodded in agreement. The Cerberus, now acutely alert, watched Lin Mu intently, prepared to flee at the slightest opportunity. Lin Mu addressed the 3-headed beast, "I know you possess considerable intelligence that I now present you with 2 choices. Either serve as my steed, or meet the same fate as them." That he gestured towards the numerous corpses on the ground. The 3-headed beast exchanged glances among its heads before one of them spoke. "I possess a noble ancient bloodline. How could I serve you, a mere human? Oh, if that is the case, then you shall perish." Lin Mu conjured a colossal hand once more, reaching towards the Cerberus. The 3-headed beast had intended to negotiate and find a compromise, but was taken aback by Lin Mu's sudden aggression that in a moment of panic, it hastily pleaded, "Stop, I am willing. I am willing." Lin Mu had merely intended to intimidate. Seeing its capitulation, he retracted his hand and dispelled his power. The Cerberus stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a length of 10 meters that in comparison, Lin Mu appeared insignificant. However, at that moment, The Cerberus lowered its heads, its limbs sprawled on the ground. The central head occasionally licked its tongue, while its 2-meter-long tail wagged back and forth. From now on, you shall be my master. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Whoever you command me to bite, I shall bite. The central head of the Cerberus exhibited a human-like obsequiousness. Standing behind Lin Mu, Yun Feiyong suddenly felt as though he had encountered a rival that he thought with a hint of resentment. This wretched beast dares to steal my lines. Lin Mu leapt onto the back of the Cerberus, snapping his fingers as he commanded, "Rise, let us depart." The Cerberus howled and began to sprint deeper into the Chilean mountains. Chapter 52. A minor formation. Easily overcome, the Chilean mountains stretched several thousand miles in depth. At this moment, deep within the mountains, the Cerberus halted before a crumbled cliff. Lin Mu, intrigued, inquired, "Why have we stopped?" The Cerberus gazed at the cliff and replied, "I awakened here. Upon emerging, I was immediately pursued by a group of people. I ran in a specific direction, but ultimately fell into their trap." Lin Mu examined the cliff, finding nothing particularly remarkable. "Have you no recollection of your past?" The Cerberus shook its head, stating, "I can only remember my innate abilities. As for where I came from or my name, I cannot recall." Lin Mu, puzzled, questioned, "Records indicate that an adult Cerberus possesses strength comparable to that of an Emperor realm being. Why were you so helpless against two initial stage esteemed beings?" The Cerberus rolled its eyes and replied, "Boss, while I may not remember my past, I am aware of my age. I am still in my juvenile phase. An adult Cerberus would measure hundreds of feet in size." Lin Mu, skeptical, turned to Yun Feiyong. Yun Feiyong stroked his chin and remarked, "The texts do not detail the exact size of an adult Cerberus. However, judging by its current strength, it does not appear to be an adult beast. At most, it resembles a 6th-tier beast." Lin Mu asked solemnly, "A 6th-tier beast? Do beasts have rankings as well?" Yun Feiyong pondered for a moment before responding. "The classification of beasts is not as precise as that of humans. We can only make comparisons based on past encounters with beasts. Generally, 1st to 3rd-tier beasts are considered low-level, easily slain by beings in the divine wandering realm. 4th to 6th-tier beasts correspond to human beings in the divine wandering realm and the soaring realm." Yun Feiyong glanced at the Cerberus and continued, "Currently, the Cerberus falls within the range of a 6th-tier beast. However, its potent bloodline and numerous divine abilities allow it to rival initial stage esteemed human warriors. As for the higher-level demon beasts, specifically those of levels 7 and 8, they are comparable to the formidable beings of the human esteemed realm. However, it is only the 9th-tier demon beasts that can contend with the 9th level of the esteemed realm." Lin Mu, having risen from the body of the Hellhound, stretched languidly and remarked, "Then, the 9th-tier demon beasts must possess the strength akin to that of an emperor." Yun Feiyong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, once a 9th-tier demon beast transcends the heavenly tribulation, it can transform into human form, rivaling the might of an emperor. However, for an 8th-tier demon beast to survive the heavenly tribulation is exceedingly arduous. In fact, there have been fewer than 10 instances in several millennia. Regardless of whether it is humans or demon beasts, the arduousness of their cultivation is something Lin Mu has yet to experience, ever since he comprehended the power of the heavenly path. He increasingly sensed that his strength was beyond what this world should possess." Lin Mu took out a map and glanced at the marked location, stating, "Our destination should not be far off." He stowed the map away and leaped onto the central head of the 3-headed hound, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "Let us depart." The 3-headed hound, obeying Lin Mu's command, raised its head and galloped forth once more. In the heart of the Chilean mountains, a ravine had gathered a multitude of martial artists drawn by the news. At the forefront of the crowd stood an array, obstructing their path. Beyond the array lay a colossal natural cave, the formation of which was unknown to all. When Lin Mu arrived, the martial artists were scattered yet orderly, occupying advantageous positions. Yun Feiyong observed the array from a distance, sensing that it was quite peculiar. He tentatively suggested to Lin Mu, "This array appears rather strange. It seems devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations, yet can block such a multitude of martial artists. Should I investigate further?" Lin Mu, dismounting from the 3-headed hound, confidently replied, "There is no need for that. Simply follow me." As Lin Mu approached, the gazes of the crowd gradually shifted towards him, or more accurately, towards the 3-headed hound behind him. Its massive form commanded attention, prompting many to step aside. Where did this demon beast come from? The surrounding beasts have already been cleared away. Someone questioned that it seems to be the mount of that leader. Another chimed in. Indeed, I just saw him leap down from the three-headed beast. Could it be that he also intends to break the array? A few individuals in the crowd whispered amongst themselves, casting furtive glances at Lin Mu. Who might you be, esteemed one? Forgive this old fool for being unable to recall your name. Inquired an elder with keen eyes, blocking Lin Mu's path, that if you are indeed so foolish, then find a quiet place to spend your remaining years, rather than embarrassing yourself here. Yun Feiyong interjected sternly from behind. At that moment, he donned a mask that concealed his features, having taken precautions against encountering acquaintances. How dare a mere lowly creature speak so brazenly? I shall see just who you are. The eagle-eyed elder thrust his hand towards Yun Feiyong's face. In the blink of an eye, Yun Feiyong reacted, seizing the elder's forehead with a powerful grip, causing his skull to shatter. Yun Feiyong had no intention of leaving any survivors that a burst of flames erupted in his hand, incinerating the elder's remains until nothing was left, not even a trace of his soul. The battle was swift and decisive, leaving the crowd to recoil in collective astonishment. The eagle-eyed elder was an elder of the Taishu sect, possessing the cultivation of the 6th level of the esteemed realm, yet he had been effortlessly slain in a single strike. Lin Mu was quite pleased with this outcome, continuing his advance without interruption. While none dared to impede him further. All of you, step back. Anyone who dares to speak further will meet the same fate as him, Yun Feiyong declared, surveying the crowd. The three-headed hound, observing Yun Feiyong's imposing demeanor, expressed its envy. Such a commanding presence, I must intensify my training. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Mu approached the array. His outstretched hand, akin to a sharpened sword, passed through without resistance. Indeed, the indestructible body truly disregarded any form of array confinement. Lin Mu felt a surge of joy within. His earlier actions had been remarkably discreet, and the onlookers had failed to discern his movements. Yun Feiyong and the three-headed hound soon joined him. Suddenly, Lin Mu turned, resembling a graceful swallow, and leaped onto the back of the three-headed hound. Onward! Yun Feiyong, momentarily taken aback, quickly leapt onto the hound's back as well, that as soon as Yun Feiyong landed, Lin Mu enveloped the three-headed hound with the power of the heavenly path. Applying slight pressure with his foot and commanding, proceed straight ahead. The three-headed hound, receiving Lin Mu's command, though uncertain of his intentions, dared not question him. That it took slow, deliberate steps toward the array, and as its massive head neared the array's luminous barrier, it passed through unimpeded. It was only after the three-headed hound, carrying both Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong, had fully entered the array that the crowd reacted, rushing towards the array's barrier in a frenzy. The first to arrive wore a smug grin, but as his face pressed against the barrier, he was suddenly met with a tremendous backlash, akin to a heavy blow, sending him flying several meters and colliding into others behind him. He raised his head in confusion, gazing at the array, only to witness all those who had rushed towards it being repelled back as if by an unseen force. Chapter 53. The Three-Headed Hound Advances. Unleashing its might upon entering the array, Lin Mu was astonished to discover that behind it lay an entirely different realm. It was a space reminiscent of a small world, adorned with verdant hills and crystal-clear waters. Before the trio, a tranquil lake stretched out, and at its center, on a grand lotus leaf, bloomed a magnificent 7-colored lotus. The lotus radiated brilliance, surrounded by a halo of vibrant hues. What is this? The 7-colored divine lotus. A mature specimen of the 7-colored divine lotus. Yun Feiyong exclaimed with fervor. Brother, could you refrain from being so boisterous? You startled the hound. The three-headed hound grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yun Feiyong paid no heed to the hound, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, however, was merely disappointed, shaking his head. That it was evident that the divine radiance emanated from the lotus rather than the heavenly stone. This lotus does appear extraordinary. Lin Mu remarked casually. Extraordinary. It is a treasure capable of extending life, enhancing physicality, and even reviving the dead. Even a single petal could incite conflict among those outside. Yun Feiyong's excitement reignited. Lin Mu smirked. It holds no value for me. You may go and retrieve it. Upon hearing Lin Mu's dismissal, Yun Feiyong hurriedly prepared to seize it. However, the three-headed hound howled, "Such trivial matters, allow me." Although the three-headed hound lacked in strength, its speed was remarkable, reaching the center of the lake even before Yun Feiyong. Just as it extended its paw to grasp the lotus, an unforeseen event transpired. The once calm lake surface suddenly swirled into a vortex, from which a colossal python, several zhang in length, erupted, coiling around the three-headed hound. Feeling the constricting force of the serpent, the hound's confidence wavered. Yun Feiyong recognized it as a seventh-tier demon beast and prepared to strike. The three-headed hound, fearing Yun Feiyong would steal its glory, barked, "No need for your assistance. This Grand One can handle it." It seemed Yun Feiyong's actions had spurred it into action. The three-headed hound opened its maw wide and lunged at the massive serpent. Its three heads closed their eyes, backs arched, and fur bristled as a powerful current of darkness surged throughout its body. The raised hairs pierced into the serpent's flesh, channeling the dark energy directly into it. The python, writhing in pain, instinctively loosened its grip on the three-headed hound. Seeing that its strike was effective, the left head unleashed an ice arrow, freezing the serpent in place and rendering it immobile. The right head then expelled a massive fireball, engulfing the python in flames. As the serpent endured the dual torment of ice and fire, its life essence rapidly diminished. Its eyes rolled back as it suddenly made a desperate dash towards the seven-colored divine lotus. The three-headed hound, fully aware of its intentions, would not allow it to succeed. The central head opened wide, releasing a terrifying bolt of black lightning that pierced through the python's skull. Although its head was destroyed, the serpent continued to struggle, attempting to coil around the lotus. The three-headed hound charged forward, and with all three heads simultaneously opening their jaws, it swiftly devoured the serpent entirely. Perhaps satiated, it let out a contented burp before carefully plucking the lotus with its forepaw and swiftly returning to Lin Mu's side. "Boss, I've retrieved the item for you," the three-headed hound said, presenting the lotus with a hint of flattery, while casting a sidelong glance at Yun Feiyong. The latter, bewildered by the hound's gaze, soon found his focus fixed intently on the lotus. Lin Mu accepted the lotus, briefly sensing its aura, noting the absence of heavenly path energy. The lotus consisted of 7 petals. He plucked 2 and said, "You each take 1 and consume it." Yun Feiyong carefully stored his petal in a jade box, while the three-headed hound disdainfully eyed him before swallowing its petal whole. "Not much of a treasure, really," it remarked dismissively. The three-headed hound, having finished its meal, spoke with a foul breath. However, as soon as the words left its mouth, its body abruptly swelled to more than double its size. The sudden inflation of its form caused it to writhe in pain upon the ground. The agony arrived swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly. Soon, the discomfort gradually faded, and it slowly rose, feeling the changes within its body. Unconsciously, it let out a howl. Astonishingly, it had advanced to the 7th level. The 7-colored lotus was indeed miraculous. Now it felt that if it were to encounter those who had previously besieged it, it could effortlessly rend them all to shreds. Lin Mu, too, was somewhat taken aback by the transformation of the three-headed hound, that a mere small lotus flower possessed such tremendous efficacy. He wondered if it would be beneficial to Lao Mo. Imitating Yun Feiyong's actions, he carefully stored the remaining lotus into a jade box. Once he secured the items, Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing else of value, and with 1 person and 1 dog, he proceeded towards the formation. The very moment Lin Mu placed the lotus into the jade box, those outside the grand formation suddenly sensed the aura of the treasure had vanished. This sparked a wave of commotion. "Everyone, please remain calm," an elder from the Tai Su sect spoke up. He was one of the few venerable experts at the 9th heaven among the crowd. Once he noted that everyone had quieted down, he continued, "It is evident that the treasure within the formation has already been taken by that individual. If you all wish to partake, we must unite against him. Indeed, with so many of us acting together, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue a single person." Someone chimed in. "Yes, as long as we eliminate the masked man first, the other 2 are of no concern." The crowd exchanged suggestions, each voice adding to the chorus of agreement. The earlier speaker, seeing the consensus reached, proposed, "Since everyone has decided to act together, let us not hold back. We shall seize the treasure and then divide it among ourselves." Another venerable expert echoed, "We are all righteous practitioners. Should he willingly surrender the treasure, it would not be impossible to spare his life. Whose life are you intending to spare?" At that moment, a cool, resonant voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see Lin Mu, calmly emerging from the formation atop the three-headed hound. "Has the treasure within the formation been taken by you?" the ninth heaven expert inquired sternly. Lin Mu, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with these insignificant beings, replied with a frigid demeanor, "The treasure belongs to the capable. What concern is it of yours? Those who remain here, after 3 breaths, shall die." Such audacity from this individual indicated a disregard for their lives. "Let us take him down together." The crowd, already primed for action, surged towards Lin Mu in unison, clearly intending to subdue him first to coerce the masked man. The first few attackers had not even approached when they were suddenly struck by a surge of black electricity, their bodies trembling as they fell to the ground, incapacitated. The subsequent assailants, undeterred by their fallen comrades, pressed on. The three-headed hound, having consumed the lotus and now evolved to the 7th level, could withstand the attacks of ordinary venerables. Yet as more and more adversaries joined the fray, including those at the 9th heaven, it gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Recognizing that the hound could no longer endure, Yun Feiyong swiftly drew his sword and joined the battle. In an instant, the entire ravine transformed into a battlefield. Chapter 54. The three heads of the hound no longer desired. A fierce battle ensued, shrouding the sky in darkness, eclipsing the sun and moon. Once a battlefield of hundreds, it was now reduced to fewer than 100 souls. Some, utterly paralyzed by fear, sought to flee, only to discover that they were ensnared within a domain. Regardless of the methods they employed, they could not breach the formidable barriers that surrounded them. The elder of the Taisu sect could scarcely fathom why this masked individual, a fellow venerable at the 9th heaven, was so extraordinarily powerful. Cautiously, he retreated to the periphery of the battlefield, his gaze scanning the chaos. Suddenly, Lin Mu's figure caught his eye. That moment, Lin Mu stood unguarded. Observing the skirmish, capture the leader first. The thought flashed like lightning in the elder's mind. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his form became transparent, revealing a profound concealment technique. Rapidly, he advanced towards Lin Mu, closing the distance. Just as his hand reached out to seize Lin Mu's neck, Lin Mu turned to face him, eyes brimming with derision. The Taisu elder's heart skipped a beat, yet he pressed on. Continuing his grasp, his claw-like fingers clamped tightly around Lin Mu's throat. Revealing his form, he triumphantly commanded, "Everyone halt! If you do not cease, I shall take his life." The combatants, engrossed in their fierce struggle, suddenly halted at his commanding voice and turned to look. Observing that all eyes were upon him, the elder tightened his grip. With an air of composure, he ordered, "Hand over the items and then cripple your own cultivation, or he dies." The faces of those present illuminated with expressions of triumph. The Taisu elder began to envision how he would eliminate these two, subsequently subdue the ferocious beast, and ultimately claim a larger share of the spoils. These thoughts crossed his mind. His smile broadened. This moment, Yun Feiyong stood with his arms crossed, a playful smirk adorning his face as he regarded the Taisu elder. The 3 enormous heads of the hound shook vigorously. Filled with confusion and disbelief, IT simply could not comprehend how the immensely powerful Lin Mu could be subdued so easily. Just as it hesitated over whether to seize the opportunity to flee, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Though Lin Mu was already grasped by the throat, he unexpectedly extended a finger and lightly traced it across the elder's hand. This seemingly simple action produced astonishing consequences. The elder's hand, which had clutched Lin Mu, was instantaneously severed, the cut remarkably clean, with not a single drop of blood spilling forth. The Taisu elder stood in shock, staring at the stump of his severed hand. Before he could react, he felt an eerie force enveloping his body. To his horror, he found himself levitating uncontrollably, as if freed from the shackles of gravity. Lin Mu remained steadfast, his voice icy, as he uttered a single word, "Explode." Though his voice was soft, it resonated like thunder, striking terror into the hearts of all who heard. In an instant, the Taisu elder's body detonated like an inflated balloon, exploding into fragments that scattered in all directions. Not only did his physical form disintegrate, but his very soul was obliterated in the blast, vanishing completely from this realm. This scene was utterly shocking. It was so surreal that it sent the three-headed hound into a state of sheer panic. Its very essence trembling, that it left all present on the battlefield in a state of stupefaction. Frozen in disbelief, that a profound silence lingered for quite some time. Finally, someone, unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere, knelt on the ground, fervently banging their head in supplication as if trying to grind garlic. "Spare me, esteemed one. I was momentarily bewitched. Please, treat me as a mere afterthought." Some among the crowd regarded the kneeling figure with disdain, their eyes flashing with a glint of ruthlessness. They raised their swords and launched a sudden attack towards Yun Feiyong. Meanwhile, many others chose to scatter and flee, attempting to escape this terrifying place. However, regardless of their reactions, they could not evade the fate of death. After another round of intense metallic clashes, the ravine returned to tranquility. Lin Mu stood unwavering in place, his expression as serene as still water, devoid of emotion, as he regarded Yun Feiyong, who was busy collecting spoils. The three-headed hound, feeling somewhat guilty, cautiously approached, lying beside Lin Mu, its face adorned with a fawning expression. Yun Feiyong worked with remarkable swiftness, swiftly plundering the storage bags of all present. "Master, look. This group has some assets. This journey has indeed been worthwhile," he exclaimed with a beaming smile, presenting a storage bag to Lin Mu. Despite recently emerging from a fierce battle, his spirits were high, having not only acquired a patch of seven-colored lotus, but also unexpected riches. Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance at the storage bag, but did not reach for it. His eyes reflected disappointment as he murmured, "It is unfortunate I could not uncover any clues regarding the divine stone." The three-headed hound, lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head, voicing its confusion. "Divine stone? What divine stone?" Lin Mu inhaled deeply, channeling his spiritual energy to gradually form a stone emanating a faint glow. This divine stone exhibited a unique shape and texture, as if it harbored boundless mysteries within. He presented the divine stone to the three-headed hound, adopting a probing tone as he inquired, "Is this the kind of thing you have encountered before?" Initially, the hound's eyes flickered with bewilderment, but then it seemed to recall something. The other two heads lifted, scrutinizing the heavenly Tao stone intently. After a prolonged examination, it hesitated before speaking. "It looks somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have seen it. That if only I could consume another piece of the divine lotus, perhaps it would jog my memory." That a glint of cunning flashed in its eyes. Lin Mu waved his sleeve, dispelling the illusion of the divine stone. His gaze, cold as ice, fixated on the three-headed dog. "I wonder which of those heads would be more delectable." Yun Feiyong, sharing a tacit understanding, chimed in, "It's simple enough. Let's do all three and sample each one to find out." The three-headed dog, feeling the sting of their jest, shivered as a chill ran down its neck. It hastily stuck out its tongue, feigning ignorance. "Oh dear, my simple canine mind has just recalled something." Lin Mu withdrew his gaze and spoke with a frosty tone, "Should you dare to haggle with me again, it won't be just one head on the chopping block." The three-headed dog sensed the seriousness in Lin Mu's voice and involuntarily shrank back, sycophantically declaring, "My loyalty to the boss is as evident as the sun and moon. I believe I have encountered this thing in my ancestral memories. However, having recently awakened, I cannot recall the specifics." That a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Mu's eyes as he remarked, "It seems you truly do not wish to keep those three heads." The three-headed dog, terrified by Lin Mu's gaze, stepped back a few paces and stammered, "I genuinely cannot remember, but I vaguely recall seeing it within a tiger demon's territory." Tiger Demon, Chapter 55. The tree adorned with corpses. The demon clan resides in the western region of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thousands of years ago, the human race and other factions signed a pact of non-aggression regarding their territories. Since then, the 10,000 Great Mountains have become a buffer zone between humans and demons. Following the map's markings, Lin Mu swiftly exited the 10,000 Great Mountains. Before them lay a vast, boundless prairie. According to the map, this expanse is known as the Golden Prairie. Beyond the Golden Prairie lies the true territory of the Demon Clan, where humans would be ruthlessly slain upon entry. Continuing westward, beyond this prairie is the domain of the Tiger Clan. Lin Mu folded the map and addressed the three-headed dog, now towering nearly 10 meters. The three-headed dog, with its fearsome three heads, appeared exceptionally terrifying, It charged across the prairie, sending lower-tier demon beasts scattering in fright. The Golden Prairie is home to various low-tier demon beasts, lacking any powerful beasts to unify them. Only to the west of the Golden Prairie do two formidable demon clans reside, with the Tiger Clan being one of them. Though the Golden Prairie is expansive, it took merely a few hours for the three-headed dog to reach its boundary. Standing atop the three-headed dog's head, Lin Mu gazed into the nearby mountains and remarked, "This must be the territory of the Tiger Clan, the Headless Mountain." The three-headed dog cast a puzzled glance at the mountain's peak and inquired, "Why is it called the Headless Mountain?" "Because it has too many heads, all of which have been severed," Lin Mu quipped. The three-headed dog sheepishly shrank its head, falling silent as it howled and raced toward the mountain. Throughout the journey, Yun Feiyang flew low in front of the three-headed dog. As they entered the Headless Mountain, his figure suddenly halted. "Master, look!" Yun Feiyang pointed to a large tree not far away. Lin Mu followed Yun Feiyang's gesture and beheld several human corpses hanging from the tree's branches. Despite the pact between humans and demons, there are always those who harbor illusions of fortune, sneaking into demon territory for profit. Humans die for riches. Birds perish for food, but if one is weaker than others, death is inevitable. We must press onward. Lin Mu clearly held no sympathy for these individuals. Along the way, there was not just one tree adorned with human corpses. Lin Mu paused before another such tree and remarked with curiosity, "These corpses are remarkably well preserved." Showing no signs of being feasted upon, Yun Feiyang flew closer for a closer inspection before returning to Lin Mu, stating, "As you said, those corpses are indeed intact, that it's quite strange. Could it be that the demon clan does not consume human flesh?" Yun Feiyang shook his head. "I've pondered this matter throughout our journey. Logically, the flesh and blood of human warriors would be a great supplement for the demon clan. It should not be this way." The three-headed dog, overhearing their conversation, began to show off again. "Isn't it obvious? The tiger demons must be well fed and have hung these as a snack for later." Lin Mu and Yun Feiyang exchanged bewildered glances. As though regarding a fool, Yun Feiyang scoffed, "Some of these corpses are already rotting. Would you eat them?" The three-headed dog ignored Yun Feiyang's taunts and insisted, "Perhaps the local demons have unique tastes." Yun Feiyang landed on the back of the three-headed dog and teased, "Maybe these demons prefer dog meat, that if they dare, it remains to be seen who will consume whom. Should they come, I shall dismantle their bones to brew wine." Just as the three-headed dog finished speaking, a resounding roar of a tiger reverberated through the valley. "How audacious of humans to trespass into our territory. If you wish to live, leave at once." Accompanying the voice was a splendid tiger. Upon reaching level 7, demon beasts can articulate human speech, greatly enhancing their intelligence. This tiger demon measured 5 meters in length and stood 2 meters tall, comparable to an elephant on Earth. The three-headed dog, seeing the tiger demon's size, couldn't help but chuckle. "Big brother, take a breather. Let me handle this." Lin Mu, curious about the demon clan's capabilities, swiftly landed on the ground. The three-headed dog howled and charged at the tiger demon with the speed of lightning. The once massive tiger now appeared as diminutive as a kitten next to the three-headed dog. Without employing any supernatural abilities, the three-headed dog lunged, its jaws wide open, aiming for the tiger demon's neck. Yet the tiger demon would not be so easily bested. Its eyes sparkled with intent as it deftly dodged the three-headed dog's maw with a powerful push of its hind paws. Moreover, in a split second, its lengthy tail lashed out, striking the three-headed dog across the face. The three-headed dog reacted swiftly. Just as the tiger demon's tail whipped past, another of its heads darted forward, biting down on the tiger demon's tail. The tiger demon yelped in pain, attempting to break free, but the three-headed dog, with a fierce tug, severed its tail. Though the tail was lost, the tiger demon regained its freedom. Leaping back to distance itself at this moment, the tiger demon's fury was palpable. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a blinding beam of light directed at the three-headed dog. The beam struck the three-headed dog's face, inflicting minimal damage but humiliating it nonetheless. The three-headed dog shook its slightly numbed head in anger, opening its mouth wide that a bolt of black lightning, as thick as a bowl, shot forth towards the tiger demon. The speed of this lightning was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. The tiger demon, unable to evade in time, could only summon its demonic energy to shield itself. In an instant, the black lightning enveloped the tiger demon. crackling with sound while the aroma of charred flesh wafted through the air. After a series of anguished roars, the tiger demon collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its dark form twitching sporadically in a grievous state. With one successful strike, the three-headed dog swiftly grabbed the tiger demon's corpse and hurriedly returned to Lin Mu, tossing the body onto the ground. "Boss, look at what I've accomplished," a mere tiger demon. Easily subdued. Lin Mu regarded the charred remains of the tiger demon, his brow furrowing slightly. "That I came to seek the divine stone, not to rid the world of pests. Now that you've killed it, how will I inquire about the whereabouts of the divine stone?" The three-headed dog, taken aback, replied defensively. "But boss, you didn't mention anything about wanting to keep it alive before we engaged in battle." At that moment, Yun Feiyong interjected. "Killing it is no issue. This tiger demon doesn't seem to be the Tiger King, that we can capture the Tiger King in its lair and still uncover the whereabouts of the divine stone." The three-headed dog, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Leave it to me. I'll easily handle this little Tiger King, and this time I promise to leave it alive." Seemingly eager to prove itself, the three-headed dog abandoned Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong. Dashing eagerly toward the mountain, Lin Mu made no effort to stop the three-headed dog. After all, having subordinates handle matters meant he need not be involved in everything, that he strolled leisurely through the mountains, moving at a pace akin to that of a leisurely tourist. Yun Feiyong, trailing behind, expressed his concern. "That foolish dog won't get into trouble, will it? After all, it has just broken through to level 7. While the Tiger King must at least be a level 8 beast." Lin Mu smiled confidently and replied, "No need to worry. It won't meet an easy demise. Let it experience a bit of hardship. It will temper its arrogance." Although Lin Mu verbally expressed otherwise, his true intention was merely to push the three-headed dog to its limits, thereby unlocking its hidden potential. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, an abrupt cacophony of fierce combat erupted from the mountain's summit. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Altar. As Lin Mu and his companion approached, their eyes fell upon the three-headed dog, its fur bristling and marred by numerous wounds. One eye of its central head swollen and bruised, and in stark contrast, the tiger demon it battled, though somewhat disheveled, bore no significant injuries. This tiger demon was notably larger than the previous one, being the Tiger Demon King of the Headless Mountain. At that moment, the Tiger Demon King felt a profound sense of trepidation. The pressure exerted by the two humans was almost suffocating. The three-headed dog had recently endured considerable suffering at the hands of this tiger demon. Upon noticing its allies, it immediately began to posture aggressively. "Come on, you feeble creature. Let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds." The tiger demon cast a disdainful glance at the three-headed dog. Then, lacking confidence, addressed Lin Mu. "You humans dare to disregard our agreement, repeatedly trespassing into the territory of my kind. Do you truly believe the Demon Emperor is merely a decorative figure?" Realizing that it could not win in combat, the tiger demon resorted to invoking the authority of the Demon Emperor to intimidate the humans. However, it was met with naught but indifference on their faces. The young man at the forefront pointed at it and declared, "Come here that we seek only one thing. If you cooperate willingly, I shall spare your life." The Tiger Demon King regarded Lin Mu's words with skepticism, yet with no alternative, it cautiously inched toward him, stopping a few meters away. Observing its timidity, Lin Mu gestured, and the Tiger Demon King found itself inexplicably drawn closer to him. In that moment, it truly comprehended the terror radiating from Lin Mu. It could not muster a single hair's worth of movement. In a state of dread, it watched as Lin Mu slowly produced a divine stone the size of a goose, egg, an uncanny sense of déjà vu washed over it. Such a stone seemed familiar. "Examine this closely. Have you ever laid eyes upon this divine stone? Speak truthfully." Lin Mu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. The Tiger Demon King swallowed hard, desperately ruminating on where it might have encountered such a stone. Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up, "Elder, that stone looks remarkably similar to the patterns on the altar." Upon hearing this, the elder tiger demon spun around, bellowing, "Who permitted you to emerge? Return at once." Lin Mu turned to the source of the voice, spotting a timid little white tiger cowering behind a larger female tiger. This small white tiger appeared to be below the 6th level, yet astonishingly possessed the ability to speak. The little white tiger, feeling Lin Mu's gaze upon it, instinctively attempted to flee into the cave. However, Lin Mu would not allow it to escape. With a mere wave of his hand, the little white tiger, much like the Tiger Demon King, was compelled to fly toward him. Seeing the little white tiger under such control, the Tiger Demon King, fueled by an inexplicable courage, lunged at Lin Mu. It approached with remarkable speed, but just as it believed it could disrupt Lin Mu's incantation, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Although it evaded a fatal blow, a deep wound was left on its abdomen. Weak and exhausted, it collapsed to the ground, the tearing pain from its injury rendering it incapable of standing. It watched helplessly as the little white tiger landed before Lin Mu. The little white tiger blinked its large eyes, glancing first at Lin Mu, who had captured it, then at Yun Feiyong, who held a sword. Momentarily forgetting its fear, it piped up in a soft voice. "Please do not harm my kin. I will lead you to the altar, where the patterns of this stone can be found." I asked the little white tiger prepared to guide them. The prostrate Tiger King weakly interjected. "My tiger clan has dwelled in this headless mountain for millennia, never once harming a human. Even in the face of invasion, we have never taken a life. Why must you be so aggressive?" Lin Mu recalled the bodies that hung from the trees and surmised they must belong to those who had infiltrated the Tiger Clan's territory with malicious intent. Casting a sidelong glance at the nearly lifeless Tiger Demon King, he replied coolly, "I already stated my purpose. I seek only an item, that if you cooperate sincerely, I shall spare your life. It is you who courts death." The previously silent three-headed dog, unable to contain itself, spoke up. "Listen here, you feeble creature. My master speaks with unwavering authority. You should remain docile. If my master retrieves what he desires, he will undoubtedly grant you a chance at survival." Upon hearing this, the Tiger Demon King turned its gaze toward the little white tiger. The little white tiger nodded in affirmation, its resolute gaze mirroring that of the Tiger King in its youth. The Tiger King reciprocated with a nod, supporting the little white tiger's decision. The little white tiger led Lin Mu and his companions into the depths of the cave. The female tiger, who had previously shielded the little white tiger, hurriedly approached the Tiger Demon King, tending to its wounds while anxiously inquiring, "Elder, Little White possesses the bloodline of a sacred beast. It is our clan's hope for resurgence. What shall we do now?" The Tiger Demon King blinked weakly, responding, "For now, we must rely on Little White's fate. That I have faith it will overcome this trial." Meanwhile, in the dark recesses of the cave, the little white tiger brought Lin Mu before an altar, which was flanked by 4 standing stone pillars. The little white tiger raised its paw, pointing to one of the pillars, stating, "That pillar bears the etching of what you seek." Lin Mu approached the pillar, gazing at the intricate patterns etched upon it. Among the various bizarre designs, one bore a striking resemblance to the heavenly Tao stone. After careful examination, Lin Mu confirmed that the design indeed depicted the heavenly Tao stone, albeit ensconced within a protective barrier, suggesting it had been placed within some form of artifact. Having ascertained the design's identity, Lin Mu gently patted the little white tiger, murmuring, "Do you know who carved these patterns?" The little white tiger squirmed uncomfortably under Lin Mu's touch, but dared not pull away. It simply stood there, bewildered, and replied, "This altar has existed for thousands of years. The elder once mentioned it was here long before our clan arrived." Yun Feiyong stepped onto the altar's center, probing it with uncertainty. "Master, this altar may be a teleportation array, though it appears to have fallen into disrepair for quite some time." That a teleportation array, Lin Mu mused, stepping onto the altar to examine it closely. The array formed a perfect circle, with the 4 stone pillars positioned at the cardinal points. Suddenly, Lin Mu noticed that at the junction of each pillar and the altar, an egg-sized circular hole was concealed. That a hypothesis surged within him. Without hesitation, he retrieved the heavenly Tao stone and gently placed it into one of the holes. The moment the heavenly Tao stone entered the stone cavity, a brilliant light surged along the pillar, converging at the altar's center. Witnessing his conjecture materialize, a wave of elation washed over Lin Mu. He wasted no time in placing the remaining 3 heavenly Tao stones into the other holes. As each stone was inserted, 3 more beams of light coalesced at the altar's center. When the 4 beams converged, a massive yellow pillar of light erupted from the altar, resembling a golden dragon soaring toward the heavens. The pillar ascended before cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the altar in a radiant barrier. The little white tiger stared in awe at this spectacle, its jaw agape. Suddenly, it felt itself lifted and leapt onto the altar. The three-headed dog, gripping the little white tiger with its central head, spoke from its left head, "Master, take it with you. If things go awry, I shall devour it first." Lin Mu paid no heed to the malevolent whims of the three-headed hound. As the formation was activated, he swiftly summoned the power of the Heavenly Tao to retrieve 4 Heavenly Tao stones. With a resounding boom, the formation trembled violently. After a few quick flickers of light, the figures of Lin Mu and his companions vanished from the altar. Chapter 57. The stalwart white ape king on either side of the vast valley. Several white monkeys were darting through the trees. Their leaping speed surpassed that of wild horses galloping on land. Ahead of the white apes, a ragged martial artist was fleeing frantically. As he ran, he frequently glanced back, his delicate face already marred by panic. He clutched a package tightly in his hand, unwilling to abandon it despite his frantic state. It was precisely because of this object that he was being pursued by the white apes behind him. As he drew closer to the valley's exit, he could almost taste the hope of escape from the territory of the white ape clan. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck before him with astonishing speed, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. This scene not only left him momentarily rooted in place, but also halted the pursuit of the white apes behind him. As the dust settled, a colossal three-headed creature appeared before his eyes. Terrified, he stumbled back several steps, but upon noticing 2 human martial artists beneath the beast, he rushed forward in excitement. Having just been transported by the teleportation array, Lin Mu had barely steadied himself when he saw a handsome human approaching them with palpable enthusiasm. Before the newcomer could close the distance, he anxiously exclaimed, "Junior from the Wind and Snow Kingdom." Just as he was about to introduce himself, his eyes widened in surprise. "Is it you?" The tone of the newcomer suggested a familiarity with Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu searched his memories and could not recall him. "You recognize me?" Lin Mu inquired. The newcomer took a moment to catch his breath before responding, "I had the fortune of witnessing your resonation of the Heavenly Tao Bell at the Heavenly Sacred Mountain." Lin Mu had already discerned that the newcomer was a woman disguised as a man, despite her use of a special technique to obscure her feminine traits. He could tell from her movements that she was indeed a woman. Though many had gathered at the Heavenly Sacred Mountain, he remembered there were only a handful of women present, and only one stood out, the woman beside the 9th prince of the Yin Kingdom. With this comparison in mind, he carefully confirmed that there was indeed a resemblance. In truth, Lin Mu's guess was correct. The newcomer was Yin Rushue, who had participated in the Heavenly Tao Bell trial. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Lin Mu's gaze, Yin Rushue awkwardly spoke again. "I do not mean to pry into your affairs, but I am being pursued by several demon monkeys that I humbly request your aid. And I would be eternally grateful." Yet, deep down, Yin Rushue harbored doubts about Lin Mu's intentions, having witnessed his ruthless methods at the Heavenly Sacred Mountain. Her request was merely a tactic to stave off danger. Lin Mu regarded Yin Rushue with unwavering resolve, stating, "Hand over the item you possess." He sensed the aura of the Heavenly Tao emanating from the package. Yin Rushue was taken aback by Lin Mu's demand for something she had fought so hard to obtain. This object was of utmost importance to her. After a lengthy hesitation, her demeanor softened slightly as she raised her hands above her head and bowed. "Esteemed senior, this item is crucial to me. I can offer something else in exchange, in my presence. You have no room for negotiation," Lin Mu replied with a hint of coldness in his tone. The three-headed hound, being a loyal minion, understood Lin Mu's displeasure and lowered its massive head in response. Its lantern-like eyes fixated on Yin Rushue as it impatiently said, "Hand over the item. Utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to make an example of you." Having never encountered such a situation, Yin Rushue was so frightened by the three-headed hound that she fell to the ground, unaware that the package had slipped from her grasp. The three-headed hound, swift and agile, snatched up the package and delivered it to Lin Mu. As Lin Mu accepted the package and carefully opened it, a small copper triangular cauldron came into view, no larger than the size of 2 palms. The walls of the cauldron could only accommodate a single Heavenly Tao stone. A faint aura of the Heavenly Tao seemed to seep from the interior of the cauldron. After observing it for a while, Lin Mu found nothing particularly remarkable about the cauldron and tossed it back toward Yin Rushue. Just as she was about to reach for the cauldron, a white figure flashed past, and the cauldron vanished. Looking up, she discovered the white ape king had arrived. The White Ape King cautiously tucked the cauldron away, then cast a malevolent look at Lin Mu and the others. Upon noticing the little white tiger behind Lin Mu, it suddenly pounded its fists against its chest, its expression turning ferocious. You, Tiger Clan, have conspired with humans to steal my White Ape Clan's sacred relic. The little white tiger innocently poked its head out and said, Misunderstanding. Would you believe me if I said I was coerced? The White Ape King bared its fangs and roared. Do you take me for a mere child? From this day forth, my White Ape Clan shall be at war with your Tiger Clan. As the White Ape King lamented, Lin Mu interrupted, I have no interest in your worthless item, but I am curious as to where you obtained that cauldron. Upon hearing Lin Mu dismiss its sacred relic as worthless, the White Ape King was instantly filled with rage. With a furious roar, it conjured a long staff from nowhere and swung it at Lin Mu. Die, human! How dare you covet my clan's sacred relic? The staff descended like a mountain, imbued with immense force that warped the air itself. Yin Ruxue, caught within the attack's radius, turned pale, her delicate form pressed to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. Unable to move. Yet, Lin Mu remained unfazed in the face of the White Ape's assault, calm and composed that he merely extended 2 fingers and flicked them against the staff. The White Ape King, gripping the staff, suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge through it, causing it to lose its grip. The staff flew from its hands like a shooting star, soaring thousands of meters away and embedding itself in a distant mountain peak. Yin Ruxue, sensing the terrifying force dissipate, looked up in shock at the scene before her, utterly dumbfounded. This man was indeed formidable that and her party of 10, including 2 esteemed elders, they had all perished at the hands of the White Ape King. Yet this man had effortlessly deflected a terrifying blow with a mere flick of his fingers. Suddenly, she let out a bitter laugh, realizing how foolish she had been to consider recruiting him into her ranks. Lin Mu, having deflected the staff, spoke coolly, I will grant you a rare opportunity. Reveal where you acquired that cauldron, and I shall spare your life. His tone was reminiscent of a sovereign issuing a decree to his subjects. The White Ape King's blood boiled at Lin Mu's condescending tone, that why White Ape Clan has thrived for 10,000 years. We have never knelt before anyone. With that, it summoned the staff back from thousands of meters away with a flick of its wrist. Children, attack! Today, either they die or my White Ape Clan will perish. With its roar, hundreds of white apes erupted from the jungle. Chapter 58. The Law of the Jungle. Among these white apes, there were numerous beasts of level 7 and above. The little white tiger, terrified, shrank behind Lin Mu, gazing up at the overwhelming horde of white apes with a look of despair. The 3-headed hound also felt its skin crawl, casting a wary glance at Lin Mu and Yun Feiyang. It found them remarkably calm. This reassured it somewhat, and it raised its fierce head once more. The white apes were incredibly swift. The leading few level 7 apes had already reached the 3-headed hound's head. The 3-headed hound unleashed its ice arrow technique, fireball technique, and black lightning in rapid succession, leaving the leading white ape in a state of disarray. However, as more white apes closed in, the pressure began to mount. It spewed forth various techniques continuously, nearly exhausting its vocal cords. Suddenly, several level 7 beasts breached the 3-headed hound's defenses, leaping onto its back. The 3-headed hound cried out in desperation, Boss, I can't hold on any longer. Aren't you going to make a move? Yun Feiyang laughed heartily. I thought you were formidable. You can't even handle a few monkeys. The 3-headed hound retorted defiantly. Even the mightiest cannot contend against 100 heads. Numbers are but fleeting shadows, Yun Feiyang declared, drawing his sword and slicing into the sky. Cross-space slash. As he swung his sword, a cross-shaped rift appeared before each white ape in the heavenly Tao. The rifts manifested out of thin air, swallowing the apes before they could react. They did not even have a moment to struggle. The once cacophonous valley fell into an eerie silence. The multitude of white apes had vanished without a trace, leaving only the White Ape King standing in disbelief, its eyes wide with incredulity. What have you done? Where are my children? It demanded, baring its sharp teeth. Yun Feiyang replied nonchalantly, They were too noisy. I merely silenced them. At this moment, the White Ape King was engulfed in profound regret that if given a chance to make a different choice, it would undoubtedly have revealed the origin of the cauldron to them. The 2 individuals before it were overwhelmingly powerful. The leading young man in white possessed immense strength, and even its most formidable strike could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. The masked figure was even more terrifying, capable of making hundreds of white apes vanish into thin air with a single sword stroke. The White Ape King was truly frightened, a sensation it had only experienced in the presence of a great demon emperor. It cast its staff to the ground, its expression one of despondence, and said, "If I were to divulge the origin of the cauldron, would you release my kin, as long as you speak the truth?" "That can certainly be arranged." The words came not from Yun Feiyong, but from Lin Mu. Initially, the White Ape King had little hope of rescuing its clan, but upon hearing Lin Mu's affirmative response, it felt a surge of joy and promptly divulged the cauldron's origin. "That I unexpectedly acquired this cauldron at Erlong Mountain, that if you are interested, you may take it." Lin Mu retrieved a map and indeed found Erlong Mountain marked upon it. "What kind of monsters reside at Erlong Mountain, and from where did you obtain the cauldron?" The white ape spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Erlong Mountain is the territory of the Devouring Heaven Great Sage, a peak-level serpent demon of the 8th rank, who has already transcended the Thunder Tribulation and is but a step away from becoming an emperor. The Devouring Heaven Great Sage. This complicates matters." Yun Feiyong remarked with surprise, "But it's merely a small worm. Watch how I capture it and turn it into a spicy snack." The three-headed dog began boasting again. Seeing its impertinent demeanor, Yun Feiyong scoffed. "That Devouring Heaven Great Sage transcended the Thunder Tribulation centuries ago and transformed into a Jiao. The tiger demon you faced earlier at Headless Mountain lacked even the courage to strike in its presence." Though the three-headed dog felt a twinge of fear, it still scoffed. "Humph. That is merely its cowardice. I fear it not." At that moment, a tender voice emerged from the little white tiger. "The masked uncle speaks truthfully. If our ancestors were to face the Devouring Heaven Great Sage, they might truly lack the courage to engage. For thousands of miles surrounding the Golden Grassland, no demon dared to confront it. Not even the most formidable emperors in the depths." Lin Mu expressed curiosity. "What is it about this serpent demon that instills such fear in you?" Seeing Lin Mu's inquiry, Yun Feiyong quickly explained. "The strength of the serpent demon is secondary. What truly incites dread is its unparalleled toxicity. Even its exhaled mist is laced with venom. There have been rumors that 3 elders from the Taishu sect, each at the 9th level of heaven, perished instantly from its poison." The previously silent Yin Rushua spoke softly. "This is no mere rumor. I have encountered records of this incident in the texts compiled by the Empress." She continued, "The serpent demon infiltrated the Taishu sect, and upon being discovered, it battled fiercely against numerous experts. Its toxic gas not only claimed the lives of many disciples but also killed 3 of the elders. Ultimately, it was only through the personal intervention of the sect master that it lost the tail and fled in disarray." Hearing such accounts, Lin Mu turned to the White Ape King and questioned, "If the Devouring Heaven Great Sage is so ruthless, how did you come by that cauldron?" The White Ape King rubbed its palms awkwardly and replied, I took it secretly while it was away." This statement was not a lie. It had indeed stealthily acquired the cauldron while the Devouring Heaven Great Sage was absent. For years, it had concealed the cauldron within the sacred grounds to avoid detection. Known only to itself, IT couldn't fathom how these humans had infiltrated the sacred grounds and stolen the cauldron. Glancing nervously at Lin Mu, it asked, "I have shared all I know. Can you now release my kin?" Lin Mu had merely spoken casually before. He had no intention of sparing the White Ape clan. Upon hearing the White Ape King's inquiry, he pointed at Yun Feiyong and casually remarked, "You will have to ask him." Yun Feiyong, catching the White Ape King's gaze, replied with a hint of mockery, "They can certainly be released, but they may not emerge in quite the same state." While the White Ape King pondered Yun Feiyong's words, a massive rift suddenly appeared in the sky. From the gaping maw of the rift, hundreds of red and white figures cascaded down. They fell to the ground motionless, forming a grotesque mound of flesh. The White Ape King focused intently and was horrified to see that this mound was comprised entirely of its kin's corpses. In that moment, rage consumed it, and it seized its staff, swinging it at Lin Mu in a frenzied attack. Yet before the blow could land, a blade of light flashed forth, repelling it back. The next instant, a sword pierced through its chest, wielded by the masked Yun Feiyong. The White Ape King let out a mournful roar. "Why do you betray your word? You have deceived me. It struggled to strike at Yun Feiyong with its staff, but its efforts were in vain. Before it could land a blow, it was riddled with numerous wounds. You humans are treacherous. Why do you lack integrity? The White Ape King lay helplessly on the ground, murmuring to itself. Yun Feiyong stepped forward and thrust his sword through the White Ape King's heart. As it lingered on the brink of death, Yun Feiyong whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Let me tell you why. Because the weak have no right to negotiate," with its final breath. The White Ape King closed its eyes in bitter resignation. Chapter 59. Are you human or demon? The demise of the White Ape King was sealed the moment it turned its wrath toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu had never been one to grant second chances. With the White Ape King dealt with, he turned his attention to Yin Ruxi. "Do share your background, that a single falsehood, and your fate will be far worse than his." Yin Rushua trembled under Lin Mu's gaze. She brushed a few stray hairs from her forehead with delicate fingers, and then shed her disguise, revealing her breathtaking beauty. "The IT is indeed you," Lin Mu remarked, understanding dawning upon him. After revealing her true form, Yin Rushua's demeanor softened considerably. She bowed gracefully and smiled. "I, Yin Rushua, have the honor of meeting you, senior. That I did not intend to deceive. My circumstances compelled me." She then recounted her journey to Lin Mu in detail. It turned out that due to her unique physique, her cultivation speed was extraordinary, allowing her to ascend from the spirit-building realm to the late stages of sky flight within a mere 20 years. To prepare for a breakthrough into the venerable realm, her master, the high priest of the Wind and Snow Kingdom, divined that the White Ape Clan possessed a treasure capable of aiding her breakthrough. After careful planning, they utilized secret methods to teleport to the White Ape Clan's forbidden grounds and successfully acquired the cauldron. However, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the White Ape King, in the ensuing battle. They were horrified to discover that the White Ape King's power far exceeded their expectations. Both of her companions at the Venerable Realm were slain by the White Ape King, while she managed to escape using the Empress's protective jade token. It was only thereafter that she encountered Lin Mu and his group. Upon hearing Yin Rushua's account, Lin Mu found himself curious about how the priestess of Wind and Snow Kingdom could perceive the essence of the heavenly path from such a distance. After pondering for a moment, he reached a decision. "The veracity of your words I shall verify personally in the Wind and Snow Kingdom. You may depart for now." Though taken aback by Lin Mu's decision, Yin Rushua did not dwell on it. She clasped her hands in salute and said, "Thank you for your life-saving grace, senior. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not refuse." Lin Mu leapt onto the three-headed dog's back and looked down imperiously. That day will surely come. The three-headed dog glanced at the multitude of white ape corpses scattered about, then at the fallen White Ape King. A flicker of pity in its eyes, that it wagged its tail and turned to flee toward the valley's exit. Yin Rushua watched as the group departed, contemplating Lin Mu's parting words. Once she had regained some spiritual energy, she invoked a secret method to vanish from the spot. After leaving the valley, Lin Mu and his companions journeyed toward Erlong Mountain. Along the way, he allowed the little white tiger to depart. After running several hundred meters, the little white tiger turned back to bow towards Lin Mu before disappearing into the forest. This bow was heartfelt. With the annihilation of the White Ape Clan, the Tiger Clan would rise to become the largest group near the Golden Grassland. Should Lin Mu successfully eliminate the devouring Heaven Python, the Tiger Clan would face no rivals in the vast region. Once it matured, it would undoubtedly lead the Tiger Clan back to its former glory. With this thought, its pace quickened. That it was only after the little white tiger had vanished from sight that Lin Mu turned to the three-headed dog and asked, "It seems you have something to say to me?" The three-headed dog trotted along, saying, "Boss, did we perhaps go a bit too far?" Although the White Ape King was somewhat ungrateful, he did provide the information truthfully. Why didn't we spare him? Lin Mu felt a mix of exasperation toward the silly dog and turned to Yun Feiyong, saying, "You explain it to him." Yun Feiyong curled his lip in disdain. "Silly dog. Have you considered that if we were not the White Ape King's match, do you think it would have spared your life? It is capable of ruthlessly annihilating the entire party from the Snow Country. Would it truly care for the life of a foolish canine like you?" The three-headed dog, referred to as foolish dog by Yun Feiyong, displayed no anger, merely expressing a hint of dejection as it stammered. But, after grappling for a considerable time, it failed to conjure a retort. Yet a nagging sense of something amiss lingered unarticulated in its mind that moment. Lin Mu interjected, Cease your buts. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Everything is merely a matter of strength. When your interests clash with those of others, possessing greater strength grants you the ability to secure the utmost advantage. Remember, should you aspire to grow stronger and live longer, never harbor even the slightest compassion for your enemies. The three-headed dog pondered Lin Mu's words, and a sudden clarity dawned upon IT. IT was not an excess of sympathy that had previously compelled it to slaughter human warriors in the pursuit of the seven-colored lotus. There had been no hesitation then. Its pity for the white ape king stemmed solely from the shared heritage of their demonic lineage. Surviving under Lin Mu's guidance, while they met a tragic end, ignited a flicker of compassion within it. Lin Mu's assertion rang true. Had Lin Mu not been a match for the white ape king, it was certain that the latter would not have spared its life simply for being a demon beast. Having comprehended all this, the three-headed dog resumed its playful demeanor, declaring, "Boss, I now understand what I must do from now on. Anyone who dares oppose you shall be met with no mercy." Lin Mu offered no further commentary, instead urging it to hasten their journey to Erlong Mountain. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Erlong Mountain, where a cavern came into view, its entrance adorned with a large banner emblazoned with the characters for Erlong Mountain. The three-headed dog scoffed at the banner, remarking, "A mere monster, yet it attempts to mimic humanity." Turning to Lin Mu, it inquired, "What do the characters say?" Lin Mu casually replied, "Erlong Mountain." The three-headed dog then glanced at the entrance of the cave, noticing inscriptions on either side, and asked, "What do those say?" Lin Mu scrutinized the words and recited, "In the tranquil depths of the mountains, free from worldly concerns, resides an immortal in waiting for transformation into a dragon." The three-headed dog scratched its head with a paw, chuckling awkwardly. "What do those lines mean?" Lin Mu explained, "This serpent demon aspires to transform into a dragon, hiding away from the mundane world." Upon hearing Lin Mu's explanation, the three-headed dog erupted in derisive laughter. "You mean to say that this demon, despite being a monster, flaunts human script for whom exactly?" Lin Mu, intrigued, responded, "This serpent demon harbors grand ambitions. It desires not only to become a dragon, but perhaps to ascend to immortality." "Ha!" The three-headed dog erupted into laughter, all three heads joining in. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted their merriment. "Who dares make a ruckus at the entrance?" The three-headed dog ceased its laughter and retorted, "If you possess the courage, come forth and engage in a duel with your canine majesty for 300 rounds." As soon as the words left its mouth, the tightly shut cave door swung open, revealing a creature with a serpent's head and a human body. Clad in simple cloth, the three-headed dog was thoroughly enlightened today. While it had encountered humans and demons, this hybrid of the two was a first for IT. IT opened its maw to question. "Tell me, are you a human or a demon?" Chapter 60. The initial battle with the serpent demon undeterred by the three-headed dog's insolence. The serpent-headed being maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "I am the master of Erlong Mountain, the great sage of heaven swallowing, Mo Li Yun. And who might you be? What brings you here?" The three-headed dog, refusing to back down, proclaimed, "I am the three-headed great sage from hell, sent by my elder brother to inquire." Mo Li Yun's narrow eyes sparkled with intensity as they bore into the three-headed dog. The gaze seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Under Mo Li Yun's scrutiny, the three-headed dog, to its horror, found itself utterly immobilized, incapable even of uttering a word. Yun Fiong, noticing the three-headed dog's unusual stillness, called out, "Foolish dog, have you been rendered speechless before the battle even begins?" The three-headed dog, stung by Yun Fiong's blatant mockery, wished to retort but found itself unable to open its mouth. Lin Mu had sensed Mo Li Yun's extraordinary nature the moment it appeared. Not only did it exude a faint aura of celestial power, but it also wielded that power with ease. The three-headed dog's predicament was a direct result of the celestial force unleashed by Mo Li Yun, binding its freedom, enveloped by an invisible energy that ordinary eyes could not perceive. Only Lin Mu, possessing similar celestial power, could discern that subtle force. With but a slight display of power, Mo Li Yun effortlessly subdued the three-headed dog. With an air of arrogance, Mo Li Yun declared, "For your disrespectful words, you shall reflect upon your actions here for 10 days, after which you may depart." IT turned to leave, dismissing the encounter as trivial. Lin Mu interjected suddenly, "Such mere tricks do not merit display before me." With a swift motion of his sleeve, he commanded, "Release." The three-headed dog, once confined, regained its freedom. The IT turned its head, casting a wary glance at Mo Li Yun, yet defiantly declared, "You, hybrid creature, dare to ambush me if you possess the courage. Face my elder brother in a genuine duel." Seeing the three-headed dog liberated, Mo Li Yun's gaze turned icy as it assessed Lin Mu. This human was no ordinary foe. He had effortlessly shattered the celestial binding. Realizing this, Mo Li Yun's demeanor shifted from arrogance to caution. "Who exactly are you? I have remained in seclusion for years, and it seems we have no prior acquaintance." Noticing a slight weakening in Mo Li Yun, the three-headed dog scampered to Lin Mu's side, insisting, "Elder brother, no need for idle chatter. Seize it and deliver a thorough beating, and it will divulge everything." Ignoring the playful antics of the three-headed dog, Lin Mu produced an object from his possession and tossed it toward Mo Li Yun. "Did I ask this from your domain?" Catching the item and recognizing it as the vessel it had lost, Mo Li Yun scrutinized it closely. Though it had little use for it now, having lost it previously had not caused much concern. However, in light of Lin Mu's earlier display, it now concluded that these individuals had come seeking the Celestial Stone. Although calculating, Mo Li Yun maintained an impassive facade, replying, "This object is unfamiliar to me. Where did you acquire it?" As Mo Li Yun held the vessel, Lin Mu noted the brief flicker of recognition in its eyes. Speaking with calm confidence, he stated, "This is a celestial artifact. Those capable of obtaining it are worthy. Given your evident understanding of the human realm, I trust you comprehend the adage possessing treasures invites peril. Since I have come to seek you, I shall not leave empty-handed. Will you surrender it willingly, or must I take it by force?" Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Mo Li Yun erupted into a raucous and jarring laughter after hundreds of years in seclusion. It seems the name of the great sage of heaven swallowing has been forgotten. As its words faded, a formidable aura surged from Mo Li Yun, coalescing into a tangible force. The overwhelming pressure sent the three-headed dog staggering back. Only when Yun Feiyang cleaved through the air with his sword, dispersing the shockwave, did the three-headed dog regain its footing. After rescuing the three-headed dog, Yun Feiyang unleashed another strike, creating a rift several meters long behind Mo Li Yun. The rift's powerful suction seemed capable of devouring all. Unfazed by the rift, Mo Li Yun vanished in an instant, reappearing before Lin Mu as soon as it landed. A serpent tail several meters long lashed toward Lin Mu and his companions. The tail struck with blinding speed and immense force, producing explosive sounds as it sliced through the air. The event transpired too swiftly for Yun Feiyang to intervene. Just as the tail was about to crash down upon Lin Mu, he casually sliced through the air before him. The tail, as thick as a bowl, was neatly severed in two. Startled by the loss of its tail, Mo Li Yun's shock quickly transformed into an instinctive retreat. Yet, before it could escape, Lin Mu executed another swift motion that a terrifying blade of energy cleaved through its abdomen, bisecting its form. With only the upper half of its body remaining, Mo Li Yun seized the opportunity to retreat to the cave entrance. Preparing to flee inside, Lin Mu had not anticipated such vitality in Mo Li Yun. His second attack, infused with celestial power, could easily obliterate even the mightiest of warriors. As Mo Li Yun attempted to escape, Lin Mu flashed forward. Intercepting it, he extended his hand and struck Mo Li Yun's serpent head, reducing it to a mist of blood. The headless upper body fell to the ground, revealing its true form devoid of demonic power. Lin Mu approached and searched for the Celestial Stone, but found nothing. Subsequently, he summoned the Celestial Stone, channeling his energy to sense the surroundings for an extended period before murmuring, in a radius of several thousand meters. There is no trace of the Celestial Stone. Withdrawing the Celestial Stone, Lin Mu's gaze returned to the severed body of the serpent demon that a sense of unease gnawed at him. It seemed that Mo Li Yun had not fought to the fullest, nor had it expressed any intent to take their lives. This contradicted the fearsome reputation that preceded it. The three-headed dog, noticing Lin Mu's momentary distraction, bounded forward, exclaiming, "Elder brother, stop dawdling. Let us venture into its lair. If it is not here, it must be within." Lin Mu nodded in agreement, pondering. Perhaps this serpent demon possesses some treasure capable of sealing the aura of the heavenly Dao Stone from leaking. Excited by Lin Mu's approval, the three-headed hound let out a triumphant roar and dashed toward the grand entrance. However, as it thrust its head inside, it encountered a dilemma, although the door was sizable. Towering a few meters high, it was merely sufficient for its head, while its nearly 10-meter-long body became ensnared at the threshold. Having rushed in too hastily, it now found itself trapped, unable to enter or exit. After a considerable amount of head-shaking, the three-headed hound managed to withdraw. Lin Mu genuinely feared that the hound might lose control and collapse the cave. Resigned, he spoke, "You all wait here. I shall enter alone." The three-headed hound, displeased, shook off the dust from its fur and settled into a corner on the ground. Yun Feiyong was inclined to offer a warning that there might be more than one serpent demon within the second Dragon Mountain. Yet, seeing Lin Mu's indifference as he entered the cave with his hands clasped behind his back, he swallowed his words. However, shortly after Lin Mu stepped inside, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground, shaking the entire cave violently. Chapter 61. Descend. Lin Mu was somewhat taken aback by the layout of the cave dwelling of Mo Liyun. Upon entering the grand entrance, he found himself in a living room that bore a striking resemblance to a human abode. Passing through the living room, he encountered a stone partition that divided the path into two avenues. Casually choosing one, he walked a dozen steps before spotting a closed door. Just as he reached out to open it, a thunderous crash resonated, and the entire cave began to tremble violently. The shaking subsided quickly, restoring tranquility. Lin Mu could distinctly sense that the tremors originated from outside the cave. After a brief contemplation, he turned and walked back outside. At that moment, outside the cave, a colossal serpent, several hundred meters in length, soared and coiled in mid-air. It bore a prominent dragon horn on its forehead, its body adorned with scales. Two pairs of menacing eyes fixed intently on the solitary figure and the hound below. With a gaping maw, it spoke with human words. "You wretches deserve to die. I have shown restraint time and again. Yet you dare to disrupt my Tao form, reducing centuries of my cultivation to naught." The three-headed hound, bewildered, simultaneously shook its heads and queried, "What connection do you have to that human demon?" It could not comprehend the meaning of Tao form as mentioned by the serpent demon, but was certain that this giant snake harbored deep animosity towards them. Hearing the three-headed hound mention the human demon again, the serpent's fury intensified. How could it not be enraged? This serpent demon was none other than the true form of the sky-swallowing great sage, Mo Liyun. Once a flying python, it had stolen a technique from the Taishu sect several centuries ago that allowed for the cultivation of an external avatar. For centuries, its true form had been slumbering beneath the earth, refining its physical body while its avatar absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish its soul. That it was confident that within a century, both body and soul would reach perfection, allowing it to merge and transcend the tribulation of transformation, becoming a veritable dragon, no longer confined to the diminutive second Dragon Mountain. However, it never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Lin Mu and his companions would slay its avatar, shattering its dreams of transformation. The more Mo Liyun thought about it, the angrier it became, unleashing a cloud of toxic mist from its massive jaws. Wherever the mist traveled, vegetation withered and crumbled into dust. Sending shivers down the spine of the three-headed hound, It frantically cast spells to deter the toxic mist, but the effect was negligible. The hound contemplated fleeing, yet thinking of Lin Mu still inside the cave. It could only grit its teeth and endure. Seeing the hound's plight from the sky, Missouri Liyun laughed heartily. "Struggle as you might, this is my life poison." Even a supreme emperor would shed layers of skin upon contact. Beside him, Yun Feiyong, while using sword energy to repel the toxic mist, urged the three-headed hound, "Foolish dog, unleash all your power to buy me time. I shall deal with it." The three-headed hound, upon hearing this, roared, "Leave it to me." With the hound's affirmation, Yun Feiyong settled cross-legged, fingers forming seals that a spiritual sword slowly ascended from above his head. The three-headed hound, undeterred, closed all three pairs of eyes, channeling its demonic energy into the center head. Once the energy was fully gathered, it suddenly raised the central head and unleashed a black electric net towards the toxic mist. Initially measuring only a few meters, the black net expanded to several hundred meters by the time it reached the toxic mist, momentarily isolating it from the three-headed hound. After executing this series of actions, the hound, feeling somewhat weakened, addressed Yun Feiyong, "I cannot hold on for much longer. Hurry." At this moment, the spiritual sword above Yun Feiyang had fully emerged, with only the hilt remaining within his head. Hearing the hound's urgency, a glint of determination flashed in Yun Feiyang's eyes as he forcefully slapped his forehead. The formerly slow spiritual sword surged forth with newfound speed. The hilt detached from Yun Feiyang's head at a visible pace. Once liberated, Yun Feiyang swiftly formed seals with one hand. Exclaiming, "Go!" the snow-white spiritual sword shot straight into the sky. Upon reaching the clouds, Yun Feiyang continued casting seals, murmuring incantations. "Boundless universe, unleash all swords." As Yun Feiyang spoke, tens of thousands of sword lights dispelled the dark clouds, descending upon Mo Liyun. Observing the innumerable sword lights approaching, Mo Liyun remained unfazed, donning a mocking expression. Its scales were impervious, having withstood assaults from hundreds of individuals from the Taishu sect without a scratch. "That a mere trick. What can you do to me?" However, as the sword lights drew nearer, its taunting demeanor began to fade. The initial wave of spiritual swords, while failing to penetrate the scale defenses, nonetheless caused cracks to form in them with their relentless impacts. Mo Liyun looked up at the seemingly endless barrage of flying swords, a fleeting thought of evasion flickering in its mind. Yet it quickly dismissed the notion. Its pride would not allow it to flee. It coiled its massive body into a ball, momentarily halting the emission of toxic mist and instead releasing a yellow fog to envelop itself. Seeing the toxic gas dissipate in the distance, the three-headed hound ceased its spouting of black lightning. Collapsing weakly onto the ground, It raised its head feebly to observe the ongoing battle in the sky. By now, Mo Liyun was entirely shrouded in yellow mist. As the densely packed flying swords approached the fog, they inexplicably lost their spiritual essence, plummeting from the sky to the earth. This spectacle left the three-headed hound dumbfounded. It was astonished by Yun Feiyang's power, and even more shocked that such a formidable attack could not overcome Mo Liyun. At this moment, Yun Feiyang felt a tinge of anxiety. This wave of assault was executed using his life sword. With both parties locked in a stalemate, any prolonged engagement posed a risk of damaging his life sword, which would, in turn, inflict severe harm upon him. Just as Yun Feiyang hesitated, Lin Mu's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Step aside. Let me handle this." Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyang promptly retracted his spiritual sword. The three-headed hound weakly remarked, "Boss, if you don't come soon, I'm truly going to be turned into dog meat." Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, "A mere little snake has driven you to such a state." Both Yun Feiyang and the three-headed hound simultaneously looked up at the towering Mo Liyun, contemplating, is this really just a little snake? High above, Mo Liyun, witnessing the disappearance of the spiritual swords, revealed its enormous head from the dense fog. Upon spotting Lin Mu below, it roared in furious indignation. "Ah, you human! At last, you reveal yourself. I shall make you pay for the destruction of my Dao form." Before Mo Liyun could finish its threats, Lin Mu's figure abruptly vanished. Reappearing directly above the serpent's head, he then declared with immense authority, "I dislike speaking while looking up at others." Descend with a single stomp. Mo Liyun's massive form, unexpectedly losing all control, crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 62. The Demon Emperor of Black Bear Ridge, Hun's several hundred-meter-long body fell to the earth like a mountain, creating a gaping hole upon impact. Shaking its somewhat dazed head, it had just begun to rise when Lin Mu followed up with a forceful step, driving its head into the ground, standing atop Mo Liyun's head like a deity descending from the heavens. Lin Mu looked down imperiously and stated, "What were you saying earlier? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Mo Liyun's head was still half buried in the ground, ignoring Lin Mu's inquiry. With a colossal serpent tail, it swept towards Lin Mu. This strike, if it could force Lin Mu back, would allow it to soar into the skies once more, unleashing its toxic mist, which even Lin Mu, no matter how formidable, could not withstand. The enormous tail cut through the air with a deafening roar, rushing towards Lin Mu like a mountain crushing an egg. Faced with the impending tail strike, Lin Mu did not retreat or evade. Instead, he casually extended his arm to block, astonishingly halting the serpent's advance. Without pausing, Lin Mu transformed his hand into a claw, seizing the tail and leaping into the air. Mo Liyun's massive body seemed as light as a feather in Lin Mu's grasp, swung like a whip until the entire mountain peak lay flattened beneath him. Yun Feiyang, and the three-headed dog had already taken to the skies. Watching the scene unfold in astonishment, the three-headed dog, now utterly devoid of any rebellious thoughts, was profoundly awed by Lin Mu's power. Yun Fei Yang, displaying a mixture of shock and admiration, contemplated. It appears my initial suspicion was correct. The sect leader is indeed no ordinary warrior. That aura of heavenly power must surely originate from the higher realms, that he couldn't help but silently commend his own sagacity, as long as he followed Lin Mu. Not only could he aspire to become an emperor of the righteous path, but ascending to divinity also seemed within reach, that it had been millennia since anyone had ascended from the Nine Nether Continent. With this thought, his gaze towards Lin Mu grew even more fervent that this moment. Mo Li Yun was dripping with blood, its head a mangled mess, and the heavenly power that enveloped it had long since dissipated. Gasping for breath, it looked at Lin Mu with fear etched upon its features. Who exactly are you? Such an emperor-level powerhouse is unheard of in the Nine Nether Continent. You need not concern yourself with my identity. What you must understand is that from this point onward, you will answer my questions. Lin Mu asserted unambiguously. Mo Li Yun's heart was already filled with trepidation, faced with a being likely of emperor caliber. Even with its hidden cards, it dared not wager its life carelessly. Ask away. I shall reveal all that I know. Noticing a hint of defiance in Mo Li Yun, Lin Mu remained unfazed, producing a heavenly stone and stating, I trust you have encountered such a divine stone before. The essence of the divine stone lingers within your demon power. Reveal its whereabouts, and I shall grant you mercy upon seeing the heavenly stone. Mo Li Yun's pupils constricted, and a covetous expression crossed its face. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Mu's icy gaze, it involuntarily shivered. Indeed, I once possessed a divine stone. The cauldron you brought earlier was the vessel in which I refined my body using the divine stone. However, Lin Mu, growing impatient, interjected, Speak plainly and do not stammer. Be wary of my wrath. That Mo Li Yun retracted its tongue and continued. However, that divine stone was seized by the demon emperor of the Black Bear Ridge. Demon emperor? Surely you jest that if you concealed it so well, how could anyone easily detect your possession of a divine stone? Mo Li Yun sighed. The demon emperor of the Black Bear Ridge is an ancient black bear spirit that has lived for over 10,000 years. It is said that it is not a creature of the Nine Nether Continent, but hails from the higher realms to this point. It cast a suspicious glance at Lin Mu, as if questioning whether he too originated from the higher realms. Each time I used the divine stone to refine my body, it was concealed within an underground formation, which could obscure the divine stone's aura. Yet, I do not know how that black bear spirit managed to detect it. One day, while I was cultivating, it suddenly breached the formation and snatched away the divine stone. Fortunately, I had my toxic mist to protect me. Otherwise, it would have struck me down. Lin Mu questioned skeptically. When the divine stone was taken, did you not consider retrieving it? Of course I did, but my strength is insufficient for such a task that I could only protect myself. After the divine stone was taken, I dedicated myself to training, hoping to break through to the Emperor realm and transform into a dragon, at which point I would seek vengeance. But who would have thought, just as success was within reach? That, Lin Mu's eyes widened. That what? Mo Li Yun hesitated, then awkwardly said, that I encountered you esteemed individuals. I suppose I am just unlucky. Trouble came knocking when I was minding my own business. Its smile was more painful than a death sentence. Seeing the bitterness on Mo Li Yun's face, Lin Mu smiled mysteriously. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It is premature to declare what did I previously dispatched one of your avatars, and as compensation, I shall help you eliminate that black bear spirit. But you must guide me to Mo Li Yun scoffed. Though your power rivals that of an emperor, you may be overestimating your capabilities in attempting to slay the black bear spirit. Oh, you believe I am no match for the black bear spirit, Lin Mu countered. The black bear spirit has been an emperor-level being for over 10,000 years, possessing a formidable and indestructible body, along with countless divine abilities and treasures. Even several millennia ago, when 3 emperor-level humans besieged it, they could not subdue it, ultimately being forced to sign a non-aggression pact. Moreover, it now possesses the divine stone to aid its cultivation. Its power must be unfathomably vast that if you insist on going to your death, do not drag me along. Finishing, Mo Li Yun lowered its head to the ground, closing its eyes. Whether you go or not is not your decision to make. To go may lead to death, but to remain means you will die now. Just as Mo Li Yun was trying to rest, it suddenly opened its eyes in anger, exclaiming, "How can you be so faithless? I have disclosed all I know about the divine stone, and you promised to spare my life." Lin Mu laughed heartily and replied, "As a villain, being fickle and untrustworthy is an essential trait. Enough of this chit-chat. Will you accompany me or not?" With a map in hand, Lin Mu was not concerned about locating the Black Bear Ridge. His reason for bringing Mo Li Yun along was to have it confront the Black Bear spirit. As he would not easily trust a demon's word, the Mo Li Yun had exhausted all its anger for the day, silently cursing Lin Mu in its heart. Yet despite the internal turmoil, it could only endure for now. Biding its time to find a way to survive, that I may be willing to go, but we must wait a few days before departing. Why, months ago, the Black Bear spirit issued a summons to all great demons, instructing them to gather at Black Bear Ridge in 7 days to discuss significant matters. Initially, I had no intention to attend, but since you insist on going, I will allow you to blend in with me and act accordingly. Lin Mu stroked his chin, pondering. A gathering of demonkind sounds intriguing. Chapter 63. The gathering of various demon kings at Black Bear Ridge. Black Bear Ridge is situated at the very heart of the demon realm. The original name of this place has long been forgotten. Ever since the Black Bear spirit claimed dominion over it, it has been renamed Black Bear Ridge. As a powerful demon emperor, the Black Bear spirit has spent years in seclusion within Black Bear Ridge, rarely clashing with other demon factions. Likewise, other demon factions do not dare to encroach upon the territory of Black Bear Ridge lightly on this day. However, Black Bear Ridge was unusually bustling with activity. One by one, formidable great demons soared into the air above Black Bear Ridge. Some long-time acquaintances greeted each other warmly. "Huli, it's been over a century since we last met. I never imagined you were still alive." A rhinoceros demon jested as it approached the Tiger Demon King. The Tiger Demon King, known as Huli, was a level 8 demon beast and was also on the invitation list, since being injured by Lin Mu. It had yet to fully recovered as it neared Black Bear Ridge. Hearing its friend's jibe, it retorted, "If you, an old rhinoceros, are still alive, how could I possibly perish before you?" The rhinoceros demon, noticing the still healing wound on Huli's chest, became serious. "Huli, who has injured you?" With a wry smile, Huli replied, "It's best not to speak of it. After just a century apart, why have you become so meek? Who has bullied you? Speak up. I, Old Bull, will stand up for you." Though the rhinoceros demon was stronger than Huli, it was only slightly so. Even if they both sought revenge against Lin Mu together, it would be akin to courting death. Moreover, the little white tiger had thoroughly detailed how the White Ape clan was annihilated, causing Huli to feel a pang of fear. Had it not been for the little white tiger leading Lin Mu away, their clan could have faced extermination instead. Huli gave the rhinoceros demon a deep glance and solemnly said, "Old Bull, do not pry into this matter. It will bring you no benefit." The rhinoceros demon opened its mouth to say more, but suddenly its gaze widened in shock as it looked past Huli. Huli also sensed something amiss and quickly turned around, retreating several steps in fear. Before them loomed a flying python, hundreds of meters long, its formidable presence coiling majestically in the air. What shocked Huli was not the flying python itself, but the pitch-black, three-headed dog beside it. Though the rhinoceros demon was astonished, it did not share Huli's level of terror. It merely found it strange that such a rebellious flying python would appear in Black Bear Ridge. "I say, Huli, you weren't injured by the devourer, were you?" In response to the inquiries of the rhinoceros demon, Huli feigned ignorance. His eyes darted restlessly around the three-headed canine, yet he failed to discern the presence of Lin Mu and Yun Feiyang. This brought him a slight sense of relief. That moment, Lin Mu and Yun Feiyang were, in fact, standing atop the three-headed dog, observing Huli. They were enveloped by the power of the heavenly Tao, rendering them invisible to his sight, which was why Huli could not detect Lin Mu. Mo Li Yun was quite satisfied with the reactions of the two demons before him. It seemed that the formidable reputation of the celestial devourer remained intact. "You two, do not linger there obstructing my path," the flying python declared with great arrogance. The rhinoceros demon, somewhat incensed, opened its mouth to protest, but ultimately signaled Huli to move aside as their conversation unfolded. Several more 8th and 9th tier demon kings arrived. Upon catching sight of the flying python, they instinctively halted in their tracks, hesitant to approach. Danem Oliyun surveyed the surroundings, casting a disdainful glance at the assemblage. Before leisurely making his way into Black Bear Ridge, in a spacious valley within Black Bear Ridge, a diverse gathering of over a dozen demon kings had congregated. Some engaged in animated discussions, while others remained silent, brooding in their respective corners. When the flying python soared into the valley, all eyes turned towards him, reflecting shock, confusion, and fear. Danem Oliyun casually selected a relatively spacious area to alight, prompting the nearby demon kings to instinctively retreat further away. The atmosphere grew tense. All the demon kings covertly directed their gazes towards Oliyun, some glancing fleetingly at the three-headed dog, though curiosity about the creature's identity lingered. No one dared to voice their inquiries. After Huli and the rhinoceros demon entered, more than a dozen demon kings followed suit, all of whom discreetly chose to settle at a distance from Oliyun. Just as the demons were lost in their thoughts, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. This overwhelming force caused every demon king to tremble, including the three-headed dog and Oliyun himself. The pressure was fleeting, quickly replaced by a booming laughter. "Thank you for your patience, esteemed demon kings. Haha." Accompanying the laughter was a thick black cloud that settled in the center of the valley. As the cloud dissipated, a towering black bear appeared before the assembly. The bear demon clasped its paws together in greeting and continued, "I am delighted that you all have honored me with your presence at this gathering." Most demon kings rose in response, offering their respects. The black bear demon scanned the crowd, noting that nearly all invited demon kings were present, save for one unfamiliar figure. Yet, this did not concern him. Perhaps it was a newly ascended demon king. "That I am sure you are all curious about the purpose of my invitation," he began. "For too long, our demon race has acted independently. While we have enjoyed our freedom, we have frequently faced disturbances and incursions from the human race. At this juncture, the forthright rhinoceros demon interjected. "Indeed, just days ago, a group of humans infiltrated our clan, and I eliminated them all." A nearby pig demon king, scowling, added, "Moreover, just yesterday I received word that the White Ape clan was exterminated days prior. Surely, Tiger King is aware of the details?" The black bear demon turned his gaze towards Huli and inquired solemnly, "Is this true?" Feeling the weight of the assembled demon king's attention, Huli responded somewhat anxiously, "The White Ape clan has indeed been annihilated, but I am unaware of who is responsible." "What a farce! The very day the White Ape clan was destroyed, the Tiger clan seized their territory. Did I say? It must be your collusion with the humans," the pig demon retorted bluntly. This pig demon had long harbored a grudge against Huli, having received a scar from him in the past. The news of the White Ape clan's demise instantly led him to suspect the Tiger clan. Standing beside Huli, the Rhinoceros King also entertained doubts regarding Huli's involvement in the White Ape clan's downfall. Nevertheless, with hundreds of years of camaraderie with Huli, he resolved to defend him regardless of the truth. "You, pig demon, were wounded by Huli a century ago, and now you seek petty revenge by framing him. Speak further nonsense, and I shall tear your foul mouth apart." Undeterred by the Rhinoceros King's threat, the pig demon bowed to the black bear demon, remarking, "Whether the Tiger clan has colluded with the humans is for the demon emperor to discern. It is not for you to cause a ruckus here." Observing the escalating argument among the demons, the black bear demon interjected, "Gentlemen, calm yourselves. Whether the Tiger clan has conspired with the humans remains to be investigated. However, it is indisputable that the White Ape clan has been eradicated by the humans. Our immediate priority is to unite, to stand against external threats. This is the very purpose of my invitation to you all." Thus, the black bear demon paused momentarily before continuing. "Therefore, I propose that from this day forth, our demon race establish its own kingdom, united in opposition to all outside forces. That is there anyone who dares to dissent." Chapter 64. I oppose. The black bear demon's words detonated like a bomb in still waters, stirring a cacophony of whispers among the demon kings. What could the demon emperor's intentions be? Did he aspire to absorb their powers? Regardless of his motives, I am against this. "You oppose? Then step forward to voice your dissent." "I shall support you in spirit," came a retort from the sidelines. Though the majority of the demon kings were opposed, none stepped forward to lead the counterargument. Oliyun cast a derisive glance at the gathered demon kings, and, with an air of mockery, declared, "I oppose." The murmurings abruptly ceased as all eyes turned towards Mo Liyun. The Black Bear Demon was not surprised by Mo Liyun's opposition, given their past conflicts. With a smile, he addressed Mo Liyun. Mo Liyun, do you find fault with my words? Indeed, I do. We are all kings of our clans, governing our own people in peace, that we have no desire to become stepping stones for another's ascendance in the 9 underworlds. Mo Liyun replied disdainfully. What do you mean by that? This emperor's establishment of a demon kingdom is for the safety of all our kind, not for selfish desires, the Black Bear Demon countered. His tone dignified to Mo Liyun. Hearing the Black Bear Demon's grandiose claims, burst into laughter. Our demon race has thrived in freedom for countless millennia. We have lived as we please. Now, to be subject to someone else's control? I, the old serpent, have no inclination to become anyone's subordinate. Mo Liyun's defiance appeared reckless, yet it was calculated. Lin Mu had urged him to attend this gathering, clearly intending to confront the demon emperor. He sought to incite the other demon kings' rebellious sentiments, urging them to take a stand against the emperor, should conflict arise. Even if the demon kings did not assist him in battling the emperor, they would not side with the emperor either. Having made his point, he casually surveyed the reactions of the other demon kings. Noticing signs of restlessness among them, he continued, as demon kings, how can we dwell beneath others for too long? Brothers, do you agree with my assertion? Indeed, we have cultivated our powers for millennia, traversing the realms as we wish. How can we bow our heads to others? The forthright rhinoceros demon was the first to echo his sentiments. With a leader stepping forth, the other demon kings shed their fears and began to voice their opposition. The Black Bear Demon observed the unfolding situation in silence, opting not to intervene. That was not until Mo Liyun spoke again. I have a cauldron of elixirs in my abode that requires my attention. If the demon emperor has no further matters, I shall excuse myself. Mo Liyun feigned to rise and depart. The Black Bear Demon awaited this moment, but he had tolerated Mo Liyun's insolence to serve as a warning to others, and now was the perfect opportunity. Presumptuous, do you take this Black Bear Ridge for your backyard? Coming and going as you please? Your blatant disrespect towards me cannot go unpunished. I shall teach you a lesson today. The Black Bear Demon erupted with a terrifying aura, shrouding the valley in ominous clouds. The assembled demon kings were horrified to find themselves immobilized by this overwhelming presence. Truly, the might of a great emperor was fearsome indeed. Those who had contemplated leaving alongside Mo Liyun now silently rejoiced in their restraint. Caught in the vortex of this oppressive aura, Mo Liyun's expression turned ashen. He felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The pressure he experienced now was far more intense than what Lin Mu had ever inflicted upon him, causing him to recall the fate that befell him alongside Lin Mu upon his defeat. Mo Liyun appeared utterly powerless to resist. Lin Mu suddenly emerged, sweeping his long sleeves and bellowing. Disperse! In an instant, the menacing aura that engulfed the valley dissipated. The demon kings felt a wave of relief wash over them as their bodies regained mobility, all turning to gaze in Lin Mu's direction. A human, they gasped in shock. How could 2 humans infiltrate their midst without anyone noticing? Moreover, this human had effortlessly shattered the demon emperor's imposing might with a mere gesture. Could he possibly be a great emperor among the human race? As these thoughts crossed their minds, the gazes of the demon kings incessantly flickered between Lin Mu and Yun Fiang. Ha. I wonder why you resist the unification of the demon clans so fiercely. It turns out you have long colluded with the human warriors, plotting something sinister, the Black Bear Demon Emperor said, his imposing aura seemingly compelled by Lin Mu, a smile of delight replacing his anger. Mag Liyun, taken aback, retorted, do not slander me with baseless accusations. When have I ever colluded with the human race, still trying to wriggle out of it? The human warrior is clearly standing atop the heads of your own demon kin who arrived with you. Is that not evident enough? The 3-headed dog, feeling the Black Bear Demon Emperor's gaze upon it, immediately countered, You Black Bear spirit, cease your nonsense. I am not allied with this serpent. Upon hearing this, the other demon kings broke into a cold sweat, hastily distancing themselves from the 3-headed dog. That creature may be courting death, but they did not wish to share its fate. The Black Bear Demon Emperor's smile vanished, his expression turning grave as he declared, Indeed, you are all of the same ilk, equally ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, arrogantly overestimating yourselves. Since you have colluded with humans, I shall eradicate you two malignant tumors for the demon race today. His icy tone sent chills down the spines of those present. Unbeknownst to them, he had conjured a long spear in his hand. The spear, 3 zhang long, was entirely black, with its tip intermittently flickering with a chilling blue lightning. One among them recognized the spear and exclaimed in astonishment, "The sacred artifact of the demon clan, the Qinquan spear? What? Is that not the weapon of the ancient demon ancestor, the Qinquan Emperor? It is said that the Qinquan Emperor, tens of thousands of years ago, wielded the Qinquan spear, dominating all clans in the Nine Nether, with none able to withstand his might. Indeed, it is the Qinquan spear. Our sacred ground bears the same patterns as that in the hands of the demon emperor." As the Black Bear demon emperor listened to the words of the crowd, a sense of pride replaced the coldness on his face, but he lifted the Qinquan spear, pointing it towards Lin Mu, and proclaimed, "To perish beneath the Qinquan spear is to die in a worthy manner." Lin Mu watched as the Qinquan spear, crackling with lightning, hurtled toward him. He leapt into the AI or did I in mid-flight. The Tiandao sword appeared in his hand. Its tip aimed directly at the Qinquan spear. When the two weapons collided, the Tiandao sword effortlessly cleaved the Qinquan spear in two, but the spear's remains fell to the ground, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. After severing the Qinquan spear with that single strike, Lin Mu remained suspended in midair, casually directing a slash of his sword toward the Black Bear demon emperor. Taken aback by the unexpected fragility of his prized Qinquan spear before this human, the Black Bear demon emperor dared not be careless. He quickly conjured a massive light formation with both hands to fend off the sword's energy. However, as the sword energy struck the formation, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and the light formation shattered. The residual sword energy then struck the Black Bear demon emperor, that in a state of panic, he summoned his life-saving talisman, the Tongtian symbol, to protect his vital areas. Although the Tongtian symbol temporarily withstood the onslaught of the sword energy, the immense force still sent the Black Bear demon emperor flying several hundred meters until he crashed against a mountainside, finally stabilizing himself. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye. The demon king stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe, their faces etched with horror as they gazed at Lin Mu. Chapter 65. The Qinquan Bag in the deathly silent valley. A sudden, frenzied roar reverberated. Roar! Our leader is truly majestic. The three-headed dog's ill-timed shout startled all the stunned demon kings. Cold sweat trickled down Mag Li Yun's back as he silently contemplated. This human truly seems to be from the outside world. Fortunate I did not act rashly, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Then, with a tinge of schadenfreude, he glanced at the distant Black Bear demon emperor. At this moment, the Black Bear demon emperor leaned against the mountainside, bloodied and gasping for air, his once mighty demeanor now diminished. Lin Mu's strike had not only severely wounded his body, but also shattered his life essence. Once his life essence dissipated, he would regress to the level of an 8th-tier demon beast. Weakly opening his eyes, the Black Bear demon emperor found Lin Mu standing a mere 10 feet away. Coldly regarding him, that a 9th-tier demon emperor is nothing extraordinary, Lin Mu remarked, taking a few steps closer, resting the Tiandao sword against the Black Bear demon emperor's throat. "Now, I shall ask, and you shall answer. Speak one unnecessary word, and you shall bear the consequences." The Black Bear demon emperor, resigned, nodded silently. "Where is the divine stone you stole from Mag Li Yun? I sense no trace of it on you." Upon the Black Bear demon emperor's arrival, Lin Mu had already discerned the absence of the Tiandao stone's aura about him. The Black Bear demon emperor, momentarily stunned, replied, "You can actually sense the aura of the divine stone? Who exactly are you?" Lin Mu's Tiandao sword abruptly pierced the Black Bear demon emperor's skin, warning him, "Now is not the time for questions. You need only answer mine." Frightened, the Black Bear demon emperor hastily nodded. Yes, I did indeed steal a divine stone from Mag Li Yun. However, it was not long before I lost it to someone else in a bet." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. As a demon emperor, who could possibly win the divine stone from you? "Well, that's a long story. Cut to the chase." "I have no time for your ramblings," Lin Mu interrupted. "Did find out I lost it to the old Dragon King of the Endless Sea. Long Yuan." Lin Mu gestured, summoning Mag Li Yun from a distance. "Is there a Dragon King named Long Yuan in the Endless Sea?" he inquired. "Indeed, there exists a Dragon King in the Endless Sea, a dragon emperor who has lived for over 10,000 years. However, I do not know his name. Mag Li Yun replied, his eyes filled with admiration for the dragon emperor. Since he has lived for over 10,000 years, why do you not know his name? Lin Mu asked, his tone somewhat incredulous. Mag Li Yun, slightly embarrassed, explained, the dragon emperor resides at the heart of the endless sea, millions of miles away from here, that I have never seen him. I only know of his existence from ancient texts. Have you never visited the territory of the demon clan? Lin Mu inquired nonchalantly, that I doubt it. It is said that the dragon palace is filled with countless treasures. Why would he come to this desolate place? Seeing Lin Mu's gaze shift back to him, the Black Bear Demon Emperor hastily interjected, do not listen to this foul serpent. It is far beneath the Dragon Emperor's notice. Lin Mu produced the 9 nether map, locating the endless sea. Though it bore no indication of the Dragon Palace's location, only a large red character signifying danger marked at the endless sea. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Lin Mu rubbed his forehead. Having traversed several locations this time without acquiring the Tiandao stone, he grew increasingly frustrated. How did you come to lose the divine stone to that Dragon King? Were you truly unable to contend with him? The Black Bear Demon Emperor grinned. Not quite. Old Bear enjoys betting. That day, we wagered on who could guess when it would rain and when it would stop. Just then, the 3-headed dog, having rushed over, scoffed, you foolish bear, wagering with a Dragon King over rain? Haha, I was caught up in the moment. Only after he left did I realize I had been tricked. I initially intended to reclaim the divine stone. But the old Dragon King fled swiftly, and I had no way to track him down. Observing the Black Bear Demon Emperor ramble on, Lin Mu, growing impatient, interjected, is your gathering of the demon kin here related to this matter? Yes, to some extent, the Black Bear Demon Emperor admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. In recent centuries, external forces have frequently invaded the demon clan, primarily due to the clan's disarray. The old Dragon King traverses our lands as if in a garden, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Hence, I began to contemplate unifying the demon clan. While Lin Mu did not consider himself a sage, nor possess the noble quality of empathy, as a member of the human race, he could not idly watch the demon clan grow stronger, that a plan forming in his mind. The murderous intent in his gaze intensified as he slowly articulated, since you are unaware of the Dragon King's whereabouts, there is no reason to keep you alive. Sensing Lin Mu's murderous aura, the Black Bear Demon Emperor hastily knelt, bowing his head repeatedly. Spare me, Great One. I am willing to serve you, and I possess a treasure I wish to offer you. As he spoke, the Black Bear Demon Emperor produced a cloth bag from thin air. Just as Lin Mu reached out to accept the bag, its opening suddenly widened, a powerful suction pulling everyone into the bag. The Black Bear Demon Emperor, rising to his feet, tightly grasped the bag's opening, securing it with a rope. But haha, you ignorant child, what can you do? You have merely fallen into my Chinquan bag, the Black Bear Demon Emperor taunted. Patting the writhing Chinquan bag, conserve your strength. This Chinquan bag can contain the sun and moon and dissolve all things. You shall patiently await your fate of being turned into blood. With that, he could not suppress his exhilaration. Laughing heartily, it seems you are celebrating too early. A familiar, yet foreign voice suddenly echoed from behind him. The Black Bear Demon Emperor spun around and, upon recognizing the speaker, stumbled back in terror. Lin Mu, wearing a teasing smile, regarded the Black Bear Demon Emperor. Go on, keep laughing. Why have you stopped? The Black Bear Demon Emperor, trembling, threatened, do not come any closer. Your companions are in my grasp. Release me, and I will return them to you. He shook the Chinquan bag in his hand. I have never been threatened by anyone, just a few subordinates. Lin Mu said emotionlessly. The Black Bear Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mu's cold words. Unsure of how to respond, Lin Mu approached with his long sword in hand. A flash of fierce light appeared in the eyes of the Black Bear Demon Emperor. It threw the Chinquan bag into the sky. Shouting loudly, explode! It intended to use the self-detonation of the Chinquan bag to buy itself some time to escape. However, something even more astonishing occurred. Just as the Chinquan bag flew into the air, a phantom flickered, and it landed steadily in Lin Mu's hand. Lin Mu casually opened the Chinquan bag, releasing the 3-headed dog and others. Then, he directed the bag's opening towards the fleeing figure of the Black Bear Demon Emperor and lightly commanded, reel in. The Black Bear Demon Emperor, already hundreds of meters away, was instantly sucked into the bag. Chapter 66. A reunion on the way back. It must be said that the Qinkuan bag is indeed remarkable. But encountering Lin Mu can only be considered unfortunate for the Black Bear Demon Emperor. Lin Mu's indestructible body is impervious to any ceiling formations, rendering them ineffective against him. The demon kings in the distance of the valley were now utterly shocked. The legendary Qinkuan bag, said to hold all things and seal the gods, was rendered powerless against this human before them, that a dignified demon emperor was unexpectedly trapped by its own treasure, with its life and death unknown. The expressions on their faces continuously shifted, their minds racing to calculate how they might escape. Although Lin Mu did not obtain the Dao Stone this time, he unexpectedly acquired the Qinkuan bag, making the journey worthwhile. Looking at the group of demon kings, Lin Mu waved his hand casually and said, "Go back from whence you came." Despite the coldness in his voice, the demon kings felt as though they were enveloped in a gentle breeze. They all bowed to Lin Mu and then fled. The three-headed dog, witnessing Lin Mu's restraint from slaughtering them, curiously asked, "Boss, didn't you say that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself? Why do you let them go?" Lin Mu leapt onto the back of the three-headed dog and replied, "I let them go simply because there is no conflict of interest between us. Heaven has a benevolent nature. How can one kill indiscriminately?" he added. "Let us go. Such profound questions are beyond your comprehension." The three-headed dog grinned and asked, "Where do we go next?" The boundless sea was too vast, lacking a clear direction, and time was too long. "Let us first return to Yinshan Kingdom and investigate before making further plans." As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, Yin Feiyang reminded him, "Master, what should we do about that old snake?" Lin Mu turned around and coldly gazed at Emolian. "You are not to step into the borders of Yinshan Kingdom a single step in this lifetime. Otherwise, you shall die." Upon hearing this, Emolian felt as if he had received a great pardon. "Yes, I will abide by the decree of the immortal and will never step into human territory again." Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. "Let us go back to Yinshan Kingdom." Emolian watched the figures of the others recede and sighed, then took flight towards Erlong Mountain. The return journey was significantly faster than the outbound trip. In just a few days, they had already exited the Great Mountains. The three-headed dog looked at the endless plains before him and howled, "The human world, here I come." Lin Mu, somewhat exasperated, looked at the three-headed dog. "Your size is too massive. You probably won't even fit into human cities. What is so difficult about that? Watch me." The three-headed dog chanted a spell, and in an instant, it transformed to a height of 2 meters. How about that? I'm impressive, right? My innate divine ability allows me to change my size at will. Just as the three-headed dog was about to continue boasting, several clashing weapon sounds suddenly echoed from a distance. It curiously remarked, "In this desolate wilderness, someone is fighting. Should we go and see the commotion?" It wouldn't hurt to take a look. With Lin Mu's approval, the three-headed dog swiftly dashed off. By the time Lin Mu and Yun Feiyang arrived, they heard the three-headed dog muttering, "A few big men bullying a weak girl. How shameless." It looked as though it wanted to rush in to heroically save the damsel in distress. Lin Mu curiously glanced towards the fight. In the midst of the chaos, 3 men were besieging a woman, who was clearly exhausted and had visible wounds. The 3 men attacked while continuously spewing foul language. "Haha, little sister from the Tao family, I wonder how long you can hold out. Just submit to us, and perhaps we'll spare your life." Lin Mu, upon hearing them mention the Tao family, recognized the woman at a glance. This was Tao Ying, one of the 3 from the Tao family whom he had previously saved. Lin Mu smiled faintly, marveling at the uncanny similarity of history. Looking at the valley, he realized it was indeed the same place where he had slain the bearded giant and rescued the 3 of them. Thinking of this, Lin Mu suddenly spoke. "These 3 men have truly lost their dignity, as you wish to teach them a lesson. There is no need to hold back." Since the incident with the demon race, the three-headed dog had become much more restrained and was no longer the reckless fool it once was. Although it had been grumbling earlier, it did not rashly intervene. Hearing Lin Mu's words, it replied seriously, "Boss, you said it, so you must cover for me if something goes wrong. Stop the chatter and just go." The three-headed dog sensed Lin Mu's impatience and quickly dashed to the center of the battlefield. The combatants, upon suddenly seeing a 3-headed beast appear, were all terrified and retreated. The three-headed dog was quite pleased with their reaction. It proudly raised its head and said to Taoing, "Don't be afraid. Little girl, I'm here to rescue you." After saying this, it flashed a self-assured smile, thinking it looked quite amiable. Taoing, momentarily taken aback by the three-headed dog's strange behavior and its malicious grin, felt a wave of terror wash over her. "What kind of monster are you? Don't come near me. I would rather die than let you succeed." The three-headed dog was taken aback. It had come to save her. Yet this woman pointed her sword at it and uttered nonsensical words that It turned away, disregarding Taoing, and confronted the three men attacking her. "You shameless scoundrels! How dare you join forces to bully a weak girl? Today, I shall act as heaven's justice and rid humanity of you three pests." Although the three men did not know the origins of this three-headed beast, they could sense the hostility emanating from it. A beast capable of human speech was at least a sixth-level beast, a creature powerful enough to rival a sky mirror. Exchanging glances, the three men simultaneously fled in three different directions. The three-headed dog, somewhat displeased, remarked, "I wasn't finished speaking. Who told you to run? Seeking death." With that, each of its three heads unleashed attacks of different attributes. The three men, who had not gotten far, found one frozen into an ice sculpture that shattered into pieces. Another struck by black lightning and reduced to fragments, and the last engulfed by flames until nothing remained. Truly weaklings, not even able to withstand a single blow from me. After dispatching the three men, the three-headed dog turned back to Taoing. "Little girl, you are safe now. The bad guys have been dealt with by me." Having learned from the previous experience, this time it refrained from showing a friendly smile. Seeing the gruesome fate of the three men, Taoing felt her hair stand on end. Compared to those who had besieged her, this three-headed dog seemed far more dangerous. Trembling, she softly asked, "Can I leave now?" As she spoke, she attempted to turn and walk away. Stop!" The three-headed dog barked angrily. Taoing, already on edge, was startled by the sudden shout, causing her to bolt. The three-headed dog swiftly blocked her path. Disgruntled, "How can you be so impolite, little girl? Don't you even know to express your gratitude for being saved?" Taoing, frightened by the three-headed dog's imposing demeanor, fell to the ground. With tears in her eyes, she stammered, "I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me." The three-headed dog, taken aback by her frantic apologies, became momentarily flustered. It simply could not comprehend how, despite saving someone, it had now been perceived as the villain. Just then, a voice broke through the three-headed dog's thoughts. "All right, come back. Don't scare people with your ugly appearance." Taoing, startled by another voice, quickly turned to see who had spoken, upon recognizing the newcomer. She hesitated and called out, "Young Master Lin." Chapter 67. The crisis of the Tao family. It had been more than 20 years since they last met. Taoing was no longer the young girl she once was. Her hair was elegantly coiled up, clearly indicating that she was now a married woman. Lin Mu's appearance had not changed much, but the authoritative aura he exuded made Taoing unable to meet his gaze. Slightly lowering her head, she hurried a few steps to stand before Lin Mu. "I have seen the young master. Thank you for saving my life." She performed a formal bow, and no need for such formalities. "We are all kin." Upon hearing Lin Mu refer to the Tao family as kin, Taoing seemingly recalled something. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, prostrating herself as she cried, "I beg the young master to take charge for the Tao family. To stand for my elder brother." Lin Mu's brows furrowed. "What do you mean by this? Who dares to provoke the Tao family?" As the earliest vassals of Lin Mu, the Tao family has long been entrusted with the care of Yun Feiyang. In the entirety of the Yin Mountain Kingdom, no one has the audacity to disregard Yun Feiyang's authority. Relate the matter in detail, and I shall take it upon myself to advocate for the Tao family. Taoing composed herself and recounted the events with clarity. That it turned out that since Lin Mu gained actual control over the Tiandao sect, the status of the Tao family had risen significantly. With Yun Feiyang's covert support, the Tao family soared to new heights in less than a decade. Not only did their foremost genius, Tao Qian, break through to the Flying Sky realm, but several others in the clan also advanced to the Divine Wandering realm. Such strength should have made them the undisputed rulers of Hansheng. However, unexpectedly, the Yin family had also produced over a dozen individuals in the Divine Wandering realm within the same short span. The two families had already harbored some animosity due to the Yin family's annulment of their engagement, and conflicts arose frequently due to the rivalry among the clan's disciples. Although the Yin family outnumbered the Tao family in terms of divine wandering experts. The Tao family, bolstered by Tao Qian's presence in the flying sky realm, felt no fear. Until several days prior, during a clash, Tao Rong was grievously injured by a member of the Yin family's divine wandering realm. He returned to the Tao family that night, only to succumb to his injuries. Upon hearing this, Tao Qian rushed back from the Tiandao sect. Having served alongside Tao Rong under Lin Mu, their bond was beyond words. In a fit of rage, he directly confronted the Yin family. With his strength at the third level of the flying sky realm, the Yin family stood no chance and suffered the loss of 3 divine wandering experts. Just as Tao Qian pressed the Yin family to hand over the culprit responsible for Tao Rong's death, Yin Ruxue suddenly arrived. With her prowess at the 9th level of the flying sky realm, she easily overwhelmed Tao Qian. However, Yin Ruxue did not resort to lethal force. She merely detained him temporarily within the Yin family. Upon learning of this, the Tao family hurriedly sent someone to seek assistance from the Tiandao sect. Tao Ying, now a divine wandering expert, was intercepted by 3 members of the Yin family on her way to the Tiandao sect. When Lin Mu heard of Tao Rong's grievous injuries and subsequent death, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. The image of that devoted figure who had served him came to mind. With a hint of regret, he inquired, "Why was I not informed of this at the earliest opportunity?" Tao Ying wiped away her tears and replied slowly, "The ancestor instructed that unless absolutely necessary, we should not disturb the young master, at the end of his life, who could have taken the life of the Tao family's ancestor." Lin Mu's icy gaze turned towards Yun Feiyang, but he had clearly expressed his wishes for Yun Feiyang to care for the Tao family, yet he never anticipated that even the ancestor would fall victim to someone. Sensing Lin Mu's misunderstanding, Tao Ying quickly interjected, "The ancestor was not murdered. He merely succumbed to the frailties of old age and recurring ailments. He was still vigorous when I departed. How could he have deteriorated so drastically in just over 20 years?" Lin Mu remarked. The ancestor had long been in the twilight of his years, merely holding on by sheer will, and he felt at ease to depart only after witnessing the family's growth. The Tao family's ancestor had always been cautious and calculating, devising contingencies even until his last moments that he understood the complexities of human relationships, knowing that every favor given could lead to future deaths. Thus, he forbade the Tao family from hastily disturbing Lin Mu, believing that when their survival was at stake, Lin Mu would undoubtedly intervene on their behalf. Lin Mu held a degree of admiration for the ancestor's foresight. He looked at the still kneeling Tao Ying and said, "Rise, come with me back to the Tao family. I shall take charge on their behalf at the entrance of the Tao family in Hanqing." Several servants held weapons, their expressions tense as they observed the passers-by. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, followed by a beam of light descending before the Tao family's entrance. The servants all turned to gaze at the light. Within the beam stood 2 men and a woman, accompanied by a wholly black, 3-headed beast. The creature's 3 heads fixated on the servants, causing them to flee in terror, shouting about monsters and calling for help. Tao Ying observed her servants' panicked demeanor, but did not chastise them. After all, anyone would be frightened by a 3-headed dog. However, mindful of her dignity, she called out, "Fu Aguai, why are you screaming? Do you not see I am present?" The fleeing servants halted in unison upon hearing their mistress's voice. Aguai, recognizing his mistress, laughed heartily. "The young lady has returned." He hurried a few steps forward, but dared not approach too closely. "Young lady, you have finally returned. The Yin family claims they will make us compensate for their losses." The head of the family is in a state of great distress that Aguai's family had served the Tao family for generations, and he held a deep affection for them at his teenage age. He curiously sized up Lin Mu, who had not been to the Tao family in 20 years, leaving many of the younger generation unfamiliar with him. "Aguai, do not be disrespectful. This is young Master Lin. Quickly pay your respects." Upon realizing that the person before him was the master of the Tao family, Aguai hastily knelt and bowed his head. "I am blind to the great mountain, and I have been disrespectful. Please punish me, young master." Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling for Aguai to rise. Aguai did not immediately get up but turned to Tao Ying instead. "Quickly inform the head of the family to come greet young Master Lin," Tao Ying urged. Aguai hurriedly bowed once more and then dashed into the Tao family compound. Momentarily, a figure rushed from the Tao family. It was Tao Ji, the head of the family, who had come upon hearing the news. Following him were several younger members of the Tao family. Tao Ji rushed forward, seeing that it was indeed Lin Mu. He knelt before him. "Did I greet you, young master?" Tao Ying, witnessing this, was startled and quickly stepped aside, also kneeling. Behind them, some elders of the Tao family recognized Lin Mu and commanded everyone to kneel in unison. Some younger members, though unaware of why their clan leader, a divine wandering expert, would kneel before a youth, dared not disobey the elders' orders and all knelt in reverence. The actions of the Tao family members drew the attention of passersby, who were curious about the identity of this young man. Some pointed and whispered about the three-headed dog. Although Lin Mu disapproved of Tao Ji kneeling in public and attracting attention, he understood it was an expression of loyalty and refrained from reprimanding him. He simply lowered his head slightly and said to Tao Ji, "Rise. Come with me to the study to discuss matters." Upon hearing this, Tao Ji stood up, dispersing the crowd while leading Lin Mu towards the rear courtyard. Chapter 68. Two choices. Upon entering the rear courtyard of the Tao family, Lin Mu admired the scenery, which remained unchanged from 20 years ago. He had instructed Yun Feiyang and the three-headed dog to remain at a separate residence. After a short while, Tao Ji stopped before a room and gently pushed the door open. "Please, young master." Lin Mu stepped into the room and was instantly transported back in time. The furnishings and arrangements within were identical to those from his first visit. Even the pastries on the table were freshly made. Lin Mu nostalgically picked one up and tasted it. The flavor remained unchanged, a testament to the Tao family's meticulous care. That he slowly sat down, habitually lifted his teacup, and stated, "I am already aware of the general circumstances. How do you intend to handle this matter?" Tao Ji was taken aback by Lin Mu's inquiry, but he clasped his hands in humility and replied, "Everything the Tao family possesses is granted by the young master. Thus, this matter rests entirely in your hands. That I dare not voice any objections. Speak boldly, as the head of the family should possess his own opinions." Ever since the passing of the Tao family's ancestor, the weight of the family had fallen solely upon Tao Ji's shoulders. Therefore, he had to tread carefully in his words and actions. Lin Mu's words left him in a state of turmoil. Deep down, he hoped Lin Mu would take action against the Yin family. However, considering Yin Rushua's backing from the Ice Emperor, he was uncertain of Lin Mu's stance towards the Ice Emperor. After much deliberation, he could only propose a compromise. "Given that both families have suffered casualties, I believe that as long as Yin Rushua agrees to return Tao Qian, this matter can be considered resolved." Although Tao Ji spoke with apparent ease, Lin Mu discerned the bitterness in his tone. That he did not mention the Yin family, but emphasized Yin Rushua, indicating his apprehension of the forces behind her. This is the tragedy of small families, where one's fate hangs by a thread dependent on the whims of others. Lin Mu's fingers lightly tapped the table, his displeasure evident as he said, "I have previously stated that as long as I am here, the Tao family need not fear anyone. This statement holds true even now. Regardless of the Yin family's backers, they shall pay the price today." After speaking, Lin Mu conveyed his thoughts into the void. "Yun Feiyang, hasten to the Yin family and bring Yin Rushua before me." Within the Tao family's separate residence, Yun Feiyang was in quiet meditation. Upon receiving Lin Mu's call, he vanished from his spot in an instant. He soared above Hansheng, using his divine sense to locate the Yin family's position. Simultaneously, within the Yin family's secret chamber, Yin Rushua, who was healing from her injuries, suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, her energy in disarray. That powerful divine sense. Who might it be? Yin Rushua was astonished that such a small place as Hansheng could attract the attention of a revered expert. Then she recalled that Tao Qian, whom they had detained, had joined the Tiandao sect. Could it be that a revered expert from the Tiandao sect was acting on behalf of the Tao family? As she pondered deeper, her agitation grew, and she could only temporarily suppress her injuries before hastily exiting her confinement. The moment Yin Rushua stepped out of the secret chamber, she was met with a thunderous roar echoing from outside the Yin residence. The people of the Yin family emerged to face their doom. Yun Feiyang, having received Lin Mu's orders, was to escort Yin Rushua to meet him. However, after following Lin Mu for a considerable duration, Yun Feiyong was acutely aware of Lin Mu's modus operandi. It was evident that Lin Mu's intentions extended far beyond merely introducing Yin Ruxue to him. First, he aimed to deliver a warning to the Yin family. As his words lingered in the air, a striking figure soared towards him. This moment, Yin Feiyong had already discarded his mask. Thus Yin Ruxue, upon approaching, failed to recognize him. May I inquire your esteemed name? Senior, have we, the Yin family, inadvertently offended you in some manner? Upon discerning Yin Ruxue's visage, Yun Feiyong could not help but muse. Indeed, she was the princess of the Wind and Snow Kingdom, Yin Ruxue, rescued by Lin Mu from the White Ape clan. Should Yin Ruxue learn that the force behind the Tao family was Lin Mu, one could only speculate how she might react. With this thought, he offered a mysterious smile. I am Yun Feiyong of the Tiandao sect, and I come at the behest of another. Yin Ruxue, suspecting that this individual might be associated with the Tiandao sect, was utterly unprepared to discover that the visitor was none other than the sect's leader, Yun Feiyong. What manner of man was Yun Feiyong? He was a superlative powerhouse who had commanded respect across the realm for centuries, earning admiration even from her master, the Grand Priest of the Wind and Snow Kingdom. What qualifications did the Tao family possess to summon such an illustrious figure to confront them? Suddenly, she recalled the mysterious Lin Gongzi who had emerged from the Tao family 2 decades prior. It was this Lin Gongzi who had single-handedly annihilated the Zhao family and slain the elder of the Qingyang sect. Shortly thereafter, the Qingyang sect was rebranded as the Tiandao sect, unifying the various factions of the Yinshan kingdom. Rumor had it that the true power behind the Tiandao sect was not Yun Feiyong, but rather another individual. Yun Feiyong's declaration of coming at someone else's behest ignited a bold speculation that sent shivers down Yin Ruxue's spine. Could it be that the true power behind the Tiandao sect was none other than Lin Gongzi, the mysterious figure behind the Tao family? Yin Ruxue shook her head, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. So it is indeed an honor to have sect leader Yun in our midst. That I extend my greetings. Earlier, you mentioned that you come at someone's request. Might I inquire whose request it is, and what the matter entails? Yun Feiyong, adopting an air of a seasoned veteran, stroked his beard and replied, I come at the behest of my master to resolve matters concerning the Tao family. Upon hearing the word master from Yun Feiyong's lips, Yin Ruxue's suspicions were further solidified. The conflicts between the Yin and Tao families were merely skirmishes among the younger generations. I shall provide a satisfactory resolution for you. Senior, resolution? The young lady, it seems, you may find it difficult to provide one. What you may not know, senior, is that although I hail from the Yin family, I am also the Cold Moon Princess, bestowed by the Ice Emperor of the Wind and Snow Kingdom. I wonder if this identity suffices for a resolution. In this moment, she could only invoke the Ice Emperor's name to intimidate Yun Feiyong, for as a supreme emperor among the human race, none dared to disregard the Ice Emperor's authority. Do not think that simply being a princess appointed by the Ice Emperor grants you any power. Even the Ice Emperor himself would not suffice to provide a resolution. His words dripped with arrogance. Yin Ruxue knew that Yun Feiyong was notoriously haughty, disregarding even the emperor of the Yinshan kingdom. However, she never anticipated that he would be audacious enough to dismiss the authority of an emperor. Sect leader Yun, I believe your words are overly presumptuous. That if Her Majesty the Empress were to personally arrive, would you still speak so boldly? Yun Feiyong's smile faded, and his tone turned grave as he stated, Young lady, you need not attempt to probe or delay further. My demands are quite simple. Firstly, eliminate all those who have acted against the Tao family. Secondly, release Tao Rong, and then you shall accompany me to the Tao family to await further instructions. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Ruxue retorted, That is impossible. That I end this conflict between our two families. The rights and wrongs are yet to be determined, and my Yin family has also suffered the loss of 3 individuals at the divine travel stage. I can allow you to take Tao Rong, and I will personally apologize on a later date. This is the utmost concession I can offer. Yun Feiyong's expression darkened like stormy waters, and with a hint of mockery, he replied, Young lady, I fear you have misunderstood. I am not here to negotiate with you. You will either comply with my demands, or I shall eradicate every member of the Yin family and take you with me to the Tao family. Upon finishing, Yun Feiyong granted Yin Ruxue no opportunity to respond. He continued, I shall give you 1/4 of an hour to consider. After that, if I do not see the results I desire, the Yin family shall be forever erased from Han City, Chapter 69. The Yin family's resolution. Within the Yin family's conference hall, all the key figures had assembled. The family patriarch gazed at Yin Rushue. His brow furrowed with concern. Rushue, is there truly no way out? Can you bear to watch your kin perish before your eyes? With a countenance as cold as frost, Yin Rushue, feeling helpless, replied, Father, the stakes in this matter are quite clear. Time is of the essence. You must make a decision swiftly, Rushue. How credible do you find Yun Feiyang's words? The elder with a graying beard, seated at the head of the table, inquired in a calm tone. Patriarch, I have already shared my suspicions with the elders. There may be a more formidable force behind Yun Feiyang. Therefore, I believe he is not merely posturing. Upon hearing Yin Rushue's analysis, the members of the Yin family were thrown into disarray. Suddenly, a barely audible voice floated through the air. In that case, let us surrender the person to him and preserve the family. The moment those words were spoken, the previously noisy hall fell into an immediate silence. All eyes darted around, seeking to identify the speaker. Although many family members were not directly involved, they shared this sentiment internally. Yet, none dared voice it out loud, for no one wished to bear the blame for betraying their kin. The elder of the Yin family narrowed his gaze, fixing it upon one individual in the crowd. Old Ninth, if you have something to say, speak up instead of sneaking around like a thief. The individual, realizing he had been called out, stepped forward, ignoring the gazes of those around him, and firmly declared, Patriarch, the pressing matter is to surrender the person and resolve the family crisis that if this continues, the Yin family shall truly be erased. Rubbish. Old Ninth, what do you mean by that? We risk our lives for the family, and now that trouble has struck, you expect us to sacrifice our heads? I refuse. Well said. I too refuse. It's easy for you to speak. Would you still say so if you were in our position? The voices of several Yin family members who had previously acted against the Tao family rose in protest. Seeing that dissent was brewing, Old Ninth furtively glanced at the elder of the Yin family. The elder, noticing Old Ninth's gaze, nodded subtly, encouraging him to proceed, that in truth, Old Ninth was acting out of desperation. He hailed from humble beginnings, had never received much support from the family, and, at over 50 years of age, remained stuck in the initial spirit-building stage. None of his sons had broken through to the spirit-building stage either. Having spent years at the bottom, he had become adept at reading the room. The elder's nod had conveyed a clear message. If he volunteered as a sacrificial pawn to save the family, they would not neglect his sons. With the elder's tacit approval, Old Ninth no longer hesitated. He suddenly shouted, Silence. If the family requires my head, I shall gladly offer it, that I refuse to be like you cowards who only consider your own safety while disregarding the family's survival. Anyone can talk big. If you dare to take your own head, we won't hesitate to sacrifice our lives either. The real fear lies in those who merely boast, seeing that several had taken the bait. Old Ninth glared at them and proclaimed, Very well, for the sake of the family, I, Old Ninth, shall willingly lay down my life. That he abruptly drew his sword and pressed it against his throat, poised to strike. Father, no! Several figures rushed towards Old Ninth, crying out in desperation. Old Ninth, witnessing his son's charge towards him, momentarily halted his hand. He declared resolutely, No one is permitted to weep that I die for the family, and I die with honor. From this day forth, you are all to heed the elder's teachings. That at this point, he cast a lingering glance at his sons, a fleeting expression of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Then he turned to the elder of the Yin family. Elder, should I perish, please take care of my unworthy sons. With that he did not hesitate, swiftly slicing the sword across his throat, leaving a gaping wound. Blood sprayed forth, splattering his sons. Old Ninth collapsed heavily to the ground. Lifeless, his sons fell upon his body, wailing inconsolably. Old Ninth's action stunned everyone present. Those who had clamored for him to take his own life stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. The elder of the Yin family, his face etched with sorrow, staggered towards Old Ninth's corpse. Old Ninth, why must you go to such lengths? He wept as he spoke, brushing away his tears. Someone, treat Old Ninth's remains with care. Afterwards, bury him in the ancestral tomb, so that future generations may pay their respects. That a few members of the Shaos hurriedly rushed into the hall to carry out the lifeless body of Old Jiao, watching as their father's corpse was taken away. Several of Old Jiao's sons were overtaken by fury. with one of them suddenly rising to confront those responsible for his father's demise. That my father could have remained uninvolved, yet you forced him to his death. You culprits now sit here and scathe. After expressing his grief and indignation, he knelt down and implored, I beseech our ancestors to deliver justice, to hand over these individuals, so that my father's spirit may find solace and our clan's life and death crisis may be alleviated. The ancestor of the Yin family, recognizing the moment had come, could no longer afford to delay. What are your thoughts at this juncture? He demanded, gazing sternly at those who had caused old Zhou's demise. Spare us, ancestor. It was his own choice to die. We bear no responsibility. The Yin ancestor's wrath flared. Silence. How could my Yin family harbor such cowardly souls? If I do not deal with you today, how can I justify my actions to old Zhou and uphold the legacy of my family that has endured for millennia? With that, he offered no further opportunity for rebuttal. With a swift motion of his hand, a long sword flashed through the air, and the kneeling individuals were instantly severed from their lives. Completing his decisive act, the Yin ancestor sheathed his sword and addressed Yin Ruxue, saying, Take these heads to report back, and the remaining matters are yours to handle. I am weary. Yin Ruxue, her expression filled with reluctance, stepped forward to grasp the severed heads, then instructed those guarding Tao Rong, Bring Tao Rong here swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Yin residence, Yun Feiyang calculated that the quarter hour was nearly up. Observing that the Yin family had yet to respond, he grasped the air, summoning a blue long sword to his hand, truly lacking in awareness. You compel me to take matters into my own hands. Just as he prepared to cleave open the Yin family's door, two figures suddenly darted past him, coming to a halt before him. Yun Feiyang recognized one of them as Yin Ruxue, and he sheathed his blue sword, questioning her, Young lady, the time has come. Present your response to AT. That moment, Yin Ruxue held a burlap bag, from which blood seeped at the bottom. She tossed the bag before Yun Feiyang, stating, These are the severed heads of those who attacked the Tao family. Please inspect them, esteemed elder. Ignoring the bag at his feet, Yun Feiyang looked toward Tao Rong. Come here and take it. Do not soil my hands. Still unaware of the circumstances, Tao Rong stepped forward, grasping the bloodied bag, positioning himself beside Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang glanced up at the moonlit sky, urging, Let us proceed. That individual may be growing impatient. With that, he seized Tao Rong and vanished from the spot. Chapter 70. The city of Xinbing Hanxing was a modest town, unremarkable in stature. The group flew swiftly, arriving at the Tao family's grand estate in no time. Yun Feiyang led the way to Lin Mu's chamber, with Tao Rong trailing closely, clutching the bloodied bag. Yin Ruxue followed behind, her heart racing as she pondered how to navigate the ensuing events. As they approached, the door to the room slowly opened from within. Tao Ji stood behind it, clasping his hands and greeting to Yun Feiyang. Young master has instructed that you place the items outside. Upon hearing this, Tao Rong found a vacant spot and discarded the burlap bag onto the ground. The group entered the room, maintaining a respectful silence. Suddenly, Yin Ruxue heard a familiar voice. Miss Yin, I did not expect to see you so soon again. Shocked, she looked up to find Lin Mu standing there, disbelief etched on her face. You are young Master Lin. Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, Indeed, without a doubt. Upon receiving confirmation, any semblance of composure Yin Ruxue had was obliterated. Beads of cold sweat visibly trickling down her forehead. Before encountering Lin Mu, she had held some confidence, believing she could navigate the situation with the Ice Emperor's backing. However, that confidence had evaporated entirely. Setting aside Lin Mu's formidable power, his ruthless and cold-hearted nature sent chills down her spine. She couldn't help but wonder if their family had indeed entangled themselves with such a figure. Was there truly any hope of survival? Lin Mu observed the increasingly pale face of Yin Ruxue and reproached her. Miss Yin, I saved your life from the demon clan, yet instead of showing gratitude, your kin slaughtered my servant. How do you explain this? Although Yin Ruxue was a peak practitioner, she was naive to the intricacies of human affairs, unable to discern Lin Mu's true intentions. She hesitated to respond. After a long pause, she quietly admitted, I was unaware that young Master Lin is the head of the Tao family. Otherwise, even with our Yin family's audacity, we would never dare to oppose you. The Yin family members who attacked the Tao family have all been slain by our ancestor. Their heads lie outside. From this day forth, The Yin family shall follow the Tao family's lead unconditionally. Pleading only for a chance at survival, Yin Ruxue was compelled to lower her stature significantly. Although the Ice Emperor could protect her, he would not offend a formidable unknown like Lin Mu for her sake. At present, she lacked the standing to confront him. Lin Mu was dissatisfied with Yin Ruxue's words. The loyalty of the Yin family meant little to him. His intention in summoning Yin Ruxue was solely to strategize for a visit to the kingdom of wind and snow. If even a priest in the kingdom could comprehend the significance of the stone of heavenly Tao, he doubted the Ice Emperor would be oblivious to it. Therefore, Yin Ruxue served as the key to his entry into the kingdom of wind and snow. He rose languidly, approached Yin Ruxue, took a few steps around her, and then stated, "The matters between the Yin and Tao families will be addressed by others in due course. Now, let us discuss our affairs." Yin Ruxue felt a wave of unease under Lin Mu's scrutinizing gaze, fearing he might turn against her at any moment. However, hearing him dismiss the issues between their families offered her a slight reprieve. "May I inquire, young Master Lin, what do you refer to? Miss Yin, you seem to have a rather poor memory for someone so young. When I saved you, you promised that if I ever made a request, you would not refuse that I now have a matter for your assistance." With her emotions stabilizing, Yin Ruxue smiled gently. "Of course I remember that promise. Please speak your mind. If it is within my power, I shall do everything I can. Actually, it is not too great a request that I have long admired the Ice Emperor of the Kingdom of Wind and Snow, yet I have no means of introduction that is a princess favored by the Ice Emperor. Might you assist me in facilitating an introduction?" Yin Ruxue readily agreed without hesitation. "I understand now. I shall assist with this, though the Ice Emperor is often in seclusion, and whether you can meet with her is beyond my control." Lin Mu chuckled. "Simply bring me to her. Whether I meet the Ice Emperor will be determined by fate. Then, when does young Master Lin plan to travel to the Kingdom of Wind and Snow?" "The day is drawing to a close. We shall convene at the city gate tomorrow morning, that if there is nothing else, you may leave." Yin Ruxue, however, did not take her leave, feeling somewhat anxious. "What are your intentions regarding the matters between the Tao and Yin families?" Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. "Tomorrow, someone from the Tao family will come to the Yin family to handle things. Instruct your family members to follow orders without question. Is that understood?" The primary target of Lin Mu's retaliatory efforts was Yin Ruxue. He had no interest in the trivialities of the Tao and Yin families. Understanding that Lin Mu did not intend to delve deeper, Yin Ruxue recognized that her family had narrowly escaped this crisis. She wasted no time in taking her leave, bowing her head to Lin Mu before vanishing into the night sky. After Yin Ruxue departed, Lin Mu offered some words of encouragement to Tao Rong. After briefly instructing Tao Ji, the group finally dispersed. The following day, beneath a cerulean sky, 3 figures gracefully descended. The leading woman pointed toward the expansive city below, introducing young Master Lin. That is the capital of the Kingdom of Wind and Snow. Xianbing City. Lin Mu looked down, observing a grand city standing tall across the plain, snowflakes gently cascading from the sky. Xianbing City was renowned throughout the Geo continent, perpetually blanketed in snow throughout the year. As he beheld the scene before him, Lin Mu was reminded of a certain figure who had once expressed her desire to witness snow for the first time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Master, this Xianbing City appears to be enveloped by a grand formation. Should I dismantle the formation and proceed directly to the royal palace?" Lin Mu waved his hand. "There is no rush. Let us descend and observe first." With that, he flew straight toward the city gates. Upon landing, a few snowflakes alighted upon Lin Mu's shoulder, and he reached out to catch one, holding it in his palm. The snowflake did not melt in his hand. Instead, the snowflakes that fell to the ground instantly merged into the earth, leaving no trace of moisture behind. Yin Ruxue, arriving shortly thereafter, remarked upon witnessing Lin Mu's actions. Great Ice Emperor has deployed a snow-gathering formation in the skies above Xianbing City, alongside a snow-dissolving formation beneath the ground. Thus, while it snows year-round, the ground remains free of accumulation. Yun Feiyang expressed his astonishment. What a grand endeavor by the Ice Emperor! To set up such a vast formation in a city of millions is truly remarkable. As Yun Feiyang's words lingered in the air, an untimely voice pierced the moment, resounding in the ears of the 3. Han Yu. "Where have you been these past few days? I have searched for you in vain." Turning their gaze, they beheld a dashing young gentleman, accompanied by several attendants, making his approach. Chapter 71. The princess's summons. Yin Ruxiu had been bestowed the title of Princess Han Yu by the Ice Emperor. And within the kingdom of wind and snow, all referred to her as the sovereign of Han Yu. Only those of considerable rank and status would dare to address her simply as Han Yu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a fleeting blush crossed Yin Ruxiu's face, only to be swiftly replaced by her usual icy demeanor that a few days ago I returned to my ancestral home. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Young Master Gu. The young gentleman before her was Gu Changfeng, the esteemed vice-master of the esteemed Wuji sect, the foremost sect in the kingdom of wind and snow, that he was among the many suitors vying for Yin Ruxiu's affection. Yet he stood as the sole one she did not detest. Upon hearing the slight chill in Yin Ruxiu's tone, Gu Changfeng's brows furrowed as he cast a glance at Lin Mu and his companion. Upon recognizing Lin Mu's appearance, a surge of jealousy welled up within him, and oh wonder Han Yu has grown distant after just a few days apart. It must be due to this person. Gu Changfeng pondered, though his visage remained adorned with a congenial smile, that I am Gu Changfeng. May I inquire as to the name of this esteemed young gentleman? Lin Mu merely cast a sidelong glance at Gu Changfeng before disregarding him entirely. Instead, redirecting his focus toward the grand array of wind and snow. Observing the growing ire upon Gu Changfeng's face, Yin Ruxiu quickly interjected. This is young Master Lin from the Tiandao sect of Yinshan Kingdom. Here on important business with Her Majesty the Empress. Yin Ruxiu's explanation, rather than alleviating Gu Changfeng's displeasure, only served to deepen it. With a cold scoff, he retorted, though the Tiandao sect is indeed the foremost sect of Yinshan Kingdom, it appears that its members lack the basic courtesies. Yin Ruxiu's expression shifted dramatically at Gu Changfeng's words, and with a frown, she chastised, Young Master Lin is my invited guest, that if you continue to speak so recklessly, I shall insist you never appear before me again. The Jiyu Changfeng, feeling both humiliated and incensed, could hardly believe that Yin Ruxiu, who had always held a cordial demeanor toward him, would speak in such a manner. Han Yu, enough. There is no need for further discussion. You may leave for now, and we shall address any matters at a later time. Recognizing the genuine anger in Yin Ruxiu's tone, Gu Changfeng dared not press further. Then I shall come to seek you again in a few days. Before departing, he cast one last glance at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience. Gu Changfeng is not a bad person. He simply speaks his mind, which may come off as brusque, that I hope you do not take offense. Yin Ruxiu said. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze from the grand array. Responding in a calm tone, he is merely a jealous child, that I harbor no ill will toward him. There is no need for concern. Lin Mu regarded Yin Ruxiu with a peculiar expression, as if he could see through her thoughts. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Yin Ruxiu skillfully diverted the topic, recounting her experiences in the kingdom of wind and snow. As they entered the city of Xianbing, Lin Mu could distinctly feel the temperature plummet. The pedestrians and merchants on the streets were clad in remarkably thin garments, seemingly unfazed by the chill. Truly, Xianbing City deserved its reputation as one of the largest cities in the Jiyu continent. The broad streets alone were beyond comparison to those of Yinshan Kingdom. Yun Feiyang remarked, indeed, that I was worried that the three-headed hound would hinder our progress, yet it seems that even in its unaltered form, it can still frolic and slide about with ease. Lin Mu concurred, I fear it is currently engrossed in its own delights. When I departed, I observed it voraciously devouring a roasted calf. Far away at the Tao residence, the three-headed hound, having just swallowed a mouthful of succulent beef, suddenly sneezed. Who is invoking my name? It wondered. However, it soon dismissed the thought and resumed its hearty feast. The royal city of the Kingdom of Wind and Snow was situated at the northernmost edge of Xianbing City, astonishingly built against the mountains. These mountains were towering ice peaks, serving as the Ice Emperor's secluded abode. Typically, the day-to-day affairs of the realm were managed by 10 priests assisting the Grand Princess. When Lin Mu and his companions arrived at the palace gates, dusk had already fallen. The guarding sentinels, recognizing the favored Princess Han Yu, dared not show any negligence. They hurriedly approached and bowed, stating, We pay our respects to Princess Han Yu. The palace gates have been closed for the evening. Unless there is urgent business, we kindly request that you return tomorrow, that I end the Kingdom of Wind and Snow, princesses unburdened by political duties resided in the princess manor outside the palace. Although Yin Rushua had been granted special permission by the Ice Emperor to reside within the palace, once the gates were closed, no one was permitted to enter or exit. Upon hearing the sentinel's words, Yin Rushua did not display any signs of anger. Instead, she calmly inquired, "Which priest is currently on duty? I have urgent matters to report that cannot be delayed." "Princess, today it is the third priest serving under the Grand Princess." "I shall relay your message at once." The sentinel hastened to the palace gates, delivering her words to those within, before returning promptly that I have conveyed the princess's message to the inner chamber. Please wait here for a moment. With that, he retreated once more to the gates. Yin Rushua, however, did not feel relieved by the sentinel's assurances. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly. Lin Mu noticed her unease. "Are you facing difficulties?" Hesitating for a moment before responding, Yin Rushua finally spoke. "To be candid, young master, while the 10 priests each have their own duties, their relationships vary. The third priest on duty today has always been at odds with my master, the Grand Priest. Given that my master has unexpectedly passed away, the third priest may take this opportunity to make things difficult for me. Although the Empress holds me in favor and would not act excessively, she could still prevent my entry into the palace." Lin Mu chuckled. "A gathering of women cannot escape their intrigues that if she wishes to impede your progress, it might save us the trouble that it would be far simpler to confront the Ice Emperor in his secluded abode." Yin Rushua regarded Lin Mu with a look of disbelief, unable to comprehend his audacity to disregard the Ice Emperor. However, regardless of Lin Mu's confidence, she could not allow him to proceed in such a manner. He was her guest, and should he act recklessly, she would inevitably face repercussions. "Young Master Lin, please remain calm. Let us await news from the palace before making any decisions that if the third priest truly intends to obstruct us. I have my own strategies to counteract it." Just as they conversed, the sentinel returned once more. "Did I report to the princess that a message has arrived from within the palace? The Grand Princess is in the imperial study and requests your presence." Upon delivering the message, the sentinel retreated with understanding, and at that moment, the grand palace gates began to open slowly. Though Yin Rushua felt a pang of confusion, she did not hesitate. She stepped forward into the palace, followed closely by Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong. Upon entering, a palace maid approached them. "I greet the princess. Please follow me." This maid was well known to Yin Rushua, being the Grand Princess's personal attendant and overseeing all the palace maids. This only deepened her perplexity. Since being conferred the title of Princess Hanyu, she had remained in seclusion with the Ice Emperor, having little interaction with the Grand Princess. Now, the Grand Princess herself was requesting to see her and had dispatched her most trusted aide. Could it be that some significant event had transpired within the palace during her brief absence? Throughout the journey, Yin Rushua pondered these matters, while Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong remained silent, observing the palace's exquisite decor. Under the lead of the head maid, they soon arrived before a magnificent palace, where 3 gilded characters spelling imperial study adorned the plaque. Chapter 72. Yin Rushua's schemes the lead maid gesture for them to wait outside while she entered the palace to announce their arrival. In no time, her voice echoed from within. "I invite Princess Hanyu and her companions to enter." Upon hearing the summons, Yin Rushua stepped forward, with Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong flanking her as they entered the imperial study. Inside, the Grand Princess was seated at a writing desk, adorned in palace attire. Swiftly correcting documents with a brush in hand, as the trio entered, she immediately rose, setting down her brush. "It is a pleasure to see you, Grand Princess." Yin Rushua bowed respectfully. The Grand Princess hurriedly approached, lifting Yin Rushua, who was about to kneel. "We are sisters. There is no need for such formality." She took Yin Rushua's hand and led her toward a side chamber, not sparing a glance at Lin Mu and Yun Feiyong. Understanding the subtle dynamics, Lin Mu remained discreet and did not follow. Once in the side chamber, they took their seats. The Grand Princess inquired, "What brings you to the palace in such haste, dear sister?" Yin Rushua stole a glance at Lin Mu through the partition and replied slowly, "The matter is rather lengthy, but I shall be concise. The young Master Lin accompanying me seeks an audience with the Ice Emperor, as he once saved my life. Thus, I brought him here." Yin Rushua proceeded to recount the events of Lin Mu's heroic deed in detail. The Grand Princess, upon hearing this, lifted a teacup from the table and sipped thoughtfully.